Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah, my favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, it's never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, it's never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little, oh, it's never enough. Just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little, oh, it's never enough. Just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Yeah, 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 yeah. feet, this is a shakedown.
I never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest shape in our bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring, all she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want, and do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds, yes you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Oh, just let it show what you feel inside. Don't
Dream League Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. The competition continues. Not just the Dota 2 competition either. The competition continues with a sub-competition. We'll call it the sub-competition. It's gonna be quite an exciting competition put together by the Poetic Pandas. Good morning, Poetic Pandas. You doing better, Jens? You feeling good? Feeling strong. Feeling strong. Good to hear. We did, of course, have SVG, Purge, and Sheep standing in for Jens, but let's be real. Yeah. Glad to have you back. Let's put it that way. Very good, very good. So today we continue a competition that we started a couple of days earlier. And for that competition, which I will explain in a little bit, we'll need teams. Our first team is going to be fairly similar. I saw a chair is missing, but it will be on again in a second. So maybe they'll share the same chair for now or something. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of Team Casters, it is SVG! SVG, I'm noticing you got a no orange chair. Orange chair, sir. The couch is for a different team. But be happy I called you on first, because otherwise you have to grab your own chair.
Okay, that works out.
That works out. You doing good? You ready for today?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Good. Now someone who will have to carry a chair on. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage, Cap! I swear, Cap, the chair was there a moment ago. Someone just took it away.
Yeah, the chair was there.
I know, it was.
What do you got in this drink here, partner? Some fire whiskey.
A little bit of Morning Joe.
God damn.
Gets me in the right spirit for casting with Avery.
Very good. Good to hear. Are you looking forward to trying to win this time around?
Yes, absolutely. I mean,
that implies we weren't trying before.
Well, you didn't win before.
One of us certainly wasn't trying.
Which one, though? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Ladies and gentlemen, another contestant. This is a new contestant, has not played the game just yet. Poetic Pandas, can you help me give a warm welcome to Effie? Good morning, Effie. You doing good?
Yeah, I'm great.
And ready for a competition?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna take you down.
Okay.
Very good. Now, we did decide that the winning team, which was me and Jenkins, need to be separated. And therefore, I get a new teammate. I'm very happy to announce the fellow member of Team Gosu Gamers. Please give it up for Purge!
Hello.
Are you happy to be in my team? This is the winning team.
That's right. If you guys don't know what the name means Sheever. I've been casters since approximately May 2011. Back on the website, Gosu Gamers used to share replays there. That's the only way people could get replays. You have to download it, put it in the right folder, watch Kuroki play Dota type shit.
All right, I mean,
good times.
That's 12 years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's stay in the modern century.
A long time.
That actually made me feel really old right there. But it's okay. I'm happy to have you on my team. I think we can use your expertise for sure. As last time there was a trick question that actually was dating back to 2011. So we're good to go. That means we only need one more contestant. Effie, what's your team name? I forgot.
Jeffy?
Jeffy?
Correct.
Isn't that a brand of peanut butter?
I thought it was a cleaning brand.
Jiffy. We're Jeffy.
Jeffy.
Depends how you pronounce the peanut
We're
Jenkin, Effie, Jeffy. Yes.
or Efkins.
butter. Jenkins.
I like Efkins. Do I like Efkins? Am I insulting something?
Production's like, no, you do not like Efkins. You like Jeffy.
I like Jeffy. I like Jeffy, promise.
We can be
Ladies
Jeffy.
and gentlemen, welcome the other member of Team Jeffy. It is Jenkins.
Hey.
What is your problem?
What did I do?
I don't want to do this anymore.
What did I do?
You said I looked good in this.
You do look good in that.
One of us is going to have to change.
You look great. Wait, why are you mad? Why are you mad at me?
I'm not. You said I looked good in this.
Yeah, you do look good in it.
Can we get on with the show?
Look,
Can we just get on with
I
the
bought
show?
it because I thought you looked so good in it that I might look good in it too.
Whatever. Just get on with the show.
God, our teamwork's gonna suck.
Well, you're going to have to try your best, Jeffy.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Fist bump?
All right, we have quiz.
Not today.
Just in case people
Good day. Yo, fist
missed the
bump, bro.
quiz,
Hey.
our Poetic Pandas have put together a soundbite for all 16 participating Dream League teams. Last time around, we had 8 teams. The other 8 teams will be this time around. Basically, what happens is that there's 2 variations of the clip. One clip will be just the instrumental part of it, and the other clip will make it a lot more clear on which team the clip belongs to. But it's our job to figure out the answer to which team the clip belongs to without the extra lyrics bite, the voiceover bite. So, last time around, me and Jenkins won the challenge. That's why we split up, make it more fair. We got Team Casters, we got Jeffy, and we got Team Ghost 2 Gamers ready for action. And we got the Poetic Pandas ready with the sound bites. Now, of course, there's a little bit of edge for teams that know which teams were used last time, because they will all be different teams. And it will go as followed. It's turn-based. So start with one team. If they don't know it, it will pass on. If they don't know it, it will pass on. And if everybody has had a guess, it's over for all of us. But the point goes to the one who guesses. And I think it's very fair that Cap and Avery will do their best to start this challenge. Is that okay for you guys?
No,
Sure.
I decline.
They're on the same page. Great.
You always decline.
Always approve.
Hey, at least we're not them.
I'll take Avery.
All right.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll
hey,
take.
I'm
I'll
sorry.
take half of. I'll take the Jeff half.
I'm sorry I bought the outfit.
It's not my name.
I'm sorry I bought the outfit.
I think
I
we're
thought you
doing
looked
better.
so good. I wanted to look
I don't
good.
want to
wear
hear
the
this
same
from you right
outfit
now.
sometime?
I don't want to hear this from you live on air. I don't want to hear this from you. This is
I'm
unreal.
sorry.
Go ahead.
All right, I will accept.
Yay.
Yay! All right, Poetic Pandas, if you would please, the first soundbite.
How are you just immediately point to
Which
them?
teams did you guys do?
Well,
Oh yeah, they have the
Not
thing
that
open
one.
with all the teams.
Oh,
Not that one.
I was like, what are they looking at? The answer?
We did that one.
I don't remember who the first 8 were, to be honest.
Do you have a tablet?
No.
Wait,
No. Don't give it. Don't give it.
does this one work?
Can we cross our legs like this? It really hurts.
I think I know the answer anyway.
Why are you gently touching Cap's leg?
Do you think it's this one?
Can we hear it again?
That one?
Do you think so? I think so.
Can we hear it again?
We would like to
Can we
hear
hear
it
it
again,
again?
please.
I don't need to mute you. They can hear our cheating. Okay.
That's fucking sick.
It might be them.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think they were in the first 8.
That's my
Oh, they
best
weren't.
guess.
Me too.
You want to say them?
Sure.
All right. Who is Game and Gladiators?
Is there?
Wah, wah.
Wah wah wah.
Okay.
Why do I trust you?
Yes, we need the sounds.
Why do I trust you?
Okay. So.
Is it
obviously-
our turn?
Yeah.
You move
But
now.
which? It's the other 8 teams of the teams that you did. I need to.
Yeah.
know
Well,
which
I just
teams
want to
you
be
did.
clear. those were some like metal vibes, right?
Right.
Like that was metal.
That was metal.
So
Yeah.
if you pick a team, I'll tell you if we guessed them before.
Rebellion.
It could be them. We did not do Rebellion. It could be them.
I just feel like if you're rebelling, like metal embodies
like
the
punk.
spirit
Yeah.
of revolution and nonconformity and whatnot.
I can get behind that. We're gonna go Shopify Rebellion.
Is it
Sorry.
Shopify
Adam was
Rebellion?
talking to me.
Is it
Shopify Rebellion.
Is it them?
No.
Oh.
Wah, wah, wah.
Damn, I thought that was correct.
Huh.
All right.
What about the team below?
Want to hear it again?
Wait, we can discuss it openly because they've already had their
Yeah,
chance.
yeah.
So you
We
can
don't
just
get
discuss
another guess.
anything. So what would your guess be?
I think the team has a black logo.
Yeah, well, there's like
Okay.
there's like 9 teams that have a black logo.
Thanks, Purge.
You can say it out loud. Literally, we can't spoil it for them.
I think your idea was Tundra Esports.
Yeah,
I don't think that sounds snowy enough, maybe.
but it's like thunder, you know.
That's true. That's true. What about Team Spirit?
Oh.
They have a dragon logo.
Okay.
They do have a dragon
Well,
logo,
Spirit.
but they're also not spirity. I think spirity is floaty. I will say both Spirit
dragon
and
is
Tundra
pretty
have not
good.
been done last time around.
I'm trying
so. I also think maybe Beast Coast. There's beastly sounds.
But I feel like they're gonna do like surfer vibes or something.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Angry
It's a
surfer
wave.
vibes. I would like to. Can I pick Team Spirit? Is that okay?
I will trust your judgment.
I would like to choose Team Spirit.
Ah! All right,
was
play
really
the full
close, bro.
track.
I don't remember the other ones.
Here it goes.
Wow.
Why is that Tundra?
Shiva was right.
I was right from the get-go, Purge!
All right, Bob.
I was certain it was Tundra, but you made a good argument. The dragon part, I think, actually does kind of fit that.
We're
as
gonna
well.
we're gonna need a Bob explanation on this one.
No,
This-
no, of course not. Thunderstruck, Thundra, it's metal.
See, I was thinking maybe it was Beast Coast because
But it's a wave.
or EG because they were Thunder Awake. I guess you could go.
We
East
already
Coast
had
or
EG. The
Yeah,
evil
but it could have been
geniuses.
Beast Coast because like half of them were Thunder Awakened as
That's
well.
way too deep
Yeah,
a
that's
lore.
actually- but that's-
They did deep lore last time.
That
dude.
is
No,
true.
that's at the very start of the Wikipedia article on LGD.
Oh yeah, Bob doesn't like reading.
Shallow lore.
All right, well, nobody gets a point for this one. Jeffy, it's your turn for your sound clip.
Okay.
We have to put aside our differences for this one.
Yeah, I understand. I want to win.
Okay.
I want to win.
Here it goes.
That was some space stuff.
That was some space alien sort of
That's
stuff.
a hard one, I have to say.
It's hard. Okay.
Could it be Aster? The logo looks pretty weird. There's a little star in it. That's my initial guess.
I don't know. I don't think the stars it up.
I feel like that's the only.
One more time. There's a bite. There's a bite of something. Did you hear the crunch in the bite? Mm-hmm. What could that mean? And then yay! Or did I hear that in my head?
There was a.
Was that in my head?
There was a.
Because sometimes that happens.
That's fucking that.
What is?
Why?
Where does the bite come from? Oh,
I'm gonna say while they're figuring it out.
could it be that?
I just cannot imagine why it would
the
be that.
galactic sounds?
Oh, bottom right. maybe.
That's a good question.
Can we hear it one more time?
And then getting abducted. Yay! Stop production. Stop.
Is the yay part of it?
No.
No.
Can we?
No,
we
the
give
yay
them-
is not part of it. Could we hear it without the yay once, please? Guess, please. I think I know what to guess for.
You want to just go with the one that we thought it was?
No. Hear me out. This one could also be because of the yay.
No, there's no yay.
Okay, sure.
There was a yay.
Go ahead.
There's a built-in yay.
It's between these two.
Team Spirit?
All right. Hear me out,
Could have been
Purge.
Aster.
Stevie, you could say
Can we-
anything, and I would go with you.
Can we play the track again and listen to the very first bit?
Very good.
Is that a panda eating bamboo?
Uh-oh.
I mean, pandas are happy animals.
I will say that was our other
think-
50-50.
I think it's a
Oh,
good.
okay.
I think it's a good guess. Yeah. I thought-
9 pandas.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it. You never trust me.
Shiver's always right.
You never trust me.
Sorry.
This is a...
After
My
you-
laughing stock to you?
No. You look
I like
great.
that one.
You guys are unhinged.
That one makes me laugh.
Unhinged.
What was that?
That was
Shiva
great.
got it. I mean,
That's the voice
I mean,
track that goes with it.
That was Jenkins' first guess also, but we looked at a lot of options and I derailed him.
We're going with my guess next time.
All right, third clip is for us, Purge. Play it.
I'm not very fast.
Oh, well, it's fine.
Who are you guys gonna guess?
Wow.
A seagull.
That's an
Can
easy
we do
one.
this again?
That's an easy one. That's an easy one.
That sounds evil as fuck.
I mean, it's the seagull makes it. Yeah, it's got to be.
You lock it in.
That
It's
sounds
got to be Beast Coast.
evil and geniusy to me.
Nice, 2 points. Ghost gamers.
Their turn.
The
Takes
one
a lot.
sound literally, it's a panda sound. It's a ghost sound.
Shut up, Cat. I also had
Goddamn.
Thunder right and didn't get a point for that. It's your turn
What?
now.
Nobody got it right.
Nice.
Very nice.
I like that.
Right, Cat SVG, you ready for your next turn?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Dude, the
No,
man-
I don't think I'm ready yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna file.
I think
That's just a guy spitting. What?
hit it again. Hit it again.
That is just a guy spitting. It's got to be Shopify Rebellion. No, that's not my answer. That's not my answer.
Locked in. Again?
You say that for everyone.
What?
You
No,
say that
I'm
for
just
everyone.
showing you the list. I'm not
What-
choosing
what
this
do
time
we-
because you get mad if I choose the wrong one.
Can we hear it
Even though
again?
everyone chose the wrong one.
There you go.
What the hell?
I'm not. I don't want to deliberate out loud. Yeah, I could see that.
Can we play it again?
See, this is the problem. Avery can't lock down a choice. And then we sit here for half an hour.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
But what they're
Actually,
thinking
it's
for
just
this
that.
week.
Oh, you think it's that now? Oh, you think it's that now? Well, I guess you're the one who's
Do you
going
have
to
a
say
better
it.
answer?
No.
Lock it in.
Gaming Gladiators.
Shit.
That was our answer.
idiot.
That would be our
Is that
answer
what you were
too.
gonna guess?
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
don't feel so bad anymore.
Okay.
Shiva would have guessed it.
No, well, I was Purge. I thought a different one initially.
We already did that, by the way, too. We already did that.
We'll see.
I mean, how do they get
They
a
get first.
seagull on an ocean?
Okay. All right. We can
And we get
deliberate.
some
we can-
ratchet sounds into
between
some guy
them.
dying.
Shut up. We can deliberate out loud now. That sounds like an arrow being flung. Like,
It sounds like it could be
what I
Aster or
thought.
Entity
why?
by process of
Well,
elimination.
I know it's an
But
arrow.
where's
Makes
the
it
where
gladiator.
does the arrow come
Oh.
from?
Yeah.
We thought it was
Wait.
a switching sounds.
Was there a team that was called Arrow? Wasn't that a Chinese team name?
Arrow Gaming was a Southeast Asian team.
Oh shit.
Close enough. You should definitely guess Aster.
Play it again, Bob. What is
Oh,
that
just
when
like an
you?
arrow sound, yeah.
It's like
It is an arrow for sure.
it's an arrow, but maybe we're getting hung up on the arrow.
They flung the arrow.
Let's see who's on Aster. Oh, of course. Well, because maybe there's some Chinese teams play with
Can we
Southeast
get
Asian
a
players.
ticking clock sound?
This will pressure him real good.
Aster and Archer have they're pretty close.
Do you want to
Both
just
have
go
an
with
A.
that one?
Both have an A.
Entity because
both end in R,
because it
ER.
looks like an arrow.
No way.
It does. It looks like a bow and arrow. The
They're-
logo. It does. Look at it.
Oh my God, you're right. We're gonna go Entity. It looks like a bow and arrow. Nice job. That's awesome.
When I realized that it was a crossbow, I was
Look
like,
at
"Oh
that.
my god, it's so
It's
obvious!"
supposed to look this way.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was a crossbow.
get a zoom?
This whole time,
Here.
the entity logo is a crossbow.
Do the thumbs up.
Why is it a crossbow anyway?
I don't know.
Because look,
It-
it's a
No,
crossbow.
I mean, why did Entity make their logo a crossbow?
Because they're powerful. Like a crossbow, you will die if you face them. But
that's not
it's
true.
been
I thought
backfiring
Entity
recently.
at the start because the very start sounds like an instant clicking and it made me think of an alien, which is an entity.
She did get there.
Is that the correct reasoning? Definitely the aliens. Okay,
It is,
it's
it's
Van
the
totally
aliens.
agrees.
She
It's
would've
the
got-
aliens.
She would have gotten it right.
We popped off. We popped off.
Could I play the next sound, please?
Oh, jeez.
Okay, I know
was
that one.
theirs, right? Yeah. Was it not yours? Because this one.
Yours.
It's
Was it
yours.
ours?
Oh,
Yeah, it's yours.
That's
No,
ours.
because
no, it's us.
entity was
you dropped-
yours.
We stole. We stole.
Yeah,
So this
yeah,
is
yeah.
ours.
Oh,
This is
nice.
ours.
We can get some
right.
points.
Oh, okay. I think
hate
it's
this
Shopify.
game.
That sounds like a shop door opening.
Can you play it again? It absolutely does.
Dude, that's what is this? Arteezy playing the
the same
banjo.
He's a famous
That's
ukulele
a
player.
common rebellion sound.
Is that a
It's very
ukulele?
often in the punk
Shopify
scene.
Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion.
Yes!
Fuck you!
What is this?
This game is ass.
What are
sorry.
these sound
I shouldn't
cues
have done
that are
What's the
just
one
like
with-
I shouldn't
so
have done that.
fucking on point for
I'm sorry.
everybody else but us?
What's the
shouldn't have
with
done that.
what's the
Look, if
with
you-
sound?
If,
That is a great.
Well done, guys.
All right, there's 3 sounds left.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Can we play ours, please?
Not the wrong one.
Oh, the 6th. I think it's the 6th sound. Easy.
does it sound like Team Spirit?
No.
What do you think?
It sounds like Gaming Gladiators.
Was
to me.
it?
That's the sound
Can
of
we
battle
start?
to
Can
me.
we listen to it again, please?
It's a fucking dragon. That's 100% a dragon.
Dude, it's a
There's
gladiator.
fire sounds.
You're gonna
there's
go against Shiver,
Angry breathing.
who's been right
How does that
100%
Gaming
of the
Gladiators
time.
just-
Can
no
we listen
fighting.
to it again, please?
I
You
want
heard
to
it
point
walking.
out he's trying to steal. He's
we
gonna
steal?
Yes.
And the arena.
Do we steal from
There's
them?
like fire
Yeah, we steal
noises.
from them.
No, it's an arena sound. Can we listen to it again,
That's the
please?
sound of fire going like this. That's a torch being swung through the air. There's growling. It's a fucking dragon.
Torch? You think that's a torch?
Well, yeah, if you've heard like a torch sound when
That
they
is
go like this
100%
in
not a
movie,
torch.
Why would you do that?
I
with the
promise you
dragon?
that's not a torch.
Because I'm just saying that's a common fire sound that people hear.
Or a swooshing sound of a sword.
That doesn't sound like a sword.
Can we listen
Sword
to it
would be
again,
like
please?
metal on metal. And it's
I don't
like
know, I hear the
metally.
roar of the crowd.
The
It's
roar?
metally. It's like metally,
I
which is
think,
always.
I think it's Game Gladiator. However, I won the challenge last time, and I'm happy to go down with the ship. No, I'll go with your.
I
Okay.
think you should play rock, paper, scissors.
I am.
I will go
pretty-
for. I will go for your choice. You
It
can
is
lock
very
in if you
likely
want.
we win, by the way, because when we get to our turn, there's one team left.
I'm gonna say. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's Team
Okay.
Spirit. That doesn't sound like fighting to me.
wanna
It sounds like an
you
animal.
wanna lock it in,
sounds like fire. I
I'll
would
join
like
I'll
to
be
lock in
supportive
Team Spirit.
Of Team Ghost to Gamers.
Team Spirit.
Oh
Dude,
my
I'm so
goodness.
done. I'm so done. Literally dragon wings,
Thank
Cam.
you.
They can't beat us.
Whoa,
can't win.
Shopify. Ding, ding, ding. Wonder what that could be. My clip is falling. I gotta go. I'm
we
done
got
with this.
we got yours, okay,
Wait,
Cap?
I want to be very clear. They literally cannot win. We at least tie them. When it gets to us, there's one
Okay.
team left.
That's
Unless
awesome.
you both
So we
get the
can
wrong.
steal.
No,
Oh, you're right. You're
mean-
right.
that
Well, how
means-
could we get it wrong?
You can, oh, that's true. Well, you can
Because
get,
if because
you
if
can
they,
get theirs wrong.
No, because if
Oh,
they
no,
guess
you-
the team, then it's the other one.
That's
and then
true.
when it comes to us, so we win.
But do you know
Or
which
we
two
tie.
are left?
Hang on, let's just go.
I know which
let's
are
just
still
Just go
left.
ahead.
Let's
Just
just
go
go.
ahead.
Do you know which two are left?
Let's just go.
Just
We're
go
team
ahead.
casters.
Go ahead, Bob.
Ogre
Magi.
Nobody asked you, Bob. Nobody asked
Come
you.
on, Bob. What's going on? What's up?
Hey, this is mine. This is mine to guess,
no,
right?
it's not.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it is.
yours.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Is it there?
Wow, another very obvious sound effect that cues me in entirely. This game's
Can we
actually
hear
a
that
joke.
again, please?
This game's a joke.
Tice did the trick. I already know what it is, Tice.
Avery?
What's going on with
I'm
you?
looking at the teams. 'cause
Oh,
I don't have the thing.
What are you, dumb? Don't show him. It's part of the game.
There's only 2 teams left in.
Are there actually?
Don't
Yeah.
tell him which team's there. He has to be watching.
It's
Yeah,
Aster
but
and
I f-
somebody else,
Which
right?
teams are left?
Don't no, it's cheating. Cheating. It's Aster and
So you're saying that
No, no,
Jenkins and Effie definitely get it correctly if they get it
If
wrong.
they get the teams correctly that are still in, Cap, we want to listen to the sound again, please.
yo, which two teams are left? You remember?
That's Team T.
Yeah, thank you. Which are the what? It's
No,
Aster. and-
I'm serious. It's Team Master. Team Master.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Team Aster.
Jesus.
Congratulations.
Oh, I was just debating what
All
the
right,
other
I'm gonna
team
go
left
Game of
was.
Gladiators for mine.
Game and Gladiators!
Game and Gladiators.
Let's hear it.
That in?
No, let's.
That was the first one of full one of Aster.
That was
didn't get
Beast
what the-
Ghost. He didn't mean to press that one.
That was a lot of sounds.
I just didn't know what the.
Give us gaming, please. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Whatever. We already lost. Who cares? This game is rigged.
Is Astra a
Rigged.
T-brand or something?
No, it's Team
I demand
Master.
an inquiry.
Team
Master.
Master.
Couldn't any team with the name Team and before the name be the T team?
No, but not the Team Master.
Do you not know the Astra lore, dude?
It's a meme. Can we play the last clip, please?
Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators.
Shiver, does that sound like a sword?
Come on.
Shiver, is that a sword sound?
the gaming glads.
Let me just.
Sword sound.
Oh, that sounds kind of like swords to me,
Okay.
Shiver.
That
I don't know.
does.
It could be a
But they
torch.
already guessed.
Give
Can
us
we
the point, Bob.
Can we have the full version?
Yes.
Gaming Gladiators, please. Where's our point? I don't see our point on the board.
I heard.
You got the
I heard
point,
it.
you
It
got
was
the
just
point.
quiet.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't get a point for literally having no
No,
other
it's our
option.
turn. It's our turn. Very
And-
nice.
and some
Now the
back.
tiebreaker. Play some improv.
The tiebreaker will have to wait another time because we have to go forward with the Dota 2.
I can't believe you guessed the only team left in the entire
We would
game.
have guessed it
Round of
either.
applause for that one, guys. Very impressive. Wow, what a performance in this game.
You would have still lost, you dumbass.
I would have had
one
one
point.
point,
Despite
You guys
all
have
of
one
our,
point.
but then I wouldn't have had spirit. So
despite all our
it
bitching,
evens.
I would say you guys did a wonderful job creating it.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you,
band were the real
fellas.
winners here.
The band is the winners.
The
Shout out
band
to the
are
band.
the winners, absolutely.
You guys are great. You guys suck.
All right, well, take your chair with you, please. Ladies and
Take
gentlemen,
the
our first
chairs.
series of the day
God.
is Talon taking on BetBoom, and we're going to learn a little bit more about the matchup before we jump into the series.
Our team performance is good. We had like some rough games, but we learned a lot after these games, and now we are playing better than at the start of the tournament. In the game against PSG LGD, we have really confident and good drafts, and we played really well. I really enjoyed it.
Uh-oh, they caught the Storms here, the perfect person to catch, but he's also getting, what a chrono! All 5 heroes in the Chronosphere with the Doom already out onto Shiro. Give up on this team fight, I think. They just got to retreat. They're not going to be able to leave, though. GPK is going to use the last bit of his mana to hunt down Shiro. Now the Timber Saw is next, caught inside the kinetic field, surrounded by too many heroes. He dies as well. 4 dead. What a turnaround from BetBoom.
Our next match is against Team Talon. This team likes to play a late game. I think we are fine with that. Maybe it will be like a really good team fights game. We will see.
Talon looking, Chaps looking for Ramses. No BKB. Ravage goes out. Refresh. Ravage number 2 holding in the Ember Spear while they can finish off the Morphling. Kiyotaka has to do all the heavy lifting, and it starts with going for the supports, but he just simply cannot do it. Demonic Cleanse going to be put over to Ollie, so he's going to be okay. Drenching it on out. He's out of remnants in the slight. No, he couldn't get it off in time. The pounce is going to hit him. They cannot handle this Slark. He is too big, too bad.
I think we have more potential than them, and now I feel like we are more tryharding.
I really hope Toronto Tokyo is right and that it will be a heavy team fight game. He was also right saying that Talon does like to go for the late game, which seems to have been their demise against both Gaming Gladiators and PSG LTD, because they do tend to be a little bit strong early game, too strong for Talon anyway. But Perch, going into this matchup, do you agree with Toronto Tokyo? Are you thinking it's going to be a nice big team fight game?
I could see that, but I don't know. BetBoom's been looking so freaking good. Like, I think the wildest thing about it is they almost weren't in this tournament.
Yeah.
And now they're undefeated. It's like mind-blowing, actually. That Execration, unfortunately, not being able to get visas gets BetBoom in, and now BetBoom is just really showing up, really proving themselves. Very long overdue. But will it go really late game? I guess so. BetBoom doesn't necessarily like close out games ultra fast, but they definitely, almost every game they play, they feel in control the whole time. So I don't know if Talon's gonna be able to beat that in the late game.
The question is, are they going to keep giving away Doom to Pure? I feel like every single BetBoom game, this is the hero that they prioritize, and it's the hero that makes it so that no matter what, they have a failsafe, and he's played so well on it. And often we see teams giving it away in the first game, but then banning it in the second. I just really wonder what Talon's approach is going to be, because LGD could not withstand the laning phase against BetBoom yesterday, and I wouldn't consider Talon a stronger laning team than LGD.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the scary part. But what they do have is draft creativity on the side of Talon as well. So maybe that's what's going to take them the extra mile.
5 seconds.
And I don't feel like yesterday that BetBoom even like really picked to win lanes. I feel like they just outskilled in the laning phase. Like every game we looked, we were like, oh yeah, like if this game goes late, BetBoom's going to destroy. But they could get snowballed on early. And then it's like outside of, once the laning stage ends, it's like, oh, BetBoom's like 5K ahead. I guess there's like no hope for LGD. So we'll see if that happens again here today. If they just outskill.
So Talon do take the ban Doom approach, which is pretty interesting because they also have first picks. So they could have just tried to take it for themselves. But that means there's heroes that they just prioritize more than the Doom. Like it could be the Morphling, it could be the Rubik potentially.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Medusa ban. After all this time, still getting banned out.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you should ban Medusa in the first phase if you plan on, especially if you're second pick, because if you want to go something like a Beastmaster +1 opening in first phase, then you can always get Medusa by the enemy
that is
team,
true.
so.
It's like the Medusa and Terrorblade that fit into that like 8th pick slot really well, where you pick some like lane winner like Enchantress or Undying, and then this carry that can 1v5, and you ban out like the 3 counters. Talon goes with the Bat Rider.
The question is, do BetBoom Morphling on 6-7? They look so good on this hero, but it's not something that's going to make it through the second phase if they don't take it now.
Could also go with the Pugna Storm if they feel like that's good against Bat. It looks like they probably will. The Storm, I feel like, is one of the, I don't want to call it classic, but when Bat Rider like came back into the meta as this like last pick mid, a lot of people were picking Storm against it because, you know, you get the boots of travel, you're chilling in side lanes, you're going for ganks. Like Storm is one of the best heroes at catching him out as he's doing that. Like you can't play on waves as bad against a Storm. And obviously the Pugna's the battery.
Yeah, and as a support, if it does end up being support bat, it's just so much easier to punish. His net worth is lower. There's like a longer period of time before he gets survivability items. It's really just about like Blink Lasso type stuff. So Storm should be able to punish that a lot.
Interesting.
We talked about the silencer, I think, yesterday when BetBoom got drafted this opening. And Talon manages to squeak it out in the first phase here, which is going to be really effective because you not only shut down Storm's ability to do stuff for a short period of time, but also interrupt Pugna's ulti, which actually, it's on a low cooldown, it's like 7 seconds. But there's some fights where if it gets interrupted right away, it just messes up the tempo of your fight because you're missing an extra like 300-400 health on somebody that needs it. So silencer can really screw this up.
Thing is, this hero alone is not enough, honestly. Like, we usually see silencers paired with things like Ember Spirits, right? So you have to pick a favorable or even matchup against Storm on the mid lane, something that can lock him down, and then you also take advantage of that global to shut him down early on. And if you don't have that, then you're stuck with a potential bad support and a silencer support who don't have stuns. So they can be very easily punishable in the late game. And we've also seen the way people play against silencers, they'll just build the early Lotus on the safe supports.
Yeah.
And they'll neglect other items and they'll just have that ability to counter him early on. But what I do like is the silencer's ability to cover for the Bat Rider initiation too.
That's true.
That takes away from a potential Shadow Demon pick versus the Bat Rider, which we've seen a lot. So this draft can go a lot of ways, but overall right now, Beastmaster's still in, Morphling's still in, Techies is still in, Beastmaster is no longer in.
The Lotus thing is a good point. Like both Bat Rider and Silencer, for multiple reasons, don't want to play into Lotus Orb. So if you're BetBoom, you definitely want some sort of offlaner or support that enjoys building this item, because they're probably going to need at least one of them, maybe even 2 this game. Broodmother second phase ban, slowly creeping its way up to that first phase.
They also just got destroyed by Broodmother yesterday, and their Broodmother solution was not enough.
Yeah.
So they're not even interested in integrating it into the draft this time. And I really feel like you can't let something like this through. Okay, BetBoom take out the Ember, so that's the Silencer +1 combo that we talked about. What would you replace this with? Like, you could potentially theorycraft a Silencer plus Void Spirit, but Void Spirit got a lot weaker.
It could be like Puck for Makoto. It's one of his favorite heroes. I mean, I feel like Wind Ranger's not that bad. It's like, I would say Puck is probably better in the archetype that you're saying that they need, which I agree. But Makoto just really likes the Wind Ranger, even post-nerf.
I like the Puck a lot more. Now that you bring it up, I think it's better versus the Pugna as well, because the issue with Wind Ranger is that the target she goes on can just get decrypified by Pugna. So
yeah, you can jump the Pugna.
So the Puck sounds pretty solid if Betboom don't take it out.
I guess the difference is whether or not you want to be able to solo kill by yourself the hero in the backline you jump on, or if you'd want more like AoE disruption.
Yeah.
Puck's better for AoE disruption. Wind Ranger, once you get like blink and a damage item, you're just going to easily solo kill the Puck or the Pugna if you find him. So that's the trade-off. But Makoto's been very effective.
I think you also just have to think about the ability to lock down Storm Spirit. Like, Shackle can be a tool, but it's more of a follow-up tool than anything, or if Storm messes up, that's where you're going to land it. But it is a projectile that's easier to dodge than a coil.
Yeah, Puck would be so much better against Storm. You're right.
So both of these teams really enjoy Morphling, and it is still in the pool.
It did lose twice yesterday in the last series. Very surprising to me. I know the win rate isn't great, but it just seems unbeatable in a lot of cases too.
I think Morphling is always going to be a Betboom priority hero.
Yeah. I like it for Betboom here.
Yeah, once you get Manta, don't have to worry about global so much.
Yep. Hard lasso target as well. Likes to build Lincolns. Oh, they're going to take it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to go a different way. Interesting. I assume they'll pick their second support here, since there isn't necessarily like a core that's as high priority. If they want a Morphling, they would probably take it here, though. What about like Enchantress? I know that they're probably doing 5 Pugna, I guess. That's not necessarily true. Safe plays it too.
They could also...
There's a lot of 5s left.
They could also just go for Faceless Void like they did yesterday.
That's what I was thinking. I I feel like they'll probably pick the support here, though, because they don't have to reveal their core.
We heard yesterday from Toronto Tokyo that if he has the choice, Spirit Breaker or Disruptor, both still in the pool. There's the Disruptor.
I think this is exactly what they drafted yesterday. They went for Void Disruptor, but it was because they had the 2 picks right after each other. So they go for the Disruptor first. If Talon wants to pick Void, I don't think it's that sick. Like, Storm is one of the few heroes that can jump a Void and kill him before he time walks.
And if Talon go for Void, they can just close out their last pick on Betboom, and you still don't have their offlaner picked out, so they can just choose for...
They could hard counter.
That,
yeah, like some Venomancer, Viper bullshit, and just destroy it in lane.
I think the biggest difference is one of the first times and a few times that we see Doom bend out against Betboom, who loves their Doom and more than often gets their Doom, so we'll see something different regardless compared to yesterday. And there is the puck that you guys were talking about still.
I mean, this makes a lot of sense against these supports. Like, not only is there the Pugna, there's the Disruptor. These are 2 backliners that you need to jump. I know a lot of Puck players talk about actually really liking the Puck versus Disruptor right now, because you can phase shift dodge the Glimpse now. You can jump him and silence him before he gets his ult off on you. You can jump out of the kinetic field as well.
Yeah, against the Disruptor, it seems so good because it's so common for Disruptors to like dual rotate Disruptor plus the other support mid, and it feels like it's a guaranteed kill on the enemy mid here almost every time. But Puck has such a hard counter to that spell that it takes away like all of Disruptor's value pre-6, frankly, if you can phase it correct.
The thing about Disruptor versus Puck now is that since you can't set up on this Puck by yourself, since you can phase shift dodge the Glimpse, you need a stun on your team. Like, you need another instant stun, because your instant silence is no longer enough. Unless it's like a Storm Vortex into Disruptor, Static Storm, then they have a way to kill the Puck. But Storm and Puck kind of fit the same role in a draft where the enemy team has to figure out how they're going to lock down this hero, because both of these heroes, if you don't have ways to catch them, make it very difficult. And right now, Talon have a lot better ways to deal with the Storm than Betboom have to deal with the Puck. Like, they have the root from Underlord, they have the pipe that he's going to buy. This is such a sick pipe game. And they also have the lasso later on as a follow-up from Disruptor, as a follow-up by Batrider, and they also have the global silence on top of everything.
First game of the day. Gotta give, sometimes you just have to yawn, you know?
Yep, he got me too.
Yep.
So Betboom goes for the hard lane counter to the Underlord, which is Monkey King. I think this is probably the best hero in the game in lane against Underlord. We've even seen like Ursa's lose to Underlord. It's just such a strong hero with Vanguard. But we've also seen Monkey King playing into bat. It's a very difficult matchup. Even a support bat getting Blink Dagger, Force Staff, it's easy to take him off the trees. You have multiple ways of pulling out of the arena as well, so it's one of these things where they're really doubling down on just destroying this Underlord in lane. I think Monkey King with Disruptor is a very strong lane against Underlord.
Monkey King's win rate versus Batrider, by the way, is super low.
Yeah, it's bad.
Super low. But I guess because they see the Underlord, they prioritize the lane winning ability over the overall hero matchups. They feel comfortable enough on this hero that they can just play into the support Batrider. The thing is, though, I still feel like it's easily punishable. Like, yes, it's going to pay off on lane because you're going to have a good lane, but if Talon have like some comeback fight or they make things happen in the laning stage, then you are playing from behind as the Monkey King. Like, you're not putting yourself in a position to really succeed here.
Yeah, I think if Monkey falls behind, I mean, barring some crazy picks coming out here, if Monkey falls behind, this game definitely looks rough for BetBoom, because it's not like Puck really cares that much about a Monkey King either. And Puck could actually rotate to that lane and very easily get a kill on this guy, even if he is dumpstering the Underlord. I think he can still rotate there and get a pretty easy kill.
What do you think Pure is going to play? Because his Doom got banned in the first phase. A lot of other offlaners have been targeted now. Like, a lot. Like 7 different offlaners banned, potentially.
I think you need a secondary catch. I wouldn't mind seeing... The thing is, it's so annoying to play versus these Batrider type heroes, but something like an Axe, something that can catch the puck.
What about
really
Legion? Oh, Legion
Axe is
banned.
banned. Legion banned. Those are exactly the last 2 bans that Talon went for.
Unfortunate for
Oh
him.
boy, I mean, he's been playing a lot of Tidehunter, but it's not very good catch.
I mean, what about Magnus? Magnus is second most played, got nerfed obviously. Not an ideal choice, but it's actually a rough place to be in. He's the last pick, he's supposed to counter pick, and he's the most restricted hero pool, and there's been a heap of bans targeted towards him, so he's gonna have to pick something like down his priority list.
I would say if it's Mag or Tide, then they're...
Tide is banned.
Tide is also banned. Okay. So we're probably digging into the not picked territory right now.
Earlier in the draft, you said something like a Viper or a Veno. Is that still on the table?
Against Slark? Probably not.
You could Lesh. That sounds really fun.
Offlane Lesh?
Yes. Because they're playing into the Slark, it can make it valuable.
They're gonna have tank problems if they go offlane Lesh, I feel like.
Yeah, that's the issue. But that is a pure specialty hero from way back in the Entity days. If this were Beast Coast, you wouldn't write off the offlane Lesh or EG.
I mean, anytime I see a Slark, I think of just playing ranged heroes into it in lane, like Nature's Prophet dumpsters a Slark, but that's just kind of a bad hero.
I was wondering, it was on his list that he played Enchantress, and I was like, really? Enchantress? He's Enchantress offlane. They're doing it again. I didn't catch the other game, but...
it was in the very first series that they played in Group Stage 1. It was against Aster.
Okay.
I literally was the only game that they tried that out.
But they won that, right?
They did win
I
that.
remember Enchantress going nuts in that game.
This is cool. This is not what we saw from BetBoom yesterday.
No.
They were playing for like late game entirely. In this game, like they're clearly playing to just dumpster the lanes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest though. Like I do feel like Talon won this draft. Like that's just from first glance. Like I feel like this puck is not addressed in the same way they addressed Storm in their draft. I feel like the Enchantress is a good reaction to the pipe mitigation that's going to come out of the Underlord. They're going to have all of this damage coming out of her, but I don't really necessarily think she fits the archetype of a hero that will pressure Slark later on in the game. She might pressure him in lane, she might kick him out, but later on, I don't think she's going to be that useful. So if BetBoom want to win, they're going to have to like dumpster these lanes really hard to the point where Talon is playing with such a disadvantage that they can't win in the late game.
No.
But if they don't, I feel like Talon got this.
I'm honestly, I feel like BetBoom's read on this is that if they just dumpster Talon in the laning phase, that it's not really going to matter what they have in the mid game. I'm actually fairly confident in that because I feel like Talon has done extremely well at all points in the game other than the laning phase. That has been their weak point. So we will see if it's weak enough that BetBoom can actually just fully use it to snowball the game. If this doesn't work, I imagine next game we're going to see an entirely late game draft again from BetBoom. They're just going to go back to their original.
I would love to see the thing that Toronto Tokyo said in the interview that we heard before. A lot of good late game team fights. Let's hope it gets to that point. We'll find out what happens in game number 1. But first, some Poetic Pandas.
A 10-2 Bet Boom has a chance to go undefeated in series here in Group Stage 2, and one of their last opponents, and probably the toughest opponent that is left here, is going to be Talon. Because after this, they face up against 9 Pandas, who could already be eliminated after today's game.
You know, we've seen some zombie teams win some series before, though.
That's true.
On them out, you know.
Yeah. TSM did that actually in Group Stage 1, right?
Exactly. Even if they're dead, they can still
30 seconds
bite your
to
ankle off and drag you down with them. So you really want this win. And then you feel even better about yourself, too, because then you're just going to be entirely undefeated, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, if you win this, you're pretty much left at maybe going 6-1, which would still put you in top 2 position. So, Bet Boom, they're currently playing for upper bracket in the playoffs. And Talon are playing just to get in the playoffs, 2 and 3. They really need to win to tie up with EG and Gaming Gladiators, who are above them right now. And give it away first blood is not a good start to that. That's going to be Save, the Pugna Save, who had a fantastic performance yesterday, manages to pick up first blood. This is already dangerous,
on
Avery.
the runes for Talon, and that's a nice little smoke punish by Bet Boom. We don't see a lot of teams smoke to kill people in these runes very often. I kind of like that move. Downside is they lost 3 runes, and I've actually been thinking about this trait. Let's say you go in a game, you send 4 people to the 4 different runes.
Okay.
And you just suicide for them. And you feed first blood, but you get 3. Are you happy in most of those situations? I feel like you are.
I think it depends on your mid matchup mostly, right? I think I'm gonna theorize here. I think Bet Boom make that move because of the matchup against Puck. And if Storms here can get first blood, then it helps this matchup a lot because Puck wants to harass you out of lane, right? But he didn't get it.
Yeah, so it's a weird trade-off. It's something interesting I've been thinking about, but here it'll just work out for Bet Boom. And we saw this Storm Puck matchup for them yesterday where they also had the Pugna, and it worked out really well because GPK just rushed Orchid and really pressured that NTS Puck for the entirety of that game because he had way more resources on the map. He could go the aggressive Orchid, not get punished on the resource management side, and NTS could not, he didn't want to itemize defensively to deal with that. So he just ended up feeding in the fights. That is one of the things about this matchup that can go GPK's way, and he was playing pretty damn well yesterday. I expect that to continue here. And he will have the save Pugna behind him. Man, this has got to be the scariest hero to keep giving this team. I go back to Pugna and I go to Doom. These are the 2 heroes I would not give this team right now, as they feel way too comfortable with them. Especially save on the Pugna. He was owning those games yesterday.
Yeah.
So Talon are going to tempt fate here, give Bet Boom some of their Siggies and hope to counter with that silencer. And again, they're going up against some strong early lane matchups here. I expect the lanes to be pretty decent for Bet Boom over the long run. Once the Enchantress and the Monkey get level 3 to 5, time to strike.
What do you make of this Pure pick, by the way? I mean, Save running with his Siggy, but Pure playing the off-lane Enchantress. It's pretty interesting.
It's a peculiar pick. It will definitely free farm and win this lane. And no doubt about that. He can snowball pretty hard. This hero does decent amount of damage, can farm up with Sproinks if you get an early Ags. And we've kind of just been seeing Enchantress output a serious amount of damage in these fights regardless of being support. So I kind of have faith in it here. I still think a lot of the game comes down to the Storm and the Monkey doing pretty well, getting that mid game and providing the damage in the team fights that Bet Boom need. So maybe the Enchantress pick doesn't help you in that regard, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You know, if you're feeling it, feel like I'm going to go up here and dumpster 23 so hard he isn't going to remember where his Steam library is located, then yeah, go for it.
He did play it once in the DPC, and he's played it twice here at DreamLeague. But the last match that they played it was against 9 Pandas in Group Stage 1.
How the hell did they just let him walk up and steal a Lotus? What?
Not sure.
That
maybe they forgot about it.
That is something like, if you're a Bet Boom coach, you're going to sit this team down at the end of that and be like, what the hell are you guys doing? There's no way 23 should get a Lotus on this lane, let alone the way he did. I mean, now we're seeing the pressure.
Well, he's going to need that Lotus. He's going to need it here. Pops it, but it still may not be enough. The lane-winning combination of Save and Pure do it again.
And Save has basically won every single lane he's gone to with Pugna. They just shove it in, play for the level 3, dive your tower. Teams are not prepared for it. They give it away. They get pushed in. Again, this is a lane that gets double waved under the tower versus the Pugna. He just runs you down. Cannot let this happen. Another mismanaged lane here versus that Bet Boom off lane. Bet Boom get the advantage and all of a sudden are winning 3 lanes. I do think it's expected they do pretty well on all 3 lanes here. It's just a matter of how much you can limit the damage in the side lanes in particular, so you have time for Makoto to make up for it. But this is some serious damage.
I think the lane winning is really important because I feel like Enchantress isn't going to be the best at putting out damage on some of these cores. I mean, Slark and Puck.
It's not guaranteed, that's for sure. You kind of need some disables to go in first.
Another kill. Ollie falls this lane. I mean, you win your lane phase hard enough, maybe it just doesn't matter if you can't put damage on these other cores.
It's very true. Also be interesting to see what Pure goes for, because he could go for something like an Orchid of his own. It's not a bad enchant item. Does have a decent amount of value in this game, even versus the Slark. Like, Slark has to go in and Dark Pack to start hitting you.
Sure.
They just Orchid him, right? I don't think you necessarily feel bad in that matchup. So I won't be surprised if Pure considers that here, but it'll probably be something along the Witchblade, Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike. Kind of just want all of it.
And I think that's another problem with Enchantress core is that you do really need to win your lane because you need so many items to really start being effective. Save is going to be caught here. They're going to kill his Nether Ward and kill him. 23 has to be careful, though, not to overextend. +2.
This is a double stat steal lane. So that's another reason maybe Bet Boom really wanted to win this lane. Do not want to be feeding kills away and losing your intelligence and giving away Agi.
GPK.
Already up.
Is he going to be able to get this one? He does have enough. Coil goes out now, but Makoto, he's going to die to this last hit coming in. He actually missed the coil too, so bad goes to worse. Talon losing cores all around the map.
Yeah, the laning phase is way too strong here for Bet Boom.
Oh, and another one.
Really heating up. They're having a good time in this early game. And they have a lot of kill threat to just pound on top of it because this Disruptor pick is going to allow you to just run at Talon, and there's not an answer to it. I mean, you're talking about Pure having issues hitting the cores, but it's a pretty damn good Disruptor game outside of the Puck.
Yeah.
This hero is it's probably the best support versus Slark in the history of Dota.
Yeah, yeah.
So you have really good lockdown potential. It's really good for Thunderlord. You can bring people back from the gates.
Rotate over, but they glimpsed him back, Ollie. Sent back where he came from.
I really feel like Bet Boom might, yeah, I mean, we can all see they're running away with it, but it might just happen incredibly fast here if you start getting some good glimpse kills.
Yeah, certainly.
Look at that. Range, man. Pure enjoys that one.
Yeah.
Why is it so pixelated?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of latency problem. Pure has been a monster, though, I have to say. Like, Nightfall has had some really solid performances, but Pure, when it comes to just his... and I really was impressed by him as a carry, too. His versatility is off the charts.
That was his biggest strength as a carry.
Yeah,
feels like this guy plays anything. I'm not surprised that he is very quickly adjusted in his offlane role, and maybe a reason Bet Boom are performing a lot better here. I agree. Their 2 side laners just feel way more comfortable in the roles in the team, what they're playing in the meta, and the laning has gotten a lot better. Something Toronto Tokyo talked about as well. Like, he transitioned to a new role, too.
Yeah.
And these things take time to get used to the meta of the side lanes, how people are playing them, when you want to pull, when you want to push, what you want to buy. Like, I don't know. That's another thing. People just very quick to give teams flack. And like, this guy can't play this role. I mean, what, you want him to learn it in a week?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess he failed then. But it took him a little longer and he got there, so it's looking a lot better for him. And if they keep this up, man, they're going to be a scary team at TI because nobody doubts the mechanical ability of this team and nobody doubts the shot calling from Nightfall and the intuitiveness of Pure. That's what I think about him as a player. Like, this guy's a very intuitive player. Just seems like he understands what's going on and makes it happen. That is a good mix of skill sets to have.
Also, if they could get a little bit of momentum, you know, actually get some real wins under their belt as opposed to like just DPC wins that they had before. I felt like if they could develop a foundation of success and trust in each other, then maybe we won't see some of those same blow-ups at these LAN events that we've seen before.
definitely goes a long way. Confidence is one of the largest factors for winning in Dota. It's got to come from somewhere.
Ooh, man.
23 is not getting 6 easy here. BetBoom took this tower early. Pure's invaded the jungle, still holding some skill points as well. Debating if he wants the heal or the creeps.
He just keeps on pushing him, and that wave is still not level 6.
I mean, they don't have to smoke up here to kick heroes out for 23. This is Makoto with a shield rune. They're not even going to get anything.
Nope. Once again, Makoto, who I think Talon has really relied on for a lot of their early tempo, has been kind of shut out. He's not that far behind the Storm Spirit, but also I don't feel like he's got the momentum to kill the side lanes because the side lanes are so damn far.
I mean, what side lanes?
Yeah, that's true.
There are no side lanes right now. There's literally nobody in a side lane for Talon.
Yeah.
They don't exist. They're a figment of their draft's imagination. I guess this stack is one way to make up for it. At least they're going to get it here. If this stack got stolen, you're just out of this game.
Yeah.
Because Jabs needs this. He needs it bad. The supports need it for the levels. You need global online so you can go and take a fight into the Storm, into the Pugna, remove the save element. GPK will gobble up a double damage as he rushes Orchid here. That will be the play call.
Dire's middle tower.
You also
getting some space.
You also really need a good start for this Underlord because the Enchantress may or may not be able to put damage on the other cores, but Enchantresses do dice up Underlord. Feel like that hero is not a very good frontliner when Enchantress is in the game and she's farmed like this.
Anybody Pure runs into is not going to stay there long. That is one way to put it. He is the king of the map right now. What do BetBoom want to do with it? I would not mind to see him clash mid, get some smoke for him, just wrap around with a creep, take that fight. If you ever run into the silencer this game with the Enchantress, that's like a free team fight win.
Yeah.
Because he's instantly just going to get blown up. He's going to have a creep on him. Then you're going to open up the fight for the Pugna and the Storm. That is what BetBoom want in this game. Have the monkey and the Ench. Find the silencer. If the Storm can find him, that's great too. And just take the fight off that. Ollie's positioning needs to be on point here for Talon if they want to come back in this game. And we've seen a lot of comebacks off these laning phases. I don't think they're as one-sided as they were at the start of the patch. So I still have some faith that Talon maybe can rat this game out. Like you're saying, I think Enchantress, this pick was designed to create this situation, not necessarily win them the late game.
Sure.
So if you can get there on Talon, you still have some decent opportunity to punish that if you can get there.
Why do you think teams are able to recover from these laning phases better?
Kills are worth more. That's a big part of it.
Okay.
I also think as the patches go on, teams are better at figuring stuff out. What that means is they're better at snowballing, but they're also better at coming back. It's a double-edged sword. The game becomes a little less chaotic and less one-sided overall.
Okay, so it becomes a little bit, you have a formula of like how to get back into the game.
Yes.
Whereas before it was, I don't know what to do.
I also think teams are better at giving up less. Like, they understand the flow of the game more, so they can rat it out a bit more. They get caught a little less in the down positions, and then their chance to come back increases slightly.
Sure. Whereas when we're ahead, this is how we want to play. This is where we want to be, so we know to avoid those places.
These things go in cycles. Like, it does shift as teams figure out how to counter that. It goes back, but I think especially at the start of the patches, the games tend to be very chaotic. No one knows what's going on. And then once you get a lead, it's just like, I don't know what the hell's happening, and we just lose.
Yeah.
It feels like a little of that has been eliminated, but this type of lead is very secure.
Big kill if they can get it.
Lose some cores.
It's just the two of them, so honestly, this is not the most secure thing in the world. If they had Wukong's command, I think there's no chance they get this kill. They blow the global silence, but...
It wasn't even close.
It was not at all.
It's just a weird two-hero gank. They don't have that much damage.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, like, it's not even that tanky of a monkey, honestly. He's 1,000 HP. And that's Battle Fury done for Nightfall here at 13 minutes. This is reminding me of that Juggernaut game he had, where that game just ended off his net worth acceleration.
Damn, look at that. Pure, it's the 13 minutes in. He's already taken the tower. He stacked up the easy camp and pulled it to deny yet another wave from 23 Savage. That is some commitment. That is some thinking outside the box.
Yeah, it also tells you this guy's played carry before.
Oh,
he
yeah.
knows what's annoying. Unfortunately, these small camps suck beyond belief.
Yeah, they don't actually kill that many creeps.
But the upside is he will create a triple ranged wave here. So if he can use this and bring the team, it's just a dead tier 2. And I think that is what's going to happen as Boom. The signal has been called. Hurricane Pike has finished for Pure coming out. Man, he is really farmed. And I don't think there's anything 23 can do about this. I mean, he has a Midas. Yeah,
Instantly static storm kinetic fielded.
Just a beautiful play and punish. Sets up the lane, gets the push, forces a reaction. They know Slark's going to be here. Brings in the team with the lockdown and easy cleanup plus the tower. God damn, every time we watch this team, it's like they're getting better and better.
Yeah, dude, they are way ahead of the rest of the field.
This game has just been very clean. You have 1 kill on Talon side. They have not found anything.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
it
under
doesn't
attack.
look like it's getting easier in the foreseeable future. Maybe with Batrider Blink, you can find something. If you can find it. That is Orchid done for GPK here. Under the 15-minute mark, that is a pretty damn good timing. And Makoto is going to be forced in a second item, Yules, just to deal with it. That's going to take a lot more damage away from the Puck, who you really want scaling in this game. That's another upside of the Orchid. You don't find the Puck. Going to get rid of the scary itemization.
Yeah, I'll get through the gate just before Roshan catches them.
Dire are scanning.
Toronto Tokyo doesn't want to show himself just yet. Nightfall will do that for him.
And look at this bait. It gets scanned out. Talon, no.
Okay, blow up Toronto Tokyo at the very start. That's pretty nice. They have the global silence out after the storm zipped in, but they couldn't keep him inside for long. 23, he's got to get out of the Wukong's command. Once that spell went off, the fight was kind of already over. Oh, and he's silenced for so long. Makoto's still okay. Maybe with the coil, they do manage to finish off the Puck, but it's a trade-off for the Storm Spirit, and any trades are good trades for Talon at this point.
Yeah, they 100% will take that. That's a big kill streak on GPK.
Yeah.
Makoto lives to get the XP as well. Oh, no, he doesn't. He died before.
Yeah, he
that's
died
kind of
first.
sad. At least they're getting something out of this exchange. A good read of the bait as well. 23 is just out of mana. Mana pool is too damn low to take these fights.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Just a little bit off on the timing there. I feel like if Ollie stops the Wukong's command, maybe that fight is playable for Talon.
It was very close. I still think the global was decent, getting the storm on the jump, but the follow-up wasn't there. So then maybe you have to hold the global for later. Like, ideally, you want global in a situation where the Slark or the Puck are hitting them, and you can follow it up, or you're killing the Pugna. You also kind of want the extra damage. Like, you want global with heroes that are cursed.
Sure.
They're just lacking the DPS right now. And of course, global on cooldown, coil on cooldown.
Ollie's
Time
dead.
to run in some heroes.
He's that combination is nice. The vision of Thunderstrike plus pure, just ranged right clicker. They can't ever really duck away from him.
Also, you have to run away from the Enchantress, and then you get pulled back in.
Yep, yep. I mean, those are two. You talked about it with the Disruptor, right? Enchantress is another hero who wants heroes running away from her and not running into her. And all of this just kind of leads to Talon being on the back foot and getting in a worse and worse situation in this game. Soon Aghanim Scepter for Pure. Whew.
They can rat the map a little bit, but they are going to have to find the team fight to get their Slark back in this game. I don't think 23 is going to be able to farm his way back. There's way too much pressure on him on the map. Boom have been setting up on him, hunting him. He has a Midas. That's nice. It's going to do something for him here, but the fight will have to come at some point, or his lead will continue to build. And I don't know if Boom are that afraid of going late game with the lead they have. Like, the Monkey and Storm are going to scale decently here. You have Pugna, who's going to be a really nice save here. Yeah, you have Global to counteract them, but Pure is going to have, or Save is going to have a decently timed Dispel item here. Lotus looks like it's his item of choice. That's going to be great first the bat, and all the silences on top of it. I mean, we saw how much Save did with his Pugna yesterday.
Yeah.
This is a terrifying hero to give that level of farm to on this player. So I really don't think Boom are too worried about this game going late at this point. And Ags for Pure will help him accelerate his own farm. Nightfall's clearing through the Ancients. They're using the map pretty well. The onus is on Talon to make some kind of move or smoke here, especially with the Batrider Blink. They are looking for it. It's just so hard to find anybody.
Yeah, they want pickoffs, and they're not finding anybody.
They're set up top, but nobody is up here.
Again, a situation where I question, even if they found somebody, is that support duo actually going to get you the kill?
It's enough if they found the monkey, but the monkey has BKB now. So you can't actually find Nightfall anymore. This BKB will guarantee a survival in basically any engagement, I think. That is a big frontline tool for BetBoom. Gonna let him push in deep mid here. Invade enemy triangle. Take an aggressive fight. It'll be a smoke on Dire side of the map. Go into Dire side of the map. Looking for jabs.
Dire are scanning.
Jabs. He knows he's in a dangerous position. In fact, he knows so well that he ducks away and TP's out. Very smart.
I just ran into that tier 2.
That was crazy.
So Talon continuing to dodge is one of their strengths. They can stall these games out. Very good at stalling these games. We've seen these games go late for them a lot of times. And often the goal is to eventually get to a point where 23 on some late pick core becomes unstoppable. That's one of the questions we're going to have to see. If it gets to that point, is that actually true? Is the Slark unstoppable in this game? With 5 or 6 slots? Kind of see it. It's tough, but...
I think when you're behind like this, Disruptor's going to get an Ags eventually.
That also helps, yeah.
That is going to make things way too difficult. Like, somebody's going to get caught in the circles of Wukong's command, Kinetic Field, Static Storm, even this off of a Storm Spirit initiation as well. Somebody's going to get caught in that, and you're just dead.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really have faith in the 5 or 6 slotted Slark, even if we get there, to just be an auto win.
Yeah.
Like, some of those games, 23 is on like a Phantom Lancer, and you know, okay, if he gets 4 items, they can just take these fights and make it chaotic. I don't see it this game.
This isn't the one.
Which means you just have to win you have to win an earlier team fight at some point.
Yeah.
So you don't go in that late game in this position.
A lot of pinging going on this Radiant Tormentor. Wonder if they thought that Talon was going to try and do theirs.
Yeah, I think they thought the steal was coming through, but I don't think Talon have anywhere near enough damage to man up for that.
No.
Gonna have to keep ratting here. And we'll be Silver Edge next for 23, so he's not even going the Ags build. He just wants the Invis to get in close on a target, break the Ench. Maybe take Pure down first, eliminate the damage source. Doesn't sound too bad to me. Should also know Q is finding a decent amount of farm on the Bat Rider. He is up to Blink and 2/3 this BKB. He could be a big factor too if you find the jump on the Pugna. You have global off these Bat goes.
Yeah.
So every lasso is sort of free in a way.
And he also has coil to combo with the lasso pull.
Yeah,
so he can grab somebody, and then that person gets coiled. He pulls them through the coil to snap it.
Yeah, you don't even have to necessarily find the Pugna. You can just global to stop the Pugna save.
Yeah.
At least until these Dispels come out. But that's the problem. The more Dispels come out, the worse Silencer gets, and BetBoom are building a lot of them. So this is really where you would like to be fighting with this lineup, but that laning phase was too rough.
Good old Talon. We're veterans at this point of settling in with the Talon dodge and push to late game. 23 tempting. Yeah. Takes me back to sea.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Death. Oh, I mean, you don't have to rub it in like that. I think we can all see they only have 3 kills here. That's a rough chart to show, But I'm glad that that we can show all of these enhanced statistics on the fly like that.
Yeah, yeah.
The really
cool.
important ones, that it just seems so easy for them to produce all the time, every day.
Yeah.
That I'm not gonna name.
Yeah, we could just
items.
ask,
Oh
like,
yeah,
look
like
at that.
Storm Illusions. Wow. That's a really niche one.
That's
We even
great.
have a drop down to see you. Wow. Look at that.
Puck kill
that,
all
Cap.
3 of the illusions.
Imagine we could do that for items, like a consumable. That would be really cool.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and pull up the consumable gold spent.
Oh,
Maybe
do we have that one?
Yeah,
that would
we
be
can go ahead
amazing.
and check that one out.
That would be amazing. Oh, look at that!
Oh, wow!
Look at that! Wow. 2.3K by Ollie.
How much do you think of that as blood grenade?
I was thinking the same thing. If we could pull that up real quick, I'd love to see the percentage of that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wow. Well, one day I'll have a dream of mine come true. I don't know what day that will be, but
Dreams aren't meant to come true, Avery.
That's why they're far away. That's my quote right there.
Oh my God!
Forgot about that one. Got yourself.
I need like that inspirational poster, the Sun Tzu, you know? That's why they call them dreams, because they're far away. Avery SVG Silverman. Look at Pierce just hanging out by himself.
He feels invincible. Is he invincible?
He surely is not that invincible, right?
That invincible.
Did they miss the coil again? They missed the coil again. That actually would have killed him. Maybe he still dies, though. Oh, God, they need him to die.
+2, baby. Nightfall's like, I will avenge my brother.
That hubris cannot go unpunished.
How dare you?
How did he miss?
Gossamer.
Oh, yeah, Gossamer.
Yeah, this item's so good.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Glyph to protect the creep wave.
This game's getting ratted out. Find a couple more of those Ench pickoffs, you're going to slow the hero down. This is one of the downsides of Enchantress as a core.
Ooh, he's on the low ground. He's going to get spotted, Orchided. And that'll be the death of Makoto. Static Storm caught him. Yeah.
I guess he didn't want to get static.
Yeah, I think he knew that follow-up was coming. So it was good play, but ultimately not enough. Too much here from Bet Boom. They just played too fast.
Sometimes you can make all the correct decisions and still die.
You coding Star Trek now?
I was just checking. Just checking your culture meter.
Yes.
I think it's at like 2 out of 80 by now.
2 out of 80? Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Why don't you just make it 1 out of 40?
It's like, I mean, that 2 out of 80 sounds bad. 1 out of 40 sounds okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alpha Wolf behind Nightfall, by the way. Buff up that fresh Daedalus. He's hitting for more plus than he has base damage here. Starting to feel like a universal hero.
A little bit, a little bit. Only if the wolves surround, though.
Actually, their number is different than mine. I hate this bug, by the way. Can we please fix it?
Oh, yeah. They have 25 less damage or something on...
Yeah, there's a observer visual bug that shows you the wrong numbers on all of the stats for heroes.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's been
Wait,
been
so
fun.
which one do you think is accurate?
Theirs is accurate.
Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Satanic is going to be next. As we wait for Bet Boom to ultimately feel strong enough to push to high ground, and then Talon will have to actually do something besides ranting the map. It's a good map to wrap, though. Must say. So much room for activities in this nice big map.
Radiant are scanning.
Actually, I think both numbers are wrong.
Is that what you were doing?
I was doing some quick math. I think they're both wrong.
Okay.
There's no way he only has plus 84.
Okay, yours says plus 112.
Which I also think is wrong. There's no way between plus 88 and plus 60 plus BKB damage. So I think theirs is also wrong, but theirs is differently wrong than mine, which is kind of interesting.
So the bug goes deeper than we thought.
Yeah, I think there's a bug where basically it just doesn't show the visual progression of like bonus stats in the game properly.
Okay.
It just doesn't care. It just gave up. It's like, you don't need this.
You're hitting. You just check the damage stat. It just says a lot.
Yeah. It's just like, you do the math, nerd. Well, I did do the math.
This is why Dota is the most elite of esports. You have to do all the math on the fly all the time.
It does it. The thing is, it does it with armor sometimes too. It can do it with attack speed. It can do it with move speed, which is the really annoying one. Like sometimes you look at a hero, he's running around the map at like 550 ms, and it says 325. You're like, sure, Dota. That's what I tell the cop when I get pulled over. He never believes me.
Well, fortunately, we can
Just
tackle
kidding. I don't speed. I'm a very conscientious citizen.
Fortunately, we can tackle these kind of bugs with the 10-year anniversary that's coming up.
Oh, that's right, yes. Now that we're not producing battle passes, we can finally fix all of these. That is a Wisdom rune for GPK and a Haste rune for GPK. And a Hex for GPK.
Oh, did you say Illusion Rune?
No. I said Haste.
Oh. I was going to check the Illusion stat again. All right, Bet Boom, going high ground. Let's go.
That's right. We have the Dispel up for saving the Lotus Orb. BKBs for the cores. They're waiting for their hexes, but they don't have... I mean, this is just insult to injury at this point.
What injury? What injury are you suffering?
Personal grief. Wisdom Rune stolen by 23. Pretty nice for him. He's climbing up the net worth ladder, slowly but surely. The Midas is kicking in. Vindicator Axe, BKB done, so he can man up in the fight. Pretty strong during his BKB timing as well. I mean, come on.
But what about
stop.
Can we check what blood grenades do?
No, we don't have that. I'm sure we don't have that one. If we actually have a blood grenade info panel, I'm leaving the cast. So that's at your own risk. I'll just get up and leave.
You'll do it.
I will do it.
Avery is willing to put his job on the line for far too little.
It's actually accurate, yes. I don't know why that's where the line is, but that is where the line is. Words play 29. Wow, that is a lot of words for only one person. Usually it's been shifted over time. So now you have a primary and a secondary, as we see for Bet Boom.
Q's like, no. I'm gonna farm, and that's all I'm gonna do. Has Q died, actually? 102? Still hasn't died.
Been ratting. He's getting the net worth, so you have this Blink BKB bat and starts the fight.
Good for him. That would actually go against the... Remember that stat you were talking about where the offlaner not dying? I feel like support's in that mix, but, you know, Q, losing game, still no deaths.
Yeah, where was my Knoxville tweet? On vacation or what?
Shame.
Shame indeed. Toronto Tokyo will get his shard and apologize to the team.
I'm so sorry. I know you wanted the shard on Storm Spirit. I didn't mean it.
This shard has to be like one of the most irrelevant, right? Even if you get value out of it, who cares? Why is this even the spell? I'm just going to say, why is this the spell? On such a cool hero, he's keen. He comes from the uplands.
He's what? He's keen? He's not keen.
Oh no, he's like...
No, he's a gloaty.
He's a gloaty uplands.
This goddamn
No, but the keen think he's a keen.
What?
Yeah. They think he's like a distant cousin or something.
No, what?
Yeah.
Just making shit up.
No, you can't
Got
prove
the
that.
initiation onto the Disruptor. Instantly kill him. No, not instantly kill him. The Decrepify plus the heals. They're too much, and the Global Silence comes too late from Ollie once again. Now they're just going to try and get out with whatever heroes they can. Jabs, TP. Oh, he almost made it, man. What was that long TP? 23 somehow did manage to get the gem out of them, and his ult is up. He doesn't have TP, though.
Yeah, he's done.
So he's going to give it right back.
These globals are way too late. You have to assume Save is in position.
Yeah, where was it?
Like, this guy is probably the best Pugna in the world right now. You're going very deep. It costs you so much.
Did he get stunned or something?
I don't think so. I think
he
was just trying to hold it
afterwards. I mean, I kind of get it if it's like you have to wait. Maybe you wants to wait for the suck to start because he knows he has Lotus Orb.
Yeah,
right?
he wants to bait the fight a little longer because they probably feel like they can't win it if they blow everything on a Disruptor, which is probably true as well. Like, we're faulting the Global for the timing here, but if he Globals and they kill Disruptor, does that fight change too much? Maybe not. It's just... The issue is you don't have enough damage on these goes. That's what it feels like. I feel like he also thought, okay, this guy's dead without the Global. And, well, he's not dead. And then you're in a world of hurt. Damage is pretty evenly distributed here for Bet Boom. So this is also part of the problem. Like, who are you trying to jump here? Ideally, probably the Monkey. If you get the Monkey alone, isolate him, and burst him, you're happy. That is a lot of HP to burst through. He has Satanic. If you mess that up, he BKB Satanic, strikes, fights over as well. I don't know if you have enough to burst through Nightfall at this point. So that's another issue Talon are facing.
You want to know why he lived, right? It's because he's not a Keen, a squishy-ass Keen, but he's a big, strong Gloaty with 2.4 strength gain per level. And he's level 14, so...
You know, some fun Disruptor lore. Now that we're on the top.
I don't believe you know anything about Disruptor at this point.
Okay, fine. Then I won't tell you my lore. Good job, Cap. You disappointed everybody in Twitch chat who wanted to hear some nice Disruptor lore.
You're so petty. I bet you didn't have any lore.
I actually did. I actually did.
Okay, hit it. Hit it
No,
then.
you don't get it now. You don't get it.
Aghanim's son. Aghanim's.
Yeah, Aghanim's son. You want to hear some Aghanim's son lore? That's Rubik. He's actually his son.
Yeah. Is he a son or is he just?
No, he's actually his son.
Was he just created by Aghanim?
No. Well. What?
Yeah.
What are you asking me? Who Aghanim's had sexual relations with?
I was not asking for
That's kind of what it sounded like.
Of Aghanim. No. I was saying,
Am I allowed to say that?
Well, it's already done. I mean, you already said you're willing to give up your job for very little, so you're right to talk about who Aghanim is tindering right now.
He's a good-looking lad. I'm sure he does well. But yes, I think Rubik is his biological son.
Okay.
That's how I should have phrased that.
Okay.
High ground push coming in for Nightfall here. He has Aegis.
Have a nullifier?
He has Ags finished. They do. I mean, they need one this game.
Oh, double sight at the same time to get the initiation, but a good depth shroud out from 23, and Jabs is too tanky to go on. The coil's going to snap on the Monkey King. No. Oh, now it snaps. The heals, though. The heals.
Trying to
they can't outdo the heals, man. It's too much. Okay, finally. Puck jumps in, finishes him off. That's just going to be the Aegis, though.
They're looking for a bat lasso, but Pure with the pike sends Q packing, and I guess that's an okay high ground defense here for Talon.
Yeah, pretty good.
You get out the Aegis, you got out some Pugna resources. Save's going to have to go and refill here off some neutral creeps. Finishes up Aether Lens on top of the Shard, the Glimmer, the Lotus. He has it all, and he's putting it to use. And Bet Boom are going to go for round 2. Let the Monkey Siege with the Aghanims, with the BKB Satanic turnaround threat. You gotta poke him down, you gotta drag him
back
deep.
into the tier 4s.
Is it enough?
Oh, that is really good. The nullifier goes out.
He's healing.
BKB, he's turning around.
He's
the
healing.
heals are coming in. The Static Storm laid out over the top of this one. Nightfall is looking good to survive. His Wukong's command stays up, so that'll help kill the puck. They finish off the Bat Rider on the side. Thank you, Pure. These heals are just too much, man. Stop giving save Pugna. Stop.
They even had the Halberd disarm on him, but the Boundless Strike plus Satanic is enough, plus the Pugna. I go back, stop giving this team the Pugna. It's way too good for them. They abuse it way too well. They win every lane with it, so they're never behind. That is way too strong a position to be in. Or have a better lane answer to it, so at least you shut the hero down in the early game.
Yeah.
The silencer's great in the mid game, but you never got there if you're Talon, and every initiation has been thwarted. 23 will try and get some last pokes in for some stats to clean up a Disruptor. The Aglobi down.
Got one kill. Can he get a second? Nope. The Scythe of Ice comes in as soon as his ult wears out. And Bet Boom continue their absolute destruction in this group stage 2. Again, group stage 1, they didn't look like they looked good, but they didn't look incredible. Now, in group stage 2, undefeated.
That would have been one of their cleanest games of the whole tournament, too.
Yeah.
That was just an immaculate game, especially that offlane for Bet Boom. Going back to Pure and Save. Pure decimation on that lane, no pun intended. Like, they double weight pushed it into 23. Other than the Lotus deal, which I will critique them on, they got everything they wanted out of that lane. Equilibrium, lane control, pull control, early blood grenade, level 3 timing, get the punish on the Slark, and then they just take the tower, invade his area. That cheeky double wave top into the tier 2 push gank on the Midas Slark. That was just like the finishing touch on top. Beautiful lane execution here overall from Bet Boom. Ends up in a very solid position. Nightfall with 0 deaths. Cruises his way to a Monkey King victory.
Yep, Talon, they got to get better laning phase. We know it's their greatest weakness, and Bet Boom, one of their greatest strengths, so they got to find some way to overcome this as we head into game 2.
Will they overcome it? That is the question. I will say, after that first blood that we saw, where 23 Savage died to Save's Pugna, I kind of thought we could call it right then and there. It was spiraling out of control from that off lane onwards. And I know Talon is known for holding out for as long as he can to come back with epic fights in the late game, but it just never really happened. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. And Purge, this game, it was hard to watch sometimes for Talon. They tried so hard.
They did. We weren't really sure where Pierre was going to go for his offlane hero, but picking non-conventional sometimes is actually such a big advantage because it completely changes the dynamics of a game. I mean, in pro games, you're looking for tiny marginal advantages, and if you do something kind of weird like, oh, I'm just going to play offlane Enchantress and like mega dumpster your Slark, it changes the game in such big fundamental ways, especially when your role throughout the game isn't just like an offlaner.
Yeah.
It's like, if you ever come to my lane, I am going to hit you with 300 pure damage cruise missiles, and then you just have to leave again.
Yeah,
So it changes it.
To be honest, like I think part of the reason why Slark is super viable in this meta is because after Lima, a lot of the ranged heroes got nerfed. Like there's no Nature's Prophet in the offlane to like dumpster Slark. Because I remember that was what people would do. It's like a Slark gets picked and it's like, all right, you're just asking for it, buddy. Like you're gonna get one of these ranged offlane like carry type heroes picked against you. And if you go through the list of like viable ones, there's not many. You have to pick something off meta like Enchantress, but I do think that it is worth it because I think that Slark really suffers in the laning stage of these heroes. That like you play, most of the heroes are like Vanguard, melee aura builders in the offlane, and that's precisely why even the non-aura building heroes are building Octarine from the Vanguard, or at least they were, and that is where Slark became a meta hero. So I just. If the Enchantress is a viable hero in the offlane, I think you do have to be careful picking something like a Slark or an Ursa. You have to be careful.
I mean, it's something that not a lot of teams do, the offlane Enchantress, but I think honestly, so long as Betboom draft to win lanes against maybe the remaining teams in this tournament, with the exception of Gaming Gladiators, they will get away with just winning off of snowballing lanes. Like they came out of the lanes with such a high advantage that Talon didn't even have a chance to play the game. And when they did have opportunities for mini plays, they were kind of missing spells and stuff. Like they missed a Coil and Enchantress, which made them stick around like 2 seconds longer, which then had the Monkey King follow up and trade a kill with Silencer. And then on that fight where they smoked and initiated on the Disruptor, it could have looked okay for them, but they didn't even cover the lasso with a global. So Pugna had gotten off to Cripify plus Life Drain on Disruptor for a while, like taking him back to full HP before the global came off. So even outside of them not drafting for lanes, they didn't play the fights in the typical way that they usually do.
Yeah, that really surprised me, that lasso that you talked about. It's like, when I look at that, it's like either, okay, this guy doesn't have global, or he was getting stunned up, which he wasn't, or they thought that they could use the global to cover something like later in the fight. Like they needed to be, maybe they thought like they needed to be greedier in order to win the fight from that far behind. Is like, we need to use the global at like let's just like hope that this lasso works, pull them out of range of the Pugna, and like that's how we're going to deal with the Pugna. But I feel like you can't, the more that I see people try to do that in Dota, we talked about it yesterday, where like you have this combo and then you're behind, and so you stop doing the combo because like you want more, or you think you need to do something different. Your whole draft falls apart because you picked these things for a reason. You picked the Batrider and the Silencer together to cover for each other, right? And to get those initiations. So it's like, what does the draft look like if you're not doing that? And it's just a question mark. So like I can understand the theory behind being greedy and like saving stuff, but it almost never works out. From what I've seen, it never works out.
Yeah, we got for the head-to-head matchup. We had to do it. Offlaners, Underlord versus Enchantress. It's a pretty rough comparison in general, Purge. But this hero damage done.
Yeah. I mean, the only way Underlord doesn't do that much damage typically unless he goes like a Treads build and right-clicks a bit more, or if there's a lot of heroes in his Firestorm and they have high HP, then he's getting a lot of percentage damage. But comparing that to like a single target damage monster like Enchantress, who has an incredible lane, is tough. And he got Ags that game. The Sprink is frankly undervalued a little bit. If this hero was seen more as a core, you would see this item all the time. You can do that shit when you're rooted. It's like one of the few movement spells. I don't know if you can use it while you're dream coiled. I'm not sure, but it's very possible because those usually kind of interact similar ways. But anyways, it's a lot of damage output.
Yeah.
You farm creeps with it. You secure range creeps with Impetus. Like it was a great pick.
Yeah, and it also Impetus does double damage to creeps now.
Yep.
So it is actually really sick for farming. I remember before, people were talking about how the Sproink is really sick for farming, and I was just like, that's the biggest load of like horse shit I've ever heard. Like as an Enchantress player, you hear that, it's like, this person doesn't play Enchantress. It is actually true. Now that they changed that and they double the damage, people are farming with Impetus. It's not a meme anymore.
50 mana to throw 3 impetuses at like one-shot creeps.
It's like when they changed Slardar Bash to deal like 1.5x damage to creeps or double damage, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden it's like this hero has a way to farm. It does matter.
It does.
It's good in certain lanes. Like if you're playing in Slark, then it's really good, right? But if you're picking offlane Ench versus heroes that can like just go on her and kill her, then she sucks, because then you don't have a stun as an offlaner. You don't build auras as an offlaner. So this is a very niche pick. Like I'm not gonna like sit down and theorycraft how good offlane Ench can be, because this is a last pick gotcha type of hero. And BetBoom did it really well. And I think the issue with BetBoom right now is that they're so mechanically strong. They're so good at playing to the late game. So outside of having the mechanically strong late game, or the mechanically stronger lanes than most teams, they also just have a really good late game, and they're more comfortable playing the late game too. So teams like Talon and LGD, as I saw yesterday, who play to those strengths as well, don't do the first phase of the laning as well as them. It's really terrifying.
We actually can show how good BetBoom has been doing. Of course, coming in as a team that people... Well, they came in as a replacement team. Let's be real. They weren't supposed to be here at first. And during the group stages, it was looking okay. They were doing okay. But then they came into group stage 2. And I don't know what they changed in their diet. We did hear from Toronto Tokyo that they just came to boot camp. They got a private chef and everything.
It's the chef food.
It's the chef. It's working out. It worked out insanely well for them so far. I mean, actually, did he say that they just arrived like 2 days ago or something like that?
He did, yeah.
It's only going to get better from here. How much do you think your performance would increase when you had a personal chef purge?
Man, it's pretty. I mean, I don't want to say like it's the best thing, because we also just get like free delivered food to us all the time. But
yes.
Chef is like you get it fresh. You get exactly what you want. Probably,
or
it's always going to taste good.
Or the chef is going to tell you exactly what you need, which might not always be what you want.
And that's actually more valuable if you're this like low 20s power gamer. You haven't had enough of life experience to realize like, oh, eating fried food all the time makes me feel like shit and play worse. You don't necessarily know all those things. So a chef being like, I'm going to hit up these foods that taste good, that have vegetables and fiber and all that stuff, good protein amount.
Here's the theory though.
Game-changing.
What happens if the chef only has 2 or 3 good meals and he just blew them all right at the start, and all of a sudden there's nothing left?
But you hired the wrong guy.
He's got crap left. He went too soon with the good stuff. Now he's getting into the B and the C tier foods.
So you're saying it might change their game towards the end of this tournament?
Yeah, they might start sucking ass.
Well, we're going to see what they had as a snack potentially in the midst of this series, see if their performance was changed or if they're going to crush Talon a second time around. Let's find out game 2 of the best of 3 after a break.
We found love out on our own. I took you for granted.
Thank you, Cap. Game 2 coming to you right now. We got the draft ready. BetBoom is on the Radiant side, and Talon is on the Dire side.
For some reason, I think Coddle's going to get picked up. I can't tell you exactly why. I think CK is going to be the second pick as well.
You know what? That wasn't even the weirdest thing.
Because they're horse related.
I disagree entirely with that.
Because he was on a horse.
Yeah, the horse.
What about Centaur?
He is a half man, half horse.
Magnus has
Here's a
4
question.
legs as well.
Here's a real question.
Yeah.
On Centaur, where do the nipples go?
What?
Are they on the bottom, or are they on the top?
On the top.
I
Or
would
both?
imagine top because
On the top.
they would have to be closer to his face to be more humanoid.
Yeah.
Literally on the top.
But cows have them on the bottom. That's called udders.
But they're cows, not horses. Horses also have them there, don't
It's a
they?
centaur. It's not a horse nor a cow.
A centaur is a half man, half horse.
Yes, but
So he would have. Does he have the human nipple characteristics or the horse nipple character? That's actually a very good question.
why
you.
do
It's both.
men have nipples?
For lactation, which is always fatal, by the way. Speaking of lactation, Pugna gets picked up here.
Creating it or drinking it?
Both for this hero, actually. He does a lot of sucking. Okay.
Let's focus on the Dota 2. Pugna! Wow!
Dude,
Surprise.
Are they gonna try to address the storm that can just come out of this Pugna again by taking it themselves? They're playing Silencer again. Okay, Silencer Emperor is a stronger opening though than Silencer Batrider for playing an anti-storm game.
Yeah, but they just go for the Doom. I mean,
Cool.
That's the thing about BetBoom is they have so many obnoxious openers that you have to kind of play around. You're either gonna get Pugna stormed, you're gonna get Techies doomed, Pugna doomed, Enchantress doomed, or you're gonna get like Undying / Morphlinged by BetBoom. You have to just pick your poison.
Yeah. No,
do you
you're-
agree with the morph ban in the first phase?
Yeah, because when you have first pick, you can close out with more Morphling on first. Like that's what makes the first phase strong. Is just you can get a priority hero and a priority lane.
Yeah, it's like it's Morph, Medusa, or Terrorblade that people take on the 8th pick. And of course for BetBoom, it would be the Morph that's the big priority.
You're saying they do the same thing. They'd pick some like support first.
Yeah.
They'd respond to, and then they'd pick Morphling, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think, I mean, these are generally good heroes for Talon. So it's not like they completely walked into a trap or anything like that. But they obviously did expect the Storm to come out because, you know, in the last draft we were theorizing like the Ember and the Silencer is a decent answer to the Pugna Storm, and then the Storm doesn't come out at all. It's a Doom, and I don't feel like either of these heroes are really that sick against Doom. They're just okay.
Mm. They have to just protect Ban Doom, right? So like take out the Monkey King, take out the Slark even potentially.
5 seconds remaining.
The Bloodseeker. It just feels like Doom is still good though, regardless of getting counterpicked on lane. He just kind of prints money the entire
It's just like a matter of how long it takes him to win the game. You counter him and he takes a little bit longer, but if you're confident you can hold out, he will eventually beat you. That's why Doom, I think, this is a really frustrating hero to play against if the enemy team is just higher skill than you. Like you just eventually lose late game. It's insane. Very frustrating.
I feel like I haven't seen a Doom like supremely lose a lane in a while. I think Whisper lost one, a bad one, a series or two ago, but that was about it. Maybe it was against the Slark. Can't recall. But as long as he gets level 6 and uses that to get kills on some important core on the map, it just feels like the hero pays off.
Really thinking about this second ban phase. I feel like this is the longest phase in every draft.
Yeah. In the previous game, they spent most of their attention on, well, removing pure heroes.
Yeah.
And on the side of Talon, that is. While BetBoom spent most of their attention banning out some heroes for 23 Savage. And they removed the Beastmaster right now, so we've got a hero removed for jabs on the offlane. Are there any 23 Savage heroes that we should be worried about still coming out?
I mean, Slark is his most played, I believe. He has got a pretty good win rate on it.
How does he do against? Because you know the lane, right? It's Doom Pugna. Which carry heroes do you not want to face when you're Doom Pugna?
Pugna can flex too.
True.
I don't really think there's a carry that you're necessarily killing in that lane. It's more like what is the support matchup, and it's probably going to be Silencer.
That's a Necrophos ban.
I mean, BetBoom did counterpick an Ember by Necro.
Okay.
I believe it was versus Team Spirit. Was it Team Spirit? I can't remember. It was that overall last pick Necro versus Ember. And
Against Aster, yeah.
Versus Aster, okay.
Yeah.
It did pay off, but I don't think it's that frightening. But what Talon the approach that they want to take now is they want to make sure that they have at least okay lanes. Like we mentioned, BetBoom's laning is terrifying right now.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure that every single hero can come out of the lane with something. So I think instead of looking for overall gameplay like they did with their last draft, they're just going to look to individually play these lanes. That's why second pick is going to be easier for them.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can just counter pick each of the 2 remaining lanes that they see.
I agree. I mean, there's very little point in coming up with a strategy if you can't get out of lanes. Like if you lose all 3 lanes in Dota right now, it's harder to win than on like any other patch. And that's especially true when you're playing into a team like BetBoom. So I like this read. The only thing that I'm concerned about is like if you're banning Necrophos, then where's the Huskar ban? Morphlink's already banned, but I feel like Earthshaker, like there are tons of answers to the Ember mid. The Dumpster, the hero. I don't feel like you can ban all of them, but I guess just Necro's like the weirdest one, or maybe they think that if they do flex, that Necro is good against the other heroes that they would have flexed to mid.
We're going to see a relatively unplayed hero for Toronto Tokyo. He's mostly been playing Spirit Breaker or Disruptor, but both are removed.
I think Rubik has been a really good hero for Talon, and it's a good hero versus the Doom. The thing is, the Rubik Silencer duo supports don't sound strong enough to secure their side lanes, so that is the issue. I honestly would have preferred the Rubik over the Silencer, but it's just up to Talon. Like, the ball is in their court, whether they're gonna run it back.
But then if they pick the Rubik in the first phase, they probably just pick Storm.
It would be Pugna Storm,
and then they ban.
Yeah.
So it's like they're kind of forced into
It was a preventative Silencer.
With all the games we've had so far, there's been one overarching hero that comes up every time.
Is it Pugna?
No, it's Undying. Where did he go?
Maybe these teams... I mean, BetBoom's been playing this like Pugna thing because they like the Pugna Storm, so they just don't care.
Yeah, but shouldn't Talon care?
I don't think Undying's that great against Pugna. Pugna's like 330 movement speed level 1, and like beating Undying in lane has been faster than him typically. So it's like just by picking your hero with 0 items, you can actually lane against Undying.
Okay.
I think that might be part of the issue.
No, for me, I think Talon just didn't want an Undying for themselves, and Morphling got taken out for BetBoom, so their Undying Morph opener wasn't available to them, so they just defaulted to their Pugna openers. Like, that does make sense to me, because Terrorblade isn't that good of a hero, so you're not going to Undying plus TV. That's something that you have to see the offlane in order to do so, and that didn't show up. So that's just why this opening from BetBoom is their most secure one right now.
Okay.
If the Morphling were still in the draft, though, it would be a different story. I believe we would have probably seen Undying.
Fair enough. Well, let's see what BetBoom is going for. Which direction the draft goes.
I like the Mirana, though. Searing Chain's arrow setup is great. They grab a defensive save on the BetBoom side now as a result of this, but I like the Mirana. They can set up some engagements and invades, cover it with Global Silence, and ideally win fights with that.
I feel like the Shadow Demon, though, he can get globaled by the Silencer as any save hero can, but you just kind of buy a Lotus Orb. That's really how it goes. And then you just have the Demonic Purge for Ember Spirit's Flame Guard, which is really significant early on, because it takes away a big source of his ability to frontline and deal damage. And now you also have the Disruption save versus the Arrow combination. This Tiny is so interesting, because we haven't seen this hero in a long time, but this is most likely their Ember solution.
Yeah, this is a GPK special. He's one of the only guys still playing it. I've seen this recently, and it is still very Tiny favored in lane. You grab the tree, you can get every deny. You can max the tree grab or go for a couple points in it, and you can dumpster the Ember even more. But even with just level 1 tree grab, Avatoss is a really great way to kill the Ember. You can like slow combo it, where you don't just Avatoss for like all the damage. If you have some sort of follow-up damage, I feel like Pugna is pretty good for that. I mean, I love seeing it with like a Skywrath mage, but like Pugna, I mean, it's safe, so of course he's going to play this hero.
We saw EG play yesterday as well, I believe, in one of their games. Was it EG? I don't remember. Somebody played it yesterday at the end of the night, and it ended up winning. So, but it's kind of fallen off. Like the Avatoss combo is not like 1,000 like it used to be, and they've nerfed a couple other aspects of the hero. But he's minimum like getting slighted. You just don't give a shit. You're like, oh, whatever. I've got 15 armor. Don't care.
Yeah, but Tiny's damage output as a mid laner doesn't come from Avatos really. Like it does in the early game, but it just comes from your right clicks. So I was wondering if they were going to sorry for stopping my own point, but I was wondering if they were going to TB versus the Tiny. That's probably Tiny's worst matchup in the overall game.
It is, yeah.
But last game, they picked good heroes for the overall game, but they weren't able to get there. They just got so dumpstered on lane. And the issue with picking TV is that I feel like once Tiny starts rotating on you early on, and then you're going to get run down by this Doom, and you can get doomed, and you also have the Shadow Demon illusions versus you, and you don't really have comfortable Dagon builders on your team either to zap those illusions. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, when people started discussing Tiny as like TB's worst matchup, it was TI-10, and it was carry Tiny. So you didn't have the early game where the Tiny was like running around and killing the TB, but TB is a hero who's very susceptible to magical damage. So I do feel like this can be a double-edged sword, where like an Avatos with like a Pugnasuck, it will be enough to kill the Terrorblade, but at a certain point, Tiny doesn't have enough damage to burst the TB, TB turns around and sunders, and Tiny's huge HP pool and huge armor seems quite pathetic. But it has to get to that point first. Which is scary considering what happened last game for Talon.
Bloodseeker's still in the pool. They go for Juggernaut instead.
They go for their own counter matchup. We've talked about this one a lot. You can't Sunder Jug because he can spin, he can Omni Slash, he can Swift Slash. One of the few heroes that can man-fight a TB. We've even seen a Jug man-fighting a TB just with the Blade Dance lifesteal talent. And Fog told me that the Blade Dance lifesteal talent actually works before reductions. So against Terrorblade, who has extremely high armor, as Juggernaut, you are still going to be lifestealing a ton from him, which is exactly why this matchup looks so bad right now, is because just fighting 1v1, Jug wins.
Like, that means his lifesteal is basically twice to 4 times better than it is on any some of the other skills.
Yes.
So, ooh, last pick Brew.
Into Jug.
That's
ballsy.
A lot of team fighting here. Interesting. I mean, if he gets his ulti off, that's one less person to get doomed. That part's kind of nice. Throw Doom or the supports into the air, lower their defensive capabilities. That's kind of cool.
I mean, the good news for Talon in this game is that Boom's lanes are weaker than they were in the first game that they played. They are weaker. Like, the kill threat of the Juggernaut versus the Brew it's there, but not quite. There is no stun or slow. I mean, they could put the Pugna there and decrepify the Brew, but for the most part, they're probably going to put the Shadow Demon there. I feel like Talon can make it out of lanes. Mid's going to be a little bit hard for the Ember Spirit, but it is one of Mikoto's best heroes, and you do have the TB free farming versus a Doom on lane until the rotations start happening. So Talon are in a much better place to succeed this game than they were last game. It just feels like Boom are so good right now that I just don't know if Talon can go toe-to-toe in lanes the way that they have to win this game.
I'm slightly worried for the Brew split, because there's going to be a battle for your carrier on the other side. Like, in some ways it's good because you have stuff to soak up the Omni Slash, but like, Cleave against Brew split is actually a little vulnerable for Brew.
Yeah, but I feel like Jug has to have 5 slots or something to kill Brews with his Battle Fury. Like, to kill the Brewlings, you need a lot of items to do that.
Let's find out if this Brewmaster is going to work out, if Talon can force out a third game, or if Betmoon will get another 2-0 on their record. Before we head into the game, though, some Poetic Pandas.
That the panel's done shooting the shit, we can get down to the dirty business that is Boom versus Talon Game 2, where our Cowboys are going to need a little something extra to get them through the laning phase, it seems.
I don't get paid enough to do this job.
You don't get paid at all? Your paycheck goes right to me.
Well, Don't know about that one. I guess Bet Boom agree.
This is your trial year. It's almost done.
I feel like every year for the past 10 has been my trial year. I don't know how to get out of this trial contract, man. It's rough out here. But it's looking pretty good for Bet Boom going into game 2. They got all the demons in the world, Cap. The Doom, the Pugna, the two heroes I said don't give this team, well, they gave them to him. And they got the Shadow Demon, Triple Demon trifecta going. That's a lot of scary faces for me.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why you pick the Brewmaster. Because what do you do when you go up against scary things in life, Cap? You drink enough alcohol until they are dealable.
I thought it was going to be something about the fun, fuzzy nature of Brewmaster.
You drink and then they don't seem as spooky and you can confront your inner demons. And that is what Talon have to do here.
But what about the lore?
What about the lore? Would you like some lore?
You've got the prime evil of demons here, Doom, Shadow Demon. But your versus the biggest bad demon of them all, the demon that the other demons imprisoned in the Terror Blade.
That's true.
Yeah. That's how you deal with the Shadow Demon Doom combo. Throw Pugna in there, because why not? He looks spooky.
So I guess he got out, and they're trying to lock him back up.
Yeah.
Well, time for Terrorblade to have a drink, too. Well, he can.
They're coming for his ass.
I mean, it does feel like you're tempting fate here. Giving Bet Boom, Doom, and Pugna.
I mean, I'm ready to call it right now. Personally.
A last pick Jug in a pretty free Jug game? I don't know. This game looks tough, man.
Did you think the Brewmaster was a good pick?
It does some things for him. Like, this hero is very good versus Pugna in the fights because you can constantly toss them, mess with them. They have Global as well. So they did pick a lot of Pugna answers here. Moonlight Shadow, Mirana also pretty good at dealing with him. Brew is this innate gap close hero that can deal with backline supports. I like that aspect of it.
But if you need to draft 3 different heroes to deal with him, shouldn't you just ban him?
Well, not always, right? Maybe you can gain an advantage through that. You can abuse weaknesses of the hero. I mean, I think Talon have answered the Pugna. I just think this last pick Jug is pretty nasty, and it's going to prove problematic. If the Healing Ward stays up during Brew ult, during meta, I don't know if you have the damage to cut through it, but this lane is already looking way better.
Yeah, they might be able to get first blood. Pure trapped in a corner. They managed to bring him down. Okay, Talon, much better start.
Terrorblade gets some revenge.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're not losing the lane to this Pugna, that's another big factor. Like, you have ways to deal with him in the fight, but you cannot give him that fast of a start where he just gets level 6 on Arcane Boots for free. Especially when GPK is, I mean, this man warmed up or what? He is owning lanes now.
15-2, Makoto. We really need Makoto to, like, step up against GPK, not just to shut him down, but for his own game and for Talon's game. They're so reliant on him, and he has done an amazing job for most of DreamLeague. It's why they're in Group Stage 2 in the first place, why they got some early wins in Group Stage win, was off of his performance. But in order to beat the best, he's going to have to do some heavy lifting.
Sometimes feels like they're a little too reliant on him.
I agree.
Like, if he doesn't win the lane, the game's just incredibly slow.
Yep.
I think that is something Talon are going to have to look at as they go forward. Maybe you just play through jabs a bit more. I feel like sometimes they kind of leave him on an island, or they don't put him on a hero that they can aggressively play through or use the enemy carry. He's just there. And I think this guy can provide a lot more for Talon if they put him in a position where that's possible. But he also is doing a lot in terms of the shot calling, the team fight utility, and all of that. So, like, you got to balance it out somewhere, too.
I mean, this is a game they need to play through him, right? The Brewmaster Ultimate, so you could get the Tornado into Arrow. Like, he's your big team fighter.
Yeah, you can get that Ags online. There's some combo potential. Mirana and Brew's probably the best one. So they have that going for him, too. And if you can just set it up on the supports on Bet Boom and Global to follow up, you're going to be really happy.
Instant TP out, Jabs will be fine, and he has a healing salve, so he is doubly fine. He'll come back to lane with decently healthy.
He's playing around with the Drunken Brawler here. Toggle it, you can buff it up. It's going to be some interesting interactions this game if you can get the super high armor or magic resist up. You can get the super high evasion up versus the Juggernaut.
Okay.
You actually just don't do anything in the Omni Slash. The status resist, I think, works when you get doomed. So, in theory, I think it's a very short doom on this hero.
It's an interesting idea. Save. He's going to be run down next. Fairy Fire does what he can to stay alive and do a bit more damage to 23, who may end up dying for this one. Scorched Earth runs out, though. 23.
The Mana Burn.
Oh, Mana Burn wasn't quite enough damage.
Yeah, Pure giving that high five, but maybe a little too soon.
Still, though, it does mean the Pugna's going to come back. Hopefully, they have some regen coming in.
This lane has not gone nearly as well for BetBoom as it did game 1, though, which is a good sign for Talon, as, again, you cannot give the save Pugna a dream start every time, especially with Doom on the lane. That's the other problem. Like, if Pugna won that lane, then Doom is just getting a fast Midas. You're double in trouble.
Yep.
So 23 having a game of Dota here, 2-0. He did not have one last time. He will have one here. Things already looking better. Jabs will get out of that spin.
Yep, that extra movement speed from the Storm, whatever it's called, gets him out of there.
What?
Yeah, the Drunken Brawler form.
Yeah, it's literally called Storm Brawler.
Dire's top tower
Well, I didn't remember it was called Drunken Brawler.
You even play this game, man.
I don't play Brewmaster. I'll own up to that one.
That is depressing. Why would you just... Brewmaster's one of the best heroes in Dota 2. Fun as hell, stylish as hell, drunk as hell. What more can you want?
I mean, I play him. I don't play him very well.
Describes me as a person. And Pure is getting...
Maybe the drunk part.
Low down here. They split targets. They're going to regret this.
Well, they'll still get the kill on Pure, and 23's in a position to get the CS, so...
Double bounty.
Jabs. He doesn't have a TP this time around, so he's got a lot of stacks up on him. I think he's dead this time.
Yeah, that Storm Brawler will not save him here. Despite attempts, that was a Vanguard being delivered. He's having a rough lane stage, but it's not the worst I've seen for Panda. I don't think Panda ever really wins his lane. Unless your opponents are just AFK.
It's not a Panda.
He's a Panda cat.
That's Dota 1.
Well, it's all based on Dota 1 lore, so that's still valid.
Oh, don't let Blizzard hear that.
I don't work for Blizzard or Valve, so I don't care. I'm going to call him Skeleton King if I want to, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay. Uh-oh! Q? Does he see this coming? He does not. Oh, no. Wisdom runes getting stolen.
Actually, they probably can do something about it, and I retract my statement. I thought about that for a little, and I do not want to be sued.
Really stuck on you, huh?
Yeah, I'm Wraith King, yes.
Wraith King.
He is Wraith King.
Great hero.
I don't know what I said earlier. That was the drunken brawler getting to me.
The unknown race of Brewmaster. No idea what he is.
Definitely not a panda.
Definitely not a panda.
Non-panda suit.
Uh-huh.
I think the key to this hero is you actually have to abuse the brawlers. I think there's a lot of Brewmaster players that do not do it nearly enough.
Yeah.
This is his most broken spell. It's about when you multiply it up and get the insane bonuses and how you abuse those in the fight. I mean, of course, good ulti micro is a necessity, but if you don't have good ulti micro and you're playing Brewmaster, you already went wrong.
Yeah. That's why I'm not a good Brew player. GBK is a tanky hero, not so easy to bring down. And they do have to give up on this one. Q should be able to leap his way to safety here.
Just a battle for the rune.
Turn around, arrow, save going in real deep.
Yeah,
Starstorm, still not enough. I don't think that last word will do it either.
I think he is. Oh, the disruption. Is it enough?
Curse.
Oh my god, it was 2 HP. Toronto, Tokyo, bails, save out. Save does not look too happy about that, but I guess he never looks happy.
No. I feel like I've only seen Save look happy when, like, the enemy makes a mistake.
He does enjoy those.
Yeah.
Talon just going to run it back. Try and play off the Ember tempo here that there's not a lot of lockdown for.
Makoto does a great job of being super aggro when he's in a position to do so. I was going to say ahead. He's not ahead per se, but he does have a relatively free game.
You could say ahead. He's definitely ahead here.
300 gold, I guess. Was almost not ahead by dying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting. Maybe a misclick on the minimap?
Had to be a misclick.
Very unfortunate for him. I think he was fine there. And I think he was going to heal and come back on the Remnant, but he will throw that gold back to BetBoom's way just as we were praising him.
This is why we shouldn't have said he was ahead.
Yeah. Well, you said it, so.
You're the one who insisted.
That's
Brewmaster coming in through the side.
Does have ult. Good time to use it. Good place to use it.
He's been spotted. This is awkward.
Do you know Toronto Tokyo's back here?
It's a nice combination. Curse plus the brew.
Yeah, you want long-range spells to proc it. And then you don't have to commit it as deep yourself. Give him a little haze. A little hazy IPA there. Toronto Tokyo. And a lot of space for 23 this game compared to the last one. I mean, winning the lane definitely helps, but they're also just skirmishing, giving him some towers, some camps to farm. Makoto having a better laning phase also will do that for Talon, and suddenly we have a game of Dota, Cap.
We do indeed. I'm very excited about that. We actually get to see these two teams play Dota instead of whatever cat and mouse game they were playing in game one.
You're just gonna brute force this tower down with the catapult. I like this play. Free up some more space for your Terrorblade to use the map. Going to help you with the power rune control from Makoto, and it doesn't cost you too much here as BetBoom are not drastically out farming you like they were last time. The Midas is purchased for Pure, but not out yet. So his acceleration will start, but you're in a pretty happy position with where the Terrorblade is relative to the Juggernaut, which is a very important aspect of this game, because Juggernaut, I mean, he is king for a reason.
He's not a king.
No, he is an exiled Ronin from the Isle of Masks. I'm glad you asked, Cap. Time for some Juggernaut lore. Do you know...
What have I done?
Do you know who sliced his mask in half?
It was a trap.
And you fell right into it, my friend. You glorious fool. Do you know who sliced his mask in half? This is part of the Juggernaut Arcana. I didn't know this.
I remember the Arcana. I don't play Juggernaut, so I didn't give a shit.
Well, it was part of... Well, I'm glad you want to know, because you're going to find out anyway. It was part of the Great Sundering. And this is when Sven cleaved Juggernaut's mask in half, almost in half here, and released the souls from within, including the dragon that swirls around him. That's why that dragon swirls around him, by the way.
Shit.
And Juggernaut increased in power exponentially since those souls were released and imbibed themselves in him.
Wait.
And now he is grateful to Sven for cleaving his mask and releasing that power.
So they went out of the mask and into him?
Yeah, they're like part of him now. And
do the souls just want to be trapped?
I'm not a soul expert, man. The point is, Sven ended up doing him a favor.
Like they were finally free, and then they just go back.
You are
into
ruining this segment
prison?
for everybody. Isn't that some great lore?
Great lore. Thank you. Yes.
So that'd be the lesson of the day. That's a good life lesson.
Okay.
Sometimes when you think you're hurting your worst enemy, you only make him stronger.
Oh.
So that's why you shouldn't.
I thought it was going to be some Batman, like when we get knocked down.
No.
Get back up.
Toss into the Doom, but there is no Doom because you got Global. And now Jabs.
Arrow.
He's going to split on you and hope to turn it around. What is this purple micro? Little lackluster at the start, but he gets a tornado, drags him back. Not a lot of damage off this, honestly.
No, not that much.
Decent utility, and it's going to buy time for Talon to get back in here as Makoto cleaned up stage.
Now they use the Doom. Pure puts the use onto the Ember Spirits, but that'll just keep Ember Spirit out of the fight, not actually kill him, and not actually save his own skin.
That is something that Talon are going to continue to have to play around here. That global was on point.
That was. Got a lot of practice in game one, I guess.
And that's something that can bail Jabs out. Like, this Brewmaster becomes a very tanky frontliner. When you have Global to back him up and maybe buy him just those seconds he needs to get an ulti off, that is something you can bait BetBoom in with every time. And you're dealing with this tiny blink timing, so another pretty good engagement for Talon. They're going to continue to split the map with the Ember and the Terrorblade. They really would like to get some punish on Nightfall, but I don't know how you do it, really. You just don't have the heroes for it. So you're just going to have to gear up to deal with this Juggernaut in that mid-late game.
Yeah, who builds BKB piercing? Like, nobody can build Basher on this team.
No, they don't really have anything for them at all. None of their spells are too effective. Their itemization isn't great. You maybe get some Lotuses. That's about it.
Got him after the slight. The arrow lands onto the puck. Now looks like he's going to take out. Star Storm helps finish him off.
Save is having a very rough game on this Pugna compared to his usual. 4 deaths already. This is what you want to have happen. Slow down the Pugna's early momentum, keep him in a spot where he can't get those defensive utility items online, Because this hero really wants Aether Lens, right? He wants Aether Lens, but he also wants like Glimmer or Greaves, something like this.
Kodo just will not stop. Perched off the shield rune, the arrow is going to miss. GPK now saved by the disruption. That's going to step another slight, another remnant through him. And they do finish him off. The Chains is back up to be able to get the kill on Toronto Tokyo 2. So Talon continuing to play through Makoto after a much better laning phase, and it is working off beautifully.
Yeah, this is what they like to have happen. Bring the supports to Makoto, who's the biggest playmaker. Let the other two cores soak up the farm and scale for the late game with jabs on the auras and Terrorblade on the DPS. And it's working out great for him. Stealing a bunch of in from these heroes as well. A little extra value. And Cap, without average production, without clicking on Mirana.
Okay.
What do you think he is building this game?
I was thinking that you could use a fast scythe device.
I will give you $10,000 if you can guess which item Q is building this game.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's on now, huh?
Man.
Notice how confident I am.
I'm intentionally not looking at the screen, so if you want, you can click on Murano.
You will not get this item. You will not get this item. I don't know why he's building this item.
What? Scythe?
No.
No? Oh.
No. He is building Dagon, Cap. Would you like to tell us why he's
There's
building Dagon?
no way I would have guessed Dagon. Out of all of the like weird items.
Yeah, this is one of the weirdest I've seen. I don't see a Dagon purpose in this game.
Maybe he thinks it's the old Decrypify amplified magic damage.
Yeah, it does.
Right? So, but now it doesn't anymore.
I mean, it's still nice for bursting the Pugna. That's like the only thing I could think. Like, he just wants to get in there and remove save from the fight. Just zap, Starfall, you're gone.
Yeah.
But is that... I mean, I don't know about this one. This is some crazy itemization. Just go double brace or Dagon. I mean, Mirana is universal. You're getting some extra base damage out of this build.
Yeah, I mean, there was this the Void...
Bell lifesteal's irrelevant here. There's no illusion to kill. Very
Global Silence comes in afterwards, and the rest of the team is here, so they can protect this Brewmaster. It's going to be another Doom that fails to get the kill, and another time where Doom dies for trying to get a kill.
Man, Talon have done a really nice job counteracting these pure Doom plays this game. Just shut them down completely. And these are the two heroes I thought BetBoom were looking the best with. Talon have come prepared, and they've answered them, and it's mainly just been the team gameplay. Like, being around each other in the right time to counteract what Pure is trying to do. He's 0-4-0. Probably the worst Doom game we've seen from him in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Talon have come to play. They brought the Dagon. They brought the numbers. And they are happy to take those engagements, especially when they have the numbers advantage, which they pretty much had every time.
The Octarine is back up for the Doom, so we're going to continue to scale up on both the Juggernaut and the Doom, but we'll see whether or not they can actually beat these heroes in the late game. Arrow comes through.
Oh, zap him. Zap him.
Get away. The Dagon's coming.
Oh. That looked pretty good.
Okay. There was remember we had all these mid Void Spirits, and we weren't sure what the build was, and some of them did go Dagon. Right, that was another one of those universal heroes going Dagon sort of deals.
I do think they benefited from the right click a lot more, and they benefited from the spell lifesteal a lot more.
Okay. But
look, don't try and justify it.
Pew pew.
Q just wanted to buy Dagon this game. It will help them burst the Pugna, which is a big part of this game.
Sure.
So I think that value is great.
Burst heroes before disruption, burst heroes before Pugna saves. Is he actually going to max out the Dagon, though?
That's the question I was just about to ask.
I feel like,
I feel like you got to at this point.
If you don't need specific early utility items, I think a Scythe would be really sick.
Nah, Scythe's too expensive, man.
Well, Dagon 5 is too expensive.
Yeah, but you
it's the most expensive item in the game.
You can justify it because it's the little pieces, you know. Jabs also went back for Midas, so he just wants to keep his farm up in this game. I like the Midas on Brew a lot, actually. Not as a first item, but I think in these games where you know it's going to get slowed down a little and it'll pay off, I think it is a nice item to have on this hero for the XP alone. This hero really needs the extra levels to get to his later ult points. The attack speed is not bad in the late game if you can keep scaling. Zero does end up right-clicking a decent amount sometimes, and just being able to keep up with farm when this hero is a pretty slow farm taker on the map and doesn't want to take a lot of the neutral camp sometimes, feels pretty good. So I actually like the itemization from Jabs, and he's still going to have some decent aura timings here. Looking for the pipe to buff up his Terrorblade.
Do you think he ever builds an Axe?
That's what I was debating, but at this point, no. I think if you're going to go the Ags, you just go like the Urn Ags or something. And you play for the Mirana setup arrow, but they haven't really needed it. I think they feel as if the fight is gonna go into them, right? Like, they're gonna be pushing Bet Boom here with the Terrorblade's timings, potentially with Roshan's, and they're gonna force Bet Boom into you, so you don't need to run around the map and set up these arrow kills. You just want to itemize for the 5-on-5. Even here, they're gonna poke high ground, force Bet Boom back. Well, this is an early high ground poke, right? 20 minutes, you're just meting the tier 3. Arrow lands, actually.
Nice arrow. GPK gonna be slowed down. Decrepify's gonna wear out eventually, and Terrorblade starts putting the damage back in. GPK dies, no buyback either to hold this.
That was a sick arrow. God damn, that's why you don't need Ags on Brew, I guess.
I guess not. Yeah, Q threw a lot of arrows around this game, but finally lands a big one. Tornado comes down, doesn't hit the arrow.
Yeah, remember the Storm can also dispel the Decrep, so even if you don't get the Pugna lift, another tool here. This hero just destroys everything about Pugna in these fights. It's a really nice pick here for Talon, working out well. They really targeted that opening from Bet Boom, get some value. Can you burst Mikoto? You can.
Omni/Doom will get that kill. Disruption, he still has Thunder though, and the spin's gonna run out from Nightfall, so he has to back away. Keep his distance. Meta wears out, but it's not like Talon was gonna stick around anyway.
And the upgraded Dagon flying in. Woo. Level 2.
Yo, kill that courier.
Yo, you gotta turn on save here. I would turn on
arrow.
Save. That's a chat play. You gotta send a message. Oh, Q, my man. Oh, Pure trapped himself.
Yep.
Didn't know you could trap yourself there.
I did.
You would know that.
Yeah. It's because I got stuck there before.
Well, that's a solid push by Talon. They got melee racks out of that at 20 minutes without an Aegis. And you lose an Ember, but that is a worthwhile trade. You'll get some map pressure for the rest of the game.
I mean, this is a much better idea than, like, we were talking about how there is no counter to the Juggernaut spin TP. Well, if you can't hunt him down around the map to stop his farm, just go end it.
There's one idea. Still have Roche you can gobble up here to maybe commit for another push as well.
Yeah,
that's the nice part. You got that for free.
And if they're fast enough, they could do it before the butterfly timing on Juggernaut, which is, I think, where you can start fighting the Terrorblade a lot better.
I think that's part of the reason they're trying to accelerate this game. They don't want to end up in a situation where it's just some late-game Juggernaut Terrorblade battle, which we know is heavily favored for the Jug. Like, you're just not winning that fight. So you got to create some space for you, give yourself more time to win this game, which means the earlier you start these pushes, start getting some objectives down in those Roshans, the happier you're going to be. Maybe another reason Jabs went back for this Midas. Feels like if they do get stalled out, like they're probably not going to win the game off these pushes. They're going to have to do it in the fight, so you do not want to fall too far behind here, and you want to continue to scale with the utility. You can buy some nice utility this game. You can buff up your Terrorblade, help them win that Juggernaut man fight. I can see a world where it goes your way, especially if you're dealing with the Pugna through the Storm Panda and the Global. And the Dagon.
And the Dagon.
I like that Q upgraded it here. And if you're going to go Dagon, you may as well go Dagon 5, you know?
Sure.
I respect that.
Smoke up Aegis. I do kind of wonder if the Terrorblade should be taking the Aegis, considering the targeting of Bet Boom last
Well, he's
fight.
the siege. He's the siege mechanism, so
yeah, I guess so.
You don't want to let him just get doomed and all in. I think Mikoto, in theory, can play to not get doomed. Even if he does, he might not die. You can global pipe disengage.
God, if you only had a disable. Oh, that's sad. You invis walk up almost melee range of the Juggernaut, but you can't do anything about it. They do get the shard for Toronto Tokyo, so I'm pretty sure they're happy about that. Now they have Demonic Cleanse.
A very good shard this game.
Yeah,
especially if you can precast it before the global.
Yeah, precast it before the global, stops the tornado. A lot of good things about that.
It's very difficult to do, but you never know. Sometimes if you start the fight on your terms, you're happy about it.
Man,
level
Juggernaut is well on his way to level 18 and soon to be that level 20 talent that the panel
probably
was
the
talking about.
Power of Ancients, I would assume.
Yeah. But the butterfly, it's still not here, and 23 might just go for the high ground after this tier 2.
I think you do. I don't think you want to back off during this Aegis timing if you're Talon. You need to get as much out of it as you can. Pipe and Vessel finish for jabs. Hits another power point of his own. I believe another Dagon upgrade's coming in. It is, so that's Dagon 3. Heating up.
Got to be careful of the toss back, though. There it is. Toss back into the Juggernaut. Global Silence stops any attempt at an Omni Slash here. He still has the Aegis after all. It looks like the arrow landed on a Nightfall. Nightfall almost died.
Oh my God.
Barely got the heal off. Great Sunder. GPK is going to be turned around on. He does still have a buyback here, and the backline's Pure giving up his life to try and kill Makoto.
He's going to live.
Makoto, the Doom is going to wear out, and he's fine. Big win. Now Nightfall using his Omni Slash is in big time trouble. The Scotty's going to slow him down a lot here. I don't think he's going to be able to make it back. Let's see. He does actually manage to, thanks to the Crep fight during spin, so he's pretty much invulnerable. But they still get on top. The arrow comes through again. A great Dagon to cut him down.
Get zapped, son. That's a message for you from Southeast Asia Direct.
International delivery, Talon pushing down the barracks like they're PSG LGD, man. That's what I like about this. I feel like they took a little bit from some of the other teams.
I mean, this is a very fast pace from Talon based on what we've seen from their average, right?
Yeah.
And they needed it because this is not, again, another game you don't want to just end up going super late with Bet Boom out farming you. That's a second melee racks here off a really good timing push. The gold is still staying pretty even, but these fights feel very one-sided. They still haven't found a Doom kill in these fights outside of that bottom one.
Oh, yeah.
Whole game. Pure's impact has been nullified a lot. They don't really have an answer for jabs in these fights in terms of the utility he's providing. The supports can't stand up too far, and the arrows, man. Those arrows are a dream.
Yeah, they've hit some real clutch ones, and he's got a, what's that, Dagon 4 now?
Oh, he's got a Dagon 4, baby. That zap is coming.
One more prong to go.
That must feel so good to just walk in there and zap Nightfall down.
Yep. After you've hit him with like a 5-second arrow.
That probably also feels pretty good, yeah.
Look at how Nightfall's like desperate to try and get out there and find some farm, but is pushed back to the fountain by Talon, who still have the Aegis to operate with. I do kind of wonder if they want to go high ground again.
They just finished the Lincolns on 23. And Makoto's is close. Does have an Arcane Root as well. So they're starting to deal with this Doom and some of the Shadow Demon ult as well. Single target initiation's not as clear cut for Bet Boom anymore. Really have to take the long fight, I think. Protect the Juggernaut, play around him, protect the supports. The ward will kill some of these terrible illusions. That is nice for the fight. Stave can clear him out.
Unfortunately, he's already used it once, so 23 is probably just going to keep his distance.
Another arrow lands again.
The initiation already coming out, though. GPK avalanching, trying to slow down Talon here. 13 seconds till the Aegis is gone. And it looks like Talon will give space to Bet Boom.
Don't want to risk ending up in a situation where somebody gets tossed back and your Aegis expires and the meta's running out.
Yeah.
Probably a wise call here. You want to get next Roshan and end the game with that. Getting one more lane of racks here doesn't change much, honestly, of what's happening. You're still trying to close them into a situation where they take that fight and lose the fight at their base. That's what's going to win you the game, not the buildings. Because Nightfall is still finding farm, still building that Juggernaut thread. It is looming. Second Lincoln's done for Makoto. So now Pure is really going to have to think about these Doom initiations, who he's going on. This Ags for him is going to be a very far way away. I honestly think you might want to just Doom the Brew, but that doesn't feel great either. You're leaving the two highest damage sources up. There's a chance that he gets Pipe. Well, I think there's a chance he survives, which is innate magic resistance. Cloak of Flames too.
Yeah, he does have a lot.
That's the problem. You have two sources of disengage here for Talon between the supports. You have Global and you have Mirana ulti. Either of those could cause Pure problems on an initiation on target because he's not carrying dust.
Dire's
Guy just might walk it off. Might not even see him.
And soon you're gonna have an Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster, so you're gonna have to pop BKB right away. Otherwise, he might have some Storm Panda out and just tornado you.
Yeah, that's just easy pickings for Talon at that point. Like you show a core, you lift them up, you arrow him in. BetBoom have to respond. You can let the guy get arrowed and just disruption to Decrep save him. Dagon 5 completed. We've gotten there. Someone's about to feel the burn.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks.
God damn.
Makoto will deal with the other lanes here.
Dude, Dagon 5 has one of like the coolest sound effects in Dota that we rarely get to hear.
Yeah.
That boom.
I'm trying to think what noise the brooch makes. Don't see that item ever.
The what?
Brooch.
You just call it a brooch?
No, I said brooch.
Sure you did, bro. Sure you did. Invis up the high ground from Talon. They do not care.
Wow.
Yeah, these jabs does not care.
That is a fast move. The Doom still in the bottom lane. The arrow's going to come in, finish off save. The Brewlings have this handled.
Does that buy? Quick little Dagon on GPK.
They still have the range barracks up on bottom, so
Trying to
got the Lincoln pop, but he got get it. Now he's going to be global silence. Too many disjoints, too many responses. Talon denied the initiation from Pure. Stay trying to clear out some of these illusions. Pop up, in the air Q. Get the Dagon again. That finishes off Pure, and he is tanky enough to get out too.
And that Omni Slash did not do nearly enough. 23 still has a Thunder.
Save. He's going to die next. They are running out of buybacks now.
Running out of buildings. One more racks for Megas here. These timing pushes truly on point for Talon as they just get everything from BetBoom in 30 minutes. What a pace they played this game. They just pushed it, never looked back. And now the Ag Scepter start coming in. If you thought this game was hard enough against Megas, another arrow!
Oh, it's too easy. Just couldn't see it coming or what?
It's actually just too easy for Cuban. These aren't even setup arrows.
No, they're not. He's just freestyling it.
I mean, I guess that's why you buy Dagon 5. You land the arrow, you go in, the guy's gone.
I'm impressed, man. I'll be honest, I thought I was going to lose hope in Talon entirely. I was like, okay, I don't even think these guys are going to make playoffs. But man, this game 2 has been a breath of fresh air.
Storm Panda's going to start setting stuff up, making it even easier, as if Q needed it. But I agree. This is a much faster pace we're used to seeing from this team in a game where they needed it, and they executed it pretty damn well. BetBoom maybe just weren't ready for it. I don't think they were expecting to get pushed down this fast in this game.
No, I never expect that out of Talon.
And that was one of the ways to use that successful laning phase.
Man, great Manta, great global silence on the second attempt at the Doom. They even still had Lincolns, so...
Yeah, everything was on point there for Talon. They read that initiation really well. Even with Pure trying to surprise them with that mana burn to break the Lincolns here on 23. It's just a slow go. You have a lot of time to react here with your utility. And even if you doom 23 Savage there, he might just stand there and fight you back. Like at this point, that's not a guaranteed team fight win. That's just step one. Of course, BetBoom can play against Megas here. Can still try and get to that fabled 5 or 6 slotted jug. But it's starting to feel very breakable. Once you have that Storm Panda on the Ags, it just goes in. It's going to be a guaranteed setup here for Talon. You throw that arrow in. I don't think you have to even wait for the Roshan. You can, but you don't have to. Double damage on Makoto. Lincoln Sphere's up.
30 seconds, why not? Now he's going to go back for side device.
I also really liked how Talon focused on the Doom and the Pugna in this game.
Yeah.
I think it's the two heroes we talked about the most for good reason. They played that top lane a lot better, so the Pugna and the Doom did not snowball. That is important step number one. And then step number two is dealing with them in the fight. This Brew Pick gave him all the utility in the world. Jabs is just not allowing Save to do anything in these skirmishes. Just on top of him, solo killing him, ruining the Decreps, lifting him.
I've never heard that voice line before.
What?
The stop hitting yourself line?
That's a great Brewmaster line.
What?
Is that a Brewmaster or is that
Oh, that was
Terrorblade line?
terrible.
Oh, I thought it was Brewmaster.
What?
Yeah, it's the reflection.
Yeah.
I swear, I thought Brewmaster was something similar. Yeah, maybe I'm delusional.
I mean, how does Brewmaster make you hit yourself?
Well, he says something similar. I guarantee you, in all of his voice lines, there's something of like.
What was that? XD? What are we talking about? Misclick? Oh, he tipped Nightfall.
Dire are scanning.
He tipped Nightfall and then said misclick. Nightfall responded XD.
Maybe it was a misclick. Maybe it wasn't. We'll never know.
Storm Panda will go with scouting. But there
flank
is
from
Bet Boom flanking in from the side.
Yeah, deep
Moonlight
ops.
Shadow's going to be used. So they need a sentry. There it is. Ward sentry behind them.
I mean, they know no one's defending this throne right now. 23 runs into
23
him.
sniffed it out. And save. He'll be the first to die. Ooh, dagging right back at you.
You just said it twice more.
Avalanche after the disruption, go in for the top, but look at that, the Storm Panda stopping the Juggernaut from getting 80 damage during that pine. Easy Sunder going off for 23 Savage. Boom! He's gonna come in, but the Global Silence immediately going off. 23 actually does lose his Aegis though. Now the Swiss Slash bouncing around, full out Omni Slash onto Q attempted. Doesn't stick onto him though. Bounced over the creep wave. Arrow comes through, hits Pure. BK beat still. Meanwhile, the Tornado onto the Juggernaut while they go for the throne. They do have the Glyph though. That'll help him. Now the Doom actually did go out and he got him with the Swift Slash. He could keep up. He can maybe
Can't
bring him
keep
down.
up.
Oh, he's too slow.
And the throne is just gone. Yeah. You can chase all you want, but your buildings have been decimated at a very fast pace here for Talon. Bringing up the tempo, drinking some early morning coffee. Maybe that's what woke him up. Decided to play with some ferocity and get the job done. That's a very nice game for them. As much as they got stomped in game one, I feel like Bet Boom got stomped in this game too. They had 3 kills this game. 3 kills for Bet Boom in that entire 36-minute game. I mean,
when was the last time Bet Boom got shut out like that?
Yeah, that is a hard lockout. And the net worth was always close, but they just couldn't use it. I mean, nobody is dying here for Talon except Makoto like once or twice to the Doom. That's just it. One of those must have been the neutral creeps, I guess, because the kill does not show. And I like that Brewmaster pick. It worked out pretty nice.
It did.
Stalled up a lot of the backline utility here and made those pushes really easy.
Faith reinvigorated in Talon Esports as they turn this series around and get a Game 2 win.
We're going the distance. A Game 3 to decide Talon and Bet Boom. Who goes ahead, who wins the extra point in the group stage for DreamLeague Season 20. And we said during the draft that Talon this time around was focusing a little bit more on the laning stage, Effie, and they crushed it.
I feel like the second pick team has like such a strong advantage in this matchup because Bet Boom always depends on how well they do in lanes. Let me clear my throat.
It's fine. While
Okay,
you,
no,
yeah,
no, I'm
you're
fine,
good?
I'm fine.
All right.
It just feels like the next game is, for me, going to be decided by whichever team has second pick, honestly, based on how these 2 games went. But I think Talon played incredibly well this game. The Ember Spirit had a great lane. The Silencer covered every single attempt at an initiation or fight from Bet Boom, which turned out to be their boon because when Bet Boom went for these plays, the first one being top, when they wanted to run at heroes with Tiny and Doom, I think they wanted to Doom jabs on his Brewmaster, but then the Global came out right after that, and they were able to Brew Split, turn it, kill the Doom. The Tiny got nothing done with his Blink Dagger, and that kind of felt like the story of the game. All the while, TB was farming. He shut down his lane. He was able to rotate early on. We saw that they went for the bottom racks around minute 20 or something like that. So Talon were just so sharp and so clean. They didn't even try to push it really late and wait for Aegises. They just kept going.
Yep. Yeah, they didn't look shook at all, to be honest. I think we probably underestimated Talon. I think Bet Boom probably underestimated Talon. Because I thought, like, okay, even if Talon does get out of laning stage, we've seen Bet Boom have such an advantage out of lanes usually that it's like, oh, this is a really good mid game. This is a really good like late game team as well, which we were saying about Talon without them getting out of lanes with an advantage. Like Winter always says, like, Talon safe lane, this is usually the lane that is the weak point. This is usually the lane that can potentially feed and people can pressure. 23 in that game was huge. Like, he had an extremely good lane. I honestly think, like, even if Makoto's game wasn't going so well, which it was, 23 on the Terrorblade probably would have been enough to solo carry the game, because he was huge. He was a Giga Chad.
I love watching TB like right-clicking Doom when Doom is slowed in the early game. It just is like, oh my god, there's like nothing Doom can do when he's like 400 units away and just getting beat on, because it's so much physical damage. He lost that 1 extra armor, which matters a little bit, and just being slowed by Silencer on top of that just gets him behind, and then it's so much harder for him to find like clutch Dooms. I think the Brewmaster completely worked out. I loved his skill build as well. He went for a 1-4-1 build into a 1-4-4 build. That means that his passive is maxed out. It gives him about 7 armor and 20% magic resistance, and when he uses Cinderbrew, that triples. So that means he's so ready to tank Omni Slashes, ganks, things like that. He got Vanguard with it, so he's just like really tanky and says like, please use your spells on me, and if you don't doom me, I'm gonna split and you're gonna have wasted your spells. So it was a cool way to adapt to what the enemy team was doing.
But also, Q on the Mirana. He went for Boots, Double Bracer, Dagon. We theory-crafted Dagon, had these supports don't like to buy, but he didn't care. He was like, you want to disrupt our Terrorblade? I'll just Dagon the illusion. And he was landing those arrows. His most important arrow connection was at the top tier 3 siege, where they got the arrow on Juggernaut, and then Doom went in around the same time. Juggernaut had to disengage, whereas like Pure was chasing down, was it Brew, I believe, in the back lane? Well, he was chasing down somebody in the back.
He doomed
Ember.
somebody.
He doomed
yeah,
Ember.
He doomed the Ember, and like 10% HP. The Ember survived that.
Yeah, because he didn't have the Juggernaut to follow up with him because of these clutch arrow connections. So that was just really well played by Mirana as well.
And they got to play Mirana versus Jug in lane, which means that Jug is never going to kill you because you're just going to leap away. So it was kind of just the perfect pick, and it's not often you see Dagon 5 working out, but it was great that game. They were a little bit weak on burst damage, but it really solved all those problems, including the SD.
I think the burst against Pugna, like this draft did a very good job at dealing with the Pugna. Like what impresses me the most is that Talon basically just chose to play against probably BetBoom's 2 strongest heroes, which is
Doom Pugna.
The Pugna and the Doom. Yeah. And not only did they dumpster it in lane, like in game, they also had answers to it. I think Avery mentioned it during the cast. The Brew Dispel, like if you go to the mechanics section on the Dota wiki and you look at the list of like silences versus the list of stuns versus the list of dispels, I can guarantee you the dispel list is much shorter than all the other mechanics. Like there's actually not that many of them in Dota, and Brew Dispel is one of the best ones in the game. Kills creeps, it's a low cooldown, it's AoE.
Kills illusions.
It kills illusions. It does a million other different things as well when you use the split. So that was a really good call. Like just dispelling the Decrepify is enough to make the Pugna feel invalidated. He was getting thrown up as well, like he was getting Dagon. It just felt like an impossible Pugna game.
But also on lane, the supports in Shadow Demon Pugna, whichever one you decided to put with the Juggernaut, it's not enough to take advantage of Jug's kill threat. Like, if you have something like a Crystal Maiden with the Juggernaut versus a Brew, they can punish him on lane over and over again. But they didn't really have the disables required to exploit the Brew pick when it was weak. And then it just looked better and better as the game progressed. But I think the Tiny pick, like, watching this game, I know why people don't play Tiny anymore.
Yep.
It feels bad because, first of all, you picked it to destroy Ember in lane, and Ember didn't get destroyed. Makoto's way too comfortable in the hero. Maybe Tiny itself is just weaker. And then you get the Blink Dagger. You don't make anything happen with the Blink Dagger, so it's empty net worth. You end up chasing heroes around the map, but then you're getting globaled when you try to go in. So overall, it just crumbled.
Yeah, I would say
BetBoom.
Like the big things that I can remember that they changed with Tiny where he really fell off was cooldown reduction on both the Avalanche and the Toss. It was like one patch was the cooldown reduction on Avalanche, the next one was the Toss, the next one was Avalanche. And it just got to the point where, like, as a support, you felt like, man, I never have these abilities up. And that is also true for mid. Like, those early waves, getting, like, an extra couple of denies because you've tossed the Ember away from his range creep and then you get the deny, because you Avalanche the range creep and then you secure the CS with it and then you deny something. Like, that adds up. That means that Tiny gets his bottle a little bit later, which means that Ember gets the first water rune. And, like, these things matter in a matchup like that. So I like the theory behind it, but doesn't work out currently in Dota.
No, Snowball's a little bit out of control. And I think this game to Talon definitely outsmarted BetBoom in the draft and in game. Will they be able to do it again? That is the question we are going to get an answer to after a break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Poetic Pandas, welcome back. DreamLeague Season 20 and first series of the day goes the distance with a third game between Batboom and Talon. We got ourselves Jenkins and Effie on the couch, and I'm joined on the co-host chair by Pert. Hey Pert, how do you like the seat of the co-host?
It's great, Cheever.
Do you feel like a co-host? Does the chair make you feel like a co-host?
The chair does, yes.
It does.
But
1 second, Purge. Could we get a happy birthday from the band and a zoom in on Purge?
How did you know?
Everybody.
Oh my god.
Congratulations to Purge for the big 4-0.
How did you know?
It's the big 40th birthday.
Oh my god. Well,
he's
he's slightly wrong. It's in my birthday. I turned 40 in about 4 years and 1 month.
Everybody,
but
happy birthday to Purge.
Very close. Very
happy
close.
Birthday to Purge.
Thank you.
We just forgot to buy the cake, is all.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I got cake for you.
Let's see it.
Show.
Stand up.
I'm going to get us banned.
That's not who that
Don't twerk.
Can we get a cake type song? I'm not going to twerk.
Do it.
I'm not doing that.
You can do it.
I can't twerk.
You can do it.
I can't do it.
What we can do is put the draft up for
Pop
game number
your
3
booty.
because it did begin,
Can't.
Purge. We saw, of course, Talon win game number 2 from the Dire side. This is the first time our sides are swapped. We have an Enchantress band. What would you like to see Talon do that they did really well in the previous game? Because obviously Bedboom is the only undefeated team left.
Yeah, I mean, the silencer looked a little spooky halfway through the draft, but it definitely paid off. I mean, most important thing is execution. It feels like they got to win that safe lane, shut down Pure a little bit, and let their draft flourish like it did last game.
Well, it's not Bedboom's draft is not going to flourish with the Disruptor and Enchantress. They're running out of supports.
That's true. That means that there's a very likely Pugna response here, but Talon will be able to get the final word in the first phase, possibly the last word in the first phase.
And in the last
silencer that he's referring to.
Batboom is second pick. Second pick is going to win this game, I feel like. Just based on how the first couple of games went, they felt way too draft heavy, or lane heavy rather. And the benefit of second pick is that instead of counter picking 1 lane, you can counter pick 2.
And
also that GPK Tiny experiment was not good.
And Effie, it's usually the side lanes that are getting countered because people are friggin' first phasing mids.
All right,
these days.
Talon's not so much an Undying team typically. They kind of pick their like Shadow Demons, their Rubik type stuff, but they're going to instead go into Ember. Interesting, very interesting. Good against a possible Storm pick.
Yeah, because if they go Pugna Storm here on Bedboom, they can just close with another silencer. And they have their Ember from Mikoto, and he kind of showed that he can play into these counter picks that GPK plays. And if he doesn't go for the counter pick, he's just going to play the typical GPK heroes. Yesterday we talked to Quinn in an interview, and he said that if you're opening with a Ember, you're calling the enemy team's bluff. But you're saying that you're not going to pick a severe lane counter, you're just going to stay with your standard heroes. And we own at this hero. So this happened to Talon yesterday.
They're going to Necro.
It's going to happen to them today.
I think this is a first phase Necro, and it's going to go terrible.
Let's see. Their answer is
Never mind.
Bluff?
Never mind.
The bluff was called. Or wait, no, it wasn't.
Kind of was.
Well, they called their bluff that they wouldn't counterpick them.
Yeah. I mean, they called their bluff that they would go for a specific counter to Ember Spirit, which they indeed did not. Techies and Doom, we've seen Bedboom play it an awful lot of times. Normally Doom gets banned though, not gonna lie, or at least should be banned, because it is a very, very, very strong hero for Bedboom, but of course they did lose with it just now.
How wild would a Morphling pick be right here?
I was going to say, I love game 3s. Okay,
Oh
amazing.
my god, they did it.
Great. because you have, like, this would be so stupid to predict a Morphling game 1, but because of how the drafts have progressed, if they want to get it, they have to get it here, which means they're opening Ember Morph 2 cores.
But
insane.
You can open 2 cores if, like, you usually open 1 core if we see the offlaner, right? And then you counterpick it with the carry. And then Morphling does fine versus Doom on lane. He out CS's him. But we talked about calling bluff on the Ember. And Talon are basically saying, we're going to pick our Ember. I dare you to counterpick it because this is not within the hero pool that enables your drafts. So actually, instead of getting counterpicked on 2 lanes now, Talon have kind of secured 2 lanes for themselves.
Yeah, and BetBoom just say, well, we don't care. We got our techies. We got our Doom. This is our favorite hero. I'm surprised they didn't get the Pugna. I could also see the Pugna Doom. But maybe techies is better at securing lanes, or maybe they think it's better against the counters that Talon had to the Pugna, which we saw was the Silencer.
On the other side, the Anti-Mage was the hero that was used to defeat the Morphling carry last night in the later series. So valid ban there by Talon.
And BetBoom respect the Mirana Ember combo from last game, and they don't give it away again.
10 seconds remaining.
It was good. Made those mid-game teamfight poking moments so much stronger.
Because I can see BetBoom trying to run a Faceless Void here versus a Morphling, especially if they can get away with it an overall second. The Necro gets taken out to protect the Ember Spirit.
I do think with the Mirana being taken out, it looked like Talon enjoyed having the combo last game. And it really made the early game feel clean. It made it feel easy. I could see Skywrath Mage, maybe something like, I guess Snap is all right for Q. Is Batrider banned? Oh shit, Batrider's still in the pool.
Still in the pool.
That's shocking.
Spear Breaker also still in the pool. Of course, a hero for both Q and Toronto Tokyo.
It's not that great against Ember. He can slight chains. It's not that great against Morph because he can steal the Spear Breaker.
I don't like it either. I mean, BetBoom have a lot of options to go here, but if they go for something like a Lich, they really could be setting up for their Faceless Void versus a Morphling. If they don't go for the Lich, then I doubt that they're looking at that Faceless Void anymore.
BetBoom snags the Silencer. Very good against both of these heroes. Global, and Morph can't get his Morph off, and it's also one of the best answers to all of the spirits. It does mean there's a little bit of a lack of stun on the BetBoom side, at least in the early game, which will probably be rectified by some sort of spirit-type hero mid.
Yeah, I think if you're BetBoom, you just take your GPK hero now on this phase before they can ban out even more heroes to protect the Ember.
Oh god, is it the Tiny again?
You know,
I really hope not.
In some ways, like, the Ember Morph is cool because, like, they're not going to pick Earthshaker against a Morphling to counter the Embers. That's already one gone.
Yeah.
So otherwise, you'd get to turn into an Earthshaker and destroy the game. Okay.
Spear Breaker Dark's here.
Protect against TB, I guess. Strong dual lane. Some nice frontliners. Iron Shell plus Ember's really good, too.
You can also surge away the Doom target, but the counterpoint is that Doom has always been the counter to Darkseer. Once there's a Darkseer in the game, he becomes the priority Doom target. But maybe that's what Talon are going for. If they have to Doom the Darkseer, then they can't Doom the Morphling or the Ember. Like, these are 3 really high-value Doom targets, and BetBoom kind of have to pick one. So I like these approaches where you make the team fight difficult to take for the opposing team.
Yeah.
Because Doom typically has a simple game plan, right? You doom the most important target and you try to win the fight. But if Talon make it so that the fights are going to be chaotic, all 3 cores get really strong, then BetBoom have to pick even more team fight than just the Doom. They need more heroes that can play into these heroes, right? Like, the Faceless Void could be on the table again.
The other cool thing about Darkseer is that you commonly build Greaves too, so if you get Global Silence, you can Grieve yourself and do like a Vac Wall to counter-initiate and interrupt that like 3 to 5 seconds of teamfight advantage for BetBoom. Things look good. And they've got great dive against Silencer. That's the weakness of opening it there for BetBoom without it like necessarily countering anybody straightforward. Now they have this like diving dual lane that's just going to run them down, I feel like. Like there's a good chance that Toronto Tokyo just dies a lot in the laning stage.
I could see the Bloodseeker coming out here for BetBoom. Good against Darkseer, Spirit Breaker in lane, although you could feed if you get behind. Good against Morph, who's going to be low HP, so you're going to get that thirst speed. Bad against Ember, I will say.
I think with Bloodseeker, you lose your late game security. So again, you're just saying we're going to win the lanes and beat you off of that alone. But how confident are they in that after that last game is the question here. And Storm Spirit still, okay, the Void comes out. I think what made the Void look really good here was just the many responses that they had to this Doom. So then all of a sudden you need another core that can kind of be that high priority teamfight ulti. Like, okay, you handle the Darkseer, I will handle the Morphling.
Yeah.
And that's the idea that I had with the Void in the first place, but typically when you pick Void, you want to pair it with something like a Lich or a Skywrath Mage, just so you can ensure that the first few chronos go well enough that your carry can jungle with feeling like they've done their job, you know, you've used your ulti. But I still think you can correct this from the mid lane. You could maybe go for something like a Lina mid versus the Ember versus the Morphling, and with the Faceless Void. That's your damage chrono.
I like the idea of the Lina a lot. It's like Lina or Death Prophet, like one of these classic Void +1 ranged hero that does like a shitload of damage into the chrono.
Or even mid snap, dude. Has GPK played that?
Dude, I'm actually feeling... I really think it's got to be Lina or Death Prophet.
Yeah.
These heroes are not like so good, but I feel like they're both on the like up and coming train, and they both dumpster the Ember mid.
And they don't have very good tower hitters either, so Death Prophet kind of fills a lot of those.
Oh, they ban. Are they going to ban just Lina Death Prophet? Is that what the bans will be?
On the other side, what would you like to see? Well, most likely Ollie play.
I think the Rubik ban was perfect. He's had an incredible Rubik so far, and there's so many good spells to steal. He would have been really effective on that, for sure. It would have made a weaker safe lane. That's the only downside, but...
5 seconds remaining.
I mean,
There's Lich, right?
Lich would be good. Like I think protecting into Chrono is good, and then it's
Forces nullifiers too.
Yeah, forces nullifiers. Like the Lich armor plus the Iron Shell plus the Surge on an Ember sounds quite strong. That sounds very strong.
You buff up like one target. You have one really strong hero that goes in, like the Spirit Breaker or the Ember, and you don't have any dispels on the side of that thing.
Yeah.
So that sounds cool.
Cool.
I don't mind the Lich at all.
They ban a backline jump.
There could also be the typical Vengeful Spirit counter into the Faceless Void.
Oh god, not that hero. Oh no.
I mean, that does exist.
And then you get globaled.
So the Lina is still in the pool because they ran out the Storm?
I don't know if I like it that much against Silencer. Feels kind of hard. You get like cursed and you're like, oh god. I was going to cast 6 spells this fight, but now I'm kind of like...
Wait, who?
If they play
Lich.
Lina.
Lina's for Bet Boom.
Lina
Oh, yeah,
my
Lina for
bad.
Bad Boom and the Lich for...
Pugna's still in the pool for Talon, right?
Actually,
Pugna hasn't been taken
yeah.
out. I think Pugna or Lich, maybe just heroes with defensive capabilities. Whoa! That is a Talon specialty. I will say, Ollie is famous for his Elder Titan. This is a hero he's been really comfortable with. LGD have made it look good, and it's going to amplify the damage that's going to come out from Ember Spirit in the early game in a really good way. I think it also is kind of a counterplay to Chrono, right? You can just stomp into the Chronosphere. You can shoot your ulti down, and you can get some of that area back. But it's not the best hero to secure your lane with, and we've been talking about how important that is in this matchup.
Although with the morph, maybe it is, because I feel like ET's very strong in like the level 1, 2, 3 period, and that's exactly when Morphling is just a pathetic sack of shit. And then with the Spirit going through the portal tech, I do believe that his early game is actually a lot stronger because of that, genuinely. I'm sure Ollie knows how to do that. What are they playing into? They're playing into Techi's
Last pick.
Techi's Doom. Pretty tough lane.
How do you guys feel about the Pango? I feel like Darkseer Surge inherently counters that hero. But I feel like this Pango is covered really well, right? Because he's got the Silencer on his team. So his initiations should go well. If you can global into Pango initiation, into Doom on the target you want, then Faceless Void comes in the very end, that sounds like a really easy way for Bet Boom to win fights.
And I feel like they don't have the best like gap close. Well, they've got good gap close, but they don't have great lockdowns. It's like Slight Chains is fantastic. Spirit Breaker charge at the right time can be great. But after those end, he's going to jump to safety, and there's not the best follow-up outside of maybe like SB ulti or something. So I feel like GPK should be able to get done what he wants this game. And there's all the heroes that are kind of frontliners are melee, so he should be able to like play with his food a bit.
Yeah, maybe have a little bit of a brawl here and there. We do like those type of games. We like even games. We hope that Game 3 will be an even game between the two teams. Who comes out ahead, we'll have to wait and see. We're heading over to SPG and Cap, but first, Poetic Pandas.
Talon versus Bet Boom. See whether or not Bet Boom is able to make the adjustments after Talon gave us quite a new hope, it seems, in play style. They managed to, damn.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you. They managed to put together a fast lineup for once, which Talon seemingly never do.
That lineup honestly wasn't even that fast. They just played it fast.
30 seconds to
Even better?
Yeah, that's what I think. Like, even
that's
more
better.
impressive. Because it's not like they had some like Lone Druid or Bristleback and they're just like, oh, obviously they're just going to run at you.
Sure.
I think it's one of those deceptive ones where when we look at it, you can see where the timing pushes come from, but I don't think anybody was expecting it in that game. I certainly wasn't.
I definitely wasn't. So, Bet Boom, we'll see how they adjust to that bit of aggression from Talon. What do you feel draft-wise? It seemed like the panel quite liked it. The adjustments they've made, the silencer pickup, Guardian the Pango. We've got still the same old classic of Doom techies.
This does feel like a game where if Bet Boom can play their usual style and get Nightfall to his items, that it seems pretty straightforward. Because I think Global plus the Doom plus the Chrono are pretty hard spells for Talon to deal with. Like, they're all really nice versus Darkseer. He just struggles against the constant purge, the time dilation. Chrono, there's no save here for Talon. There isn't a lot to displace the Doom going in like they had last time with the Panda and the Global and the Mirana ulti. So I feel like Bet Boom are in a better place here than they were last time. And it's kind of on Talon to make their mark. And, I mean, it's a double melee support Darkseer lineup. That is some good old caveman Dota at the core of it. Maybe a slower version with the Elder Titan Spirit Breaker scale, which is something that they can maybe rely on, but still going to want to run at Bet Boom a bit, especially their supports. If you can start getting some charge shell kills, some good stomps in the fight, clump them up. I mean, you do have vacuum combos here. Like, you can vacuum into the charge, you can vacuum into the Earth Splitter. There's some decent impact, and of course, Morphling can always steal Faceless Void and return a time dilation towards Bet Boom, which looks pretty damn good as well.
Yeah,
a lot of interesting interactions this game.
That's a really nice counter that Morphling has against Faceless Void and some of those longer drawn-out fights. What'd you make of their opener, by the way, for Talon? The fact that they would open with Ember, follow up pick of Morphling?
I feel like it's okay from first pick if you're confident enough in it, and I think they got away with it, honestly. Like, somehow they first picked Ember and he ended up in a Pango lane, which baffles me, but the Pango does have his uses at other factors in this game in terms of the Morphling matchup, getting in there with the spell immunity role that there's not a lot of answers for. So I understand why they wanted the Pango, but I do think it feels really bad to have ended up with a disadvantageous lane. You're giving Ember a free game here.
Yeah, Makoto is already
pick Ember.
It's already pushing it. He's 14-2, 15-2. This guy's way ahead in CS compared to everybody else.
So if I'm Talon, I feel like I got away with that opener.
Okay.
I got more than what I wanted out of it. And then you get some good, cool support picks later. You know, like the Breaker and the Elder Titan. You can see a lot more, be a lot more confident in what they're going to provide you. A little double stomp. This is still the level 2, though. This is where these trades are difficult. But Ollie's doing a pretty damn good job. This lane's also sometimes a rough Elder Titan lane because Morphling doesn't provide you a lot in the early waves. Q will TP out.
Guess knowing there's no bash.
Pretty quiet game kills-wise, but Talon are pulling ahead in all their lane matchups by a very small margin. Which bodes well for them going into that aggressive mid game you're looking for with the Darkseer and the charges.
One point I do notice about both the melee supports don't interact with techies particularly well. The Taser will dispel off your damage as Elder Titan. Same goes with Q, not really interacting with them. Melee heroes in general, just the mines. I feel like this could be a really successful game for him.
Those look a pretty solid techies game. Also, just Save has looked like a beast on this hero. In a lot of the tournament, I put this right behind his Pugna in terms of reliable impact you're going to get from the rolling on the hero.
Backing back in with the charge. That is enough for the kill. Great kill to get. They're going to trade off even as Toronto Tokyo. Okay. Are they going to trade off? Man, I really thought Jabs would have been able to run that one down, but Toronto Tokyo, he stays alive. Oh, Cliff. Little bit of Ion Shell damage. Lose sight of him, though. Jabs, he can pop the Ion Shell on himself now. Charge is coming out. He sees him.
This was an overextension.
Yeah, big overextension. Even cops a tower hit on his way in. Now the Spirit Breaker will probably get the kill, so he'll be able to avenge his own life here. Jabs walking back into it.
There was no Ogre stun.
He tried to go for the neutrals to deny himself instead, but...
I mean, the nice thing is the Glaze were up for Toronto Tokyo there, so he got in off both those kills.
Yeah, great.
Some good extra value. I don't think Nightfall's too sad about that exchange overall. Comes back, gets the big core kill, boosts his net worth back up to a very solid spot. Of course, he is rushing the Midas, so you probably expect to die once in this lane if you're doing this type of build. I think it's pretty hard not to at some point just get vacked after a leap.
Still was very close to being disaster.
Yeah, I mean, Q got a lot off this. He got the solo XP on, or he got the kill first. He got the kill on the return that was the solo XP on Toronto Tokyo after all that XP got pushed into him. So he got decent levels out of that exchange where he was suffering earlier, and now he's on a fast phase boots rush. I wouldn't be surprised to see him gank some other lanes, and he will instantly TV bottom and look for this.
Charge is going to bump into Pure too, so they might be able to go for the second kill with the Ion Shell on him. I think they got him. Pure surrounded by heroes. They did not expect this fast move from Talon. Once again, upsetting Bet Boom with just raw speed.
That's how you punish the Doom. Do not let him get these free Devour points. And the Spear Breaker, you can shell him, he can TP, he can charge. A lot of extra early damage you might not expect. Level 4 already for Q. Phase Boot's close. He's having a great game on the Breaker. Also a hero that I go back to, like, this hero was a first phase pick and then he just fell off out of nowhere. I still think he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, same.
And every game we see him, it seems like he has solid impact.
Playing for the Power Rune. Spirit Breaker drawing some attention here. Makoto gets up to the high ground just in time. GPK is going to have to go the long route around. Flame Guard is back up for Makoto. And he can use that to protect against a lot of the magic damage. The physical damage almost killed him, and he does actually tick out.
Damn.
Looks like the Flame Guard ran out, and the Curse finished him off.
And Toronto Tokyo got the int because he got the last hit.
Yeah.
Should have died to the Centaur. He was trying to help you out.
Is that so, huh?
Yeah,
Centaur came over. Bro, you're going to die to the silencer.
Yeah, you saw a friend in need. He lended a hand. Deep chase for 23. I'm surprised he went for that.
Precious bounty.
This is boots on no boots right here.
Get the dice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That feels good.
Radiant
Wisdom runes, though. This does not feel good. As both are going to go to Bet Boom.
Now.
Those are some big runes to miss out here for Talon who want their support levels to be able to play through the Darkseer. Just have to make him up off the kills now. Rare misstep, I think.
Yep.
Now it's going to shift more onus back towards Makoto to create some kills, create some openings, get his supports back in the game in terms of experience as Bet Boom pull ahead. And nobody is touching Nightfall anymore. He has had free reign on this lane, pushing towards the Midas after the treads. So it didn't go pure greed, but this will be a double Midas lineup for Bet Boom, as I think Pure always secures that for himself.
Charge in from behind. The Elder Titan is going to be a bit lagging here. So if they want this kill, they're going to have to dive for it. The Stomp does land.
It's too tanky with Vanguard.
Guess so. Man. The silencer will not leave Makoto alone. Blast off, is that gonna land? Oh, he had a spirit up. Caused him to take some more curse damage, but
that illusion rune was what he really wanted.
Yeah.
To deal with all these dots. No leap for 5. And that's
nice
enough.
kill. What a great bash.
Oh, that's some significant burst. I thought he was going to be able to get a leap off there. But I guess already level 3 shell up for Jabs.
And they managed to get him with the stomp. 23 is going to turn into the Doom. Hit him with the Centaur stun that he had. Gets hit back with the Centaur stun, but he still has waveform. Doesn't need it, though. Saves his mana for another day.
23 having another pretty decent start here versus the Pure Doom. Pure does not like what he sees, which is 23 getting ahead of him. This guy's eyes should be the richest core on the map. Instead, the Morphling is devouring creeps and pulling ahead here, and he's just going first item Lincolns. That is going to be a strong Lincolns in this game. There is not a lot that breaks it. Actually, basically nothing outside of like a last word or something, which is, I mean, good luck. Ward will see the gate goers. There's nothing they can do about it. What you have to be careful here of your talent is the windows for you to get aggressive are going to open up. You're going to have the levels on the supports. You're going to have the Ion Shell that's going to make you want to run at Bet Boom here. You do not want to just run into Chronosphere and give Nightfall really good turnarounds. We've seen him pop off on the Faceless Void in terms of even from a behind position, finding great Chronos. I go back to that 5-man Chrono he found against LGD.
Yeah. That was a sick one.
Like, if you clump in deep with the Darks here, this is where Nightfall can find that easy punish. Even if he doesn't have the damage, it'll slow down the fight. He'll get a great time dilation off, and his team can likely turn it around.
Yeah, get a good blast off afterwards.
So controlled aggression is the name of the game. This looks fairly
controlled. It's going to be used. Great blast off. GPK barely gets off the Rolling Thunder in time. Makoto's going to be slowed down to a crawl. He's going to survive, but so does GPK.
And he will secure a rune for his troubles. And Makoto, he is having trouble playing in Toronto, Tokyo here. Silencer is just not giving him any freedom in these fights.
Yeah, and they keep on making these moves of aggression around the power rune spawning too, so it's not even like he's able to get a power rune and then use that to go into one of the side lanes.
This man hasn't seen a power rune for days.
No.
Back towards top, Talon go. Deciding Nightfall has lingered up here long enough. His tower is still half HP. It's really nice for Bet Boom. They can potentially anchor this, get a good fight out here with Chrono. If Nightfall wants to stay around, they have TPs. He's gonna start chipping away.
Yeah, get on top of him, force the time walk, now get the charge in. He can pop the, okay, he had to use the Chronosphere there.
Not what he wanted out of that, but better than dying.
Sure.
And that'll secure the tower for 23, who went through the gate and will clean up that last hit, pushing him even farther ahead. This is going to be a really fast Lincoln Sphere. It's going to make him a beast, especially in these early fights where you don't have the items to help break that Lincoln's.
Yeah, if he turns into the Faceless Void, like time walks in, time dilations, and you have a Lincoln's to protect that, that seems really good to me. Charge onto Toronto, Tokyo. And Nightfall can't do anything to stop this. Honestly, he should, I'm not even sure if he should get close to this engagement. Look at this rotation. Spirit Breaker goes bottom with the Ion Shell to kind of clean up some of the creeps pushing in, get his level 6. Very efficient.
Bet Boom just relegated the city behind their tier 1 mid. Don't really have any openings. Trying to get this defusal up on GPK. That'll be time to go find the fights, but for now, they're just on the back foot. Don't have global for 1. Oh, he slept them, but he got the bottle refill.
Arcane Rune. Makoto finally knows what a power rune looks like.
And that's a good one. Very good one, but the defusal finishes for GPK and the smoke is instantly out. Gets scanned, however. So Talon once more reading Bet Boom like a bet book, one might say. And they should find nothing here.
Smoke breaks. He already morphed into strength. But can they still get this? This is a lot of heroes. Earth Splitter's going to come out. They're going to guard him. They do have the wall, plus the charge on through. A lot of damage. 23 waveforming away. And the Morph Strength looks to be good for now. Toronto Tokyo just commits, but he's not going to make it. Meanwhile, Makoto is demolishing the back line thanks to Q and Jab, setting it all up for him. Another strike, an instant bash, a vacuum in, and he's controlled up for too long. 4 dead, nothing lost. Talon reading him like a bet book indeed, Avery.
Dragon Nightfall back at the end of that as well. Remember, there was no Chrono for that fight because of his escape earlier. That's where the aggression pays off, because you surely get the morph kill here if you have that ult up. Instead, Talon gets to turn it around. 23 does a good job baiting this fight out on that high ground ward. That is why he gets morph off. The vision paying off here in strides, and then you just get to clean him up with the shells, the charges, the slights. That is where this quad melee lineup shines. Once your ults are gone, you're going to get run down like dogs.
Yep. And Bet Boom going to have to rethink how they want to take team fights from here on out. It's looking like they may have to just focus on Chronosphere fights, which isn't the best either because their lineup doesn't throw damage into the Chronosphere super well.
Now, Chrono's just like buying time for the other heroes to set their own spells up or maybe disjoint the fight a bit.
Yeah.
But it's not anything to write home about, and it's pretty much just dependent on Nightfall's damage in his farm, which is getting really slowed down when he joins these fights and dies in them and gets nothing. And this might be a solo kill.
It is indeed. He gets a bash for the last hit.
Didn't even have a shell. Q just showing up in these last 2 games, man. Yeah. And that is a player for Talon that we at least felt was like their driving force in a lot of the CDPC this year. Particularly the driving force at Lima when they got that top 3. And then his hero pool kind of disappeared with the patch. He's had to re-find it. If he gets back online, that's one of the aspects that makes Talon very scary, where he is just controlling the map, controlling the initiations, and determining where and when Talon are fighting. I think that's when they're at the best.
And that's probably why there's been so much pressure on Makoto lately, is we're going to watch with the Global Silence, then get the pick off on 23. So good kill, sneaky positioning there from Bet Boom.
That's a much incredibly pick off kill. Surprised they had the burst for that.
Man, these 2 supports are tanky. If they don't go down easy, they won't go down at all. They'll be the ones to take Toronto Tokyo down instead as the blood grenade slows him down. They'll kill him, kill his little ward too.
Trapped him in a corner. Very big pickup on the morph, especially when he already has that Lincoln's out. You're not going to find too many of those openings on 23 in this game. So you got to make them count. Chrono back up for Nightfall. But how easy is it to use aggressively? Like, can you just Chrono 23 and kill him here? Do you have the damage? Ooh, they were thinking about it.
I like the fact that after 23 got picked off like that, like Makoto and now Q creating, like, they're frontlining for him, seeing what's going on. The Doom used defensively here, but I think he's still dead.
It's going to be close. Need a bash.
Closing in on the tier 2s.
Bash.
The Ion Shell, the bash. Not needed, apparently. The Ion Shell will do the damage. Nice blast off, though. A beautiful one from stage. Dropping the mines all around. Kills them all, though. Chronosphere locking down 2 heroes. That's a beauty. They might be able to kill the Darks here. Actually, 23's coming in with double damage. That is scary. Bet Boom. They got to get out of here, I think. Makoto has a pretty free game now that the Doom is cooldown, and you do not want to fight a double damage Morphling.
Didn't Makoto start that fight with haste that got purged off? So they had a haste going in and a DD at the end. That is too much to deal with for sure. Those are the Chronos Bet Boom are looking for, though. Overall, decent team fight for them because they get their Faceless Void involved. He gets gold and he gets out. I mean, sure, you're losing Pure here, but he was basically gone no matter what. So the turnaround, very successful. Your tower does die, but that was an inevitability as well. It's just a matter of how much you can get out during this period, and you get a decent amount. 23 also doesn't really get anything off joining this skirmish, so it's just wasted time for him.
He kills the techies, but then he instantly gets disarmed. It's pretty sad. But Chronosphere is now on cooldown, so it's open season for fights now.
All right. Nowhere to farm for Nightfall, and that is what the Spirit Breaker can provide you. The second you see somebody, you give them 0 space. Just run them down. Continue the train. He's going to be a big train. Level 10 already.
Big old caboose.
He's going to have a BKB here in this game as he is mega farmed compared to the two supports from Bet Boom, and particularly Save. He's so poor. What happened to him?
Yeah, look at Q. All over the map.
What does that one look like to you?
Like a hammer that's falling down.
I saw a palm tree.
Oh, well, yeah, I could kind of see that one. Well, a palm tree and what? What was on the right-hand side?
Oh, dead body.
Oh. That sounds like Miami, yeah.
I was thinking Bali.
Oh. Uh-oh. Are we going there?
Yeah, see? He's in a coffin.
Okay. Man, even when you think of nice images, it's paired up with death. 4,000 net worth lead for Talon, 16-6.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Makoto's courier.
Oh, that's
pretty
nice.
decent. He's looking for a Yule Scepter, by the way. He's flying there for the Void Stone. So an interesting early Yule's pickup for the mid-ember.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff to deal with, I guess.
Yeah, definitely helps with all the silencer dots that were annoying him earlier. Might also be able to, like, Yule's dodge Doom Initiation either on him or yourself.
Time dilation.
Time dilation, yeah. So it's a decent utility Yule's game.
You
But I
can
do
use
wonder if Talon want him going Yule's in a way. Like, would you rather just have a BKB Ember into heavier scale?
Did they want Q to be going Dagon?
That's probably true, yeah. But he did, because he's a Chad.
Hell yeah. You ain't oh, never mind the Hurricane. You are leaving. You are getting to run a little bit. Cost him a little bit more time. Couldn't use the Midas, though. That's sad.
Big mistake from Pure here. Not dying on an active neutral camp.
You can also use the Yules offensively. Gets rid of shield crash, but also can like stop the techies mid blast off. That's a cool use of it.
Yeah, the setup's definitely nice here. You just chase people down, gives you extra chase potential, TP cancel. You can also maybe like Yules the Faceless Void when he's trying to leap away and stun something after.
Global Silence blast off on the side. A lot of effort to kill Makoto, but they're going to get caught as they try and leave. Looks like the two supports are dead, but the core is going to be able to get away from 23, so.
Valuable core kill to slow the game down, but a lot to give back Talon's way and a lot more space they're going to get on the map. Both supports dead, no chance of skirmishing or fighting for 30 seconds here. It's time for the Talon cores to go to work, and Q is just getting so much out of this game, man. He's been involved in 18 out of 19 kills.
He's huge.
This is a big cow, a bull.
I like that you talked about how Q was very important for Talon's successful runs in the past, because that goes back to what we were talking about with Makoto having to carry a lot of these games lately. It's probably because Q has had a little bit harder time finding his groove. But if he does, then that duo is what always carries Talon into the late game.
They're the two biggest playmakers.
Yeah.
They're the tempo setters, the fast kill creators, the two players that are going to get on the enemy side of the map and create the opening. So if they're both having a bad game, that's why Talon just feels so damn slow. These games, Q has been really active in game 2 and 3, and Makoto's had a better time in lane. So all of a sudden, these games just naturally pick up a faster pace, and suddenly Talon don't seem so clunky of a team. Yeah. This is where they shine. That is a big piece of this team as a puzzle for them to figure out, is what are the heroes that make those two players work and how to play around them where they want to go. Something they will continue to build on as this year progresses. And high ground ward, my friend.
Great kill. 750 gold for it too. That completes the Yule Scepter and the Lotus Orb for Jabs. It's a lot of items coming in now.
And he was just low from tanking Ancients here, so if he was full HP, maybe he survives, but he was not full HP. And that ward did him dirty. Charge on GPK top, does he know?
Yeah, they're gonna keep, they're gonna go for this. They're gonna run after him.
The inhibit?
Inhibit slows him down, but if anything, that only delays the stun that's coming in and gives an opportunity for the rest of the team to get here, but the Rolling Thunder still goes off. The mine's going off as well everywhere. Looks like Save saves his core's life, but probably dies for it. Run him down, hit him with the chains, attempted for a staff save, but no.
If you can get these spirits in deep in the fight too, that's another vision mechanism to get another charge off, to let the Morphling waveform in aggressively.
Yep.
So Ollie being preemptive with these in the fights is also going to be really nice for this Talon lineup, as they just want to see the supports for Bet Boom. You can find the silencer at the start, that's the dream, but you'll take the techies too, just gobble them up. And then even if you land these Dooms and Chronos, you might just be able to fight through it, because your cores can pick up the slack of the other one getting disabled and just clean house. This ET Aura is going to be really nice too with amping up all the shell damage.
Oh yeah, remember last time we saw Morphling versus Void? We got to see the Aghanim Scepter really put into effect on Morphling, turning into
guaranteed bash.
Yeah, the Time Walk bash. That was pretty cool. Glimmer Cape goes off for Ollie. He's going to try and duck away into the trees and TP out. Spotted last second by GPK, but the stuns come too late.
Damn. What a smoke break TP. These little things are what win you games.
Yeah.
Both the supports for Talon stepping up in these game 2 and 3. Buying time for 23 to hit his stride with that Aghanim's next. Still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes here. I think you can force a fight with the Aegis. The Aegis prevents a lot of the all-in from the Doom and the Chrono, but you also don't want to get caught in a weird position where you clump into Bet Boom and set that up for them, because your lead is not crazy.
Yes.
I mean,
this is
sure,
definitely
still
a game
farming.
where I could see Talon getting advantage, but Bet Boom put together one team fight that gets them fully back into the game.
And that's where I go to the Talon supports. I think that's what their advantage is right now. It's Q's game and his net worth. And this is how you want to start the fights, because then the core net worth doesn't matter as much. You just get a 5-on-3 or 5-on-4, and your supports are still strong. The ET can cause a lot of chaos in the fight. He can disjoint some of the heroes. You have to pop BKBs pretty early on Bet Boom when you go to prevent that.
That's actually a really nice combo, I'm realizing. Like, you talked about the Spirit giving vision, but also like the Spirit Breaker starts the fight for you, and if you clump up a little bit, it's like Ollie is there to be able to provide the stomp to prevent any, you know, reciprocation.
I mean, ET loves initiators in Dota. It's one of the best heroes to have behind heroes that just go in and have magic single target nuke damage. Spirit Breaker is a great one. Morphling is another great one. You give the vision, he waveforms in, you adaptive strike on top of the Spirit, like here. All that magic damage gets amped up.
He is just gifting away kills here. Denied the Wisdom Rune. Hey, got something, but
that's a 7th death for Pure and a 6 on Toronto Tokyo. That's a lot of kills that are just going onto the Bet Boom supports here.
Yeah.
And it's slowing down their item progression as well as buffing up the XP and gold. Talon are taking off the map, and they'll steal a Tormentor to Q. Wow. Probably the one they would have taken here.
Yeah. And it will help. We'll see.
That's a good planar pocket game for the Doom. Especially, I mean, there's nothing else really, right? That's why it's so damn good.
Yeah.
Basically a Lincoln's for Mikoto.
See if he ever pulls that off.
He is
Surprise blast off. Not low enough to get the kill though.
Gotta be careful about clumping deep here.
Yeah.
Still have Aegis for 18 seconds, but that's timing out. And you know Bet Boom have the timer. That'll be number 8 for save. As the Crack drags his corpse into the underworld.
Hurricane him back. They already used the Rolling Thunder, so they're committed for the fight, but GPK got himself stuck.
He wants to die. He will get it.
Morphed in full agility, so he could die, come back in. Oh no, he got over the wall. Maybe they could save him though. He turns into the Faceless Void, gets him with the Time Walk stun, but Nightfall still gets off the Chronosphere, controlling up the Morphling. Oh no! No, he broke through the Doom, bounced back off the Lotus Orb though, so he's gonna be doomed himself.
And that's an Ag's Doom, by the way.
Yeah.
Cannot get anywhere near his team. Those are all the ults down for Bet Boom. This is just a Rax. This is such a huge window for Talon to get whatever they want on the map right now. The aggression, forcing Bet Boom into an awkward decision-making situation pays off huge. It's going to get you a lane. It's going to get you a lot more gold. And very nice use of the Aegis for 23. Just quickly morphing down to 0 strength with the Agi to guarantee the pop. That was definitely the correct play. And the Faceless Void damage in the Chrono, I mean, it's pitiful. Absolutely pitiful here.
Yes.
Mjolnir helps a lot. He's probably looking for that level 20 Talon as well. But that is 3 levels away here. And that is why you buy Midas on this hero. Midas pays off if you can get to the level 20 with the extra experience to ramp up the damage. That is what Nightfall's looking here. Is he going to have the time? Because I think Talon are just going to go down another lane. Like, you still have no ults here. Without the Doom, without the Chrono, I don't think you can take a fight.
Whoa! Q, seriously, calm down, my man.
Why? He's owning. He's a god.
Okay. His BKB is on cooldown now.
A true bovine deity. What? What are you laughing at? I thought that was a good phrase.
No, it was good. It was good.
Oh, thank you.
No, there was just some follow-up jokes there.
Okay.
Not gonna make. Well, at least they're having fun with the aggression of Q.
I mean, that's how you have to play Spirit Breaker, man. If you pick Spirit Breaker and you're not in the enemy base before 30 minutes, before 20 minutes, why are you picking this hero? Go pick some cowardly scum backliner like a Oracle or a Crystal Maiden. Sit behind your cores. You know, this is a man's hero right here. Look at this. Q's just in again. Showing Pure who's boss. You can BKB, but it don't matter, son.
Earth Splitter. Oh. These kills, man, are worth so much gold, even though, you know, it's just not the biggest pick-off. It's not like they're down in net worth at all. They're up 8K,
Yeah,
but the kill is
Doom
still worth over 1,000 gold.
The Doom is worth a lot. And I think this should be how it is. Like, if you're going to play a hero like Doom that's just devouring and Midasing into Octarine with these super greedy, efficient gold items that are disgusting and no one likes to see, then when you die with that, you should pay the price.
I agree, actually.
Yeah.
You got to pay the toll.
Exactly. You can't just go Midas Octarine and get away with it for free.
You want to ride the road to riches, you got to pay the toll.
That's right. If only our societies could do the same, might be in a better place.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There's some good old-fashioned morning socialism for you. Not to get political, of course.
Yeah. Oh, well, I was going to touch religion earlier. Now you're touching politics. Hitting all the third rails right now.
Wait, who touched religion?
Nobody. 26-8, 10,000 net worth lead for Talon as they are well set up to be able to take a second Roshan.
That was a Scotty completed here for 23 Savage. He is really hitting a strong power point here. BetBoom do not have an answer to his tankiness, man. He sits on 40 plus armor with 2,500 HP. Are you cutting through that unless you can land a Doom on him? You have to do it to the Lincolns. He might just ag steal your face with void and time dilate you at the start. Q is up very far, but he does have buyback, of course. So even if he dies here, I think Talon are okay taking that type of fight. You just don't want to get caught in a huge clumped Chronosphere. Lincoln's up for Makoto as well. Pure really has to think about these Dooms between the two Lincolns and the Planar Pocket and the Lotus.
Oh, the Slight breaks the smoke. And Save will try and get some vision there inside of the pit. This is BetBoom. This is the way they turn around the game, or this is the way they get broken. And they are not getting the advantage out of this team fight that they hoped. Their ward is going to be killed. They still have a second one, though. Something that Talon may not expect.
I mean, it shows you BetBoom know this is basically the fight for the game. Just commit all the vision. How do you get in here, though? I mean, is it just Nightfall jumping in? Toronto Tokyo's going to get stomped here. They're bringing a second smoke out. They will smoke up. I feel like all Talon has to do is wait this out. Hold the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Look at the base. It's getting destroyed by creeps right now. There are so many.
They are taking a tier 4.
Yeah, just chill out. They're actually giving up their high ground, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that blind jump.
Blind blast off, but he tried that before. I think Talon know exactly what you're thinking.
It only works once, my friend.
They're going to come back in through the position that BetBoom was holding. Now there is mines to set it off, so they will know.
The thing is, there's buybacks coming up for Talon here. Even if you get these big ulti kills, the Spirit Breaker can come back, the Darkseer can come back, the Ember can come back at 40 gold.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're Talon, you're pretty confident committing to this fight with the buybacks on the Radiant side.
They're thinking about blinking on him. They really want to catch Makoto here. They're going to try for the chain stun, but they didn't get him. They missed that one, and Q went in with his BKB, but his BKB lasting long enough that he can get back out. Now, huge initiation tonight. Global Sounds is going to go off right. The Ember Spirit went for it.
Breaker?
A Chronosphere onto the Breaker. That's it. That's not good enough. Yule Scepter. Let's see if Makoto gets doomed. Slide goes out into his Remnant. He's away. Pure searching desperately for a target of his Doom, and he gets it now onto the Morphling. But that's not good enough as Q comes back into play with a charge in the back line. It's going to be GPK controlled up, the last one to die in this fight.
Even with the Doom, the other two heroes were just out of there for Bet Boom. Nightfall takes his Breaker and bails. Says, good luck, boys. I'm not taking that fight. It gets the buyback out of Q, but that is not the Chrono they were looking for. And that'll be Roshan for Talon with minimal commitment in terms of those buys. Thought maybe they were going to have to use another one here, but just a very clean team fight for them. Waited out the smokes, got a kill on the obs. All these little things help. You get a better angle, and you just jam it in. The second that charge lands, it's very awkward because you don't want to use spells on the Breaker, but he is forcing you to fight him in the corner. There's nowhere to run.
He doesn't have buyback. If he dies here, I think the game's just over.
Ult. The bashes.
He's got a time walk, but he can't get it off.
Oh, those bashes.
No buyback, and now they're going to go even deeper. Q, he's not at home unless he's underneath the tier 4s of the enemy base.
Triple for 23 as he pushes his kill total up to 13. A lucky number. He will punish one failed team fight from Bet Boom, one failed Chrono, and all of that late game hope disappears in an instant. As both these games, that 30-minute mark, Talon turned it on, turned it up. Bet Boom just didn't have the answers. Maybe they just got too greedy. The Doom pick being punished. This is where the Doom is still weak, right?
Yeah.
He has BKB, he has Octarine, Midas, but none of these items really do anything in a fight. They're about getting you to the late game refresher ags. Pure can't get there. He's just stuck with gold and nothing to do with it. The capitalism backfires.
Makes me wonder where Talon have been with this kind of play.
I agree. Where have they been? They're looking like their old selves in this series for sure.
Yeah, they didn't even look this way in the DPC. That's why they didn't make it.
Not at all.
They are actually going to respect here, despite the fact that 23 started off by hitting tier 4s and almost took the second one.
Yeah, there's some low buildings on the side. Low tier 4, last range racks.
Yeah, which I believe means if the decision-making was a little bit more crisp and all together, they would have actually gotten megas, but...
I agree. However, they still have Aegis for 3, so 23, he's just going to man up here, and you're going to have to deal with him or face the mega creeps. Nightfall realizes it.
Chain stunning him. A little bit more. Keep that ball rolling. They can't stop him. Not enough. So Mega Creep's now going to be inbound. Pure does get his initiation, but a Lotus Orb bounces back onto him. So again, does not feel confident. The Chronosphere can't kill 23, nor should it, because he still has the Aegis, and they're just going to call it. GG is called, and Bet Boom. Group Stage 2, Bet Boom can bleed. They will lose the series against Talon, who have been revitalized by this effort. I think this is going to be the series that gets them into playoffs.
Might very well be. It's a huge surge for them to take on the leaders of the group stage right now and beat them that convincingly in a game 2 and 3. Those games were not the strongest in terms of like a net worth disparity, but that's why net worth does not always tell the tale, because those games were very one-sided, and it felt like Talon were in control for 95% of it. I really like that Talon got their supports back on track here in this series as well. Like, I feel like Q and Ollie in this last game, they're my combined MVP for sure.
Yep.
I think Q just set everything up. He has huge kill involvement. Ollie's juking him, breaking smokes, has the spirit in the right place in all these fights, and these Chronospheres, it didn't do anything for Nightfall.
Nope. Bet Boom completely shut out of Game 3 and shut out of this series. They take their first loss and go 5-1, while we have the Talon crew getting back into a tied position of 3-3.
Talon, the first one to take down Bet Boom in a series in fantastic and very dominating fashion. They learned from that first game so much, and Bet Boom was basically never able to recover from being figured out. It kind of felt like they got figured out here. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. Jenkins, is it fair to say that Bet Boom here got figured out a little bit?
It seems like it. I mean, at least they got exposed, because I mean, a lot of people, there's been all the rumblings about Bet Boom is this team that they seem in the group stage 2 at least to be strong at all points in the game.
Yeah.
They win lanes, They do well in the mid game. They do well in the late game. But usually they go into the mid and the late game with some sort of an advantage, and it is much easier to play Dota from an advantage. And I know we joke a lot about how, BetBoom is potentially a team that could have some tilting issues, and it's a lot easier to not tilt whenever you're winning. But there is a little bit of truth to that in the fact that it is just easy to play Dota when you're winning the early game. And so Talon being able to come out ahead on lanes through those rotations, mostly from Q, honestly, like he completely just styled on BetBoom in that game. Yeah, they got a little figured out. They got exposed. BetBoom's going to have to figure out how to play from behind a little bit in their next series, because it might happen.
I feel like what the exposure was is that they didn't allow Save to get some super imba laning hero for himself. He was forced to play slightly different things. They didn't necessarily get the Enchantress. They didn't necessarily get the Pugna. Once they push him into some other hero that makes sense for the draft, but isn't necessarily his lane winner dominator hero, I feel like that's one of the things that gives him a big advantage.
Potentially, yeah, but I still think Techies is a strong lane hero. For me, where they got exposed was that first phase Ember by Talon went completely disregarded the entire game. Quinn said it yesterday. You can call someone's bluff with a first phase Ember. Are they going to counter it or not? Are they going to go outside of their hero pool or not? And nobody wants to, Necro gets banned out in the second phase. And then it just felt so strange because Talon had first pick, BetBoom had second pick. Usually with second pick, teams end up with 2 favorable lanes. But actually, Talon had 2 favorable lanes with first pick because they got the Morph to close out the Doom. And then they also just got the Ember. And then the Ember, in the end, got a Pango response where they could have gone for
which is a hero that gets countered by Ember in lane usually because Pango can't do anything to the small chip harass that Ember does. It is weird. It's not what you see on that pick order usually.
So for me, that was the most brilliant thing that Talon did. It was just this first phase Ember in their draft was such a genius call. And I know that it happened to them yesterday, but it was so smart of them to do. And with that being said, outside of the draft cleverness, I think that the way they just played on the map overall was so solid. They were constantly playing together in the right places as opposed to yesterday when they were split up on the map and they felt kind of disjointed, right? And they had the ET behind the Ember Spirit as he was trying to siege mid tower, scouting with spirits. The vision game from Talon was on point. All of the wards were in all of the right places. And when they went for that first Roche, not only did they go for the first Roche after they had just taken the bottom area and the tier 2 and they were stronger than BetBoom, they also had the top side warded up to kind of respond to if they go for some crazy Roche play on the side of BetBoom. So it just feels like everything was clean in this game 3. I have no complaints at all.
The only complaint I have is that it wasn't an even game again.
A little one-sided.
A little one-sided, but all the credit for that goes to Talon. Congratulations on the Series 23, Savage. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Hello.
Hello. That was a great series. Of course, you guys took down BetBoom, who was before the encounter with you undefeated. After game 1, what did you guys figure out that changed the series around like this?
I think I don't know. Jap just draw. I didn't really say anything during the draft.
Okay, and it worked out. Whatever they said, it worked out great. I have 2 questions. One a little bit less Dota related. Could I ask where you are in boot camp? Where are you boot camping?
Oh, we're in Istanbul, in Turkey.
Oh, nice.
In the Foot Esports boot camp. Yeah.
Okay. What kind of non-Dota things do you do in Istanbul? Are there things that you, if you want to take a break from Dota, where do you go outside? What do you do?
I think we play a lot of FIFA. There's a PS5 here, and me and Jeff keep playing together. But I always beat him.
Oh, you're the
50
best?
games in a row. Yeah, I think I'm the best.
Nice. Congratulations on that then as well, in that case. I also have a Dota-related question, because we've seen you guys pick... When you have priority, obviously the choice is second pick, first pick, or Radiant Dire, and everybody's been picking Radiant when they get the chance of sides. But how do you decide? Because sometimes your prioritization is Radiant, and sometimes it is first or second pick. What is the thought process behind all of those?
I don't really know. It's Jeff's decision. I just play, I think. I didn't really care what they say. I didn't really. I was not in the conversation about raw things.
Do you have a preference, like just personally? Do you like being Dire more than Radiant or vice versa when you're playing?
For me, I like Radiant more, and if about to pick, I want first pick more so I can pick carry at 8. Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm joined by Effie, not Sheep, wow, Effie Jenkins and Perch. They'd also like to ask you some questions.
Can you see him, 23?
Hello. Yeah, you're like twins.
Me and Sheep?
Hey, you're Sheep.
No, you and Effie.
What are you talking about?
You're like costume. You're pretty cute.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Hey, 23, good to see you. What anime have you been watching lately, my boy? You've been checking out that Vinland Saga?
I just watched Demon Slayer.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was so good.
What's your favorite upper moon from Demon Slayer? What's your favorite demon?
The last one, the ugly one. The one with the many... The number 4, I think? The ugly one. I think he's kind of ugly when he's like small.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him too. What's your favorite Hashira?
Oh, play Hashira. The one who died.
Let's go.
Oh, Rengoku.
Yeah, I liked him.
Set your heart ablaze, which you did in the previous game. You played some Morphling. My question to you, my friend, is what is your favorite position 5 to play with on lane? What just gives you the easiest lane in the world right now?
Undying.
There's no hesitation there.
There's no. That was your hesitation.
Yeah, Undying is currently the most broken hero as post 5 in the lane.
Yeah, he's insane. And would you prefer a 5 that like kills heroes with you, or a 5 that like 1v2s so you can just hit creeps? You like killing or hitting creeps more?
I think the 5 that can 1v2, so I can just play my game, just see it.
Okay.
Yeah, easier.
Okay, great questions, Jenkins. Great answers. Congratulations on your series. You guys looked great. I just wanted to follow up on something. So you said you're not involved in the drafting process at all. You just show up and play. Have there ever been any times where you look at it and just say, wait, this hero is really good? Like, are there any moments where you would interfere?
I mean, sometimes, but usually I'm only picking my heroes because I don't want to think too much, so I can play the best, I guess.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And in your series versus gaming yesterday, I saw that you guys, like, you knew the Brood was coming, which is why you picked the Mars early, but it didn't really work out. Can you talk to me about that game a little bit? Like, did you think it was a good enough solution to Brood, or were you practicing something?
Oh, we didn't really know Brood is gonna come. We just picked Mars accidentally, I guess.
Really?
So the Brood.
Dude, this whole time we thought you were like 5-head geniuses.
No, we didn't expect. But about the game, I think we could have won the game if I didn't die at top. I could just play for farm. Yeah.
And what do you think about Brood as a hero? Do you think it's easier to deal with than it was in the last patch, or do you feel like nobody really knows how to address it right now?
I think the Brood now is different from last time, because last time people are gonna buy Red Pack and Pipe, but now the Brood is kind of be like a tri-core now, so the way you deal with Brood now is different, but I still don't know how to deal with it.
Okay, and my last question to you is, do you think there is any player in this tournament who's better at Morphling than you, or do you think you're the best Morphling?
I think I'm the best Morphling.
I knew that answer.
Who's the second best Morphling player then?
I don't know.
It's just you.
I think maybe Nightfall, Nightfall is pretty good.
22 Savage is the second best.
22
Morphling.
and then 21.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So speaking of Morphling, do you think it seems to be winning a lot of games right now? What's your favorite thing about Morphling as a hero compared to other carries?
I think the axe is just broken. You just, you can out carry every carry in the game, except illusions. But I think axe is really broken when you 5-man.
Is there ever a draft where you're buying more fags where you're like, oh, there's nobody good to transform into, or are you just always happy because you're gimping their stats?
There's some drafts that against certain heroes that I don't want to buy X, but I cannot tell.
Gotcha. And you've been playing a lot of Slark this tournament. Would you say that's your favorite hero this patch to play as carry?
I think I like Morph the most and Void. But my Slark was not really successful the first game.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right, 23 Savage, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Once again. Great series.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, with that, Talon is sitting at a 3-3, which, I mean, one more series to go. Let's see who they're up against. I'm going to cheat here for a little bit and check it out. Team Spirit will be their final opponent tomorrow.
The final boss.
The final boss. But I feel like, you know, they got Eastern Europe under control. If you got Bedboom, you surely got Spirit. We'll have to wait and see for tomorrow, of course. What we're not having to wait for very long is our upcoming series. And speaking of Eastern Europe, we're going to have 9 Pandas coming out to play. And their opponent is a PSG LGD. We're going to find out how that series is going to go in a moment. We'll see you after a break.
cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and throats her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a friend. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20.
But you look good.
Today was supposed to be my day.
I'm sorry. It's just when we went shopping, I just wanted to be like
I'm
you.
the co-host again. I can't do this analysis bullshit. It's not even a hard job. Show me your iPad and go to DotaBuff.com.
He's just so stylish. Tell him that it's
You're
a compliment.
very stylish.
He's just so stylish.
I will say though, if I were to wear a stylish outfit that I bought together with my friends, and my friends are free to buy the same outfit, but they really should discuss beforehand.
Supposed to be my day.
What you're wearing on the day.
Hey, Bubby, you want this Blade?
No, and that's clearly a Beyblade.
It's TM Blade.
I actually, if I was it, I mean, that's a great apology item right there.
Yeah, I'll take this. It's part one of an apology. I want more of these. At least two, so I can
don't
play.
know if we have them anymore, but we'll do our best. If we do, we'll give them to Effie so she can make her offerings. Very good. We've got a great series coming up in Dota 2. Wouldn't you know it? We also have a seat free on the couch. And we have the perfect person to fill it up with, Poetic Pandas. Would you please join me in welcoming our freshest member here in DreamLeague? It is Winter! Hello!
Did I get the right outfit?
You're wearing denim.
That's good.
On Wednesdays, we wear denim.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome hair, by the way.
Thank you.
You look like Clint Eastwood or like an action star.
What?
We get production put a picture of Clint Eastwood in his prime time.
There's no way they're gonna do that fast enough.
I told him to have a picture of every action star prepared.
Oh yeah, which is another one.
Steven Seagal.
You look like Chris Evans. If Chris Evans were smarter and better at Dota.
Maybe we can do a similar hairstyles tomorrow, Jenkins.
I couldn't pull off a Chris Evans.
You would have to cut your hair.
I don't care.
I can cut my hair.
Yeah, that makes sense. He'll cut his hair. That makes sense.
Let's focus on the series we got coming our way. We got 9 Pandas versus PSG LTD. Let's take a look at the standings first to see how the teams are doing, because Winter, there's a pretty big discrepancy between these two teams at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately for 9 Pandas, they have to come up with some cheese.
You think that's the only way for them?
Yeah, if they play normal Dota, their chances are going to be really low.
Yeah, and PSG LTD is looking pretty good right now, but Effie, yesterday, PSG LTD did lose a series. Was that first series loss? Do you feel like BetBoom might have exposed something that 9 Pandas can use?
I don't think PSG got exposed. I just feel like their draft ideas didn't work. But I think that they're still a really strong team through every phase of the game. We said that about BetBoom, but they're not as strong as mid or late game as LGDR. They might be stronger in lanes, but PSG are just known for these really creative drafting ideas, and yesterday was a flop, but I still favor them going into their match today.
You know the problem for 9 Pandas?
What?
The problem is they peaked too early. They were the ones setting the meta at the last major. They did the techies. They were doing a lot of the universal hero strategies. They were killing the Tormentor, you know, one-shotting it with the Enchantress and the Hurricane Pike and all of this stuff. That's all nerfed. All of that cheesy stuff that they did is nerfed. I don't know if they got any cheese left in the grater here, Winter.
Yeah, even during group stage 1, I felt like they were one of the earlier teams that figured out the Undying thing, and they were able to win a lot of games from it, and the Bat Rider. And right now it seems like they're running out of ideas and they are forced to play actual normal Dota, and it shows that the team isn't as strong as the other teams.
I think the D patch really hurt them. Like, they were winning a lot off of the strength of techies and their techies player in Antares. They were winning off of Void Spirit being really strong, winning off of Antares' Bat Rider, which I still think is really good and they can still pull off, but it's not as potent as it was before. But if we're talking about cheese, it's 9 Pandas. They have Kiyotaka, one of the best technically skilled mid laners in the world, I would say. Like, he really is.
Pew Pew, Tinker.
Yes, they do have the greatest cheese of them all in Tinker, and they're the only team that people will consider banning Tinker in the second phase against. No other team has had that.
No, that's a little bit of cheese, but is it still considered cheese if everybody knows about it and expects it? Like, what is the definition of cheese within Dota 2?
I would say
know the other one.
I would say that that's getting into like cheddar territory, where it's cheese, but it's one that everybody likes. At least, well, maybe that's not a good way of putting it. It's a cheese that is considered to be fairly standard when you're playing up against this team. We're not into the brie territory or these weird cottage cheeses where you let it rot for 7 years and then you eat it once it's fully rotten. You know, that would be like, I don't know, some like last pick. I was going to say Pudge. Pudge is actually not that bad. Support Sniper. 4-position Sniper. That's some rotten cottage cheese, Winter.
I prefer some plain old mozzarella cheese. Just draft some normal setup where people don't expect anything, and then you pull it out, you know?
Yeah.
You set up for the last pick.
If you want to have last pick, you have to have second pick.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Great. Let's find out who has second pick in this game to see who has even the potential to cheese. Because can you even cheese if you're first pick?
Yeah, you can choose.
Yeah, it's riskier, but you do get the you know, the bans. You get the block bans at the end.
Well, first pick goes the way of PSG LTD. Therefore, second pick for 9 Pandas. Second pick means last pick 9 Pandas can cheese.
You know what? 9 Pandas also played Enigma yesterday, which I would consider cheese because Enigma is not considered strong in this patch.
Oh yeah, that's actually
They actually won that game too.
They won versus EG.
That's really good. That's a really good point because Enigma was very good against Undying. They gave away the Undying and they picked Enigma because Undying you can't really do anything against the Enigma in the lane. I think that was like an old strat where people did it before, but after Enigma got nerfed, you can't deny the range creep right away. Then people just don't do it.
Also, I feel like 9 Panda's score right now doesn't necessarily tell the story about how good the team is. They just lost their dominance, but they went to 3 games against EG. They went to 3 games against Gameman. Like, these are 2 of the toughest opponents, even though EG's score also doesn't reflect their skill level right now.
Yeah, and I will say though, their Enigma game, it was a very close one. It was a very back and forth one, and they did win it, but they almost didn't win it. And we'll see if they'll choose to go for it again. They will be up against an Undying again. They get their hands on the Timbersaw first phase. First time today that we see it let through. We have Batrider, Techies banned, PSG LGD's side, and of course Broodmother banned by 9 Pandas, and they pair that up with a Medusa ban. As the 9 Pandas is contemplating which route they want to take this time around. Of course, for them also, keep in mind their Timber, very flexible. We know Kiyotaka plays it a lot as well.
Yeah, I would personally say that's probably where it's going to go, is mid. I expect this is why LGD picked the Undying, is so that they can like shove the Timber to mid, because Undying is very good against Timber lane. I know it is a strength hero, but Timber really struggles the first couple of levels, and Undying takes all of his strength. You get like a decent core at dealing with the Timber. Something like a Morphling works out very nicely. You just out-deny him, just a waveform on him, maybe a couple of adaptive strikes. Like Timber can actually die just from the early advantage the Undying gives to the Morphling.
And throughout the game, Morphling can severely bully a Timbersaw. We've seen snowballing Morphlings just replicate into Timbersaw, have their Timber Chain as an extra mobility spell for them, and just kill them over and over again. Like, I would rather have a Morphling on my team versus a Timbersaw than one of his older traditional carries like a Slurk.
I mean, you also keep all the stacks, right?
Yeah, the stolen Ags is insane. You get instantly 40 stacks, and then you also get the shield. You keep the shield, and you keep the 40 stacks of reactive armor when you morph back to the regular Morphling. It's insane.
I mean, the good news about this Timbersaw, though, is that 9 Pandas have 2 of the best Timber players in this tournament, and Kiyotaka mid and Miro. Like, they're both super comfortable. I've seen Timbersaws actually bully Undyings out of lane if they have the correct lane support.
Yeah.
And if you're just pushing this morph under tower, he has to farm, and he can't really, like, play on you when you're, like, dragging waves into the small camp, etc. So even though we talk about Morphling being good versus Timbersaw throughout the game, I think if Timbersaw were to go play versus Undying, he would still have a good time.
Yeah, that's actually something that I wanted to say just now. Like when Andrew, you were mentioning about how Undying can actually bully the Timber in the lane, but I felt like this matchup can also go both ways depending on the support.
Yep.
I feel like what needs to happen is the early wave, your support pulls, and once you get your levels, you have level 2, you can actually just easily kill the Undying with the Whirling Death and Timber Chain.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, worst case scenario for Timber too, like you can always wave cut. I've been a little surprised we haven't seen it more, that you get level 2. Like, even 1 point in the reactive is enough to bite the creeps. 2 points in Timber Chain, or like you can kill the creeps behind the tower. But the thing is, like, Timber is just so strong at laning right now because he gets 5 damage per level that he doesn't have to ever wave cut from what we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, but against Undying likes to play in the lane.
Yeah, you drag the first wave for sure.
He doesn't like you dragging the wave.
Yeah, you definitely drag against Undying.
Yeah, also Pugna, something that we've seen work really well if the opponent doesn't really have a good way of countering the hero. Like in the previous series, we saw how Global Silence can be a big problem towards the Pugna. And if you don't have any hero that can go towards the backline to kill him right away, he's just going to be too annoying in the team fights. Like how do you guys like the Dagon against the Pugna in the team fights? The Mirana would just jump in because he would be healing. Yeah, he'll be healing his teammates. He'll always be low, and you can just Dagon and kill him out of.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I thought that was a cool solution, especially because it also countered the illusions that were coming out from the SD as well.
Do you think 9 Pandas are just going to go for an early Bloodseeker?
Yeah,
something that can just
possibly.
secure their safe lane, and they're just going to keep the Timber Flex open so that they can get a gotcha pick out of Kiyotaka?
Because Bloodseeker is just a carry that doesn't really need too much support from your position 5 hero, so it allows them to be flexible and you can just play for them. The mid hero, the Kiyotaka hero, help him to secure runes, help him to stack. And Clockwork's something definitely we don't see a lot nowadays.
It's something new. It's very interesting.
But why are they picking it here though against these 2 heroes?
I think the Undying, like you can't Tombstone now in the Battery Assault. Like I think Clock is actually a really good Undying counter. Not good against Morphling though. Like this is really, I agree that like something's got to be coming out that wants to play with the Clockwork. Like before it was like SF that would play with Clock, some sort of like ranged carry.
And my first thought is that they're gonna pair like a Terrorblade type of hero with this Clockwork in the bot lane, and then they're just gonna like use the rocket flare vision to, because typically 9 pandas will have a vision providing hero, whether it's Beastmaster or Bounty Hunter or something like that, so they can take advantage of whichever jump mid Kiyotaka is playing. But I mean, this is kind of screaming Terrorblade to me. Of course, it's going to depend on what PSG go here in the second phase. They pick up Rubik. I mean, Rubik is the obvious support that you play into Clockwork because you can just lift him out of cogs. It's always what people have defaulted to. Also, later on throughout the game, you got the shard from the Tormentor. You can use that to save your allies from Clockwork too.
Yeah, also very good against the Timber Saw. Anything you steal from him is just so good for you. And they go for the Ember Spirit, so they have a very all-rounded draft right now. Some catch, team fight from the Tombstone, Morphling secures them, the building damage, the Roshan, and 9 pandas. They have to figure out what they want to do here.
I could maybe see the pivot of the just say we'll throw Timber off lane, let him get some early levels, whatever, and then go Lina. Lina against the Ember mid does very well, and it also counters the Morph. There's nobody really to jump the back lines on the Lina. The 2 heroes that can jump you are the 2 that you counter very nicely.
I mean, do you feel like putting the Timber mid against Ember can be a good idea? Yesterday we saw one game, Timber actually totally destroyed the Ember. And maybe you can just pick like something else to pair with the Clockwork.
I agree. I think you just pick the carry here. That sounds like the easiest route. Yeah, you pick the carry just so you can keep your Timber Flex open till the very end. Of course, this Lycan can be played as safe lane or as off lane.
Oh,
like
they know. They banned the Tinker.
Ways.
No
But
Tinker Lycan.
keeping the Timber Flex open is important because PSG now have to account for whether this Timber is going to be played mid or off lane.
Yeah.
Same with the Lycan.
Yeah, with last pick especially. The cheese that can come out, it's like they gotta ban out the Tinker.
Yeah, that's actually something that you really need to look out when your opponents have last pick and they have very flexible heroes. That's why it's always important to keep things open if you have the overall last pick. I don't think every team is very good at abusing that when you have overall last pick and you try to pick the cores that can interchange in the lanes. Obviously, not everybody is so flexible.
Yeah.
So a lot of the teams we've seen so far, they prefer to be on first pick because there's just way too many OP heroes that you can grab.
Do you guys think this is a Lycan carry? Because Miro has played a decent amount of Lycan, and Ramses has not touched it.
I think it's gonna depend on whether or not the hero that Kiyotaka wants gets banned in this last phase. And then if, for example, like this Tinker got taken out, they absolutely would have gone for the Tinker if it didn't get taken out.
Yeah.
Like let's say they're eyeing the Lina, they may not be, but if they were eyeing the Lina, then they would take it in overloss. But if it gets banned out here, then they're probably just gonna play Timbersaw mid and like an offlane, and then just pick the best carry.
Yeah, well, do you
That's
think
what
that
it feels like.
the Lycan is there because he can deal with the Undying in the lane? You have the Wolves, then you have the Clockwork, so you can easily kill the Undying. Then you put the Timber mid against Ember, so you can have 2 advantageous lanes. Maybe not as much as advantageous for the Lycan against Mob, but at least you have a lane that you can play. And maybe you last pick some, Faceless Void, Terrorblade kind of hero.
I still like Terrorblade, but we'll see what they're banning out here on PSG.
But they're taking their time here with this last ban.
I think they have to think about whether they're going to cover another mid ban or if they're going to cover a potential carry. This is why it's really good to keep your flexes open for as long as possible, especially the ones that you know they play. And they just kind of go 1 for 1, you know, take out Tinker, take out Slark, heroes that they don't want to play against.
I mean,
But-
do you think Alchemist can be a cheese here for them? Like play a really, really fast-paced game. You have
For PSG or 9 pandas?
for 9 pandas. So you have 3 really tanky heroes, and he's really good at killing the Tombstone.
You want the Alk Lycan, the wolf-bitten Alk.
I don't like it, honestly.
You don't like it?
I don't think Alka is that strong right now, and I feel like he can get pressured out really early, like we saw yesterday. Like PSG tried to cheese their own Alk, right? It didn't work out.
How about Sven then, against the Brew?
We did see how well the Brew worked against Pugna in the previous series.
But it was also against Juggernaut that it was able to take advantage of on lane because there were no stuns. I guess it goes the same way. Like you're playing against Clockwork and Pugna, you're not really too afraid of getting chain stunned here.
Clockwork's pretty annoying though. You can't get your ulti off.
You can now.
Oh, now you can?
Yeah, you switch to the purple form, and then because of the status resist, you can ult.
Oh, yeah.
But I still don't see people doing it.
There you go. You got a Jenkins tip for free, everybody.
Instant 100 MMR.
And now we're going to play the
I was going to say, where's the
Wow.
DHL video on it? A Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I think Drow, turned out better for them than the TV here, even though we don't see it anymore, because the gust silence is something that they're going to need to kill the Sprue. They don't have enough disable, and Terrorblade
all three calls, man.
and Terrorblade was addressed really well, I think, just by having the Morphling and Ember. If this last pick wasn't a Brew, I think you could have potentially gone for it anyway, but Brew does pressure Terrorblade really well throughout the entire game, because you can just lift him up, and then you can use your Dispel and Illusions, and they get to low HP. And I don't know how much damage it does now, like 60% damage to illusions? I don't even know the number anymore, but...
It kills them. It definitely kills them.
Yeah, the draw looks like a much better option here now that I think of it. It's really good against all their cores. It fits with their lineup. You have two frontline heroes that can be very annoying in the team fights. They protect you with the Lycan and the Timber, and you have the Pugna. So as long as Drow is allowed to survive in the team fight, you have heroes to bodyguard her, she can deal a lot of damage.
With that being said, I prefer LGD's draft simply because I feel like these traditional, like Drow plus Clockwork lanes, I feel like they've fallen out of favor. Like one snowballing lane on the side of PSG means that you're just going to kick this Drow out really early.
Yeah, she can feed.
Yeah, and I feel like Morphling is the strongest carry in the patch right now, and he has really good heroes to play into. They don't have many stuns on 9 Pandas. They're just depending on this Drow Ranger and her Hypothermia and her Silence to kill the Morphling, but if Drow has a bad lane, it's not enough.
Do we have any strong thoughts on it being nothing to say playing the Morphling and Shiro playing the Ember? Or is this fine?
Oh, that's an interesting point. They really don't want the Ember versus Timber matchup, which, as Winter was saying, should be Timber favored. We've seen it go both ways, but everybody says it's supposed to be very Timber favored. So that is interesting.
I think this is cool because I feel like Ember early levels can actually punish Lycan really hard. Like, you can kill him with enough, like, slight harass with the chains. Like, Morphling would be way too focused on hitting creeps on that lane to try to play aggressively on the Lycan, but I feel like you can take advantage of the Ember there.
Okay, let's see how this plays out and who will take the first game of the best of 3 series. We're heading over to Cap and SPG.
A last chance for 9 Pandas here, because if you dip into 5 losses, you're out. They're at 1-4 right now, Avery, so they got to be able to get a win here against PSG LGD, who have been looking very, very strong. Even though they lost to Bed Boom, I would say overall they look like a pretty clear top 2 team.
But they learned from that series.
And that's the worst. The Zhao Wait.
Yes, you are only making him stronger.
He iterates, he learns.
You fools, you should have just beaten him, because now he's going to come back and beat you. And that's even worse. That's salt in the wound. And we can tell he learned because they first phased that Morphling versus the Timber, and that is one of those interactions that fell by the wayside for them in that series. If you remember, it was Nightfall Morphling going in, stealing the NTS Timber spells, and they had absolutely no answer for him. So this time, Zhao Eight's like, oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to throw it back at you. Or not you, but your Eastern European brother. Haha. That's how fast the team learns and adapts. I like this answer. I think, everybody complains about Timber. Oh my God, Timber saw this. Timber saw that. He's so broken. His spells are so broken. Well, then just steal his spells.
So you're saying you should just pick Rubik and Morphling,
and that's what they did.
Okay.
That's a pretty good answer, right? If a hero's broken, just get that hero for yourself. And then you can't complain. I mean, at least you can't complain about it anymore.
I mean, the hero does have some pretty bonkers right-click as well, with his 5 damage per level.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Can't steal that.
Nobody cares about right-clicks. Right-clicks are, like, out of fashion, like the 90s.
Wow. Out of fashion right-clicks.
It's all about the spells now, man. That's what we're about to see here. Ooh. Wow. I don't know where that came from.
Oh, where's our Bet Boom one? Hit us up with that Bet Boom one. I need to hear that one. No rush.
Oh, they don't have it. Oh.
Bet Boom!
A little courier action on... Look how cute he is.
Yeah, it's a cute little
Now
cat.
find the ugliest courier.
Oh, no.
He's not a courier. Calling him a courier is a little rude, but yeah.
Come on, man.
That is not
Clockwork's
the face of a
great
lovable
hero.
boy. That is not the face your mother wants to hug. Now, find me an effigy and click on him.
Oh, no. No.
Find me your favorite effigy. Let's go, Observer. Find me your favorite effigy. Okay, I'll do some scouting and then I'll tell you if one's safe to click on. How about that?
Okay, all right. Well, you don't know if the Chinese.
Yeah, all of
ones
LGDs are in
safe to
Chinese,
click
so I'm
on.
going to skip those. And there's only one on Panda side. It is safe to click on.
It is Miro's.
Yes, you can click on it. You can.
We're on our way.
I guarantee you it is safe to click on.
Wait, where is it?
Oh, it's on Dire, man. There's no.
Oh yeah, we're on the wrong space.
Okay, we're just not going to click on effigies. I think they're not allowed.
So apparently everyone's all chatting. So
wait, does he have no Brewmaster cosmetics? What the hell? He actually has no Brewmaster cosmetics.
Why you smile as a comedian? So Solo all chats so like as in like what's going on, and why you smile responds so, and then he says hello. Solo.
Yeah, you can click on that effigy. It's safe. See, I told you it's safe. It's a happy face.
Yeah.
Look at that.
All the way
Nice
back in
little happy
2015.
face.
What MMR do you think Miro was in 2015?
I didn't even know he was playing Dota in 2015.
I bet he was like 2K.
He's probably average Reddit MMR.
Like,
oh my god.
Oh my
Bro, don't do this to me, man.
I felt like we were inside of a snow globe. What are we? Pandas.
Yeah, did they play the Bet Boom one earlier?
Yeah, they did, because I asked.
Oh, you asked for the Bet Boom.
I asked for a Bet Boom one, because that was the one that we incorrectly guessed.
That's true, man. Why? I don't want to hear these anymore. This is a bad memory.
There will not be a remake for a player selecting the wrong hero.
Selected the
What?
wrong hero?
Who? Huh?
What?
Go. Wait, theory crafting time. Who selected the wrong hero?
I mean, it has to be LG between the Ember and the Morph, right? They probably wanted Shiro on the Morph, maybe even if he's going mid. Or this was just wrong, but... Huh.
Well, Solo was nice. He said, sorry, guys. All good. Well, they're going to play it out anyway. I'm sure this is going to be fine. I think it's
I mean, they can both
probably
definitely
a
play
minor
these.
slip up.
They can both definitely play these heroes, so it's not like they're just absolutely screwed.
Yeah.
I thought this was intentional, but okay. Maybe not. I can't think of anything else in this game. Unless it's the Lycan Timber, but that one seems... I don't know why you'd want to dodge Miro on the Lycan, so... I'm just going to assume it is the Ember Morphling here. They probably just wanted to play her on the hero as opposed to the lane matchup, and...
Yeah, nothing to say is a bit rusty, I would assume, on the Morphling. He hasn't played it since 2021. So, yeah, he has played it a number of times. It's just been a while, so he may not be ready to play it, I guess.
We'll see how it works out. I think this draft can still function even if it's not how they intended it to happen. Because we did see NTS play the Ember into that Timber and do okay, right? Like, he ganked the lane, so that's probably what LGD were going for here. And they just wanted the Morphling Undying lane.
Yeah.
The Ember Undying lane is not that bad here versus a melee offlaner, though. So I do think this mistake maybe hurts LGD's overall strategy for what they wanted, but it's very much playable.
God,
And he's actually doing this trick, yeah.
Have you seen this one before?
Yeah, somebody posted it. Who posted it? Oh my god, the person who posted is going to hate me for not giving them credit.
That's really cool. So you drop the sentry underneath the ward. The creep wave sees the ward. It takes a really long time for creeps to kill it. So guarantees that the first wave ends up under tower and the lane pushes out.
It's pretty annoying. I don't know if it's intentional, but it is public knowledge, and Antares will be the first one I see use this trick to guarantee a full wave under the tower for the Ember, although he does get all 4 CS, so Shiro.
Good work.
Very nice. Redemption here.
But the bad part is that Lycan's going to be pretty happy, right? He doesn't have to play up against the Undying like normal. I mean, this is a huge counter to Undying, because his first couple of levels, first couple of creep waves are so important to him.
There's no counter to it unless you can go and block the enemy's wave, which buys you a little time, but not much. You can also just go and drag that wave out of the tower, which is what should have happened for LGD here, but they did not do it. They decided to tank it up either way. Shiro will continue to farm down here with perfect CS, so not phased at all.
We did get confirmation it was supposed to be the Morphling and Ember.
Good to know. They'll have to make do. We'll see how this Morphling Timber matchup goes. I think Timber should have absolutely free farm in this lane. Should not be bothered by anything Morphling does, and NTS will go for that phylactery build. They'll have some early skirmish power. The big question is, can 9Pandas roll this game with the Lycan? Because the Lycan is going to be free farming here, and they have Pugna Lycan for the push with the Timber front line. Drow can come in for like early objective taking with the Roshan or something. It's a lot of group up push power that comes out of nowhere. Not a huge amount of outspam for LGD unless the Ember has a really fast game and is just pushing waves out. Brewmaster, another big wild card. In theory, a very good brew game. They'll go for the Tombstone kill.
Tombstone with the blood grenade slowing him down. Miro decrepify, buys him a little bit of time, and they had the stick still, so.
Oh, very nice.
Good save. Did Antares get the last hit on the Tombstone? No, he denied it.
So they'll dodge that level 2 Tombstone going. Very good. Anyway, back to the Brewmaster here with the 0 cosmetics. I still don't believe what I'm looking at. Oh, I think he has a jug, but I can't tell. In theory, we saw this last series with the Panda versus the Pugna, right? Is that going for him? Very cool to see this adaptation so fast from Zhao. You might have been watching that previous game. And then you also have Dispel for some of the summons here. And you can gap close the Drow Ranger because the Panda units count as units to get rid of marksmanship.
Very cool.
So there's a lot of hidden utility here for the Panda in this game. He can do a lot if he can get on top of the 9Pandas heroes and disrupt the teamfight, buy time for Morphling and Ember to go to work with the Slights and the Phylactery strikes and the Tombstone adding up. That is the type of teamfight LGD are looking for. If they can put it all together, it's going to be beautiful. And if they can't, they're going to get their face run over here. And we just get to watch and find out.
Solo's being awfully annoying. Give the Drow Ranger pretty free lane so far.
All right, I have a meta question for you, Cap.
Yeah. Stuck inside the cogs. Mew needs to battle his way out. Don't want to go that way, though. Creep wave comes in and tanks and does some damage. Helps Planet battle it out, but keeps him away from the flag bearer creep. What's your meta question?
If Drow Ranger goes on top of a glacier, and then Panda tosses her in the air, and the glacier runs out while she's in the air. When she comes down, does she just like fall the extra distance and break her legs?
Great meta question. Since we do see so much Drow Ranger and Brewmaster in the current meta, that is of course going to be an interaction that is crucially important. And I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
She does not break her legs.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
She drifts slowly down to earth like Mary Poppins.
I bet you it bugs out.
Yeah, you think she do you think she's gonna get stuck?
Yeah, I think she gets stuck at the Z-axis. Oh,
first blood.
The Ramses' reign of terror continues.
Man, Solo looks like he was almost the first blood. A bloody trade-off that, oh, nice play by Wyu Smile. Does manage to get the last hit on his own Tombstone, denying that gold from 9Pandas.
Heavy trades in these side lanes, man.
Yeah, lanes are getting hard.
I do not think LGD are very happy with this Ember Morphling anymore.
Nope.
Morph's actually doing great, but Shiro, this lane is not necessarily going to get easier for him as the Lycan powers up and already has Helm online, so he's invincible.
Big kill.
Yeah, this is necessary.
Ramses throw out a few arrows, and they're actually rotating the Undying back there. Be curious to see if they wanted to dive the Drow Ranger again when she TP's back.
I think it was just wide looking for that carry kill. It's something LGD's done in a lot of their games. He has made those gate rotations, and they paid off in a lot of them. Kind of just a consistent game plan here regardless of the heroes. Also, he wants to give solo XP to Shiro whenever he can. And when you play this safe lane Ember, you need to pump up his levels. You can't just sit there with him and leech. It will not feel good for Ember going into the mid game here if he is behind with the solo XP. NTS hit 6 ahead of Kiyotaka, so he did very well in this lane.
He did.
Just sustained, out CS'd him, got extra denies, and pushing towards that phylactery.
Miro's in trouble now. He's gonna die.
Man, just ran him down. Early Orb of Corrosion for Shiro.
Yeah, lane's turning around a bit for PSG LGD.
I thought it was going to be harder. I thought this Lycan was invincible down here with Helm.
Well, apparently not when the Pugna is away.
Definitely helps. Another trade up top.
Nice toss back. It's going to do some nice damage over time to both of them. And you standing strong against all of these frost arrows being thrown at him. Solo still manning up and going for it, but why you smile, he's going to break that one. The tombstone goes out. The zombie on Solo won't kill him. Ramses will deal with that one.
No mana on wide. Didn't have any decay points, just a boots tombstone. Trying to bait it out top. 9 Pandas will not bite the bait. And the farm continues. Very even laning phase here. Just going to come down to these team fights and who can gain an edge first, perhaps in the tower taking. If you get some Lycan Pugna objective push going, you get that Panda ult up, could take a fight up here, kick Ramses out, get another kill on him. I think all the action's going to happen around these two safe laners. Shiro gets whacked and blasted.
So much, like the Flame Guard protects him against the Nether Blast, but a lot of physical damage.
It's hard for him to stand against these wolves and the Pugna right clicks.
Yeah. Solo cutting in from behind, trying to catch Planet, but again, Ramses with the Gust saves their hide, pushing the enemy heroes away from them.
And Y loves these gates. They're just going back and forth.
Yeah.
In fact, they're going to go through the gate at the same time.
Hello. Goodbye. 8-minute power rune and phylactery almost done for nothing to say.
Oh, Y waited for Antarius to come back. These guys are just ganking each other through the gate.
Really want another kill on that Brewmaster before he gets 6.
And the Brewmaster wants another kill for this urn.
Or maybe he wants to be killed.
That's true. He could just die.
Kill me.
The easy answer. NTS, he's pretty high resources mid. This lane matchups looked amazing. Maybe it wasn't a mistake after all.
I wonder how the Phylactery is going to fare specifically in this Timbersaw matchup. Like, is he going to be able to push the Timbersaw out of lane?
I don't think so, but it will be a lot of extra burst damage on any sort of gank attempt or when the Timbersaw is fighting him. It's a fast Phylactery here, and finally the Y gank through the gate. 3rd time's the charm, and they'll get that big Drauka before Brew ult's even online. That's urn charges for new ult online. I don't think Ramses can come back this lane.
No way. That is a death sentence if he goes back.
NTS he's out trading Kiyotaka here.
Yeah, I mean, I think like turning into the Timbersaw, whirling death him, hit him with a Phylactery adaptive strike.
You have kill threat,
yeah,
for sure. Because all these Timbers don't go more than 2 points in the reactive, so they're relying on the Vanguard. Not so good versus chip magic damage.
Not on my watch. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's so annoying that even the strength adaptive strike does like a decent amount of damage because of Phylactery.
The great part about the build, Solo will put his body on the line.
He TP's an instant battery assault. He knows that whoever shows up to this lane is going to be under assault. And why you smile back again. Why is back. Killing Solo.
More urn charges. Still haven't even had to use the Panda ult. As 9 Pandas have decided to exert their pressure mid.
Sneaky. Oh!
That was weak. Weak. Shame.
Nothing to say. Pulls the creep wave outside of the tower range. The tower will deal with the siege wagon, trying to limit the siege damage that 9 Pandas wants to do.
I mean, NTS knows his job.
Yep.
Sit here and be a brick wall against the Timber. Slow down his timing, slow down this tower push. This is what mid Timber wants. He's not getting it. Frustrating game for Kiyotaka so far. Probably does not feel good just watching NTS farm up.
Yeah, and the Lycan hasn't taken this tower yet either, which is surprising to me. It's level 7.
LGD doing a very decent job defending the objectives. Not making too many greedy, aggressive moves that won't pay off. They're going to rotate Mew into mid with a Vessel.
Almost had him.
This is a really fast Vessel. He disassembled Vanguard for it. Nice use of that itemization here. And it's a strong Vessel game too. Now they really have a lot of tools to deal with the Timbersaw in the fights, the Pugna heal, early nukes for the Lycan if he decides to man up for a tower. Mew really wants to fight, but he can't find anybody. He'll only find neutrals. TP top for Kiyotaka here.
Why you smile? Dodges the Chakram, and Kiyotaka is going to be in some trouble, even if he can kill Y. The Brewmaster split keeps with him. Toss him up in the air, and finish him off with a Whirling Death. He's going to have to deal with double Whirling Deaths. That's going to be a big issue. Shiro, who's stuck around here for a really long time because of his mobility, thinks he could deal with the Lycan Shapeshift, and Miro's putting that to the test now. TP out, and will not be able to get there in time. Solo a little bit late there, too.
Nice spellcasting from LGD in this early game. Just making the Wolf run around in circles, saving their early towers, getting the connection on the Timbersaw. Really slowing down this early game from a bunch of push heroes that are not finding the push. Can start to feel the frustration here from 9 Pandas who want to get these kills going, want to get these towers going, and are getting dodged. The literal dodging. No lockdown for Ember in this game, by the way.
Yeah.
So he can do whatever he wants as long as he has ults up.
The best they have is hook shot, Cogs push back into Gust.
It is reliable in the later fights, but the Drow is not going to join in any of these.
Yeah.
LGD get a push of their own going. Tier 1 dies top. The first tower of the game goes to LGD. Bet you went to bet on that.
And the second tower of the game.
That's right. Nice little last. See, that's how you do it.
That's
how you see.
Last standing in a tower?
Yeah. See, I wouldn't even try and get that last hit from NTS because I know he would secure it. But these weak-ass carries, they can't get it. I'm stealing that from you, brother. I don't
know. Somebody's definitely going to use that in justification in a pub.
You should. Get good. Dota's a free-for-all game, man. Every man for himself.
That's not what Dota is at all.
It's about survival of the fittest.
No.
You must shove everybody down, including your own team, to rise to the top.
In cooperation.
And claim glory.
And friendship.
That is why they call it the Aegis of the Champion. Singular, my friend.
One guy out of the 5.
Miro will eventually convert on this tower, but he will find more than he bargained for. That'll be a defensive Wolf form.
Not the happiest use of it, that's for sure. Good thing he didn't get chains. Slight chance that he actually dies there.
I was also thinking you might have just ulted from behind the tree and then like lifted him.
Yep. Wait out the shapeshift.
Yeah, that's an impossible play to make though. It's just not even worth it. Instead, they'll be able to smoke up. Timber Chain on planet, so he has a long initiation range here, can start the fight for LGD and follow it up with Tombstone Panda ult. This is not a fight 9 Pandas are going to be happy getting gone on by. Who are they going to find?
Who do they want to find?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Probably Kiyotaka if they feel like they can bring in one more core.
Well, they're going to have to get Antares first. Deal with the Pugna first. That's what we've been learning from these other series.
I mean, they have Vessel on him. They have Flesh Gold.
Vessel plus damage amp. It is going to be a lot to work with, but Solo is going to come through, help pick off the back line. No Rubik. He's going to die for it, though. Nothing to say. Now can focus on Kiyotaka, who's getting away with the Timber Chain, but the Primal Split still lasts a little bit longer. Oh, couldn't stop that last chain away, but he's still so damn slow, and the Morphling now turns into the Timbersaw. Back to it. Kiyotaka dies.
Really nice smoke from LGD, and they get everything they want out of that. The Panda Micro from New, by the way, has been beautiful.
On point?
I must say, he is a 10 out of 10 Panda player. You can tell when you watch these guys, like,
yeah.
Are they using the purges off CD? Are they getting multiple lifts? Is the Void, even the Void Spear pull?
Panda?
He got it off right there. In the middle of the Timber Chain, by the way, which doesn't cancel, but it was pretty cool. This guy's a Dota player right here. You know, this is a 10 out of 10 Brew Micro I'm seeing so far.
I mean, you did say earlier you thought a move was impossible for him, and I thought, for New, nothing's impossible for this.
What did I say is impossible?
The Brewmaster play where you pop the split.
Oh, that's true.
I
should not be underestimating this, man.
Yeah, don't underestimate me.
I think it's like a good metric to judge offlaners by. Are you a Brewmaster player? If you're a Brewmaster player, you're a real offlaner. If you can't play Brewmaster, you're just a carry masquerading as an offlaner. Which
or,
there's a
maybe
lot of
they're
them.
just not a micro player.
No, you're not an offlaner. I'm telling you. Why just all carry players that want to join other carry players to try and get carried?
Maybe they like playing Blink Dagger heroes.
You think Pure can play Brew? You think Amar can play Brew?
Yes, actually.
You think ATF can play Brewmaster? That's what you're telling me, right?
I mean, I think Pure can.
Pure might be able to, actually, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if there's anything Pure can't play at this point.
But has he played? No, so my point still stands.
Okay.
You gonna look it up now? That's kind of a BM move, man.
Well, I mean, I just want to make sure my analyst is on point with his analysis.
Ooh, the Frost Shaman getting involved. Of course, guaranteed evasion here for New. He's going to be able to run it off.
You got a TP point here. They're going to try and help out New. He's going to get off his ultimate.
Let's see the micro.
Toss him up in the air. Yes, yes. Lycan form. Only going to last a couple more seconds. I think they're going to get him with the chains. Yeah, that shapeshift is now gone. He's slowed down to a crawl with zombies chasing after him.
Another stun.
Timbersaw, Chakra from Planet comes in. Telekinesis trying to stall up the Drow Ranger, who is in a good position. High ground Drow with PSG LGD all in the pit right now. They got to find a way out of here. They're going to push through Ramses right now, who's getting a lot of heal out of this Pugna. And Tari's giving up his entire level pool. Why not? Just buy back and ensure the kill on the carry. Make sure this fight goes your way. Timbersaw is going to be able to cut down the Undying, but Kiyotaka does have the Morphling to contend with. And boy, nothing to say has been the bane of this Timbersaw. Chasing after him, bursting him down, whether it's the phylactery, whether it's the whirling death, he's got it all. He's got all the answers to the Timbersaw, and he'll finish off solo to go.
The shotgun animation may not be in the game, but the phylactery, those are some sawed-off barrels here, and he pumps them into 9 pandas. I like that buyback from Shiro. He's out of mana, does it instantly, gets the full team wipe. That's a lot of XP and gold for your team that you're securing here. Doesn't cost you too much in this early game. 9 pandas are really looking for this team fight when Ramses connects too. Like, he had decent positioning on that high ground. But just little things going right for LGD. Mew on point with the micro, gets the little hop away from Ramses, so he tanks up way more time in this fight. And the spell steal is going to work on the Timbersaw. These whirling deaths on him are a nightmare to try and deal with, even though Kiyotaka has a pretty good team fight. He's just getting kited around. Look at this whirling death on him that gets covered up by the replay you can't see. But when he pops out of that, he's got nothing left.
Yeah.
That is just all the Morphling Timber matchup people are starting to figure out more of. Huge team fight win for LGD.
Pierre did play a game of Brewmaster in 2020.
Whatever, man. That doesn't make him a Brewmaster player just because you picked the hero. Was his micro good in that game?
I don't know. He
exactly.
lost.
You don't know anything. You know nothing. Yeah, you know nothing.
You know what I have to say to that?
Wait, you have a button for that? We've had a button for that this entire time?
Yeah, production gave me a button. It's because you asked for it that one time.
What? What the? Why didn't I know about this? All right, we're going to see some more micro here from Neil. Let's respect the pandas.
Lock him down. Didn't throw the boulder. Telekinesis. Boy, Nero is not having fun this game. Nothing to say. Takes a lot of damage. That is actually a matchup that is pretty annoying. The Drow Ranger is always something to fear. But if you can't burst them within that multi-shot, then nothing to say. Is going to turn right back around and waveform right through some of your allies.
Doesn't feel like 9 pandas have an answer to the Brewmaster right now. Doing way too much work. The Vessel charges pre-fight, smacking you, getting a haze off, then the ult, controlling the Lycan, helping kill the summons, comes out, and he still has a Crimson Guard to buff up his team, and you have a Tombstone running this entire time. The area of control for LGD in these fights, if 9 pandas can't kite it out, you're just stuck in that mosh pit. Sounds like a death sentence. So you either need more burst off an initiation, which is only Clockwork Hook. That's part of the issue here, is how do you start on these heroes without them getting their spells off? Or you just need to be able to kite that fight out, but the problem is your Lycan ult's wearing as well, so do you really want to take the long fight here when you're on that moon clock? Tough call. No easy answer. You might just have to go late game with the Drow Ranger and hope she can carry through the matchups. So far, this hero misclick, it's not looking too bad. Also, why is this button called only cap?
Because only I'm allowed to use it.
So they gave you a suck it button and said only cap's allowed to use it.
Yes.
You want to know why?
And I've been asking for a blood grenade counter for 10 goddamn days.
Oh, see, you got a consumable.
I don't want to see this. I don't care anymore. I'm over it.
Roshan for Kiyotaka, so that'll help against the Morphling that has been decimating him and his HP pool.
Nice little Roche by 9Pandas there. Get the Drow involved with the objective taking. That's where their lineup can really shine. Do have Wolf form stolen for Planet. That's going to be a nice spell going into the next fight if they can find it in the next 30 seconds. Run around, perma-hasted, steal some more. The Grand Wolf. Stop showing me these cog kills.
What?
Actually, this troll is out of control, bro.
All right.
88 gold has been taken from Cogs this game, in case you were curious.
40
gold from another war.
I
Yes,
see.
all the little things. That's what's important in Dota.
I thought
the
you were
little numbers.
talking about something else.
I'm done. I'm actually done. Don't push it. I knew you were gonna push it, dude. I knew before you even started going for that stupid suck it button, you were gonna push it.
Suck it! You can...
I'm actually done. I'm done. I'm just gonna watch LGD entertain me with their high-skilled Dota here as 9Pandas try and fight their way back. There's too much going on for me. My brain is getting overloaded.
Well, we'll see what they can get done with this Aegis, because they have Blink Dagger. They have an Aegis on Kiyotaka. They might be able to turn this very small net worth lead around.
I mean, I would be trying to find a fight with this Aegis right now.
Yes.
That is a fight extender right there. That means you don't necessarily have to pop the Lycan ult right at the start, or the Lycan can send the summons in and not have to commit his hero right away, which he's just been getting all in off the Bruling. And LGD just dodging. Recognize this Aegis strength and do not want to fully engage right now. They do get out-farmed during these periods. That's something to note. Like, the Brewmaster really suffers when it's not constant skirmishing because his farm rate is pretty lackluster. That's why we saw Jabs go for the Midas earlier.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, right?
New is not playing as greedy. Did not go for the Midas, went for double early Aura and looking for Blink here. Just trust his 2 cores are going to carry this game, which there's some truth in it up to ultra late game Drow. That's going to be the real wild card. An Orchid for Miro.
Yeah, that was
very aggressive second itemization here for the Lycanthrope.
He's going Orchid, Nullifier. So he really wants to just lock onto one hero and burst it down. Who do you think he's aiming for in these fights?
He'll take the Brewmaster at the start if he can.
Yeah.
If you get the silence off before Haze goes out and buffs up the evasion, I think you can all-in you here. There are saves though, right? You have Rubik's Shard already up, plus 4 staff. You have Glimmer Pavis on Y, plus Tombstone, plus his Shard already up, so you can throw someone in the Tombstone. I don't know if this Orchid's going to really pay off for Nero here. And Kiyotaka blinks into 5. Did not know they were all there. And he gets shredded, man. Oh my god, these whirlings. This matchup looks so broken.
And he's got the Aghanim Scepter too, so he's got that reactive armor that's going to be ticking.
Stolen Chakram,
He's
stolen
stick
whirling.
With them. Oh, we missed the Timber Chain. He waveforms forward, but I think the explosion was not in range. So an opportunity presented itself, but didn't quite stop Kiyotaka.
He was in deep.
And he is.
He committed to this fight. The rest of LG did not want to wait out the wolf form. Yu says no time to wait. Time to smash. Boulder smash.
Well, it doesn't really get anything done. So 9Pandas, I think they will happily change Shapeshift for Primal Split. Because I think whatever gives Ramses the freest fight possible.
I would agree with that, yeah. I think the Primal Split has been way stronger this game than the Wolf form.
Yeah.
I think the Wolf form is just about getting the summons in and messing with some supports. I'm also surprised Kiyotaka got out of there.
Alright, well, the catch planet. He was doing a little bit of creep cutting, but they'll punish him for that. He still took the tier 2, though. Ramses managed to finish that off.
Yeah, so the Drow is starting to get involved. Hurricane Pike Manta, very tanky, has that level 15 multi-shot cooldown talent. This is a nice little mid-game power spike for the hero, especially if you can get involved in fights and get 2 multi-shots off, you're probably winning that fight. If you get 1 and it's hitting the actual cores here, you're probably going to be pretty happy. just about positioning for Ramses, letting his two frontliners take the brunt of the engagement, maybe wait out the Brew ultimate. Then you're going to be super happy going into that fight. Because you have good core matchups here in the Ember and the Morphling. I don't think Ember is going to be strong enough to just jump on Ramses and solo kill him this game without any other gap close. Especially with Pugna with the sustain. Something that can happen later when the Ember's 5 slotted, but for now, this is the time to strike for 9 Pandas. Get their ball going, look towards that next Roshan and claim as much on the map as you can. LGD want to hold the high ground ward. High ground tombstone fight as well.
Do they want to fight Kiyotaka first? Seems like it, but he's got to beat KBs. They get that out of him. Immediately, though, they see the Pugna. That's what Nothing to Say really wants. Kill that Pugna right away. And Kiyotaka, at half health, will not be able to re-engage in this. They're going to chase after him. Nothing to Say is not going to let him go easy. He's got him.
Whew. Man.
This matchup is too damn hard.
Yeah, this matchup just looks miserable, dude. I don't want to make this trade ever again after watching this game in the one from yesterday. You're just making Morphling invincible with 70 armor, insane damage nukes that are getting amped. Like, you're just turning him into a Frankenstein.
It is pretty gross.
And yes, I know that the monster's just the monster. Because you know there's going to be an infinite amount. Oh, Frankenstein's the doctor. Well, maybe he's a beast of a doctor. How about that? And Shiro gets hook shot and murdered out from the golem chase.
Thought you were saying Nothing to Say is a bit of a madman.
That would be like a Jekyll and Hyde thing.
Nice. He's creating a monster by turning himself into Timbersaw.
Dire's top tower is under
It's like the
attack.
Decimate thing. You know, like old language of Decimate would actually just mean 10%. But it does make sense if you're talking about Whirling Death. Decimates them, takes away 10%.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Thank you, Cap, for that
Radiant
enlightening TED
structures are
Talk.
fortified.
I learned a lot.
I'm glad you did. Tars is not going to be caught sleeping.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, it'd be so funny if Timbersaw just like plummeted in the drafting pool.
I think he will if you keep forcing some of these exchanges. Like, the hero is definitely getting figured out a bit more. That's another reason I hate those, like, oh, this hero's so broken. Because it's like, dude, you played against it for like a week. What do you know? You don't know anything.
Well, I mean, they are pro players, and it has been a...
I know, but it's just like a feeling thing. Like, you play against something and it feels super broken, and you're like, oh, this is the stupidest hero in the game. But, I mean, there's a lot of heroes in Dota. There's a lot of items. You get creative, you come up with some really strong counter drafts. You can answer even the broken heroes.
Which they have got an answer to not just the Timbersaw, but Miro has been completely addressed. This Lycan has not had a game.
No momentum at all. Has not been able to do his job, which originally, I mean, his job in this game is to find the Rubik, find the Undying, force an awkward fight from LGD by pressuring the supports. It's not even close to happening, because he can't run in with his hero, and the summons are not enough to threaten this support duo, which is decently tanky here. Undying does not care about the hero anymore, and Planet has Blink and Force Staff here. He's getting protected by the Brewmaster and the Ember with a lot of AoE.
They got the Axe on Drow. Big item pickup. Now we have the Frost Arrows. We also have, again, the upgraded Frost Arrows, which go to 9 stacks. That is completely removing the regen of a Morphling. Not to mention the marksmanship already going to work on him. They're going to get the Cogs pushed back, and each follow-up, they get the Gust on him.
Yes,
BKB immediately going out, though. Nothing to say, battling out with the Timbersaw once again, but does get Orchided. Now he has the Aghanim Scepter going off, so because of that, doesn't really take any damage. Kiyotaka pursuing with Miro, chasing after them with the shapeshift. I think PSG LGD is just going to let this go.
Yeah, they have no Brewmaster ulti. That's the big thing here, otherwise I think they turn. Do not want to take a fight without that. They're going to waste out the wolf form. Can maybe linger around here.
Man.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's also lack of catch from 9 Pandas. It's literally hookshot. That's it. I mean, it's all on solo, and these targets all have BKB, so unless you find the Panda, you're pretty sad. There's also 4 staffs for them as well. Need some hexes or something on the Zion Panda's lineup, but you can, of course, force the objective.
Man, they did that fast. I think they did it a little bit faster than PSG LGD expected. And Kiyotaka starts pursuing. He's got the cheese.
Rolled up in 10. LGD might want to fight with high ground Tombstone, and they will.
He's going to drop it. Are they going to deal with that one? Jumps inside the Tombstone. He's going to be stuck on the high ground when he comes out, I think. Awkward. Brewmaster Primal Split with the Ember Spear jumping right in the middle of all these heroes. They're going to have to play this 4 versus 5. Cheese goes off, though, onto the Timbersaw, dealing with the Pugna right away. Nothing to say. Great job addressing these targets. Now on top of Ramses. This is trouble. They got to stop these heroes. A second life of the Drow Ranger. He's going to come back, and all his allies are going to be dead. They couldn't stand toe-to-toe against this Morphling, even with all the bonuses they had. Cheese, Aegis, all of that. No one dying.
It's not even a close fight. I mean, they're going to get Shiro, but this is a buyback on the Pugna. That was Cheese. That was Aegis and Kiyotaka. If he drops here, it's an absolute disaster. Will they find the lift? They will. They got him. Gone. NTS racking up the kills. A perfect game for him, 6-0 and 10. Was this a misclick? Maybe LGD needing to misclick more at this rate. 9,500 hero damage for him.
Yeah, maybe he should pick this hero more than every once in 3 years.
That's true. He's looking pretty damn good on it, and this Morphling Timber matchup continues to impress and continues to deliver the damage. As Muse Micro is not far behind. Once again, he gets on top of Ramses, removes the marksmanship, tosses him for half the fight, controls for the other half. Brewmaster performance has been one of the best I've seen in a long-ass time. Just absolutely devastating. 5-1 and 18 for him. Also a near-perfect game. He's going to build an AC to provide the extra aura, help the scale. And LGD looking really solid to close this game out if they win like 1 or 2 more engagements. They're just getting too damn tanky. I mean, why cliffed himself on that Tombstone, but then he TP's Outpost and gets right back in there. They also don't have Tombstone killers. They don't have the Brooding killers. They don't have Tombstone killers here. These 2 things are really punishing
They
Pandas.
don't have the lockdown. Feels like this draft from 9 Pandas was lacking a lot of tools.
I mean, their draft excels is like the 5-man objective push. That's why they've gotten the Roshans. And we saw them clean up some of those towers with Aegis. But if they're not confident enough to just push into LGD and force the fight that way, then their lineup's not doing much else. There's no catch. There's not a lot of map gameplay other than just watching the Drow farm up. Those points are being exploited hard here by LGD. Another reason this Brewmaster has just been able to itemize for the team, like, you did not have to go BKB this game. You did not have to go some item to guarantee him getting an ult off.
Yeah, no BKB, no Aeon Disc.
That just feels amazing.
Also, I think this Morphling is, don't get me wrong, nothing to say has played great, but I want to see more mid-Morphling. I think it's pretty nasty, this Phylactery, and then you could just scale into a regular Morphling.
I mean, if mid-Morph can lane versus Timber too, that well. Again, I don't know if that lane is supposed to go that well, but he won the lane, defended his tower, and was higher net worth, then what is the downside of this matchup? Right?
Yeah.
What are you playing for if you're Timber? You're just playing versus a better Timber. Straight up better Timber, who does what you do better and wins the lane, and scales harder. And builds better items for you. Like the Morphling can build the Ags and the Scotty that Timber does not like playing versus. What does Timber build versus Morph? It's really only Hex, if you get the Hex later on. And that is what Kiyotaka is looking for. He's pretty close to it. That is a very big item for 9 Pandas so they can get there, but he does not have it yet, and the fight has been forced.
Blowing up Miro, man.
Double damage. And it'll do it. Kiyotaka does finish the Hex, but just a little too late. 9 Pandas are going to have to put this item to use. They needed more lockdown. That will be it. You've got to combine the Hex, probably hook shot, bounce him back into a Hex with the Drow Ranger hitting that target, and hope the Cog displacement is enough to guarantee the utility is too far away for LGD. As Satanic is finished for NTS here on top of Titan Sliver. My God, he is a beefy boy.
Yeah, that Scythe isn't going to last long. He's really tanky. I don't see how they actually burst him down. Stop him from getting off his Manta, Satanic, and healing up.
I mean, you still have Lift Save to go through. You have Glimmer Capes, you have 4 Stabs. 9 Pandas are pigeonholed to a single targeted burst initiation versus a lineup that has everything to answer it as long as LGD are set up and ready for the fight. Which means you have to catch them off guard, get creative, find some weird angles, get that Hex in there when they least expect it.
Nice toss down. That might have actually saved his life as 9 Pandas are on their way over here. Not a bad time to jump when some of these heroes are a little bit low. Kiyotaka spots him, scythe immediately out, but the save right away. Grab ally, protects the Morphling. And the Morph is going to jump forward now, turning into the Timbersaw. Has that Axe going out. Gotta get away from him. Nothing to say, chasing, boom!
My God, it's a nuclear bomb, man. And
he still has the power to chase after Kiyotaka. Look at that Whirling Death go.
He has 6,000 HP.
He cannot run, so all he can do is hide, but he cannot hide either.
This is an abomination of a hero. Like, I don't know what you do versus this. I genuinely don't know. I guess you need like a Doom or something. I'm assuming you can still purge the Timbersaw active off of him?
Yeah, the reactive armor active. Yeah, you can.
So I guess that would be a solution, but this just feels stupid. What is this? He has 6,000 HP when he's morphed. Still hitting for like 500.
Yeah.
Crap ton of spells. He basically has 2 heroes, neither of which you can deal with. Infinite chase, lockdown stun.
It's got it all.
LG, you're just watching him go ham. I'm like, this is the easiest game of my life. Nice misclick, NTS.
Just riding the wave, baby, riding the wave.
I think Shiro's sad. I don't think he's ever going to get to play Morphling again.
Yeah, I think Shiro wanted the Morphling and nothing to say, like, picked it first, and then he was like, oh, sorry, misclick.
Yeah, I'll show you how it's done.
Look at him go. They have to hook shot just to give a little bit of window for Ramsey to get back. Nice multi-shot, does a lot of damage. Gets a lot of those frostbite stacked up. Not that nothing to say cares. Clearly doesn't as he charges forward with the Ember.
Shiro says hello.
Diving into the tier 4s a little bit. Okay, got 2. Kiyotaka killed the 2 supports. And now with a Nullifier Orchid, Ember Spirit's going to die as well. Remember, guys, ride the wave. You got to be behind this Morphling. Let him do all the work. Scythe not up in time, so nothing to say. Does TP back in time.
These are still farm heroes on 9 Pandas. We're looking at the net worth. This game is still very close. You do not want to give him a fight like that where you overextend. No Brewmaster ulti in that engagement really hurt LGD's chances of committing onto the Drow Ranger, and that's just way too deep. It's not where their lineup excels. It's just a misstep. Maybe feeling themselves too much.
Yeah. You got to remember who the big boss is here. Shiro diving in like that? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you are not the damage.
You're not the main character of this game. Relax.
You're the sidekick, my friend.
Yeah, you are 100% nothing to say sidekick.
Swiss Blink for NTS to finish off his 5th slot here. At that point, the chase and gap close is just infinite, right?
Yeah.
Waveform, Timber Chain, Blink on top of this Drow. You just have to stand your ground. There is no running from nothing to say here. He will find you. He will catch you. He will force the fight. The only question is, will he be a Morphling? Will he be a Timber? Or will he be a Piggy?
Radiant are fear in your eye.
Think he goes to the waveform cooldown? I almost kind of wonder if he wants to protect himself with a 35 strength.
I think the 35 strength is the better talent. I think it gets taken almost all the time. That's a lot of strength, man. Hard to turn down stats for like slightly lower waveform cooldown when it's already 7
waveform
seconds.
cooldown. That's,
okay, well.
That's twice now I've seen that.
Maybe this wasn't as popular when like Morse built Octarine a little bit, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
A lot more mobility for him.
Combos well with the 20 talent, which is also in some ways how he stays alive. Telekinesis right into the Morphling Timbersaw. So Kiyotaka immediately has to use BKB. Ramses has a lot of gunk on him right now. He's got to get away from all this one. Shiro had nothing to say on infinite mobility. They can't.
What is this?
You can't run. You cannot run from these guys.
Like, that's like 3,000 units.
Fireboy and Waterman will hunt you down.
I mean, when I said you had to stand your ground, I guess literally you had to. Because you're just dying on the chase, too. It's not just they're keeping up with you. They are killing you on the run. There is no resetting in this game. The chase is apparently infinite. That'll result in a swift victory for LGD as they just jam everything into 9Panda's face. They deal with it. They cannot deal with it. And they will get Roshan as a victory prize. Still 3 heroes survive there, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, still not that down in net worth, really. 9Pandas continue to keep the game close. It just feels like matchup-wise, they are in...
Yeah, like whose net worth are you taking here, right? It does not feel like a lot of these items on 9Pandas are doing anything to prevent LGD's game plan.
Yeah.
Which is just use the Timber against them. Honestly, at this point, you might be better off in the 4-on-5. Keep Kiyotaka out of there. Just
don't let him have the Timber.
Don't let the morph turn into this man.
I mean, he should probably get a Lincoln's, right?
That seems apt, yeah, but there's a lot that just insta-pops it, right? Any of the Rubik spells.
Yeah.
The Morphling can just go in and adapt to you, steal it afterwards. Like, maybe you get the value for one fight, but it's not going to be that much value for the whole game.
Well, he's got the 25, so the fast burst damage is available, but could not kill Y and may be caught. He's going to have to use his BKB to get out of here, I think.
Yeah, probably wants to waste as much time as possible. He did not BKB.
That is bold.
Is very bold.
Oh, Kiyotaka, you greedy son of a gun.
I'll have to fight his way out.
Yeah, now pop it.
Nice moves from Y. NTS gets stuck, re-sticks himself, but of course none of it actually matters to the mobility god, as he has Swift Blink up as well.
Whew. Another Scythe, this time for Planet. Stole one of the Chakrams too, the blue one.
You know, I've seen a lot of broken things in my time.
Yeah.
Watching Morphling in this game, it might be up there in the top 5. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. This just seems absolutely stupid.
Oh, we got another top 5 list?
Well, you,
right,
you remember my other top 1, of course.
Yeah, the most annoying.
Yeah, I mean, the most annoying player of all time. God. What an annoying player.
He's pretty annoying. Yeah. Anyway, any other, like, broken combos that you want to...
No, I'm not going to.
In your top 5? No.
I mean, the Sniper Troll patch was pretty stupid.
He's going to turn to the Drow Ranger for once. Okay. I guess the Timbersaw dead for 30 seconds, so might as well. Miro's going to cut in from behind, though, and they have a buyback on the Timbersaw. They may not be expecting this one. The Scythe immediately goes out. Miro having a hard time putting the damage onto the Rubik. Planet disappears. He gets into the trees, and Miro fails to get the pop-off he was hoping for.
Just clear through the summons with the Dispel and Morphling, too. It's like it's had no impact and no zoo.
Man, that damage is intense. Miro's still working on trying to get one of these supports. BKB TP out. Barely makes it in time.
And the
TP in from Kiyotaka. He's back.
Yu has just been messing with him on the backline. Brewmaster ult is out.
Might as well chase. Got a high ground Drow Ranger. This is one of the best positions, but it got caught by the telekinesis. Immediately saved by the Decrep by BKB. Turn around, putting the damage out. This has got to be the point where they can do something. But again, turning into the Timbersaw, this Morphling is just not taking damage. Even with the marksmanship, he has to be ignored. He still has an Aegis after all. The Ram's backing away, nothing to say. Continues to pressure anybody he can. Atari's Decrepify eventually wears out, and they'll finish him off.
Nice armor-piercing right-clicks, Drow. It'd be a shame if I had plus 30 green armor from a random spell that negated all of it. Ramsey's just doing nothing to the liquid boy over here. I feel bad for him, dude. What are you supposed to do?
This was not the counter pick they had in mind. And Kiyotaka in trouble once again. Decrepify BKB does bail out yet another hero. 9Pandas are honestly playing as best as they can in some of these team fights. Orchid, Nullifier doesn't land.
He got hacked. Can they do anything?
Please, the one time, do a little bit of damage to
that
him.
crit.
Take away his Aegis or something.
Doesn't have the armor right now. This is your window. Kiyotaka back in.
Oh, he turns into the Timbersaw. Uh-oh, Kiyotaka, he's stuck. He's got his own Traka. He comes back in as the Morphling starts laying into Miro, but they do manage to take him out, and that means the Morph. It's on cooldown as well.
Ult.
This is an opportunity for 9Pandas. Mew gets off another ultimate here as unfortunately we have to have a brief pause as Solo's computer still is not fixed.
Somebody give this man a processor. God damn. There's the finest creation cam. Indeed.
It's beautiful.
OS Frogs rejoice watching this gameplay. I'm sure 9Pandas are enjoying playing against a dash WTF hero. I mean, this is a fight they can win, though, because the Morph has no ult up right now, no Satanic. NTS is kind of just a normal 6-slotted Morphling, which is still pretty damn strong, but I guess killable.
Somebody's getting cussed out, man. This computer. All right, so it looks like Antari is going to potentially die back. 4-step up to the high ground. Ember Spirit's going to chase after him. So does the Morphling, easily getting that kill. Miro trying to deal with all these Brewlings, but they're just distracting 9Pandas while the rest of the team is able to get themselves out. PSG LGD are on the run, and 9Pandas pursuing.
I mean, LG don't have a lot here. No
shot,
ult.
catching the Rubik. That's going to be one. Multi-shot, almost catching the Ember Spirit as well. Looks like they got you, so that's 2.
And a gem.
And a gem.
Level 25 for Timber. Giving 9Pandas extra damage on his Hex Burst. Kiyotaka is playing this game like a beast. It's just so much to fight through. You got to feel for him. Trying to do it solo here, basically, because the rest of his lineup is just getting stalled out by the Brewlings. Hard to engage for Ramses into the double backline jump from the Morphling and the Ember.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the help when he goes in with these hexes, but he is finding the openings, and now we're staying up there for 9Pandas. They're clawing their way back into a position. I mean, they only lost 1 Rax in this game. This game has not felt close, but it is still fairly close. One bad team fight. You're out on your ass. NTS tries to collect the Tormentor, but he cannot.
You're not strong enough, my friend. Maybe if he had that Nullifier, which he can buy out. May leave him just a little bit short on buyback gold. But either way, next team fight, he'll have it. So now when the Morphling jumps on top of you, if he gets the Nullifier on you, you're not Hurricane Piking like you want to, not able to Glimmer Cape like you want to. I almost feel like you need Ags on Miro just to be able to bite the Drow Ranger to get her away, but then that completely ruins the idea of Drow Ranger, so...
Yeah, you have no range.
Yeah, so then your marksmanship is totally out.
You're just a Drow meleeer. I actually kind of want to see what that looks like.
I'll take that.
You just go in and start sticking them with your arrows.
Arr.
He's also 25 here. That's another big talent for the hero.
Yeah, what's that?
Both of them can be solid in the right game. I think normally you take the marksmanship chance, but is it doing anything in this game? Probably not. You might actually want to take the waves here.
Yeah, just to clear out some of this. Antari's. We know he doesn't have buyback, so PSG LGD is now a 4 versus 5, and they can go to the high ground pretty damn quick.
Decisive move. Gets him a little bit of a payoff.
Yeah, really nice reactions out of them. Nullifiers all around, apparently. Another hero showing in this top lane. They are just not respecting the wards that are out in lane. Get picked off again.
And
Gem.
Another dieback. 2 supports dead for 9Pandas. LG know they do not have buys. It's a 5-on-3. Probably going to dive this if they see the window.
Dire's middle tower.
There it is.
There it is.
Blink Scythe. Counter Scythe from Kiyotaka onto Nothing to Say, but just doesn't last long enough. This Morphling is eventually going to have the window to lay damage in, and as soon as he does, heroes start evaporating.
Did get the Rubik with the Nullifier Orchid, but he's going to come down into a world of pain. Instant buybacks here for 9Pandas. They don't have their supports, and they don't have their Drow because Ramses bought out for Butterfly. I don't think it did anything.
Yeah.
And that is just the game. They're going to clean up some last stragglers here, unless Kiyotaka can make some miracle happen.
Don't think he will. Smiro, I mean, great. All around, I don't think 9Pandas play badly. I think their draft just has no answers to a lot of what PSG LGD is running here.
Yeah, I think they needed a really fast start in order to get ahead, and then the objective taking with the Drow gives them like a second Aegis they can go high ground with. I think that's mainly the way they win this game. So just better laning phase and a faster tempo for Ramses. But
yeah,
man, I go back to the early and mid game. New on the Brewmaster. This guy continues to impress with his micro on top of everything else. He looked really good on the jump stunners. Here he plays a very different style of hero and owned these team fights, man. Really impressive with the micro. I go back to his itemization spot on as well with the early Vessel. Gets him a lot of early kills on Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka was a beast in the late game. Didn't die too much there, but he had like 7 deaths going into those later periods, and that's all from that mid game for LGD. Pushes NTS up way too high on a pedestal for 9 Pandas to touch him. 14-0 and 18 for the misclicked mid Morphling with almost 80,000 hero damage. Well, if Timbersaw is a broken hero, I guess Morphling pretending to be Timbersaw is an even more broken hero.
Yeah, just have more Timbersaws than the enemy. Easy peasy.
Easy.
All right, well, we've all learned something here in this game 1 of PSG LGD. And 9 Pandas. Hopefully 9 Pandas learn something, because if they can't win this series, they will be out.
A lot of pressure on 9 Pandas to perform. And this one, though, goes the way of PSG LGD. I am baffled that a game that had such a long pause, where PSG LGD really wanted to see if they could really please remake, because Morph and Ember should be reversed. It worked out so well the way they ended up playing it. I'm joined by Winter, Effie, and Jenkins. This game, Winter, it did not seem like the players were on the wrong heroes.
Yeah, definitely nothing to say. It's really good with Morphling. It's more about, I feel like they wanted to put him on the safe lane and let Shiro go to mid with the Morphling, because he seemed like he wasn't really comfortable with the Ember. I mean, it's too bad, really rather unfortunate, but nothing to say, is still there to carry the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great Morphling game overall. Like, you saw the impact of this hero when he can turn into Timbersaw in the mid game, how much damage he can output, how useful he can be early on with the phylactery, but I also think New played an incredible game, like out of his mind. The Vessel pickup versus a Timbersaw was so good, and off the back of that Vessel pickup, they were just able to fight consistently into them. Unfortunately for 9 Pandas, they didn't really have stuns, so every time LGD disengaged from a skirmish, they couldn't really chase them down. They had to essentially kill somebody in a hookshot into Cog's pushback, which didn't ever really happen for them. But I think LGD played a great game. I love that they collapsed on the Drow repeatedly. They kind of choked. They came from behind. They flanked her with an Undying Tombstone a few times, and everything they needed to do, they did.
Speaking of the Drow, Avery mentioned a really interesting point about how Morph, when he turns into Timber, gets the reactive armor. It's green armor, so the typical Morphling being countered by Drow no longer is the case whenever the Timber is on the other team. And actually, Shiva, there's a lot that I have to say about Morphling versus Timber in the laning phase. If you would let me do a monologue right now.
No, I'd rather
It'll
hear
take 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd rather you not. I'd rather hear that from the expert. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Purge.
Thank you, Shiver and Jenkins. You're my enemy from now on. I want to talk about Morphling in the mid lane against Timbersaw. Now, Jenkins, if you're level 4 and you can do 170 damage for 50 mana, would you say that's a good damage to mana ratio?
I would say that's a great damage to mana ratio.
That's exactly right. Don't say anything else. Thank you. So yeah, that's one thing to say did in the mid lane against Timbersaw. You don't need to hit him that much. You just cast spells on him. He takes a bunch of damage, and you actually go pretty even. If you guys don't know how Morphling functions, you take damage, you spend a little tiny bit of mana to morph your agility back to strength. You get HP, and then the guy just can't kill you because you're dealing enough damage with Adaptive Strike that he has to buy Ring of Health and Vanguard to just sustain through this. And then you just run away like a little coward, stand by your tier 2, and you pop your 12-stick wand, and all of a sudden you're effectively full HP. It's a really good advantageous position. And then the Phylactery Rush, what this does 500 damage every 10 seconds. 500 damage. It's a huge pain in the ass. It means that Kiyotaka actually can't even stay in the lane very much anymore. Because he takes one Adaptive Strike and he's like, I'm going to go hit a neutral camp. He did a great job keeping it up in net worth. And this is them trying to pressure the mid lane. Nothing to say. He's just got a Phylactery and a wand. 500 damage dealt to the support. This guy can't even approach the tower to cast Nether Blast. He does it, and he runs like a coward. Kiyotaka stays a little bit too late, and they will take another 500 damage. And once again, they have to leave that. So that's Morphling in the early game. He's better later as well. They'll talk more about that.
Cowardice. The name of the game.
Power it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Purge. I appreciate that. It did look like, it looked like a great Morphling game. We knew that. I also want to focus our attention a little bit on the head-to-head matchup of the carries because, as said, Winter, it might have been a little bit unusual pick for Shiro to play, but even that worked out for them.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate, but still, he was able to... I felt like the early game was fine. Like, early to mid-game, he did his job. He played the laning phase pretty well. In the mid-game, he was always around his team. He was setting up for kills with the slide and chains. It was more about the late game where if you're not a true Ember player, when the late game fight starts to happen, you need to calculate how many remnants you need to be using, how you're getting out with the remnants, and making sure you don't go all in and feed. And that's the part where I felt like he struggled.
Yeah, he did have that one remnant when he was diving tier 4s. He threw out his last one, which felt a little bit inexperienced. He was a gold tier Ember, but I'm sure he hasn't played the hero in a while. With that being said, I thought he did great. Like on lane, he did as well as he could. They managed to kill the Lycan on that lane, which is important. Because honestly, it feels like PSG LGD got the better lane configuration with the Morph going mid and the Ember going safe lane, because I don't think the Morph could have gotten those kills on Lycan. But even later on, when they were taking that fight near the Roche corner area, whatever, I don't know why fights keep happening there, he died, he bought back, and they ended up team wiping the entire team. And yeah, you can say that it was kind of off the back of the Morphling and the Brewmaster, but I still think Ember played an integral part in those fights, and he did as well as you could ask for a misclicked Ember Spirit. I mean, if my carry didn't play Ember and he had to play it, I would be worried, but
at least
he did a good job.
time.
Yeah.
If you're gonna get misclicked one hero, Ember's a fun guy to play. At least you could see when the camera kept going to him, he was smiling, he was laughing, he was having a great time, which is always good to see when you've misclicked your hero.
Yeah, and I think Nine Pandas was not having the greatest time. Can we talk about why did they fell short? Was it just their Timber getting demolished in mid? Because this was, of course, a first phase Timber. We kind of knew it was either off lane or it was going to be safe lane, or sorry, off lane or mid lane. And we saw that PSG LTD kind of forced them to use the Timber mid.
They probably need to rethink their strategy, like how they are opening their draft with. If they're getting second pick a game, I feel like when you give away Undying, you might have to just pick the Morphling right away instead of picking the Timber and giving away the Undying. Or maybe even pick both. I don't know if it would be a good idea if you just pick Morphling and Timber right away, because I feel like there's literally no hero that they can pick at 8 that I would feel like, oh, it's really bad for my Morphling and Timber opening.
Yeah, a lot of thought has to go in to that opening from the draft, especially for the second game where they get another chance. Let's find out if Nine Pandas can stay alive here at DreamLeague Season 20.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, DreamLeague Season 20. We're in the midst of our second series of the day. And that means 9 Pandas is facing PSG LGD, and with that, potentially Doom. Because it's a series where if they don't win the series, they're mathematically eliminated from DreamLeague Season 20, and that would be a bad place to be. You know what is also a bad place to be for them? They're 1 game down already in this series, which means they have to pull everything out right now if they want to force out that 3rd game and, again, keep their chances alive. I'm joined by Winter, we got Jenkins, we got Effie, and we got a draft ready for you as well to talk about, as we like to see some changes in the opening of the draft, in particular for 9 Pandas, Effie.
Yeah, it's not more so the opening. I feel like their win condition wasn't really there for that game 1. The Drow Ranger got super nerfed, and I feel like the clock made their draft a bit more difficult to play, because when they picked that clock, they kind of locked themselves into that ranged carry position. And honestly, I wanted to talk about Drow Ranger a little bit, because she felt so underwhelming, even though her net worth was so high that last game, and I feel like removing hypothermia from her shard was a big mistake, because the hero still, like, the ranged carry meta died with this patch, but now she can't even be a situational pick, because if you want to counter heroes like Morphling who are regen dependent, you have to buy an Ags now, which is a much bigger investment, and you can't get that pike the way that you want to, right? Because all of your timings are slower now that you're waiting for an Agnum.
Yeah, I almost feel like just the addition of Harpoon might have been enough to remove the range meta. Because that really makes all these melee heroes a lot more viable. But Techies comes out, still a first phase pick for most teams, especially 9 Pandas, who kind of invented this hero with Antares.
But the hero feels overall weaker now.
It does.
We've seen some teams experiment with first phase Skies as a substitute for that heavy magic damage support, but even that hasn't worked out very well.
I mean, what do you think about them banning Morphing and then switching to the Techies first pick instead of like trying to pick it for themselves?
I think 9 Pandas will always go for Techies whenever it's open. That's why teams are still consistently banning it against 9 Pandas, specifically Antares. But I feel like the overall first morph is
Oh, no,
a
I mean
lot
at
more
8,
difficult
because
to
at
pull
first
off.
pick you get to pick it at 8. I feel
Yeah,
like
but
he's
then,
really strong there.
But then I think LGD would just take it on 6-7. I don't feel like you give it away on 8 then.
So they go for Primal Beast for Skyrath. Something that LGD really likes to run, the Primal Beast. I think it's a good replacement for Ember. Like some teams like GG, they like to open with Ember plus Pugna, and sometimes you see Ember plus another support. Like I feel like Primal plus Skyrath is a similar opening, and Primal does give you flexibility because you can put him on off lane and mid compared to the Ember.
Yeah, although when LGD play this, usually it's always NTS. Like he just really enjoys playing the mid primal. It's good against a lot of the popular heroes right now, and I think it's just for that explosive rotation that he can do around level 5. Like we've seen him just go to the offlane, or his offlane rather, when he's level 5. Doesn't even need a rune, he'll kill the carry and just go back mid. And it's super effective. But it's not enough to take a game super late, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that Shiro style, very, very hard carry. Jenkins, I like your pose a lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I agree.
How does Primal Beast do against Ember?
Mid?
Yeah.
I think it's slightly Ember favored, to be honest, because the constant slight harass and the uproar being nerfed, but I've seen him play it and he holds his own against anybody.
Okay.
But I would say it's like 60-40 for Ember.
It'll come down to rune control. I think the supports are going to have to really help their mid laners snatch the rune, especially from minute 6 onwards. In some matchups, I feel like maybe you can prioritize your lane if your lane is going 50-50 and you need to protect your carry more, but I feel like in this particular matchup, the supports needs to maybe sacrifice some of their carries farm and just help the mid laner get the rune.
And that's why Skye is so cool, right? Because Skye is one of the better supports at rotating mid, especially with the addition of blood grenades. And I like the instant silence that he has versus Ember Spirit too. They're gonna have a lot of ways to kill him early on. Also, the damage amp from Skye's silence into Pulverize is something people don't think about, or into Trample too, but it's a lot of damage, like a lot more than you would think.
Yeah, I actually remember when Primal just came out, all the Primal players were just begging for Skyrath Mage to be picked up because, of course, the silence, even with just the trample, is enough to kill a lot of heroes. Trample late game scaling ability, so that percentage amplification on top of it is quite something.
Are you doing okay,
I can't
Andrew?
mute. I can't mute from here. I'm lucky.
Quite something indeed.
Quite something.
Yeah, they're gonna need like heroes that can buy pipe. Whenever I see like Skyrath, Primal, all these heroes that deal a big amount of magic damage, then you want to try to draft an offlaner that just wants to naturally buy pipe for the team.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
There's the Darkseer ban.
Ooh, I forgot about this hero.
Oof. Or did they plan for it?
Would you guys like to know an interesting statistic?
About spiders?
About spiders.
Wow, yes.
In your sleep, 8 people a year get eaten by spiders.
That's not.
But Ember Spirit actually has a negative win rate versus Broodmother. Would you believe? Ember does not counter Brood. All those idiots that are going around and slighting my spiders, you're wasting your time.
Fools.
Not mine. Because my time
Naga
is
counters
worthless.
Brood. You don't need the Ember to counter Brood.
What?
Naga counters Brood.
Oh, that's another one. You think it's a counter, but guess what? You start Silicon Bola first. That's 70 mana for 120 damage, ladies and gentlemen. Magical damage. And it's also magical damage that it does on the right click. So if you can get that on the Naga Siren with a good support, I actually don't think this lane is that bad for good Brood players.
It's not bad, but it's still heavily Naga favored, I would say. And she also just has really high farm speed, which is able to match Brood. But I think what we saw from Ace playing it, like he went from losing the lane until he got level 6, and then his net worth just kept going up exponentially, even though Medusa was trying to catch up and farm, and she's one of the flash farmers in Dota. Brood still outfarmed her, so I feel like with this new Brood, with all the new jungle camps, we might actually see Brood outpace the Naga here.
I think so too.
Then do you think that you actually need like some support, like Spirit Breaker, that you can hunt the Brood down?
I would love that.
Because if the cores can't really match up, like she farms anyway, right? So you need to figure out how you can kill her.
Absolutely, and that is literally what our criticism was for the previous game we saw the Broodmother, was that she was top net worth, it was Ace, and they were not going to her. And they're not going to go for the Spirit Breaker unless they go for an offlane SB.
To be honest, I'm kind of glad they didn't go Spirit Breaker, even though it sounds good. It's just that I feel like they like to play classical lanes, right? So if they had gone Spirit Breaker, they would have had to play another ranged carry. And picking Terrorblade into Primal Beast is such a grief. He's just going to kill you over and over again. Like, and you don't want to flex the Naga to offlane because this isn't one of the teams that does it.
Do you like the
Picking
Jakiro with?
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, do you like the Jakiro with the lineup though? I mean, if you want a Naga counter, isn't like Disruptor like the go-to, and you have Glimpse to catch the Broodmother?
Ooh, what about their Elder Titan?
I think Elder Titan's been looking really good, especially if you're considering picking something like Faceless Void on your team.
Yeah, and it's really good with the Primal and the Skyra. You amplify their magic a lot. So
that's a good point. That's a lot of magic damage. But also, we didn't talk about the Primal versus Naga. I feel like Primal is one of the better heroes in Dota at pressuring this Naga, especially when he gets a BKB later. He clears her illusions so quickly. He ganks her early on. He's got the damage output that he needs to kill her at most stages of the game until like Naga gets her heart.
10 seconds. Dire team back.
I agree. Elder Titan turns everybody's damage into pure damage against Naga Siren. She doesn't like building armor. Somebody needs to build an AC in this damn game. Preposterous, Winter.
BKB, not AC.
A lot to think about.
You might need to buy BKB.
5 seconds.
I mean, it's gonna be hard if the game reaches to the stage where the Elder Titan can actually just come in and do damage to the Naga and kill all the illusions with the talent, with the cleave and everything.
Do you guys feel like 9 Pandas are looking at Axe or Mars? Oh, Muerto would have been a sick pick. It's a good ban.
I still like a team hero that can buy all the aura items for them, like a Tide Underlord kind of hero. You buy Pipe, you buy Greaves, and everybody groups up together.
Winter, can you read out every single ban to me?
LGD has Undying, Timber, Monkey King, Bat, Darkseer, Beastmaster, Enigma. And on 9 Pandas, we have Muerta, Bloodseeker, Slark, Legion, Medusa, Morphling, and Pugna.
I wasn't paying attention. Can you do it a second time? Just kidding.
So we are 100% sure that this is a position 5 Jakiro. I know it is the most likely scenario, but I know Miero sometimes. Jakiro 3? No?
I don't think you want to do that here because your 3 could just die over and over again. He doesn't fit the archetype of buying auras, and he doesn't fit the initiation archetype of Mars or Axe. So you have to be one or the other, right? You're either a group up hero with auras, or you're an initiator that can potentially kill the Brood.
Love the Mars idea. Love the Mars. It's so good with Techies and Jakiro. Both of these heroes just like somebody to be locked into an area. It's good against the heroes of LGD. It's good against Primal, who wants to, run around in an area and can't get through the Mars arena. Is it banned? Am I stupid? I can't
Mars
see
is
from here.
not banned
Okay.
in the pool. Axe is also in the pool. So both options that Effie just mentioned, still there.
Axe gets more owned by Primal, I would say.
We also got to think a little ahead. PSG LGD, of course, is still looking for a carry that's going to lane against that last pick.
Yeah, so you want your pick to be more like a neutral that can deal with a lot of the possible bad matchups that comes out. And Mars
There is the Mars.
Yeah, Mars is definitely the one that has a very good a good read on that scenario.
And
They
a
were
lifestealer
prepared.
instant.
They were ready for that Mars with that lifestealer. I like this lifestealer because he can just stay bottom for a really long time. He can also rage hit through Naga Song, which
Are you buying Radiance against the Naga this game, though?
you can. You could also, depending on the pacing you want to play, if you want to use the early Brood, you can just go for the early Deso and just hit towers before Naga's ready to fight. That could also work.
I think that's a good strategy this game because they have the ET to bring the armor to 0 already. So I don't think they necessarily need to worry about the Naga. I think it's already answered a bit by the draft.
The reason why I think the Mars was the right call here, even though I'm still favoring LGD's draft, is that had they gone for that Aura hero, they don't have any ways to kill Brood. The Brood solutions are not there. They are there at the sacrifice of your core's farming time, right? Like if you're rotating in your Naga to net the Brood and you're smoking her, that's time that she could be making gold, which is not ideal, right? But with Mars, you can just hunt her down with your arena. Although the follow-up damage is not quite like having a Sky, I would say Techies enough to kill a Brood, right? I mean, Macropyre is kind of slow damage, but yeah, that's good for defending high ground versus spiders. Like, you can't push if you're Brood versus Macropyre. But then you just wait 30 seconds and then you go.
I feel like
there's an Ags, but...
If there's an Ags, I feel like they do need Mars +2 to kill the Brood. I would agree with Effie. That's a very good point, Effie.
So,
I I like LGD's draft because I feel like their brood is just really good, and I feel like we saw Talon try to answer a brood with Mars rotations, but if you mess up your couple of first rotation timings or your first 2 smokes don't go well, the brood just gets overwhelmingly fat.
Yeah. And this is a carry hero, Shiver. This is not the same old Guardian Greaves heroes before. It's very... Stop laughing. It's very powerful in the late game.
Button.
You cannot let this hero free farm.
We're going to find out how now 9 Pandas is planning to deal with this Broodmother. They obviously are planning something, but is it going to be successful? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on in this Game 2's draft, Avery. Maybe weirder stuff than what's going on with Jenkins.
What are you talking about there, partner?
Talking about him sitting on the fireplace. Why would he do that? It's not a sitting spot.
Draw me like one of your spider girls.
Yeehaw! Yeehaw!
Oh god, it's hooked on my thing.
Well, you just gotta leave that cowboy hat on.
It's hooked on my head.
It's part of your identity now, partner.
No. No, continue on without me.
Okay, we're gonna keep moving on as Avery's having technical difficulties with his cowboy hat. Apologies, everybody. I try and tell him that it's better branding that way, but you know. All right, so we got a Life Stealer, we got a Primal Beast, we got a Broodmother, we've got a Jakiro.
I think almost strangled me. A Jakiro?
Yeah,
Jakiro. Bye-bye.
I like Jakiro. I don't think he's good, but I like him.
Yeah, that's pretty much all the heroes that you like.
Yeah, that's true.
You like all the trash.
But that's how I know they're trash, because I'm actually out there playing them, you know? Like, I'm out there grinding the Jakiros and the Lions, figuring out just how bad they really are, the Shadow Shamans of the world.
Okay, so...
I'm doing the dirty work.
If you're playing the Jakiro, how good does the new Ice Path feel? That lingers
Feels
around
better.
a lot longer.
This hero's not that bad, honestly. His laning's pretty damn good.
Okay.
I feel like I can mostly win the lane with Jakiro in most situations. His trade's pretty effective. Spells are a little heavy, but if you can trade out a kill at some point and come back, then you're really happy. He has pretty good stats, pretty good right click. His scale is decent. He has like a valley in the mid game, but if you get the late game, then he's kind of a beast again. So I think this pick's fine as long as you trust the Naga Brood matchup. That's the big wild card here. Like, does Naga still do well versus Brood, or at least as well as it did? Because this Brood is very different. It's very unexplored. People haven't played versus it a lot. That's a big question mark here. And of course, NTS Primal, we saw this go ham sandwich. Might do it again.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not he is able to pull that off again. As matched up against Kiyotaka's Ember Spirits, who's doing all right so far. Can't imagine this is the lane that Jakiro actually pulls off, though. Like, winning the lane?
No, they're not going to stop you getting what he wants. That's the concerning part here. Like, if the Brood and the Sky get what they need out of the early levels, can they just turn it on to Solo? And the answer is yes, as Solo will feed First Blood top.
There he goes. The first of many Jakiro deaths this game, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's the issue. The Naga does not help the Jakiro in the lane.
No.
This lane kind of is starting to feel bad for Solo already. He's going to have to maybe try and spam the pulls if he can secure the camp, play that way. I also think LGD have answers to Naga in the mid and late game. Elder Titan, great versus hero. The Primal Beast, I think, is one of the better mids versus the Naga in terms of just scaling AoE magic damage for a decent amount of time.
Oh yeah, he destroys the illusions for so long. If he can get a good Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. So I don't think LGD is too afraid of this game going late. I mean, Lifestealer can also be good versus Naga in like weird ways, right? You can invest people, get on top of her, you have spell immunity.
Do you go like a Radiance build?
I think that's what it used to be, but I don't know if it's going to be that good this game. I don't think it changes the game too much. I think Shiro should just go for whatever he feels like it's going to kill the Ember and the Mars on the map and kind of play that style of Lifestealer.
Okay.
Trust in the ET and the Primal Beast to do the dirty work for him.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You have enough answers to the Naga Siren that...
I just don't think Radiance changes the matchup enough to justify it if it's not a good Radiance game.
Okay.
If he feels like he can do other things with the Radiance, that's fine, but I don't think it's a good Radiance game outside the Naga.
Yeah, the evasion isn't particularly good against these other heroes, Ember and Mars.
Yeah. You can also go Mjolnir, like faster Mjolnir on here, but I feel like these Mjolnir versus Illusion carries is like whatever, honestly. It's good when you have like 2 or 3 of them, but just one is... I was never convinced by it, but some people feel it. It's a vibe thing. You know what I'm talking about? Why almost level 3 already? Having a pretty decent early trade here on the Elder Titan. Anytime you can get to level 3 and still have regen left, you're pretty happy on this hero. And he is undefeated on Elder Titan this tournament. 7-0.
Wow. He's played it 7 times?
That is what the infographic said. So if that's wrong, do not blame me.
Okay. That's impressive. Is anybody else really playing Elder Titan?
No, because no one is Chad enough. And there's a second death for Solo. There is just no stopping the all-in with the concussive shot, insatiable hunger, Silken Bola tag team here. All Ramses can do is watch his teammate feed his life away and bring regen back to the lane. I feel like most of 9 Panda's successes come through the fact that the solo Ramses lane often wins and they get out ahead. So this lane, falling behind, Solo, a player with the most blood grenades bought this tournament of any player. I'm just going to start making up my own blood grenade stats at this point. He can't use them in this lane because there's no aggressive potential. There's some net, but is this a kill?
Looks like it.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of a trade-off, though. New is going to get a lot of damage onto Ramses on the way out. Maybe he's even dead. If he is not... Okay, nothing to say. He's on the other side.
Now
Hello. Catching up to him. Still not there for the damage, but finally he is going to be able to run him over. There have been 6 Elder Titan games at this tournament.
Well, then I don't know what I was looking at.
Yeah, I don't know what you were looking at either because other people have been playing it, not just
I swear that's what the stats said.
Whitemon played it for TSM.
Maybe it includes DPC games too? I don't know.
Good kill on Shiro. Very important one. Gotta shut down this carry where you can.
Yeah, full stick up for Y. He's really happy about that one. I mean, I can guarantee you Y has not lost with the Elder Titan at this point.
Also, we literally just watched Ollie play it.
Yeah? So? I'm talking about LGD here.
Just saying other people have played it.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true.
Grab and slam. Solo dies. This is the Primal Beast in action. Can get moving around the map even pre-level 6, which is pretty rare for mid laners.
Kind of surprised Shiro's this low net worth. I don't think his lane's been that bad. He's like pretty even CS with Ramses, but he's down there. That's the one thing going well for 9
nice
Pandas.
Manta timing. Dodges the stomp, gets the bounty rune, gets the kill.
Easy for Kiyotaka. These spirit matchups suck for the Elder Titan. Just like you always have to fight through the mobility. Heroes have crushed this hero since forever. So overall, another pretty even laning phase. I think the last one was also pretty even here. Just going to come to who breaks this open first. Maybe level 6s or what's going to do it. You know LGD wants this Brood 6 up here, and Ramsey's still sitting on level 4. A lot of room to punish the Naga, and the net point, great for that kill, but doesn't necessarily help Ramses too much. They're smoking for, they're flanking for the Wisdom Rune here. 7 minutes.
Oh, they are. This is an interesting move, but the Primal Beast is already here to defend, and he got the Wisdom Rune. Ooh, Kiyotaka. Oh, but PSG LGD still get the other one, so it is a trade-off.
Yeah, but
Kiyotaka.
that looked way better.
It was a lot cooler.
Hey, man, Kiyotaka, he's a cool dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This guy's a cool word I can't say on the cast.
Okay. Why you smile? Apparently not that cool. At least not.
I mean,
the way he grabs
why is
Wisdom
pretty cool too, you know.
Uh-huh. She was going to work towards an armlet, so you're right. No Radiance.
It's just the better build. You also want this Lifesteal to help you take Roshans and buildings and stuff. It's like the Radiance just isn't doing anything for you in that regard.
Dude, Jakiro hates these mini stuns that are coming out from nothing to say. He's always hated mini stuns, but I never thought about Primal Beast. I guess because I haven't seen too much of that hero.
Charge got messed up. I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize. At least they took the rune away from him.
And can kill while you smile. So the silence wears off. Kiyotaka claims the last hit.
Something 9 Pandas are going to have to think about in these skirmishes is the double spell amp that's coming out. Like, you have Ancient Seal that goes in, increases your magic damage. Elder Titan, when he gets the Auras of Blader, is going to decrease your resistance. You're pretty much just going to be taking pure damage from spells in a lot of these fights, and the burst is significant with the Primal going in. LGD really like this Primal Elder Titan combo. I think it's a very strong combination. I don't know why we don't see other teams play it. I mean, I guess we just don't see other teams play these heroes, but these two in tandem are really powerful in the mid game. Just charge in. Some hero has no resistance to your spells. You're just going through, pounding them into the dirt. It sets up for an Earth Splitter. You maybe get a stomp afterwards. It's a lot of lockdown, a lot of zone control, a lot of damage. Oh, these are just guaranteed kills.
I like the fact that Skywrath Mage, Primal Beast, that's a nice duo, right? Like, you get the charge, you get the initiation.
It's also solid, yeah.
Hold him in place for the Mystic Flare, but then also the Ancient Seal is amping up the magic damage he's doing as he lays that magic damage into Solo once again. And Antares comes in for the interception, but he's very low. So is Solo. It looks like they're both going to get run down. One of them potentially trampled or eaten alive. New brings him down. Planet, okay. Get something out of this, and it does look like with the Slight, they'll be able to kill the Skywrath Mage, at least a 1-for-2 exchange, still to the favor of PSG LGD.
These LGD skirmishes are coming online. Those are their two tempo creators in the Brood and the Primal. They really want to have a good game, and they are having a good game here. Shiro has caught up from his rough laning stage, is on par with Ramses, in fact, ahead of him. These two carries are the slowest in the game right now. The Naga is definitely going to pull ahead in the farm rate, but not if she has no space to operate. And right now, you have a Brood and a Primal who are going to run at you, take that space away, potentially take the towers away. That pushes more weight on the Kiyotaka here to have a perfect game, not give up any deaths, not lose his tower, and still open up the fights for his two supports who need a playmaker to go in with their follow-up damage in the Jakiro and the Techies. Is this Brood going to get caught? That's another question, because LGD, they got their Mars answer as well, which was the Primal in the other series. That was the hero they were counter-picking the Mars with versus Talon, because you have a break in the later stages of the game. You're just all magic damage. It forces Mars to buy a BKB. Even then, he's not too happy. You're not doing much to the Primal with the highest strength gain in the game.
Fast BKB hero, too.
Yeah, nothing to say is he's having a good one, and it's about to get better. About to pick up a Blade Mail to just run into these heroes. This was his build in that other game, too. Just likes it on the hero.
Yeah, a lot of AoE damage to be thrown around from 9 Pandas.
Yep. The armor is good on him. The extra damage is good on him, too. And when you have the highest strength gain for all that HP, that's a lot of HP to spike up.
Yeah, when you're channel stunning somebody, they have to throw some damage on you to stop it.
Now, I still don't like Blade Mail on the heroes. They cannot force the interaction.
Okay.
But in the games I've seen NTS build it on this hero, it's looked reasonable. It's looked pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think Primal Beast is probably one of the only acceptable ones.
The thing
outside of Axe Legion.
Yeah, because when I was thinking about this, the part I liked when I was watching this back is that when you go in with the Primal and you commit on somebody and you pop that Blade Mail, you're stuck in that spot. You're committed to that area, and the Blade Mail, sometimes it buys you time where people don't want to go on you, and you reset and then get another round of spells off. Or you live long enough that that second round comes through.
Right.
That aspect I like about the hero. Because you don't want to build like 4 staff or something. It's ridiculous, right? And the hero can't get out once he's in. So if you're stuck in there, well, then you may as well Blade Mail up and be like, yo, I'm stuck here. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Nothing. Fool.
Kiyotaka's got the Maelstrom.
I mean, you're entering Brood territory. These are hard. This is a hard part of the map for 9 Pandas to fight in. LG are going to kick you out every time.
Can't stop here. It's Brood country.
That's right. An arena for the infested.
Oh, what happened here? Did Shiro try and get aggressive and got responded with too many heroes from 9 Pandas? Will not be able to get a kill out of it. And nothing to say. Won't be here in time either.
Rare misstep from Shiro.
Yeah.
Giving up another kill. 0-2 and 0 for him. He is going to go that Radiance build, but this is going to be a really slow Radiance. And that was the double damage activated for our NTS. Didn't get anything out of it. Very powerful rune on the hero. Maybe this will help secure that mid tower. But I do feel like that was kind of going to happen with the Brood playing in their dire jungle anyway. Ooh, he's out of mana.
You got to be careful with those slights. He is going to be controlled up. The Earth Splitter almost nicking him there. Not quite, though.
Damn, the Blade Mail looks cool, too.
Yeah. He just becomes even spikier.
Get some style points for sure.
Is he cooler than Kiyotaka, though?
Nah, man.
Nah.
Kiyotaka, he's
got those style
cool.
points. What a cool mother trucker.
Yeah, that's it. You know, Van likes to drive his truck.
Yeah, loves
Dire's
trucking.
bottom tower is under attack.
I'm saving my 1 M. I'm saving it for TI, and I'm dropping it this year. I don't care if it's forced. I'm dropping it, and if that's the last you ever see me at, so be it. You know what I'm saying?
The last cast we do at TI is like a real boring game. You just drop it in the middle of it.
I'm dropping it, bro. It's coming. It's coming. I don't care. You need a little spice in life. And you need a little wisdom, too, as LGD. Gobble it up. Nice little smoke move. I think these aggressive smokes, the wisdom rune, should happen more, because I think it's a guaranteed benefit. Like, either you find a hero, you kill him, and you get the rune, or no one's there, you get the rune. You can maybe still make another play. There's Ancients right there. Worst case scenario, you maybe farm those up, take them away from the enemy. You're getting deep vision. I like those timing rotations. The 7 and 14-minute one, if you can pull them off, are just really good for the mids. I feel like there's almost no worlds where I see it go that bad.
I still think the offlane, like if you are well and truly ahead, I think controlling that offlane area is so good.
You mean what Mew's doing right now? Or you mean where they smoke to?
Where they smoke to. Where Shiro is right now.
Yeah, I would like to see the stat on win percentage when you take the enemy offlane tower.
It's got to be high.
Like before like the 15-minute mark or something?
Yeah.
Why are you shaking? No, I'm not asking you to give it to me. I'm
JJ, pull it up.
I'm saying in general. Yo, chill. Oh my God.
I mean, you got to understand, he's a little triggered by all the shenanigans you're pulling in these casts.
I'm pulling shenanigans. They're pulling shenanigans on me. What did I asked for a single counter. That's it.
And they said they don't have that.
Yeah, I'm the one pulling shenanigans. 342 gold for the Spiders, 38. Only 2 for Ramses, though.
On the hunt for the spider. They're not going to find it. They missed the spider, but maybe find the chicken. Smoke breaks, but they drift on by each other.
Do you like this Black Widow cosmetic?
No, I don't.
I kind of like it. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks cool. It looks like a real spider.
You know, I had a Black Widow build a web in my door when I was a kid.
I thought you were going to say you had a pet Black Widow.
No, it was a Black Widow, though. I remember it in my brain, but at the time I didn't know that's what it was.
Okay.
So I just scooped it out and threw it in the grass.
Oh, jeez.
I think I could have died.
Yeah, definitely could have. Dude, that slide is troublesome, man. He's got to be careful with these slides hitting all these spiders. It sets up PSG LGD to be able to run him down from his original starting location. He doesn't get caught here, but it's just something to think about.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower.
You're having table problems today, man.
I got ensnared, man. What is happening? Oh, my God. Okay, I'm good.
He is going Radiance. Aha.
I'm back.
Well, you're banking the trash because you were wrong about Shiro's build.
I said he was doing it earlier.
Did you?
I mean, I called it out, but I'm surprised he went for it, honestly.
Oh, got him in the end. That rage lasting just long enough. Meanwhile, Mew was there to collect the kill on Miro anyway, but he'll find solo as well.
There's just no BKB Brood answer. You can play so damn aggressive. Same with Shiro with the rage. As long as you hold on to these spells until the one stun comes through, which is the spear, what are you afraid of?
Yeah,
Nine Pandas. Damn well. They just feel lackluster, man. I don't know. Feels like the heart got taken out of him at some point in this tournament or something. Yeah. I'm not trying to pile on them, but
I mean, I think it doesn't help that I think they're getting outdrafted.
I think they are a little lost. They felt a lot more confident in their drafts and picks at Berlin, for example.
Oh, yeah.
I think they were maybe a little ahead with some of those. Here, they're a bit more reaction. It feels like they're searching for stuff as opposed to like, here's what we want to do.
Yeah.
That never is a good position to be in. I think their drafts are still okay. Like this draft, there's nothing wrong with it on paper, you know. It's a perfectly well-rounded draft. You can do a lot of stuff, but maybe these slight interactions are a disadvantage and having trouble pushing into those. And then you're just stuck in this game where You're just farming up a Naga and like hoping the Naga carries you. That's what it feels like right now.
Yeah.
LG just kind of getting whatever they want.
Yeah, meanwhile, LGD have 2 carries. They've got a Broodmother and a Lifestealer.
Plus an Elder Titan versus an Agi carry.
Yeah. Ooh, almost got caught.
I like the Mystic Flare there.
That was extremely optimistic, Planet. Oh, getting run over on Taris.
There's just nowhere to go on the map right now. Your entire side of the map has been infested and warded up. Look at the Radiant Obs right now, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Good luck, my friends.
Same wards on the other side of the map. They've got 5 wards up also right now.
There's just nowhere you're going to go without LGD seeing it, and they can just rotate the Primal and the Brood very quickly. These are 2 of the fastest rotating cores in the game, especially if they're centered around the middle of the map. You see an enemy hero on one of these side lanes, you just instantly go there with one of them. A support joins, it's a free kill because the damage between your 2 supports in combination with those cores is super high. It's just making this game flow very nicely for LGD. Every time you have a draft where these little combinations secure core kills, it makes the game really easy to play. Whereas for 9 Pandas, let's say you want to kill the Primal or you want to kill the Lifestealer in this game. You need like 4 heroes to do it.
Yeah.
Which just puts all the pressure on Ramses to get lanes out, and he can't get all these lanes out because one's getting shoved in by Brood. Primal can deal with Naga illusions. They're going to find the real one here. They should know it. He gets Mant off, though.
Forced to pop the BKB. That's a problem, though.
And they're not getting these Obs down. These Obs are staying up.
Oh! Okay, he also has BKBs, so they're just forcing BKB usages around. Which
not the worst.
It is indeed not the worst, but they do have to like kind of keep hitting them. Otherwise, the BKB comes off cooldown again.
This is only good if you get something off it.
Yeah.
They're going to smoke, try and scout. There's a sentry there, my friend.
Laid out.
That's brutal.
Not so cool anymore, is he?
No, he's still pretty cool. Okay. I think he's pretty cool.
Rage fighting. They have an infest and they have heroes coming in, so he can jump inside Planet. No problem. Good ice path, but it's just saving lives, not killing.
That's a pretty sick ice path, though. We'll get them all out of dodge.
Again, 9 Pandas, it feels like they're not playing poorly when it comes to this mid game. And if they get to the late game, like their execution is fine. Just inherently at a disadvantage. Wisdom runes on both sides while PSG LGD take Roshan. So there's a trade-off for Pandas. Not the trade-off you want, but...
Interesting why I went 3 points into the Spirit instead of 2.
Like he did an extra level during the lane?
Yeah, I consider that an extra level because you really only need 2 for the lane.
Yeah.
3 is like a little overkill because by then you're rotating or playing elsewhere anyway. I mean, you do get a slightly lower cooldown, but generally, like, I think the aura points... Like, there were some periods where Elder Titans were going, like, 2-1-4.
Yeah.
And I think this is a game where that aura is really significant with the Primal, and it's the combo that LG picks. Just interesting, because they think about the ET Primal combo, but then he's going, like, the extra Spirit point. So he just maybe wanted it for the extra lane win, or maybe he felt like he had a lot of levels in the early game.
Does it still work where the Spirit lowers your magic resistance and your hero lowers physical?
Yes.
Okay.
So he has to get on top of the Naga to remove her armor, but that can happen in some of these later games, particularly if you ever sleep him or something.
Sure.
You just run up, and you disappear. Literally, you disappear.
Harpoon, pull him back. Burst splitter, and yeah, now that physical damage disappears. You are correct. Ramses pulled a perfectly good Houdini. One moment he was there, the next he was gone.
I have to say that is one of like the more satisfying things in Dota. When you're on top of an Agi hero as Elder Titan and he gets 2-shot.
Yeah.
You're like, ha!
I'm not
carry
useless.
Player. How does it feel to get 2-shot? That's revenge for every time a PA like 1-shot daggers you.
Yeah.
Or some faceless void 3 hits you in a chrono. You know, it feels good to get a little justice.
All right. Well, justice is had. Kiyotaka kills while you smile, getting revenge for their carry. It was a lot of spells being used for a simple 5.
9 Pandas will take everything they can get, especially when Naga's off the map. You have to penetrate that map pressure somehow. I feel like a lot of this game is just going to come down to how much Kiyotaka can keep getting done. I mean, he's had a decent game on the Ember. He's 5-1. He just needs to keep setting it up for supports, because his supports are not doing anything in this game without him, other than just farming waves, which isn't the worst thing.
Yeah.
But this is still Aegis period for LGD. 3 minutes on the clock. Would not be surprised to see them smoke up or try and force a fight. You can also infest the Primal Beast. Another interaction that is going to prove problematic for Ramses, because what happens if you're just farming on Naga or you're in the fight and you get charged, infest bombed out, and that Lifestealer still has a full rage duration?
Yeah.
You can't really sleep. You can't get these heroes off of you. And no wave cutting for you, sir. You must fight us.
They're pretty quick to deal with that. And now they have Manta, Radiant, Shiro, who will keep the lanes pushed in even more.
I am the Naga now.
Something like that.
He's hitting hard. Manta's also going to let him hold this rage a bit longer in the fights if he wants to.
Sure.
Or save him when he comes out of it.
Yeah,
There's a
get
lot
rid
to
of...
this one.
you could dodge Spear, get rid of Shackles.
Even the Naga net.
Yeah.
Jakiro attack speed slows, not insignificant either.
Sure.
It's a good Manta game. This build ended up looking pretty good so far. Just kept up in farm. That is the one thing the Radiance will do for you, to help you keep up in farm. So even if it's not the strongest item timing, LG didn't find some like crazy Radiance fight, it still kept Shiro very fat. That means he will have his choice here as he's looking at a heart. Another very interesting item.
I mean, I guess if you're going to go high ground.
Yeah, I might be thinking about early high grounds in this game. Maybe they don't want this game to go some 80 minutes when they have a pretty decent advantage. BKB and Blink up for NTS. Minute left on the Aegis.
LGD have also shown like kind of a proclivity for just going high ground early.
They have a good read of their strength and itemizing for it. So yeah, they're going to force it here. Why not? You have a minute left for 2 lives. And BKB spell immunity on 3 cores here. There's the jump.
He's trying to infest, but nothing to say. It already jumped forward.
Wasn't the cleanest combo I've seen, but it did work out. Oh, they got to sleep.
He still has that infest. Not going to join him. Oh, spear to the Ancient. New way out of position now, but is still able to skitter away.
I mean, Ramses has no intention of coming to this fight. He's cutting 3 waves right now.
I see.
Getting a lot of the map. But he is going to sacrifice the racks here unless he wants to TP for an arena engagement. Just going to let this go. Not confident enough to fight it without the supports, especially into the Aegis. 10 seconds left. Maybe going to try and trap Shiro at the end of this Aegis, but way too hard when he has Rage and Manta and just walks away. So Tormentor are going to go with LGD as well.
And they still got the range barracks thanks to the illusions of Shiro.
Very solid push at a very solid time, continuing to punish the fact that Naga just needs more net worth in this game to join the fight. That will be heart completed for Ramses on top of the Orchid.
That's
not gotten value out of the Orchid, but never know.
Well, it's nothing to say's progression. Because I feel like heart is good, but then the Aghanim Scepter is kind of the answer to that, but he's going heart as well on Primal Beast.
Yeah, this double heart is very interesting.
Yeah, they're just saying you're going to run out of damage.
Basically, yeah. I mean, a lot of the 9 Pandas lineup is just nukes. Heart is very good versus random nuke spells, and can't even get the BKB off, man.
Manta, Spear, he dances around it. He's still caught in the ice path, and he is orching it up as well, but the Meg's going to come through, and he's just life-stealing for far too much. The song goes off, and Yu won't be able to keep pursuing. But
he's literally running circles around him, Cap.
Yeah, he is. Watch that one again. Manta dodge the Yu.
I like how he's so casual about all this. I would love to hear his comms, man. I would love to hear his comms, especially in like a high-pressure match. I bet it's some sarcastic ass shit, dude. I know it. I can tell.
He's got the constant perma smug grin or something.
You're gonna chase Ramses here, a little harpoon into the spirit, and I don't think he's getting out of this one despite having that heart.
No, they have no lack of damage on PSG LGD.
And Pandas are lacking options as the second lane barracks push is coming in. And they have no carry for 40 seconds.
Yeah, I bet News is in there. He's like, yo, Shiro, you see me dodge that spear? You see me dodge that spear, bro? You like that move?
Blast off, lands, nothing to say. Might just die, actually.
This is a slaughter.
Oh, they're all in for nothing to say. They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It cost us everything. We have nothing left to defend the base, but boy, did we kill nothing to say, guys.
Well, that'll be the last kill they get in this tournament as 9 Pandas are eliminated from Group Stage 2. Wasn't that how it works?
Don't they have their zombie team now, aren't they?
Oh, well, that's true. I guess they'll get some more kills, but
yeah, they'll get more kills.
They have been eliminated here. LGD delivered the final blow.
They got to play Bet
pretty
Boom.
good. Yep. So another regional matchup there. Maybe they can gain some momentum on their way out, at least not feel too bad. But LGD put them in their place here. Pretty convincing series overall. 9 Pandas just really got nothing done in either of those games, other than Kiyotaka. I mean, I felt like Kiyotaka was still kind of doing his part, right? Like, he's making something happen in these fights, basically solo. He just doesn't have the support help. The support game was completely off for 9 Pandas here, especially compared to LGDs, who were rolling in this game, enabling the cores, joining the fights.
Yeah.
That NTS Primal, that is something you're going to have to think about. No one has been able to really shut it down or stop it. And then New Brood with a 7-0-11 does not die with that spear dodge. What a player.
Even got speared back to the Ancient earlier. Didn't die there.
This man just doesn't care about anything, honestly. Yeah. It's too cool. Too cool for Kiyotaka, who is pretty cool.
The coolness overloads here. Game 2. PSG LGD take it. Clean 2-0 over 9 Pandas.
And with that, 9 Pandas adventure here at DreamLeague Season 20. I mean, they're still having a series to play tomorrow, but playoffs? Yeah, unfortunate for them. But still probably learned a lot, gained a lot of experience. This game hopefully will teach them a lot as well about how not to try and counter Broodmother. But Jenkins, you knew all along that their plan against Brood would not work.
Well, we theory crafted maybe it wouldn't work. I think a lot of people are right now. It's just not the same hero that it was before. The counters like Naga Siren, you know, even before I know that the good Broodmother players were like, oh yeah, we can just farm the lane and like eventually we'll still have value in the game. It's not like a hard counter. I agree with what Effie said. Like the Naga is more to like out farm the Brood and be able to lane solo versus the Brood. But this hero builds into Harpoon and Echo Saber, and killing the spiders doesn't do as much because she's just all about the insane amounts of base damage. Plus, her Insatiable Hunger now lets her scale because it's based on her base damage. So it's a different hero, and I'm not going to be the guy to claim that I know the answer to it, because if I did, I'd be coaching a Tier 1 team, and I'm not. So I don't know. I'm going to wait for people to figure it out. But right now, it looks... every game we see it, it looks really good.
It just farms too damn fast. Like, it is... Watching that net worth of Brood just go up after she hits level 6 is so frustrating to watch, because even the heroes that should typically be out farming her don't. I think that today we saw 9 Pandas attempt the thing that Talon did yesterday, was pick Mars versus Brood, and then at that point that's your solution to Brood, right? You camp him on the Brood lane. Ideally you go arena the Brood and kill her, but it feels like if you mess up your timing a little bit, everything goes wrong, because Miro had a great lane on that Mars. He had like 17 denieds or something versus a lifestealer, but then LGD took the fight to Broodmother's area. It was like a 3v3. Mars had all of this net worth. He had won his lane, but he was the last person to join the fight. By the time Mars joined the fight, LGD had already disengaged after getting 2 kills. Then he was all of a sudden on the top lane versus Brood, who doesn't care. She got 2 kills. She's going back to farming. Naga TP's bottom. To farm versus a lifestealer, but he walks up to hit a wave under tower. Lifestealer presses rage and like 5 shots Naga. Naga has like 10 HP and has to walk back base and waste all of that time after TPing bottom. Like, these 2 movements I feel were done very incorrectly. Like, if they were to look back and watch this replay, it would be around the time that Mars TP'd top and how late it was. Like, I feel like this Mars versus Brood can work, but I haven't seen a team pull it off yet because people don't understand the Brood timing still.
I feel like this is caused by the Brood's lane going way too well. Like the Naga with the Jakiro in particular, I feel like the Jakiro didn't really do much to slow. Maybe they had an idea that the Jakiro could actually slow down the Brood in the lane and do better. But because he killed the Jakiro like twice in the lane, and after that his timings were way faster, so they were bleeding away too many kills on the top lane. They forced too many heroes to top, and the Brood is like taking over the Naga's farm in the jungle. The Naga couldn't farm the jungle, so he had to TP bot, like you said, he had to move bot, but he can't even lane against the lifestealer, so she had nowhere to go.
And that was such a big problem because the lane versus lifestealer was the only lane that 9 Pandas were winning. So they take away the Mars pressure on the lifestealer to send him on the Brood lane. So all of a sudden, lifestealer has a lane. He pressures the Naga even more than she felt pressured top. He kicks her all the way back to her base, and all of a sudden they're winning 0 lanes. It was just a disaster on all accounts, honestly. So maybe the Mars is not the way to go versus Brood. Maybe it's just not.
I'm also not sure about the support Jakiro counter. Like, I know a lot of people would play against the Brood with like the typical melee owners, maybe like Troll CM or like Troll plus Jakiro, and like you slow down the timing by just dominating her in the laning phase. But I feel like if you throw like a Skywrath Mage or a Rubik or a Pugna, one of these like long-ranged nukers in the lane with Brood to abuse the Silken Bola, which just got buffed and does like 120 damage for 70 mana, which is insane. And then it adds additional damage on top for that ranged right-clicker to just keep right-clicking and trading with the 5. A lot of these 5s that like deal with Brood are also the 5s that tend to feed kill lanes, which Brood is always going to be picked into a kill lane right now.
Do you feel like they have to pick like a straight up lane which combines the 5 and the carry that has a lot of kill potential, like stuns, a lot of stuns like Chaos Knight +1?
Probably. You probably need to double down on it if you're going to go for that. And then I think also in the game you could try the Spirit Breaker. Like, I know it's a large commitment to deal with the Brood, but I feel like some hero to lock her, like to catch her out. Like, I know Kunkka was another answer for similar reasons. You just like smoke up to the jungle, even just casually walk in, you X her. Spirit Breaker, like you see her once, you charge her, Bounty Hunter, maybe like you invis in, you find her. Like, these options to actually kill the Brood. And then on top of that, you can have the Mars plus the Skywrath or something like that. Like, I think there needs to be a lot to answer it, but any patch where Broodmother is popular, we talk about there needs to be a lot to answer her. That's just the type of hero she is. She's cheesy. That's how it is.
There was a whole period in Dota 2 where Brood was first phase banned, not because she wasn't counterable, but because it took the whole draft to counter her, and it was just
too much effort.
Different type of Dota you're playing at that point. Are we reaching that point? That's what you're saying.
I think I wouldn't say. I was going to disagree with what you just said.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you were going to say you think so, right?
I was going to say I think it could get to that point.
Okay.
We're not quite there yet.
But it could.
It could get there. I don't think we're going to be as bad as it was in that period that you're talking about, though.
Okay.
I think there is no way Brood is going to be like first ban in this patch. Like, there's still so many priority heroes you have to look at, and depending on the team that you're playing. I just feel like right now, the old counters to Brood don't function in the same way, so teams don't exactly know how to respond to her. But I feel like the response is there. Someone just has to figure it out.
There's new ones,
Yeah, because so people are thinking like old school stuff. Like, yeah, let's just pick the Naga, who isn't even that good this patch, versus the Brood, because that's what we played last patch. Or let's pick the Mars because that's what we used to play before. But maybe the solution isn't from your offlaner. Maybe it's from your mid laner. Maybe it's a Kunkka, like Jenkins mentioned. So I think just iron it out a little bit.
Iron out a little bit. Seems like a strategy, but there's always the exception to the rule, because I think if you're playing up against Neo, you have to first phase ban that Broodmother. I'm joined by Neo, and congratulations on a flawless series. How are you doing?
恭喜你这个完美无瑕的这个比赛，恭喜你，你感觉怎么样？
感觉很好。
She's feeling good.
Good to hear, good to hear. I would love to know what your most fun thing is that you did this week that is not Dota 2.
这个星期有做了什么有趣的事情？就是 Dota 以外的。
吃中餐吧。
You say it's Chinese food.
Easily pleased. All right, well, glad to hear that. What's your thoughts on Broodmother? Is it to the point where first phase should have the ban for the Broodmother every time against you guys?
请问对硬魔组织有什么看法？需不需要在第一阶段就ban掉这个英雄？
看队伍吧，而且也看临场状态吧。这个英雄，因为大家都是刚开发嘛，说不好。
Depend on against what team. Depend on who they play against. Depend.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're still. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, still figuring it out. Understandable. Yeah. And if you can't be eating Chinese food, you can't be playing Dota 2, you can't be at a computer, what do you do?
如果你不能吃中餐，不能玩刀塔，不能在电脑前面，你会做什么？
睡觉吧 ，sleep。
Yeah, you say sleep.
That's a good answer.
The best answer. All right, thank you. I'm joined by Winter, Effie, and Jenkins. They'd love to ask you some questions as well.
Yeah, so Neil, talking about like the first game, did you guys wanted to actually initially put Shiro on the morphing mid and NTS on the Ember on the safe lane? Was that what actually went wrong in the first game?
在第一局比赛里面，你们是要给 Shiro 这个水人，然后 NTS 这个火毛的吗？是
他们就
搞错还是
选错了。
Yeah, they have some misclick just now.
And how would you rate his performance
both of
on the Ember that game?
你觉得他的火毛打得怎么样
可以。
Not bad.
Not bad. Effie?
Not bad?
Yeah,
Okay.
just say not bad.
Hi, Neil. Congratulations on your win. You played great today. So I'm curious, what's your practice environment like? Do you guys joke around together? Do you mostly just play Dota all day? Do you hang out? Tell me about it.
恭喜你今天表现得非常好。请问你在你们训练的时候通常是怎么样的？就有一起去走街，还是有一起做什么活动之类的吗？
除了打 Dota 的话，就是出去吃饭吧。出去基本上就是吃饭跟采购吧，就这两件事情，没别的事。
Except playing Dota together, sometimes they will go buy some grocery and shopping.
Okay, and do you enjoy spending time with them? Like, who's the funniest member on your team? Or is it just you?
你喜欢跟他们一起活动吗？还有，你觉得在队伍里面谁最有趣的？
挺好的呀，这边挺好的。然后有趣的话，我们领队比较有趣。
是说小巴吗？还是？
这个，就我们领队不是小巴，不是小巴。
哦。Okay. He like being here, and the funnier guy in his team is the leader. Might be his manager.
Oh, wow. Okay. And my last question for you is, so obviously you're newer to the Tier 1 scene. You played on Vici, but you didn't look as explosive as you do now. I want to know what your path to improvement was like. Was it just a big difference for when you joined LGD, or have you just been improving throughout the years? And are there any players that you model yourself after in the offlane?
所以之前你是在 Vici 打的吧？然后现在来到这个一线队，你是怎么做出这个进展的这个改变？然后你是有什么特别的什么举动之类的吗？
也没有吧，就正常打 Dota， 然后看看别人录像嘛，然后来到就也算时运吧，就。
He say he didn't do anything special, just play Dota, watch replay, and maybe he just lucky. You say.
Okay, well, you're doing great. I hope you keep it up.
Hey, Big N, great to see you. When the camera pans to you, you're always smiling, you're always laughing. You seem to radiate a positive energy, and I'm wondering, do your friends consider you the positive guy, the guy that smiles all the time?
他发现你一直都是对着镜头都会有笑的。他发现你都是一个好像看起来蛮有正能量的。你对你朋友来说，你算是一个蛮有正能量的一个人吗
？Dota 以外可能还比较正能量吧。Dota 的时候其实不是太正。
Yeah, maybe I see so. Outside of Dota, but in Dota, maybe not.
Okay. Is there anything that makes you that inspires you to have that happy life philosophy? Is there anime or you read a lot of books that just make you really happy? Like, what is it that inspires you to be that way?
有看什么动漫还是看什么书让你启发你，好像让你比较看起来比较乐观、比较开心的人吗？看起来一个像是比较开心的人。
也没有吧，就是因为生活压力越大，你越是要笑嘛，那样可以缓解压力嘛，就是缓解压力。
He say, smile, be happy, help release stress.
That's great advice. Thank you.
Smiling does release stress. You know what also releases stress? I see a big bucket of candy behind you. Who's the sweet tooth?
他看到后面有一个很多糖果，那个是谁的？
不知道，我刚来的时候就在那里。
He say, don't know. The thing is already there before he came.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Neo. He doesn't know.
I swear.
I appreciate it. Congratulations again on a great series. Good luck against your series against Aster tomorrow, and talk to you again some other time.
但是呢，恭喜你，下次打 S 的时候加油，谢谢你，
谢谢。
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. You know what I like? Sometimes we ask a question, and you can tell he's understanding the question because he's already cracking the smile.
Yeah.
And he has all the time in the world to think of the perfect answer before he gets there with the translator there. I like Neo. He seems to fit in with the team.
Great energy, man.
And I love that we get to talk to him a couple of times. It's good stuff. It's also good stuff that they won. We could take a look at where PSG LGD is. Because even though they're not mathematically yet in the playoffs, the only way they're going to not be in the playoffs is if there's some weird, funky tie. Let's put it that way. Because we have 2 teams guaranteed out in 9 Pandas and Aster already, Winter.
Yeah, sad to be them. But I feel like out of all the 8 teams here, they are very obviously the 2 weaker teams in the 8 here. They were good in certain periods during group stage 1, but here they are a little bit outclassed by their opponents, and they have to just try to figure out how to improve on their draft, and especially for Aster, the communication barrier. You know, how are they going to be able to communicate and execute their team fight initiations much better?
We'll have to wait and see who joins Bedboom and PSG LGD at the top. I mean, and again, not guaranteed, but you know, maybe there's also tiebreakers. There's a full day reserved for tiebreakers, by the way. We got the whole Friday ready for more Dota 2 and potentially... No, it's not possible to be infinite loops. The most amount of games we can have is 6. Am I wrong on that? Am I right in that? 6?
I think that's right.
Unless there's a 4-way tie.
Could there be a 4-way tie?
But at some point, there can be a 1v1 mid.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait for the 1v1 as
I really hope that will be the case. We don't have 1v1s for you right now, but we do have a 1v1, v1, v1 in Bounty Hunter. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because we do have a little bit of time before our next series start, and that means we got another Bounty Hunt. Now, we have 2 contestants ready to join us on the couch, and that means we need to make space. Yeah. Effie
Oh,
Winter.
are we leaving then?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like scooch to the side.
Bye guys, have fun.
Oh, it's
Just
okay.
tell me you're sick of me.
Oh, never. I would never say that because I would never be. So.
Goodbye, bub.
Now. Later Effie, later Winter. And that means we got space in the couch. You want to make sounds while the people walk out? We don't have the band ready.
Okay.
Okay, make some sounds for Purge and Cab. Ah!
Hubba, 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 hubba. Boing, 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 boing.
I don't know why I was expecting.
Awooga! Terrible choice.
Hello. How you
We're
doing?
back.
Doing great.
You're doing great.
I'm doing okay.
I'm ready to reclaim first place.
I'm ready to go down to last.
Could we potentially get the scores of Bounty Hunt until thus far on the screen? We have, of course, more Dota coming your way. Set start time for that, as you see, 1800. So we need to wait a little bit. But we have a Bounty Hunt going on, and that means 4 people have done challenges. Whoa, that was super loud. Sorry.
Did you punch
Shotgun
the can?
blast from Jenkins.
Yeah, it
wasn't me.
It was definitely Jenkins. We got Captain Purge, and the other 2 contestants have been Sunspan and Kezu. And we are here with 2 contestants because if we put all 4 together, it turns into a madhouse. So the 4 contestants so far have done 4 challenges. There's 3 more to go. And the scores thus far, I believe... Actually, you know what, Purge? How many points do you have?
A shitload, Cheever, but I'm not in first place. I'm 2 behind the leader, which is Kezu. I think I have like 8 or something. Kezu has like 10, something.
Yep, how many points do you have?
I don't know, like 9.
Ooh,
You're second right now.
Do you have more than me? Are we tied? Oh, maybe we're tied.
Yeah,
Maybe
Cap,
we're tied.
you have 10 points. Don't worry, we'll bring it up in a second. There was a challenge that was done that we're gonna show in a second. In case you're wondering, it's the coin flip challenge.
Very high skill.
Very high skill. Here's the scores thus far. So Purge, you're sitting at 11 behind Kezu, who's at 13. Cap sitting at 10 points, while Sunsfan is bottom last with 6 points.
He sucks. He's really bad.
Hey, don't attack the defenseless, all right? He's a senile old man.
He's got 6 points.
He's not here to defend himself. Even if he was, he wouldn't do it.
What's he going to say? I should have twice as many.
He would say, I'm not competitive, but...
And then he would talk for 30 seconds.
Probably. Purge, before we go into the coin flip challenge, any words you wish the audience to know? They'll get the full challenge explained in the video, of course.
Kezu does not deserve all 13 of his points. That's all, Shiva. Roll the tape.
Cap, what would you like to say before we head into the next challenge?
I would like it to be known that Synderen gave help in the last one, but didn't help me in the last one when he definitely could have. And he's also going to deny me a win on this one. So,
well, that's a good teaser. Thank you for that one. Without further ado, the coin flip challenge in Bounty Hunt.
The f***ing Euro is tails.
Synderen. Well, if it isn't my good friend Kevin. No, wait a second on the letter.
This table's kind of
Pick a coin.
Do you have any American coins? Doesn't look like it. Okay.
All right. Good choice.
Can I pick all of the coins?
You can pick any coin, any single coin.
Can I inspect them first?
I'm going to choose the most expensive coin that I immediately see, which is the 2 euro.
That's very capitalist of you. Very good.
Exactly.
Yes, okay.
Pick a coin?
Pick a coin, any coin. Good. All right. That was a lot faster than certain other people.
Thank you.
All right, I think for most other people, this will take 1 second. They'll just pick a random one, but you pick your favorite one.
I'm going to take the 1 pound. It's basically useless these days.
Yeah. Let's hope the timer of this game didn't start when you walked in. And now you get to open the letter.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God. You're getting more brutal by the hour.
Flip a coin and get as many heads in a row as possible. Your score resets when you get tails.
You can choose to stop and save your score whenever you want.
You have a maximum of 3 minutes. Time starts when you touch any coin. Oh God, that means I already touched a coin.
No, it starts when you touch it now.
Oh, so now the rules are inconclusive?
Complaining gives you minus points.
Heads.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that didn't even turn. That's it. I don't know if
Is there a way I need
should
to...
I instant DQ you from that?
That's heads.
1.
Oh God.
1, 2, 0.
Flip a coin. 1, 2.
Yeah, it's not in the rules, but come on.
Tails.
Have you considered getting heads instead?
I have.
There you go. All right, 1. All right, very good. That's 4 tails in a row. Unfortunately, that's not what we're playing for. 1. Okay, good. 2.
What are these tails? Are these rigged coins?
God, you're flipping them so much.
That's 2 heads. 3 heads.
Okay.
Got it. 4. I messed up there.
All right. 3.
Nice up.
Okay.
3.
Nice.
4.
Okay. 0. That's less than 4.
1. How much time do I have left?
I don't tell you that either.
Oh. If it was tails in a row, I would definitely win. It's supposed to be slightly favored to heads, or at least that when it comes to the U.S. quarter, I believe.
Yeah,
that's
that might
the way.
be.
But the f***ing euro is tails.
And what is that?
That's heads. All right, 3.
I'm sticking.
All right. You do know that the timer started when I pressed this, right?
I don't care.
God damn it!
That was a lot of tails.
1.
You're out of time.
God damn it!
You got a grand score of 0.
That's the luckiest I've literally ever been in my entire life, not an exaggeration.
There's no way that's true.
Well, I think we kind of know how this ends. Cap, why did you stop at 4?
Why didn't I stop at 4?
Yeah, why not?
Because I knew that I wanted to stop at 5. Also, I was flipping really, really quick.
Okay.
So I knew I was going to get a lot of iterations. I don't know what these guys were doing. Flip. I'm like, what the hell? I was just going through it really, really quickly. I was going to stop at 5. I never got to 5.
Yeah, so that wasn't the right strategy in that case.
Or I got cheated out by Cinderin, who said I couldn't flip it off the table when all the rules said was flip a coin.
This guy wants to win way too bad.
There's a 1 in 32 chance that you flip heads 5 times in a row.
How many times do you think I flipped in 3 minutes?
Not enough to have 1 in 32 chance be likely.
I think it was decently likely.
I don't know. Let's see. Okay, if it's 1 in 32...
It's 50%, 25%, 12.5%, 6.75 or something.
Okay, math is just, it didn't work out. You didn't do it, regardless of the odds. It could have been 90%
in a row. What do you mean?
Yes,
It didn't work.
Very impressive, Cap. No points for you. Actually, 1 point for Cap because he did not get a single heads saved. You have to save the score. But it doesn't matter. Even if you had only 1, you still wouldn't have had it. So 1 point to Cap. Congratulations. You are at 11 points.
You deserve that 1 point, Cap. You tried hard. You'd have to
I don't
flip
like you guys
about
right now.
15 series of 4 to get 4 on average. That's
Well,
a lot of flipping.
We do know who got 4 points. 4 heads. 4 points. Purge.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Purge.
Well done, Purge.
Congratulations.
RNG.
You're good with
Good for
numbers.
you.
He's good with numbers, everybody. That's about it.
3? 3 is so easy. Why
There's
would
a
they stop
dilemma we have to save. We have to do. There's a dilemma.
What's that?
Where's
Well,
Kazu?
you might have seen that both Kazu and Sunsfan had 3 heads in a row and saved on that, so therefore they have 3 heads, meaning that initially they're tied. But this is Taskmaster. No, this is not Taskmaster. This is Bounty Hunt. This is Bounty Hunt.
She
Definitely
misspoke.
nothing.
DMCA,
nothing.
please. She misspoke. All right.
Nothing to do with that.
We're not copying other night shows.
No.
She's been doing
Nothing.
drugs. That was the
Nothing.
drug speaking.
Nothing. This is
That
Bounty Hunt.
damn Jenkins
We can't
juice.
have ties in Bounty Hunt. And we need to solve it. And
Sheep, I have a great idea. Give them 1 point each.
At least we didn't call
It's not
Shopify
possible.
Spotify. Could be way worse.
Could be worse, sure.
Oh, shit. Mabi, go ahead.
Well, I think 2 people in this 3 people next to me are going to be biased regarding who gets the 3 points and who gets the 2 points. So I'm going to ask a non-biased Bounty Hunt alumni. Hello, Jenkins.
Oh, that's me.
Yes.
Who are the points between?
So it's Kezu or Sunspan. Both had 3 heads in a row, and therefore both had 3.
What'll you give me?
May I weigh in first?
No. What will you give me? I asked a very specific question.
Nothing.
Okay,
Nothing.
Kezu gets the points.
Really?
Kezu gets the points.
Will you elaborate your
I
choice?
think actually, literally, I think me and Purge are actually less biased than Jenkins.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well-
want something. He didn't give me something.
Wait.
It's very easy.
Well,
Just give
they
me that
added it
horse.
already.
Just give me that horse. Can you guys take it? The production can take it away if he gives me that horse.
Don't give him the horse.
Why not?
I'm taking the horse.
Intercept. You want my
Jenkins,
hat?
could you at least elaborate on your choice?
On my reasoning?
Yeah.
You already
Yeah,
elaborated.
somebody said,
Yeah.
pick a thing. And I said, what can I get out of this? Right? And what I could get out of it is I see he's got a nice horse, he's got a nice hat. I'll take the hat.
I thought you were Canadian, not American.
Give me the hat. Come on, hurry it up or you're going to lose points here. Wasting my time.
I fucking knew you.
If he can intercept it. Okay.
All right. You know why?
Give Purge the points.
No,
That's not possible.
Yeah, I'm going to use my mulligan.
You know why Sunsfan deserves it? Because he actually had he had like a really beautiful coin flip. Kezu had the shittiest flips I've ever seen.
What? That's how you... Okay. Okay.
Kezu was trying to rig it. Just like I was trying to rig it.
But
Except he got away with his rigging, but I didn't.
Did he make you
Feels
change
unfair.
format? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Remember when I was flipping it off the
Yeah.
table?
He
And then they
canceled-
showed
he
that bit where like Cinderin's like, it's not against the rules, but like, come on.
Oh, so he
yeah,
made you
he
change
told
it.
me I couldn't do
Cap,
that.
look at me. This town ain't big enough for both of us.
Do not give him a laugh track for that.
I have the hat.
All right, you gotta
I
take
have the hat.
You gotta take those points away from me. That's not fair.
Yeah, the point should not go to Purge. Now, what I'm thinking about...
This is fair.
Is that there's... I heard Tsunami say that there is a comeback mechanic. And at the moment, I'm thinking we are the comeback mechanic. So are we going to make Sunsfan get a little bit of a comeback by getting him 9 points and giving Kezu
just 2.
15 total? Tie the score. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Sounds fair to me.
Sure.
It sounds fair to me as well. The comeback mechanic has kicked in for Sunsfan, and he will get 2nd place, where Kezu will get 3rd place, and therefore Kezu gets 2 points, where Sunsfan gets 3 points. A ruling has been made. Fair?
Extremely fair.
I don't care. I have that. I'm fine.
Great. I think we are all in agreement. That is absolutely fantastic. That puts this Bounty Hunt challenge to a stop. There are 2 more challenges, I think. I think so. And we only can have 1 winner, so make sure you tune in next time again for another Bounty Hunt. Now, I think it's time for something that we have prepared, but I will have to check. Purge, while I check if the thing is prepared, why don't you tell us some very interesting statistic?
A very interesting statistic, Shearer?
I can tell you one. But go ahead, you first.
Can you give me like some context?
Do one that's tiger related.
Stats, man. Do your stats thing.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about tigers.
They're endangered.
Famous Dota statistics. I'm not a stats man.
Dota
I'm really
statistics?
not. I love math, but I'm not a statistician.
Give us an interesting mechanic. You're a mechanics man.
I mean, all the good ones are... The best one was the TI one that nobody like remembers.
What was that one?
Look, Tundra Esports played a tournament where everyone was picking Leshrac. They didn't pick Leshrac one time for the whole fucking tournament. The whole time.
What is all with all this
amazing.
cursing today? I will put a stop to this right now by saying we'll
the
have...
whole time. They picked Leshrac 0 times. It was the Leshrac tournament. They won TI and they picked 0 Lesh. That was amazing.
If I have to hear about Wraith Pact one more time.
Apparently, there is a traffic jam, and the thing that we wanted to do might require people that are stuck in that right now. But we'll have something prepared for you either way. We'll have a quick break, but when we're back, more Dream League Season 20 before some more Dota 2, so stay tuned.
Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Oh, just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make a
Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, I don't know what we're fighting for. Upside down, I got to explain. Take it
Welcome back to another story time with Fear. This time, we're going to talk about coaching.
We already did.
No, we're going to talk about you being a coach.
Okay.
And
God, that was awful.
yes, it was awful, wasn't it? When you came dead last at TI without winning a single game.
I never did that.
That's your fault. Okay, you weren't playing, but you were coaching.
I wasn't there.
You were.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, you coached EG a couple of times, obviously, and you coached the South American Thunder Predator team during TI 10?
Yes.
Wonderful. So I'm actually very curious to know what were like the differences between coaching a group of friends, right, because you were friends with everyone on EG, versus pretty much, I'm assuming they were complete strangers to you, who were also speaking another language.
Yeah, I mean, I played with Moose before. That's how the initial contact came across. And they asked me, this is right before TI, right? They've already played all the majors. This is just freshly, they wanted to coach us going into TI. I was like, maybe, I'm not sure how good of a fit it'll be, because I know Moose speaks really good English, but what about the rest of them? And Moose is like, no, they speak really good English, it's fine. But it turns out that really only Moose and Moo really spoke in English.
Yeah.
Sure, they could understand it a little bit, the other players, but most of the talks and stuff that I had to do were translated by Moose, which added that extra barrier to be able to get my exact point across. I would still say they should have been able to digest a lot of things they said. There definitely was a language barrier, though, without a doubt.
Did you feel like you had to work harder with people you didn't know because, you guys didn't have like a personal connection outside of like you and Moose?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like when I switched from player to coach for EG, it wasn't really something where I felt like I had to be that hardworking coach. This is like my team, I have to carry them. I was just more of like I'm going to coach the team, I'm going to help them out, I'm going to be the veteran because they're a bunch of young bloods there, but I'm not going to be like this huge analytical type of like coach for them. So I was more chilling on that team, and if problems did arise, I would just kind of use my expertise, knowledge, experience rather, to just help them out when needed. And then with the other team, it's like, yeah, they really need, and I'm talking about Thunder Predator, they really need like an analytical coach, someone that maybe even does drafts for them, preparations, map movement, replay analysis, like the whole deal, like a professional insight.
And why do you think it all fell apart at your TI as a coach? Like, how did you deal with like it all kind of crumbling, and how did you feel like the stress and pressure on you? Like, how was that?
The thing is, like, I just came in right before TI, so it was kind of like a trial thing. And we were going to the scrims, and I don't think anyone expected Thunder Predator to like win or anything, but they expected them to do better than what they did. There's a lot of things that I wanted corrected in gameplay that I watched. But this is like, it's kind of like watching a Beast Coast game or something and telling them to correct their map movement or something. There's a certain charm about some South American teams and how they do things that just shouldn't be corrected. So I tried to help them a little bit. I don't know if it hurt them by any means, because they, in a lot of ways, didn't do a lot of the stuff I wanted them to do on the map, right? So they're still kind of playing their game. But there were times where I'd draft for them, I'd help them, especially with Moose, I'd really just work close with him, and he would like translate it to the team. But in retrospect, it's hard to say, because in the scrims, it didn't go so bad, right? Like, I think we're like, Premier had a 45-50% win rate against scrims against other teams going into TI, so things are going well. But unfortunately, at TI, I don't know exactly what happened, but no, things just started going poorly. And sometimes when things go poorly, you can kind of notice that the motivation and the confidence levels will go down, and you'll just get into like a downward spiral. There's definitely points in that tournament where I would draft for them. Moose would be like, I don't know, man, how about you just draft? I'm like, okay, I'll draft. And then he'll come back the next day, he's like, that didn't work, I'm gonna draft again. I'm like, all right, you got it, buddy. I'll try to do as little involvement as possible now. That didn't work. And then he'd come back to me, never mind, you draft again, right? So it kind of became like a little bit of a show at some point. But it's just a good example of a team that just didn't fully feel confident in exactly what they wanted to do. We worked really hard. We put a lot of time in, spent a lot of like effort into like analyzing replays. I think all the players on an individual level learned a lot. We just couldn't pull together at that TI.
What was the most impactful moment that you had whilst coaching? Like, did you ever have like a breakthrough moment with a player where you were like, I feel like I really achieved something here?
Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of moments, but they've been generally strategy-wise. Like when I was coaching EG and back, I had like a general concept idea of just, it was like a 5-man kind of group up healing strategy that we had in mind. I just thought of it before a lot of the other teams did. We went into a tournament, I forgot which one it is, I'll blur at this point, but we ended up winning that LAN. And it went really well, and everyone was listening to me and was very receptive to it. And I was like, oh, all right, everyone's on board for this, and that felt really good as a coach.
In your opinion, why is Bulba ruining Shopify?
Why is Bulba ruining Shopify?
Yeah, why is Bulba ruining Shopify? That's what Reddit says.
It's probably just washed up, honestly.
Probably.
It happens to us all.
Happens.
He's too old.
Yeah, I mean, I saw they had Miracle standing in, and I saw Miracle playing Storm Spirit, so some things never change, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I mean, if Bulba can't make Miracle work, what type of coach is he?
So true, bro. So put it there. And that's another story time with Fear. Thank you very much, Fear.
Welcome everyone to more Dream League Season 20, where we've got a fresh panel for you, not only for the games, well, not only for the Dota games, but also for other games. Because we got some time to kill before our next series of Aster versus Game and Gladiators. Ted.
Yes.
You're a Dream League veteran at this point.
I am.
How many Dream Leagues have you done?
I don't know, but I was here for the kickoff season, which was before it was even numbered. Before we invented numbers.
It was just Dream League.
It was just Dream League, the kickoff season.
No numerals.
Way back, yeah. I think because we don't want to call it Dream League 1 if there wasn't going to be a 2.
That's
so,
right.
you just start off with a different title. So yeah, that was way back, way back. And I've been to them, here and there through the years, and it's changed a lot. But the vibe is the same, and there's still a lot of the same people that I see knocking around and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been a part of my life for 10 years, I'd say.
And some of the consistency in Dream League, we see that oftentimes in this show specifically, it's not always about the Dota.
No, not at all. No, it's the extras, it's the pieces around the side that make it Dream League, I think. If it was just a Dota, it wouldn't be Dream League, it would just be some other tournament. It wouldn't be Dream League.
Some other tournament.
Exactly.
Sheepstick, this ain't just some other tournament. Also, welcome to the couch.
Thank you so much. I'm dressed as BSJ.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Aww.
I just thought I would bring a little bit of him back, you know?
I can see it.
He was gone too soon. Sorry, Ted.
He's not dead. Let me just clarify that. Brian is not dead.
Why did you
his job.
Why did you so brutally cross his name out on the ranking then if he's not dead?
Well, no comment.
Mm-hmm.
No comment.
This
because
is basically
he told
an
me
obituary.
He told me to.
This was a collaborative effort.
Sorry, yeah, no, that was a...
What if I told you I found the body, Ted?
Which body?
Whoa! All right, this needs to be investigated.
There's a food chain of psychopathic serial killers, and
is there?
I think there's more investigation that needs to be done. Also, there's more investigation that needs to be done on our casting pairs, because I see these shout-out threads on Reddit. They're all like, oh my gosh, the heckin' love Suns fan syndrome. Oh my god, he's such a sarcastic, coy guy, and capitalist is around sometimes. But I need to put them to the test, because they're in their element when they're casting Dota.
Yeah.
Winter, that doesn't satisfy me. To be a truly good caster, shouldn't you be able to cast anything?
Anything, anywhere.
Anytime.
Anytime.
Including right about now, because what I want to do is the little thing that we're going to call the cast-off. Our two duos, SVG Capitalist versus Suns fan and Synderen. You've seen them cast different things, but what if they cast the same thing? Can we bring in one of our duos? Because I've got some questions that I want to be asking them right about now. Oh,
there they are.
Who we got?
They're so small.
Cap, Avery, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What are you guys doing over there in the casting booth right now?
I don't know if you want to know that, Neil, but things get busy here real fast. We were defending the outpost
from the opposing team, who is now staring at me very violently. Do not appreciate that.
You guys have to understand, Sunsfan is very competitive, so he's really chomping at the bit to get this done.
Excellent. Then I would like to begin this cast-off. So here's how it's gonna work. We're gonna play one of our famous red button segments that we've had here so often on DreamLeague, and you guys need to do your best cast of it. And then we're gonna compare it to how Sunsfan and Cinderin do it. After that, us, the panel, will make a determination on which of these duos was superior.
Thank you. You know what? This was really missing in my life, honestly. I'd like to thank you, Tsunami. I'd like to thank production. What I really wanted in my life was more judgment, feedback, and comparison to other duos.
From the panelists.
Honestly, like, we really weren't getting enough of that right now, so I'm thankful that we get a chance to really be able to say, this duo's bad, this duo's good.
Crybaby sound effect well used here. Right?
I've been out here making comments, where's AC and Draskell, every single day on Reddit, and you're here showing up. So I guess we'll get this underway. Capitalist, Avery, if you're ready, I would like you to cast this sequence.
Okay. All right, so we're apparently going to be starting off with a matchup of the balloons, which is favoring you, Avery. Please, give us a little bit of insight.
I am probably the best jouster in the absolute world. I have studied this art for centuries. There you can see absolutely upheaval in Lacoste. This man has no temperament for the arena, unlike you. We see your Cap showing us some swift moves.
Unfortunately, Purge managed to figure out a little bit of mechanic here earlier, which is just attack the center and get you off balance.
And be larger. He is a larger body. That is very nice. He also cheated in this event. Actually, screw the cast competition. Purge actually just cheated this entire thing. Now that I'm recalling it, and I never got an inquiry into that. I would really like one. He is latched onto the base here, as you can't see off cam because they edited it. There is a black tether in the back. I demand another inquiry.
It's no longer casting. This is just an opportunity for Avery to air his grievances.
I need justice.
Which is pretty much our casting.
I need justice.
Constantly is him airing his grievances about everything.
They were meant to be casting the action, but it just felt like we were watching evidence. And they were just talking it over with the
Your Honor!
Your Honor, I draw your attention to the clear sheet.
Objection!
Overruled, Cap. Sheepstick. How do you think this duo fared casting, I don't know, with some sort of Swedish gladiator type thing?
Well, here's the thing. If you've ever actually watched Cap and SVG cast, you realize they're never actually casting. They're just talking to each other. One of them sometimes ignores the other. It's all about them just talking complete shit and nonsense for like 40 minutes. So I think that really captured their spirit of casting.
Are you sure you're not confusing that with our other duo?
They're both the same thing, honestly.
I disagree.
Yeah,
they're not the same thing, man. Cap and Avery, they're the most passionate casters I've ever met.
Ooh, that's a
damn, my boy Winter.
Claim, Winter.
Yo, the sea spirit, let's go.
Yeah,
Tsunami, you got our back too, right? CDPC sticks together.
I think I gotta be an unbiased party in this situation, my friend.
I know you.
I'll be the biased party if you want. I can't stand either of these two yahoos.
Oh my!
So let's bring on the next pair. I'm sick of seeing these yutzes.
Well, I can't stand you, Ted.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck off. Let's get the next guy on.
All right, lose the headsets. Let's get our next duo on the mics because we need to figure out which of these can do it better. I'm with you, Ted.
Yeah.
That first cast seemed very
weak. It was just complaining.
Exactly. I know Sunsfan and Cinderin do a lot of that as well, but this seemed a little too personal.
Yeah, I felt this was like, ooh, come on. Also, the look on their face when they're doing the joust, they were so serious. You could tell these nerds were really sweating it up. Hey, look at these two.
They're already sitting down.
Hello?
Yo.
I was told I was doing this literally 2 minutes ago. So thank you, everybody.
And you didn't have the stamina to even stand up and show the art of commentating esports.
I have never cast standing up, and when I have, I've almost fainted. That was actually a true story at TI.
I have never cast when standing up, but when I did.
That's right. That is a factual statement.
This exact exchange between these two sums up their casting style.
That's right.
To a T.
It's idiocy at its best. Thank you.
All right, fine then. Would you like to display this idiocy as you cast another red button?
Oh, I really hope that was going to be the same one.
Yeah, me too. So, as you can see, Cinderin, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
Oh, this whole arena actually looks like a bagel. If you think about it.
Did you have a bagel today? Because I'm actually lactose intolerant, so I can't have cream cheese, unfortunately, on the bagel.
Breakfast is up for debate. When does breakfast start and end, right?
Breakfast is when you
your
wake
first
up.
meal. Oh, when you wake up.
Your first meal.
Some
when you
people
wake
would say
up.
breakfast is only before noon.
If you're fasting, then you can make some arguments that could be lunch. If
So I
you're
had
having
a
later
tiny
in the day.
bit of. I had something left over in the fridge from yesterday. It's called manti. I've never had it before.
Oh, okay.
And it's like these dough-filled packages with meat and garlic yogurt.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. I think it's probably better when it's warm, but I tried it for the first time just now. It was
Yeah, I think this
honestly pretty
conversation would be better when warm as well. But very interesting
that
indeed.
bagel
Thank
looks
you,
amazing,
Sindren. Appreciate
honestly.
you joining me for this cast.
No, I was impressed by that because so often in Twitch chat, I'm seeing people say, casters talk about the game. Finally, they talked about the game. The Cap and Avery are just like going on tangents the entire time. I don't understand what they're talking about.
Thank you, Tsunami.
Making literary references, talking about Vul rebellions. This man, you were focused on that play-by-play, Sunsman. I saw you were lasered in.
It takes a lot to appreciate genius, and Tsunami gained a lot of respect in my eyes today. Appreciate
Shannon, can you name 3 of the people that we saw in that video?
No, I can't even name one, literally.
It was Lacoste
Why
and,
are you
and a
answering
bagel.
this? Oh, there was a bagel.
So that's 2 people, right? And the camera crew.
Okay. There you go.
Shout out to Pierre and Flex.
That's why
Good
he's
question.
the analyst
Shout
right
out to-
here.
Good question.
They did give me the shout out.
I'm the analyst.
You're winning me over,
You're getting
boys.
pandered to. Sheepsticked.
I told you it's the same fucking thing. None of these casters are. Where's Fogged and OD Pixel? I hate these clowns.
Thank you, Sheep.
You're welcome.
I'll upvote that comment.
I enjoyed the story, but I think Cap and SVG. I'll
Really?
give them the edge.
Me
too. Wow, are we decided on the winner
Do I have
already?
a vote?
I think we're supposed to do. There are 2 sets of
Okay.
casting. So I think for this first
Oh,
set.
dear.
Oh, we have to talk about more breakfast.
Correct. Sunsman and Cinder.
Second breakfast.
I
Lunch
think
and dinner.
you will take victory on this first set. But
Oh!
Well, you're giving them the dub on
is
this
that
one?
We
good?
didn't even vote.
Yeah, don't we need to vote?
We have to put it to the vote.
Yes, we won.
No.
No.
Man,
And if
I am
it's
so
tied,
happy because I am so
we'll let-
competitive,
We'll
Ted,
let
as you know.
the pandas decide if there's a
sure.
tie.
Okay, which one took it? Cap and Avery or Sunsfan Cinderin?
You need to do a hand raise for each one.
Put your hand up if it's Cap and Avery.
All right, that's only one. So we win 3-1, right?
Put your hands up if it's Sunsfan Cinderin.
Sheep just talked shit and then voted for it.
And Ted said you're winning me over.
Ted has abstained.
I abstain.
You abstained?
It's my right.
That is
This
extremely.
ain't the United Nations, Ted. You gotta make a call.
I abstain. I'm trying to be diplomatic.
That is the most British panelist move you could possibly make. Good job, Ted.
Take a stand for once in your life, Ted.
Well done.
Fine. We'll save it for the second set. But this one seems like Cap and Avery have been outvoted. Sunsfan Cinderin, you take it. Now, I guess can you bring the losers back on the mics as
We're
we get
already
ready for
here.
the second
You
set
sure
of
you
red
don't want to
buttons.
just flip-flop, Tsunami? It's a little more convenient.
No, I
want
want to see you stand up more. Get up. Get up. Yeah, that's right.
That's impressive.
Now walk over.
Nice shirt.
Yep, nice and slow. We definitely don't have any Aster versus Gaming Gladiators to get to anytime soon.
Cinderin's bullying me. Hey, Cinderin.
Suck it!
Hey!
Bish. What? It's probably best if you mute me sometimes, production. I'm going to be yelling at Cinderin.
All right, Cap. I apologize. I had to appear entirely unbiased. But, you know, I had you in my pocket the whole time. That's why I'm saving the best for this one, because I got a second or a third, actually, a red button segment for you to cast.
Okay, we're going to do this without words. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. You know? Oh. Hey. Oh, you go.
Also, I would like to open an inquiry into that last panel. On the first clip, I think this panel is incredibly biased and manipulated by Tsunami. I would like that on the record. Thank you.
I abstain.
Good night.
Remember that.
Once again, Avery going for the attack on other people. Seriously, any little humbleness will help your case here, sir.
I'm saying, look inwards for once in your life, Avery. But I gotta say, that really followed all the fundamental tenets of casting. Rising and diminishing action, increasing the emotion in your voice, because it's like, it's on your second monitor and you're like, is an exciting team fight happening?
They diminished the action, that's damn right.
The action has been thoroughly diminished.
You know, here's something interesting. This pair sits on a different side to the previous pair.
That's
you notice
true.
that? Cap is on one side, Avery's on the other. This time it's flipped.
An astute observation,
You know,
Edward.
I will say something else. This is not related to anything, and probably is not interesting to anyone.
Very kind.
Somebody swapped our chairs. This one will not recline. That one does. And it was after day 3. Look at this piece of garbage. This is how he is all game. And I'm in this rigid position.
So here's the weird thing. Funnily enough, this reclined every day for me.
That's a lie.
So that does not make sense.
I think we should take a point off of our casting
I
to
love
come
lounging.
because of that lie from Cinderin.
Well, you have a chance to earn that point back, Sunsfan, because I know you're very competitive.
Can we forfeit? I don't think we can beat that performance.
That's pretty tough to follow, I won't lie.
Give it a go, lads. Come
Give
on.
it a go. Let's run the 4th clip.
Oh, no, not this guy. Not this guy.
Can already smell the climb from here.
It's just absolute filth incarnate.
I don't know what's more disgusting, if it's the green color of these blocks that he's stepping on or the ban in question. A very incredibly timid descent.
See, these look like normal human beings.
Yeah.
I don't know why they'd start. Look at him. He's touching his crotch like always.
That's
always
classic
very
Jenkins.
inappropriate. In private, of course, with just me and him.
He has a, funnily enough, speaking of Rancid, his shirt said Pugna. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is a good
Also
representation
a dead YouTube
of,
channel, but,
of Jenkins. Yeah, but it's
related.
He, he has to look up really far there. Yeah, Shiver's doing a good job.
Yep, she's taking her time.
Yeah,
I think they definitely sped up the timer for Jenkins.
Okay.
She tried. Jenkins sucks.
So this cast was them just flaming Jenkins. I can get on board with that. I'm on board. That's points.
We were pandering to Ted. I won't lie.
Mission accomplished.
Bias casters.
You're not buying it, Winter?
I love bald people too, by the way.
You didn't think that was a good performance? No. Underwhelmed.
He's a Cap Avery fanboy.
This guy says biased casters, and he's just voting against us no matter. I don't know.
Typical.
Don't get it.
Let's vote, baby.
You wanna
Already?
vote?
Yeah, let's vote.
Sheep, what's your assessment?
There wasn't a single bagel fact.
That's true. That's true. No
I don't know what I was meant to get from that.
I didn't hear that Sunsfan was CS pro. I didn't hear about his lactose intolerance. I didn't hear him make dumb jokes about
I should have
Cinder
yelled
being a robot.
grab ally at the end. I
Grab
knew it.
ally!
Damn.
I'm
That
actually
would have
very
got everybody on
disappointed
board.
you didn't do that.
That's really good.
Grab ally!
I would have voted for that. As it stands, that was probably the weakest I'd heard from them, honestly.
So them talking about how much they hate Jenkins for you was worse than. Ooh.
Well, you know, actions speak louder than words, you know? And the actions that
What was
Captain
the
Avery
action?
presented.
What was the how was the
action?
sound?
That
That's
was
not
really,
an action. That's the sound.
That's kind of touching. I liked it.
I'd say
No
words are better than grunts. My money's on my boys.
Those were failed orgasms. Let's be real.
Yeah,
Ted.
exactly.
Those were not grunts.
Aren't they all with those two?
Cap claims that
Cap's
he
yelling
succeeded
at
in
me
those.
Minus points.
All right, let's put it to a vote. Which one cast those second set of red buttons better? Put your hands up if you think it's Cap and Avery.
Sure. Okay. All right.
Don't do it, Ted. We've given you so many shout-outs. That's my boy right there.
Put your hands up if you think it's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Yeah.
For the shout out, lads. I appreciate it. That's the only reason.
There's only one way to settle this then. We
Put your
need
hands
to
up for
bring
Detroit.
our, which one would you rather have
Nobody.
play an intense game? The play-by-plays or the co-casters?
Oh, I want to get Shannon up here because it would annoy the hell out of
Walk your ass over here, Sunsfan. And Cap, I need you too.
Just let me sip
Avery,
my soda
high
in
five.
peace. God.
Come on.
Oh, it's nice here.
Hey.
What do we have?
Hi, Cap.
Oops.
So we're tied.
It's tied one
It
apiece.
went to a game 3.
Imagine that.
I'm shocked.
storyline.
That wasn't in the script at all, was it?
Crazy.
Yeah.
You can't plan for things like this.
Do we have a mic for him or not?
He can have.
No, he shares mine. Come here, Shannon.
What are you what are you sitting down for?
Sunsfan
I didn't say you could sit.
Tired.
He has to lean into Winter's mic. I
have
think.
to use my microphone.
Okay, go on. Come on. There you go. No, I don't want to fit.
You can perch on here.
I don't want to do that.
sit
I'm
over
just gonna
there.
sit. I'm just gonna sit on the
Sniffing
floor.
the horse?
This horse has no eyes. That's actually really hot. All right.
Really?
I make jokes for Ted.
You found your demographic.
I'm the audience. It's true.
All right. So the way we're gonna have to resolve this is as any true competition would, in pure skill. Rock paper scissors. Gentlemen,
you have no idea how to settle this tie before this starts.
they told me specifically it was going to be rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
And actually, I don't know if I can summon it, but supposedly we had very intense theatrical lighting planned for this rock, paper, scissors. Can I summon it?
Can we?
What?
Wait for it. Don't wait for it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Wow.
And the pandas are going to give us a rock, paper, scissors showdown.
All right.
Gentlemen.
Are you guys going to stand up and take your places?
Come on.
Take your places.
Here, I'll hold the mic. I'll come in and do some interviews for you. All right.
I do have a question. Because everybody does this differently. Are you going to take the microphone
Yeah,
from
I'm
me?
going to take the mic because we need this is going to be intense.
Okay.
Are you ready?
No.
You're...
I've never been more ready in my life.
Is it 1, 2, 3, go?
I don't need this.
This guy's a fucking amateur. He doesn't even know how to actually do it.
All right, so it's 1, 2, 3, shoot. Got it?
Let me just say something. I don't think this guy's done rock, paper, scissors in life. I think the only time he's ever done this action before is when he's jerking off.
Wow!
That's true.
Okay, all right. Well, game on, gentlemen. I'll do the count. Do you want to do the count? Like that. Go. All right, go. Go. Oh! Best of three. Best of three. That's paper. Paper beats rock. Do it.
Paper, but I got in your mind.
Okay.
Dude, get on with it.
I'm not competitive. I don't care.
Do it. Do it. Go, go, go. Go.
Ooh.
He cheated, but that's okay. Because I don't care. God. I'm not competitive, as you know. Not competitive at all. Thank you for this great segment. I'm going to go drink my soda now. Okay? Thanks, Tsunami.
Wait. There's a prize.
I'll take it for sure.
There's a prize. Give him the mic.
Oh,
Shannon,
okay.
come here.
Yeah.
Take that. Have a seat. I have this prize for you. You can share it with your co-caster as the winner of the cast-off. Right here, some delightful sports socks, size 37 to 40. This use as 4 pairs.
Not used as well.
Unused.
Thank you.
Refurbished socks.
Does this have a brand on it? Probably shouldn't show that.
It just says sports socks.
These are monster socks. Thank you, Pyrian.
You're welcome.
Unleash the beast. I knew it! Reddit was right! Suns fan and Cinder until the end of days, until you inevitably fall. As all casting duos do, because you can't stay at the top forever.
Or the thread's deleted like every other time, right?
Also true. I'll be in that feedback thread. Saying that you rigged it. Suns fan, go drink your soda.
Oh, thank you, God.
And by that I mean...
Bye-bye.
Thrilling stuff. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Oh my god, I get to see again. That's hope.
Now I'm on the edge of my seat.
It's a great content piece. Legendary.
You want another content piece, Ted?
Nice.
Sure.
It's Quinn talking about Gaming Gladiators.
Losing the first 2 games was not fun. You know, there's always some doubt that creeps in whenever you lose, you know, back-to-back series and you keep losing. I think in those games specifically, we were making mistakes that we wouldn't normally make. And so it was a bit unnerving, but you also know that, hey, we're a very good team. We're just warming up here. There's issues here that can be ironed out. We know what's going wrong. And then you can, you know, slowly get back on track.
They're becoming more and more grouped up, which is a bonus for Duraccio, who isn't even initiating. He's just watching Ace do his work. Look at him. He's sitting there going, I'm just going to wait and wait and wait. And eventually I'll be able to throw out a Chronosphere. And now's that time. Mystic Flare gets thrown out. Bye-bye, Skywrath Mage. Storm Spirit does manage to zip away off of the BKB, but with multi-heroes dead, they'll now turn to 23 Savage, who obviously can't 1v5. Not in this game.
I think playing teams from other regions is always nice. Just you get a different flavor. I mean, it's great that we're the only European team in the tournament still, because it means we get to only play people from other regions, which is just nice. Esther's not having the greatest of times right now, but I think we'll respect them just as much as we would any other opponent. And yeah, it should be a fun match.
Now EG look to be either resetting or backing up temporarily. There is the nullifier XXS into the duel. That will be a victory for C-Smile.
That's a big kill. Medusa's free now.
Oh, he gets up a nice disarm at the multiple heroes, but oh, the big Mana Void comes in. So much damage. Goodness gracious. 3 dead for EG in the blink of an eye, and now the bash onto Whisper. He gets False Promise finally, but he is the lone remaining member of EG, and not for long. Aster win this fight handily off of Monet's Mana Void.
We want to win, or do as well as we can. I'm very motivated by not losing. Losing feels terrible, and I don't want to do it. So, yeah, I would like to win the tournament, and I think my team shares that sentiment.
Well, if the players on Aster share the same sentiment as Quinn, by golly, they're having a rough week because they are not doing good. They are eliminated. They have not won a single series. And they are going to be in the Bali Major, so better start shaping things up fast. Winter, this is your wheelhouse. We're actually talking about Dota now. Aster versus Gaming Gladiators. Where are we at?
Sad. Very sad for Aster. You just want to go take a break right now. I don't want to play Dota if I'm them. Go take a couple of days off and then come back for Bali.
So is there any aspect that's liberating that you're like, well, I've already been eliminated. Now there's really no pressure other than trying to bring down other teams with me? Or it's just, I keep losing, I don't know what the hell is going on. It hurts.
Take down your fellow NA player. That's what Sumer wants to do.
That is true.
If I'm not going to the next group stage, to the playoffs, then I'm taking you down with me.
Do you think that it stacks up that way, Sheep? Sumail versus Quinn in the mid lane. We've been seeing Sumail do extremely well, and I think that obviously Quinn is still the gold standard, but how close is Sumail getting?
Sumail on a good day, he can wipe the floor with Quinn, in my opinion. And I think that's probably their best chance to win, because I have seen Gaming, like, on their worst losses, sometimes it is through just, like, losing these lanes and not being able to come back effectively. That being said, I also think they've improved massively in that aspect too. Like, I've seen them doing these comebacks that previously they were shaky on. So I don't think this is a even matchup in terms of teams and performances that we've seen, but if they are going to win, doing it through mid would be a very accessible option, because Sumail he's that guy.
We saw him be that guy yesterday also. His Timbersaw, they were against 9 Pandas, I believe, or they were against Spirit. It was Laurel Ember Spirit against Sumail's Timbersaw.
Yeah, dominating performance. Level 8 versus level 5 at one point went to the triple stacked hard camp near the little ancients in the triangle, double stack of ancients as well. Huge. Didn't matter though, they lost.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting when people put all this emphasis. The team also needs to perform. Like, it's not enough to just win mid. We see that all the time. We saw it yesterday. Win mid goes great, but then the rest of the team didn't have such a great game, or it could be a number of factors. So yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think it's more interesting to me that Quinn was like, he focuses more on not losing than he does on winning, which is quite a classic thing you hear a lot of sportsmen say, is that the fear of losing is so intense that you feel relief when you win rather than a sense of victory. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, we've been talking about this basically all DreamLeague, but the strength of the emotion that you feel from a loss for many of these players, not just Quinn, although Quinn we specifically asked, just heavily outweighs the joy of winning, which to someone who is not competitive like Suns fans probably. To me, I feel like the joy of winning would be like, yeah, I finally achieved it. You know, it's amazing. But I'll see even TI winners. They'll win and then they just kind of feel hollow. They're just like, now what?
I think part of that, especially with TI, obviously, you know, that's such a life-changing amount of money. I think part of that is shock.
Yeah.
And also, it's what you've been working for all year. So in a sense, it's almost like, I mean, you know, you've achieved what you've worked on all year. You've done it. It's hard, I think, to then enjoy it. You see them as the evening grows on and you see them at the afterparty, they appear to be having more and more fun.
Sure.
So that's always nice. But I think initially it must just be overwhelming. But obviously, we got a game on here and we've already got 3 picks. Enchantress, Le Bête Primal, and Pugna. Interesting. Seen a bit more.
Please don't be French on my panel.
Yeah, please don't ever do that again. You should know better. Okay.
Oh, no.
No, wait, bro, close your eyes. Just close your eyes, dude. Don't look. He's not looking.
It's the Duraccio water boy. You love that. Oh, wait, no, you don't.
Oh. I love the Enchantress. Let's stick with the positive thing.
Okay. Celery Enchantress, goated.
Yeah, they have. They always have like really, really good support performances. Like that's something that I always like to look at when I notice their games. The supports just carry the game. They do so well early. They set things up for the cause in the mid game. Game is easy for you.
Would you say that it's one of your favorite support duos, Tofu and Celery, right now in Dota?
Yeah, probably top 2 at least.
If they aren't, then I don't know what supports you're watching because they are just so damn good.
Yeah, I feel like they just have like a lot of synergy together, like the way they're accomplishing stuff on the map, and you see that them moving like one person is really efficient doing this quickly, and they join up together in the middle part of the map. They do a smoke, and everything doesn't feel like there's any time wasted, you know?
Yeah.
Oh.
Everything's tightly choreographed with Gaming Gladiators, which is why, again, even though they're not undefeated in this Group Stage 2, the only 2 teams that they've lost to are the best 2 teams of LGD and BetBoom. So they're still doing quite well despite the fears of Western Europeans' demise and Gaming Gladiators going down with them.
It's one tournament.
Yeah.
It's one tournament.
All right.
Give it a chance, all right? It's one tournament.
I think when I look at Gaiman's opening, what I do like about it is they are meant to be strong laners. Like, sometimes you have these freak morph accidents where they're dying at level 1 or something, and that's just like, what the hell happened? But for the most part, he's like really high in damage. He's able to just CS stronger and better. He shouldn't die. And Ench is just a natural like lane bullier. They've picked Primal here because it's a counter to the Ench. It's like a really good hero at destroying her. I don't know where they intended to put it. Maybe it was just a flex. I don't think we've seen Sumail play it yet though. But it was like, I was thinking if Gaiman want to play Ember, which they have so much, maybe them picking it there, they just flex the Primal to mid and try and like beat it there and give it a bad game. Because Gaiman, I've seen them struggle so hard when they lose these side lanes. It's so bad when, like, if you can have Sumail beat Quinn mid and then they also lose the side lanes on Gaiman, I've seen Quinn just, like, flounder. Like, even if he wins his lane, he feels like he has to go to these side lanes to recover them, and if the moves don't work out, they kind of crumble a bit. Sometimes. Not always.
For what it's worth, Aster have actually not picked Primal at all this tournament, so if they are taking this elimination in stride.
Now's the time to experiment, Neil, I'd say.
What I'm saying.
May as well.
I mean, are Gaming the team that's experimenting with some morphling mid? That is another question I want to ask.
Nah.
I would say no, just because Quinn has had an exceptionally small hero pool at any tournament he shows up at, and this tournament is no exception. He is stuck to like the same 4 heroes. He had like the random Huskar game, the random Sniper game, but other than that, it's Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Queen of Pain, or Timber.
He had a Lesh.
He had 1 Lesh, yeah.
1 Lesh. I mean, he has a good pool. I don't think I've even ever seen him like pubbing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what. Like,
you think this hero doesn't fit his playstyle?
I don't think so.
Like, it's too much of a staying in one lane to farm
Yeah,
kind of
man
hero.
wants to move.
I mean, I think Quinn has evolved a lot as a mid laner, because I remember when he could only play like playmakers. This was like on the Quincy time, and then he started playing more farming heroes or like slower heroes or less ganking. Like he started playing like Zeus and stuff like this, and I think I remember him commenting on it and just saying like, yeah, he was just getting better. So maybe there's a room for a morph one day, but I don't think it's this game.
It is also Duraccio's most played hero, so chances are it will remain a carry morphling. Meanwhile, second phase bans filter through. Amber Spirit, Broodmother, and Dark Seer taken out by Aster, and Gaiman ban out the Anti-Mage, the Monkey King, and the AA.
I mean, there's still the Phantom Lancer against the Morphling. Phantom Lancer faces Void.
Block as well is nice in against Beast.
What, the Maître du Bête?
What did I tell you?
I don't even know what you just said.
What did you say?
Master of Beasts.
Oh. Yeah, I actually picked Beastmaster into a Rubik. I would have thought that Rubik would have been pretty content. You can Fade Bolt the Boar, Steel Roar.
I think that's too like much of a one-on-one mindset, whereas what Beast gives is this ability to farm the Ancients and the side of the map very easily, and like his itemization and all these things is like, okay, sure, Rubik's decent against it, but Beast still gives so much. And he's not always going to be looking at Rubik, you know, eye to eye. Rubik could be on the other side of the map, and then Beast is doing these big things.
Just go mid-techies. Let's go. Come on.
No.
Just do it.
Stop praying for what won't happen. You'll only hurt yourself.
Just do it.
I would almost prefer you to continue speaking French as opposed to these preposterous ideas.
Well, it would mix things up a bit.
This is usually when you're all like, shout out to my boy Big Willie, who runs mid techies in my stack.
Big Willie. Shout out to my friend, Big Willie.
That's a very British name.
Yes, it is, absolutely.
Oh, dear.
T-Master, they pick up the Slark as their carry-to-carry matchup, which has me a little bit skeptical, because I feel Morphling going up against any traditional Agi carry, you have to be so careful about how you enter the fight if this Morphling gets Aghanim Scepter, otherwise you're just useless.
Not if you can't see him and you can't click on him.
So then you think Slark is going to walk in, Shadow Dance to a fight?
Yeah,
I've seen it.
Yeah, jump in and just steal some stats. You have Diffusal, you burn his mana.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
I mean, it does go both ways, of course. Like, if he does get the Ags off, it sucks because Slark wants to build the stacks to get the stats. And if you're losing all your stats immediately to Morph, you have so much to, like, gain back and then gain more. And the time duration of your Shadow Dance and then your, like, Shard as well, it can be not long enough. And you can be forced to like use those, maybe even a BKB, and suddenly then you're having to back off, and it's really hard for you to re-engage because you used everything. And I've seen this in matchups where the enemies are too tanky to kill as well, like against Primal Beasts. I know they're on the same team, but like when you're playing against a big boy like that, it takes too long to kill them. If it takes too long to kill something, I think Slark is a bit unhappy. Or if he can't go in and out.
Yeah, so the supports, they need to itemize in a way where you buy a lot of like 4 stuff, you kite the fight around, you just keep delaying the fight. Even if the slug gets copied by the Morphling, you just have to try to kite it out and use the 4 stuffs. And eventually you're gonna outlast the Morphling.
Yeah. Don't really know what Gammon are targeting. I guess they don't know where this Primal Beast is going. Could be Sumail, could be XXS, so they ban out a mid laner. And I guess if...
Did they pick like Alchemist or something like that, or is that crazy?
I don't think Quinn would play that. The bans make me think that he wants a melee hero though, because Underlord and Lina are both really nice against
but the AA as well. I mean, obviously that's for the morph, but
unless it's Void Spirit, it would be a new hero for him if he were to play a melee mid.
I mean, they do like Void Spirit, and
how about Puck?
I like Puck.
Yeah, love a bit of Puck.
And you need a hero that can deal with the partner.
Quap.
Oh,
Okay.
Quap.
I guess that's fine too. I know Lina used to be picked a lot against Quap, because when Quap would leave the lane to rotate, Lina would just take the tower.
But I feel like they're kind of lacking in initiation. There's only the raw.
Right.
Like everything is in the raw, you know.
I used to think this way too, and then I saw these Queen of Pains buying like their Kaya Sanjas, and they have like 1,000,000 health, and then they're just in the fight anyway. So if you're not you don't have to initiate with like a stun. You can just like kind of get in there and like use daggers and stuff and poke, and then go in.
He does a lot of damage now.
Yeah,
he does.
I think I've seen Queen because as well. What is it? They got like the Bloodstone as well and the Ags. So you're just so tanky.
Yeah, and with your talent, you have HP talent at level 10, the strength talent.
Yeah.
You're actually so difficult to kill.
So I used to doubt like this type of lineups initiation, but I actually a little believe in it now.
I mean, it's just easier sometimes when you play with multiple stuns. It just gives you a lot more options in the game. Like when you play this kind of lineup, you can't really fuck up in the early game. Because if you fuck up in the early game and you have only 1 stun, then the game just becomes super hard for you.
Agreed.
So what was the Queen of Pain matchup that Quinn had that very exciting first blood? Was it Queen versus Puck?
Puck. Yeah,
Puck.
Then I want Sumail to play Puck. I don't want this Primal Beast mid versus him. That's boring. Give me the anime fight.
I agree. I want to see anime fight.
Okay.
Queen of Pen SF is the true anime fight.
Ooh, that would be hype. I would like to see that also. I think
pretty
SF
good.
Slark would be pretty greedy though.
We're gonna see the Primal. What?
Unless it's Axe mid?
No way.
Stop saying all this stupid stuff.
Okay.
Because your mate Big Willie plays X-Men.
All right, Pyrian. I get the idea.
Yeah.
Which team are you going for, though?
I mean, my boy Quinn. I'm backing him all day. So yeah, and the rest of them, they're good lads, and I like all of these heroes. So yeah, I'm gonna say Game of Gladiators.
Okay.
And they are better than Aster, I'd say at the moment. I think.
Hot take.
Yeah, I know that's a rare take from me.
You guys have no idea of the power of the team that has nothing to lose.
I'm looking at like the 15 to 20 minute mark, I think. This ability to play off like Axe Blink, they have lots of damage on Astra, they have lots of heroes they can combine to make moves together. I think they have like a very, very decent shot to win this game with their draft. I like Gaiman more, obviously. I mean, we're all looking at the scores here. What can you do? Poor Astra, but I think it can be a good game.
Yeah, I think the Axe has the potential to actually win the game with a couple of good blade mail with dagger initiations. You kill the Morphing, you pick him up once or twice, you can definitely snowball with your lineup and win the game.
But how much are we going to focus on this mid lane, though? Because that's the only thing. Because I'm a North American. I want to watch these two North American mids go head-to-head. And I want to listen to the Poetic Pandas.
Sexy intro. Unfortunately, that's followed up by You and Me. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Gaming Gladiators versus Aster, best of 3.
I'm vibing in my chair. How about you? It's good. It's a good.
They can't see us, but yeah, mine.
Lounger.
I still have this rigid chair that will not go back. Gonna have to fix it after this game. I think the handle's missing. I think you're right. It's the same chair. Yours reclines, mine doesn't. I get it.
Unlucky.
So Aster, kind of in a weird spot because they're eliminated already, but they still have a couple more series to play. And I mean, typically when we talk about situations like this, we talk about if there's less pressure now. I feel like they're not on LAN. I feel like there's not much pressure to begin with. I mean, this is a very prestigious tournament, yes, but I feel like these players are experienced enough that that's not really what the issue is with them right now.
And I mean, as much as they aren't on LAN in terms of like the arena and the audience, they are together as a team, right? They're all in the same place, so kind of, I don't know. I feel like at some point it kind of just either becomes a bad excuse or some major cope, right? It's just not been a good stage 2 for Aster, which is unfortunate because stage 1 went pretty well. And sometimes you hit downswings, sometimes you hit upswings. They are on the lower end this time around, but that doesn't mean you can't put on a good show for your fans. It doesn't mean you can't try to rebuild your confidence. And of course, for Aster, these are really much glorified scrims heading into the Bali Major. I believe they're playing there, right? I think Tsunami said that. I'm not making this up, right? You're confident they are.
I mean, I'm confident that Tsunami said that.
Yeah, okay. That does not make it right, but we're just going to say that was the case.
Sure. They're definitely going.
I don't remember the entire lineup of Bali by heart, but I feel like I would have also known if Aster didn't make it, because they have a tendency to make it out of China, right? So
yep.
Yeah, this they have no reason to not you know, play their best to win and rebuild that confidence and experiment with some new picks, which is what we're seeing here. This is going to be interesting to see Sumail on the Primal Beast. This is a hero that I think has been underrated this tournament, despite certain teams absolutely crushing with it, such as PSG LGD. And I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of it out of Game Gladiators, because I think Ace plays a beastly, no pun intended, Primal. But I guess...
Have we seen a lot of off-lane Primal? I'm trying to remember. The games that we've casted, I think it's only been mid.
Yeah, there's been... Whisper has played it for EG a couple of times in the offlane with mixed results, I guess. Maybe it's just not that good in the offlane. Maybe that's also what Game and think, and I don't know how well-versed Quinn is with the hero, so... They're going to be sticking to their guns, obviously.
That's
here with
true. It doesn't scream to me that it's a Quinn hero at all, actually.
What does scream is Queen.
Yeah, both literally and, well, literally.
Yes. Very good.
That's right.
Good one. We actually really need to stop doing that.
Yeah, I was going to try to stop, but now you did it, so I have to do it to get back at you at some point today.
Oh, no.
Monet is playing Slark, which is another hero that has been looked at as a potential. I mean, it's been picked mostly as the Medusa counter. What do you think of it versus the Morph? Kind of same idea to some degree?
I don't think it's a good Slark matchup. I've seen Monet on the other side of this matchup literally just crush a Slark. He just got Ags on Morph, turned into the Slark, pounced on him, and then he was stronger than the Slark because he has his Agi, or his attack speed, right? I personally do not consider this a counter whatsoever. I think the best counter to Morph we've seen all tournament has been Anti-Mage. I actually think it's the only carry we've seen truly counter Morph. I guess you could argue the Ursa yesterday from Yatoro was also pretty good.
But 48% win rate, Synderen.
Yeah, those two. The general counter to Morph doesn't seem to come from the carry position. It comes from playstyle, and it comes from the other roles. But yeah, carry to carry matchup, there's not many heroes that like that. Quinn taking an absolute stomping here, but obviously still doing very well in the lane. This is a Queen of Pain favored lane matchup. Opting to not even skill Blink, hasn't felt like he needed it.
Yeah, I always wondered about, this was something that they changed a little bit after the release of Primal Beast, but I feel like he is only level 3, but I think once he gets level 4, I would assume Uproar, the value level against Shadow Strike just seems way too good. I mean, the real issue is you're probably never going to be able to kill Quap without a teammate, but if you were to gank with a Shadow Strike on you ahead of time, No, but no.
I mean, you can also just use it to CS, right?
Yeah, you can push the lanes easier. Any damage over time onto Primal Beast, I feel like it can benefit you a lot.
Yeah.
And you can play around it. And he does take the value level here.
I don't know if I like Sumail going to that camp. I feel like that cannot have been good efficiency. He lost 2 or 3 creeps mid going for that camp. And now that he's showing up, he doesn't have any control of the lane equilibrium. So Quinn has uncontested been able to place the lane the way he wants. So now that's going to be on his hill. Some serious damage being
that was a very nice fort from Quinn. Sumail had full Uproar stacks, and he could have killed that wave very easily.
Yeah.
But Quinn pretty much preventing it, which allows him to just continue to bully.
Yeah, instead of losing the wave, he denies 3 out of 4 creeps with 1 glyph.
That was very strong.
25 and 12 now.
Oh, XXS. I do want to talk about this hero, of course, but first, he might die.
Yeah.
It's XXS. A couple more. Oh, 1 impetus should be enough. Pops the wand, but it's not nearly enough. Celery with the first blood of the game. So, Axe picked in this game.
Yeah.
We've been seeing it occasionally. I feel like it's only Collapse. Is there anybody else that we've seen play
Not much, at least. XXS is a very good Axe player, but
in this tournament, I mean, maybe he did.
Not much.
But yeah, what do you think of it in this game?
I don't know. It's another one that I'm not really fully sold on. So I was looking at the draft right in the beginning, and I was like, the panel was talking about Axe could be really good this game. He has the potential. And yes, while he does have the potential to solo kill Morph when he gets the Blink Blade Mail, he's going to have a rough time in lane. I think Enchantress is one of Axe's worst support matchups. It's high pure damage, it's from range, she can get a creep to harass you, and the one thing Axe desperately needs is a little bit of peace and quiet to get his Vanguard. So what you don't want to face is the hyper-aggressive 5 that just bullies you from the get-go. You're going to be constantly facing Impetus, you're going to be facing Adaptive Strikes, and if Celery comes in with a good creep, you could just die, which we saw before, right? So. Yeah. Off to a really rough start here, 17 for 3 on the Axe, 5 minutes in. It's not a good scoreline for that hero in lane, as it is very momentum-based. And we saw another team, I forgot who it was, trying to run the Axe into Morph. They killed the Morph 1 time with Blade Mail, but that was it. And when you don't get the initiation, Morph just eats you alive, so...
Yep, very true.
Very polarizing.
A little surprised they haven't started stacking for XXS, because that once he gets the Vanguard, that's an easy way for him to get back into the game. But so far, no stacks in the usual spots, at least.
And the lead right now for Gaiman is pretty much Quinn, as he is forcing Sumail out of the lane. Level advantage in his favor. He's going to get the power rune, most likely, because it is Quinn and it spawns right next to him, as always. And it's an invis, so see if he can set something up. I think, is it level 8 when typically co-ops take Sonic Wave?
It varies. Sometimes you take it on 6. In this game, he's holding the skill point. All right. Aster will grab their first kill of the game onto Ace. Rotation from Sumail. Face off there, and a permanent Agi stack now gained from Monet will be nice. It all helps. I think in this game, there's actually merit to skilling Sonic level 6. I think you've got some really good rotation possibilities. You're a hero that can almost 100 to 0 Slark in a move. Just one blast off, and then you just burst him down. I'd like to see that from Quinn. And considering that he was holding his skill point and still is, I think he is keeping that option open.
Yeah, Celery being a big nuisance, wants to try to go for the 7-minute wisdom. The fact that it's taking 2 members of Aster to try to get it. Call is coming out. XXS, he will get it, but it's going to cost him his life. Quinn even makes an appearance as well. And Doraccio going to be A-okay. And of course, while that was happening, Celery traversed through the Aster triangle
try
and
to
spotted
kill Monet.
Yeah, well, does not have. Okay, he does have Sonic Wave. Just levels it.
Enough sticks and to pounce away.
Anyway, Gaiman, they're aware of the stacks now on Aster's side. We'll see if they try to contest it at some point. As Sumail able to get a nice kill in the mid lane on Tofu.
Yeah, Primal eats supports alive at this stage of the game. If he gets to isolate any support, we'll pretty much just kill him right away.
And those 2 kills and this bounty will bring him back into a respectable amount of net worth. He's only 400 behind Quinn, and he was getting destroyed.
Yeah, this is a pretty good result. And this is what happens a lot of the time with the mid Primal. Doesn't necessarily win its lane or do particularly well, but gets level 6, makes a rotation or 2, finds some kills, and recovers the gold that way. Now his phase boots. Arcane Rune is nice on this hero as well, of course. I mean, the one you really want is haste. You can just trample over people.
True. Of course,
at the very least, it's nighttime. That's also going to help.
There is an Enchantress who can just take it off immediately, though. As Quinn. Not going to be too worried about Sumail at the moment. It's going to require way more than just him to get that kill, at this point at least.
Tofu pinging out the ward. He saw that. While being chased away, he did place the sentry, but wasn't able to deward. And there's what you wanted for XXS. Not the biggest one, though. I think he wants to make this another...
Yeah. Sumail.
Bigger.
Okay, he's going to get Sonic Wave. Not quite able to get Celery, who will walk away. And his ult actually gets canceled as well. As Tofu being a big nuisance here. Sticky Bomb won't hit, but Sumail on the other side of the tree. Another trample is up. He can't even find himself a collateral here on Tofu.
Time to... The boys!
Their boys are coming for you.
Oh, the boys are too slow. They did not skip leg day. So they couldn't make it in time.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I was tempted to use my one-liner. I'm waiting for a better moment.
I'm so proud of you. Some serious character development. Less toxic by the day. Amazing.
Well, no, I'm saving it for a better moment.
Yeah, okay.
It's still toxic.
True. Speaking of toxic, Quinn, heading back to...
You see the way his visceral reaction to the person that walked into the room. He's quite the character.
Radiant's bottom tower is
and I think every team composition needs somebody like that.
So honestly, the reason that just came to mind was you're like, oh, I'll admit I'm toxic, but I'll do it in a really good way, you know. And when it comes to Quinn, when he gets frustrated or upset in pub games, this guy's vocabulary gets put to use.
Oh yeah,
and it's vast. Let me tell you, he has some of the more creative outlets of frustration. Let's call it that.
Yep, he
creative
reads the thesaurus every night before he goes to bed.
When he is unhappy, definitely has a way with words.
Yep, hopefully he writes a book someday about his time in Dota.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But until then, he's going to continue to play well for Gaming Gladiators.
3K lead already.
Yeah.
This laning
Ace has his own stack.
he's going to be taking. And the Helm of the Dom not too far off now.
Yeah, Aster don't have the best ways of killing an Overlord creep, so will be very useful this game.
Yeah, and just to show the difference, Ace is level 8 right now, still has a stack to go through. XXS level 6.
Yeah. And you could have made a case for Drums of Slom here, I think, actually. It allows Beastmaster to stand and deliver against both Primal Beast and the Slark, but he thinks that the Overlord is going to be better for the overall flow of the game Gaming Gliders are going for, and I honestly like it too. I think you're playing with Ench, you're playing this strong mid-game lineup, might as well really double down on that aspect, push out the lanes, and look for fights, man. This lead is growing by the minute. I can't say I'm too surprised from a draft point of view that this is what's happening, but you were hoping for Aster to do a little bit better than this at least. Sumail will be lifted and call.
Nice call
That's
with Primal Beast coming in as well. It's okay.
Why'd you call him Sumail?
You did.
Sumail's here.
Good one.
Duracho. I don't know if they
yeah, they've used a lot.
I cannot kill this guy at
Sumail's
all.
ult will tickle him, and now
that's
Aster
Duracho.
have to run away. Gaiman, they do TP a couple heroes in, so that's one thing, I guess, from Aster's perspective that they
force him
to be happy with. But I mean, we can just see the net worth lead is just continuing to grow. Gaiman very happy with the current state of affairs.
Worthy tribute.
And Ace just going to continue on to the Helm of the Overlord. And there's the haste rune.
So you played Beastmaster against Slark, and you're top net worth in the game. So.
This is a big kill though. Monet does find Ace.
Players, it's the best.
Monet though, will he? Oh, it looks like Sumail's going to be accompanying Monet to try to take out Duracho, but the Sonic Wave comes in, and Sumail able to get out of dodge for the time being. Sticky Bomb's going to slow him a bit, but he does have the haste rune, so I guess not.
Nice diffusal reveal there on the Slark. Gets the Beastmaster kill, gets the morph very low. Duracho definitely needed some big help there and got it fast from the I keep saying Sumail from the Quinn TP on the Queen of Pain there.
Just call everybody Sumail, you'll eventually be correct.
Yep. Nice trample here from everyone else than Sumail. Farming out. They cut the lead by 2k there, so that went from 5 to 3. So
it's the second game we're seeing
impactful kill.
Blade Mail on Primal.
Yep.
Is it the Ench?
There's some merit to it. Ench, Morph, Queen, decent.
It still feels weird.
Yeah, I'm not. It's the one. I feel like it's the one trend we're seeing this tournament that I don't truly appreciate or understand. I think a lot of the other items and a lot of the other new tech makes more sense to me. But yeah, the Blade Mails have been, from watching at least, maybe it's different feel when you play, but they haven't seemed that impactful on anyone in any game. I haven't been like, wow, this Blade Mail was amazing in this one that we had at least. But
agreed. I miss the week that people were buying Boots of Bearing on Primal Beast. I think that item's so cool on it.
That's good. It is good.
Now Duracho forcing 1 TP here.
Trade of towers. Pichu also stole the bounty, or the Wisdom Rune, so that's a little bit of good news there for Aster. Snuck up there and took that, and their own is still intact, so they could get both of them at the 14-minute mark.
Right, there's the blink for XXS. Blade Mail will be next.
Yeah.
Very standard. Not the fastest, though. And you can see his farm about the same as Sumail, actually. So Sumail maybe just wanting to get something that's kind of small that can have some impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cost-efficient item, but the problem Blade Mail has is that depending on... Like, the reason it's good on Legion and Axe is a no-brainer, right? Because you can force people to hit you all game. So you have a way of keeping it relevant. The problem with Blade Mail later in the game is that this item kind of falls off because players will just not go on you. They will kite you. And they will eventually... A hero like Morphling will just have a lot of lifesteal, right? So it's going to be less impactful later down the line. But for right now, if the fights do break out, I think the Blade Mail and Sumail can be very useful because it makes it harder for Gaiman to turn on him with their Queen of Pain and their Morph.
Yep. There's a call from XXS showing off the newly picked up Blink. No chop, though. Cast animation a little bit too long. The reveal was on Celery, though, so maybe not the best target, but at this rate, I think Aster will take what they can get.
Yeah, and most importantly, they need to get to work on this tower, right? That's why they made this rotation to begin with, so that they want to put on this pressure with their Pugna. Glyph will slow things down. A little bit early there on the blast. Actually still used it during the Glyph. Uncharacteristic mistake there from Pichu, but doesn't really matter. It's gone anyway. Monet will claim it. He's level 12. Echo Saber, Diffusal now working on Axe. Top net worth in the game on the Slark.
That's interesting. We have Dyrachyo actually upgrades to Hurricane Pike like right away.
Yeah, that's the Slark matchup.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He just wants to solve that, but yeah, that's very much faster than average. He's having a totally insane game, beating out the average by 12 minutes on the Pike.
Well, the counter to that, I guess, would be the Axe.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. The fact that it's that little slower than the fastest of the patch definitely goes to show that he is having a good game. Because the Morphlings will sometimes bite in the slot.
Roar, but the counter initiation from XXS. Sonic Wave, though, from Quinn. Not going to be enough to find a kill outright, but XXS knows that he's dead. So good turnaround from Gamint.
Saving Private Monet, though.
Yeah, he wants to go for the Lotus.
He got it.
He got it. He's remembering. Remember the Lotuses. Yeah, Slark, I have to say, Monet is doing a very good job at keeping the net worth up. He's right there with Dyrachyo. He's going to show himself here as that impetus did quite a bit of damage, but luckily for him, he is Slark, so it doesn't matter once you're out of vision. And he has the Diffusal, Echo, and is going for Ags next, so very standard build. Wow. That's a fast blink on Baboka, though. Really prioritizing that.
Yeah, I wonder what the mindset is behind getting that item over alternative options here. It's like sometimes we'll see Rubik get utility items such as Glimmer, which in theory is a very good item against both Morphling and Queen of Pain. Or maybe you could have bought a Force Staff so you can help teammates out, but usually when Rubik gets Blink, it's because there's something in the game he really wants to steal. Oh, he piped too early.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Dyrachyo, and he's going to pay the ultimate price as XXS chops him down.
He was trying to, I think he was trying to pike to not get hit by the pounce to begin with, but ended up going even worse because then he got connected on afterwards. Tried to be as fast as possible, was a little bit too fast. I think the dagger on Rubik might be against Beastmaster, actually. Just really wanting to steal Roar. Could be a thing.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe he wants to steal Sonic.
Monet tanking it up here as the blast off from Tofu. Well, he's going to get telekinesis during his TP. Lots of mines doing a considerable amount of damage as Siamese Cat here to help out. The Butler is always available for Aster.
Yeah, smash.
No, we're not doing that again. One day, if we do like an alt, no, I'm trying to think of a scenario.
Deny the tower. Deny the.
There's actually that. Oh, they got the tier 1 top. That was also at like 1 HP.
Yeah. They're not denying mid. I don't know if they didn't. They might not have noticed that it was this low because it's literally just one hit from an Eng creep. She can just send down a little friend.
The lead has gone down now. This is very even.
Absolutely.
Ace hasn't really been involved too much, still just farming away. Has the helm of the Overlord and is going drums. Very farm-heavy game for him.
Yeah. Dyrachyo, his death on the Morph there is worth probably 1 to 2, like 1.5 to 2K, I would say. Because first of all, there's the kill bounty, but also all the farm that he's missing being off-map is the best kill that Aster could have possibly found. And it is starting to create some distance here between Monet and the others. He's now ahead by 1,000 against the Morph and the Beast. And I mean, as much as I said that the Morph matchup isn't good for Slark, that is contingent on Ags. When you don't have that yet, I think the Slark actually fares very well.
That's cool. Stolen mines to help get the Tormentor started off, and then they abandon it, of course, because they realize they have no damage between the 3 of them.
Oh, well. There was an attempt.
And it will be back up to full HP here.
Yep, cool play, though.
I probably thought it would do more.
And there's the Slark Ags. This is power play time now for Aster. They're behind by 2K, but I actually think they're stronger right now. Morph doesn't have Ags yet. Monet is massively farmed, and they have the tools to set him up for success. They have multiple catches. And they will gate down here and try to contest this Roche.
Oh, wow. Roche is already at half HP.
Damage. Yep, this is spicy.
Quinn, okay, the XXS actually initiates on the creeps and Roche.
much to his chagrin. And now Gaiman with a halfback. I'm sure that they will not fully back from this.
That Hawk saved Quinn's life. Without that, he does not blink out there with the Beastman or with the axe coming in. So they're going to keep killing the Hawks. And now we have our favorite part of the game.
What do we call this?
We call it a walk in the forest.
That's not good. We need a better name. Right now, we'll just call it the Roche stalemate, but I don't like that either. It's a standoff. Something standoff. Gaben standoff. Something like that.
Why Gaben?
I don't know. It's because I like saying his name. No, Roche slowly regenning. And it is going to be... He's not actually going anywhere.
He's pretending he wants to go home, but...
That was a long leash there.
What do you think is his favorite? What do you think is his actual home, and which one's the summer house?
This one's the summer house. It's daytime. Okay, Monet, he jumps right in. Trying to go for Quinn, who's actually just stuck here, but Monet has to back away despite having the ult now. Quinn able to blink out, trying to finish off the Slark, and they do so with the impetus. Big kill for Gaming, but on the other side, they get Dyrachyo as well from Aster. So both position ones are dead. BKB's already popped on the side of Aster, though. As you can hear, the onslaught being queued up, but it's going to be stunned and canceled by the blast off. And now the buyback from Siamese Cat as Quinn continuing to do damage from afar. And XXS looks like he's going to be falling here, although the Butler's coming to save the day. Axes from Ace are going to be too much to withstand, I think. Impetus as well. And Baboka actually blinks right in, wants to fight this apparently. But Ace, or Aster I should say, just dropping like flies. Baboka falls. Finally, Quinn is taken out by Sumail, but that cost him his life in addition.
That was just a really uncoordinated initiation from Aster. I don't really understand what they were trying to do. So the Slark jumps the Queen of Pain and fights her alone for like 10 seconds, and then the axe call finally comes in, and Monet is too low to fight. Like, look at this fight. He's non-stop. That Sonic, first of all, really good to push Sumail away, but this, it's just too late, right? Like, Monet, the most important hero, ends up dying at the beginning of the fight, and Aster kind of grasped at straws after this. I cannot believe they killed Dyrachyo somehow. He's obviously very disappointed with that. He should not have died under any circumstances with how that started out. So it could have been even worse, but yeah, just one of the problems that we feel like Aster have had in this tournament is that their team coordination on moves is just not up to the level of other teams sometimes, and that one was just case in point for that. I feel like other teams would have got that quap kill there and really built a fight around it. Just didn't quite make it in.
Yeah, and that means Aegis is now on Dyrachyo, which is probably the best player in Dota to have an Aegis on because he likes to go deep, let's just say. And finally, Aster get their Tormentor. So we're going to see the Pugna Shard.
Best.
Gaiman not interested in going for theirs, apparently.
Dyrachyo is definitely a hyper-aggressive carry. We've talked about this, how, you know, sometimes he makes moments. He makes facepalm moments, and he embraces them himself, where he just goes too far or messes something up because he's really trying to push the limits, but also probably doesn't get celebrated enough how hard it is to play against a player like that because of the amount of pressure he exerts on the map at all times.
Yeah, doing things that are
duality
unexpected.
of Dyrachyo. It's a modern-day Envy.
I wouldn't go that far.
I mean, that doesn't...
No, I know what you're saying, and I agree on some level, but that was an extreme.
I mean, Envy was the extreme.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, he's the 10, if it's on a scale of 10, Dyrachyo's like a 7, maybe, in the Envy scale.
But a lot of carries, I would say, are like a 4.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
it's like closer than any. And that was the exact thing about Envy that fans loved to watch because he had these polarizing games. Some games he was like the best player in the world, and other games was like, what the hell is Envy doing? And that's entertaining.
It is.
And Dyrachyo has those sometimes, but I would say he's definitely a tamer version. He's more
really
stable.
Missed my 60-minute Envy games where he just has, what, like 40k gold that he can't spend because he's been 8 slotted forever now.
But it definitely is something interesting to like look at and appreciate how it works in their team dynamic for Gaming Gladiators, because it's like some people will just be like, yeah, Dyrachyo, he's all right, but the other players are, you know, the stars, they're the guys carrying him or whatever. You don't understand team dynamics in that case. Like, if he wasn't carrying his weight, they wouldn't be playing with the guy. So the way that he plays the map and what he offers for this team in terms of like aggression and map movement and overall pressure, and the amount of damage he takes, which is actually a criticism I have about a lot of carries in Dota, is that they don't take enough attention. because I think soaking up damage as carry is inherently incredibly valuable. You're very farmed, so you have a lot of EHP. You want to put it to use. You want to make the enemy team hit you, but not die. And some carries, especially historically, have been very passive and been like, everybody else going in front of me, I'll clean up. It is very, very valuable to be a carry going in first.
That is a very good point. Very good point. For once.
Thank you. Good one.
Gaming with a 6K lead. They get the tier 2 tower.
I guess they're going to keep this going. They have the Aegis.
Absolutely.
Duracho rocking the top net worth together with the Beastmaster of Ace. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, the Pine Cone is deep in the bowels of Aster's base now with that seed shot.
Giving some good info.
And the Golem.
Canceling Axis Blink.
Yeah, that's true. That is very valuable. Siege still alive, but probably not for long. One more mine from Techies. Tower is deniable. But the initiation from XXS, can they take out the Morphling in time? Not even close. Pulverized from Sumail, but he's basically alone right now. We'll have to onslaught back to the high ground. And Gaiman, they haven't used anything. So I'm sure they feel confident to go in with the next wave.
I think they did pop their pipe, right? So at the very least, that is used.
And the slow siege continues. Sumail jumps back in with the trample, has to pop the BKB after the Hurricane Pike comes out. Roar onto the Enchantress. That's the wrong That's the wrong team, Cinderin. Good effort though.
Oh my god. No, he has to ult. The
Just
Pike.
don't have enough. Range Rax goes down. Fortification now from Aster. I think that might have been the second roar of the game. Am I wrong?
It's actually crazy. Despite Ace roaring his own position 5, they still win that fight and get a lane of Rax. Absolutely incredible sabotage was not enough. Agent Ace cannot carry Aster across the finish line in that team fight. Unfortunate.
I don't know what, my eyes deceived me or something.
I mean, to be fair, Primal Beast and Ench both look pretty similar.
Oh, Monet, he wants to fight despite them losing the racks here.
Sumail is just
Is he deep? He's going to onslaught back to the other side. Miscommunication potentially from the team as Sumail dies. And now Baboka and Monet have to try to run away, but XXS, he wants to fight again. But will they be able to get away even? I don't think so. Monet just ticks out, and this is not looking good for Aster. Game, it feels very uncoordinated. Sumail goes in by himself, and XXS goes in by himself.
It's
GG's called.
They can't defend. They only have Axe buyback. They'll push this base in 20 seconds without any issues. So very one-sided.
They're not on the same page in these fights. That is very evident.
That's the most disappointing thing about this, is that I actually think Aster in many of their games in this tournament have got themselves into pretty good conditions. We've seen them run over certain laning stages and get big leads, but when push comes to shove, when you need to execute and play these team fights where coordination and communication is key, they're just falling behind. And you had two examples in this game. We had the Slark jumping on the Queen at the Roche fight, which could have been a very even and interesting engagement, and just wasn't. And now in this final fight, Sumail just driving into the enemy team alone, having to turn around and just gets killed on the way out. No backup to see, anywhere to be found. And
as you can see from Tofu, very casual game, it felt like. From
He's
game.
lounging. It's nice. His chair leans pretty nicely, as you can see there. So
here we
good
go
quality
again.
to have in a chair.
Sumail, not happy. This time, actually, not happy.
No, I wouldn't read too much into that. We've seen him after victories as well on Aster, not looking too thrilled, but
it's true.
Just not. It's one of those frustrating things. Like, you can definitely understand that sometimes things just aren't working out. And for Aster, I think more important than anything leading into Bali and taking away from these games is work on your coordination more than anything. Like, make sure you structure team fights. Pick lineups where you can depend on each other and you can organize going in together. And win or lose, at the end of the day, you know, the most important thing is that you feel like you played a good game, and I think that's what's frustrating here for Sumail, is that he knows they dropped the ball once again.
Yeah, must be frustrating. Gaming Gladiators take game number 1. The score only 15-9. Just a weird game overall. Panel, break it down.
Yeah, I feel like this has been the case for quite a few Aster games in this group stage 2. Perhaps all of them. Weird games that we see these players, we know their potential, we know their ceiling, and for some reason they are very, very distant from it, despite doing fairly well in group stage 1 and doing phenomenally during the DPC Tour 3. What is going on with them? It's tough to say. Obviously, we keep assuming that it's communication issues, but the other 4 players can't have communication issues with each other. So what's their excuse, Winter?
You have to be able to talk to your mid player. The mid player has a huge role in terms of rotations and initiating heroes. Like you see Esther, they try to ban it by picking heroes that you don't have to talk as much to your team, like the Void Spirit, and you just go in and do your own thing, compared to like this game he's playing Primal base. It's evident that they need to talk to him about when they have to go in, and some of the fights that he's been going in alone and his team is not exactly going in with him, or his team wants to go in and he's not going in.
Yeah, I remember like in the past, I think it was Shopify talked about how Abed is like a silent mid player, and that's fine because it just means that his teammates will be the ones that like check his items and say like, okay, Abed's close to this item, we're gonna go then. But you still have Abed hearing that call from your opponent, from your teammate, sorry. So even if you're like unable to talk, you still need to be able to hear, and not having that just seems like rough.
I do wonder, you know, I think when you look at any team that has a shot caller or they're discussing things, if confidence is low, people naturally sort of retreat into themselves and don't talk as much as maybe they should. Be sort of decisive and say, guys, this is what we're doing. I mean, they look low on confidence. This game and the way they're playing at the moment, they don't look like a team that's playing well even just within themselves. They don't seem happy.
Yeah, they just look very tired. That's why
do.
I'm not even kidding when I'm suggesting they should actually just take a couple of days break. Maybe don't even scream for Bali. Just go on a trip.
They need a reset.
Yeah, they need a reset button. Just go out, watch a movie together, go shopping, play badminton while play tennis. Just enjoy yourself.
That's going to be a fun movie to watch together.
Something really sad. A really sad movie going, yeah.
With subtitles.
With subtitles.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Oh.
And I don't even know like how much of I feel like their ideas are still sound. It's not like they're picking bad heroes. I'm glad that Sumail is expanding his pool by picking up this Primal Beast that we have not seen him pick up in this tournament. In this game, however, let's see how much damage he did in our Predator head-to-head when going up against the Queen of Pain. 22k to 14k. Although I guess Primal is more of a playmaker as opposed to a damage dealer.
He did a good job in the early game when he was constantly bullied by Quinn. He went to jungle. He made couple of good rotations. He got a kill early, and he was like, I think 400 gold, if I wasn't mistaken, behind Quinn, despite how badly he got beaten by Quinn in the lane. He did his best, you know, in the laning phase. I felt like at that point there was nothing more he could have done in the early game.
This must be good for him in a way, Sumail, because all right, the team's not playing particularly well, but I think everybody can see he's not the problem here in terms of his play. He's delivering, like he's doing everything that he can. So in a way, that's good for him. He's like, well, you know, it didn't work out, but hopefully people will see, yeah, this guy, you know, other teams would want him and stuff like that. Like he's maintaining his credibility, I would say.
Yes, but that is kind of how he ended up on Aster in the first place, because I think it was announced openly that Aster was exploring adding Sumail earlier on in the year. He was still on Nigma, and same thing. On Nigma, he was doing exceptionally well, raising his stock, and then finally he got this opportunity to join a team in China, which everyone was very excited for, but also very skeptical of, because the only history of a Western player regularly playing in China was like Black on Vici Gaming. Other than that, I think there's a reason why we're not really seeing that direction. Or the other way, Chinese players have not really come to Western teams, other than like what like CTY stood in like a few times. But like a stand-in situation is not a full roster.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, obviously, you know, like everybody's saying, this communication is so important in Dota. If you literally cannot, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Especially at this point. The game has evolved and everything is, the margins between the top teams are so thin.
Very thin, yeah.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, you know, I feel like Esther, they're still a really strong team if you compare them to like every region, every single team. But it's just that when you're playing at this level, every little bit that you can't do as well as the other team, you're just gonna lose the game based on that small little detail. And if you look at the players' faces, they know it, you know, that's why they're tired. They can't fix the problem, or they don't know how to fix the problem. And everybody just feels like, just get me out, you know. I want one day home, looking at my dogs and cats and just time away from Dota, you know. This is too much.
Yeah, it's a shame. And another thing is that we keep harping on the communication thing because we have not really gotten a chance to interview them, because We only do winners interviews, and they haven't won. And so we don't really have anything else to cite other than communication issues because fundamentally, all the players are very, very strong players. Teams had found success in Tour 3. They're picking good heroes, so what else could it possibly be other than that? Meanwhile, I guess we can also praise Gaming Gladiators. It was the water boy came through for you, Winter. No?
There was a nice Roche fight bottom.
There was a nice Roche fight.
There was a nice Roche fight bottom. If you didn't notice. It kind of happened off camera, so it was a little hard to notice.
I'm sure it was nice.
He turned into Primal Beast. He charged in. He got lifted. And then he turned back into Morphling, didn't strength shift, and then just died to Primal instantly.
I mean, you look at all the very, very good Morphling players, the moment you jump in, whatever hero that you turn into that has initiation, before you go in, you're already changing strength. You know? He doesn't have that habit, so it tells me that it's either that he didn't play the hero a lot or he's just not comfortable with the hero despite having a lot of games with the hero. And this game feels like to me that they are just trying to see that whether they can win with this hero, because before this, I'm sure they already figured out that this is not the best hero that Traditional can play. And if it's a crucial game against a top tier opponent, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to pick Morphling as a carry hero. And this game is more like trying it out and see how it feels for the whole team. And his itemization, I'm not sure if it's even the best thing, to get a Hurricane Pike on the hero this game, despite playing against Slug. I just feel like you just go your normal items, you get your Axe right away, and just the Slug just can't play in the team fight if you get Axe.
Yeah. Well, Slog did struggle to play team fights anyway, though.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. It felt so hard for him. Like, he goes in, especially on, like, Queen of Pain, right? He finds the Queen of Pain with the pounds. She just, like, uses everything, and he's already ulting because he's just like, Jesus Christ, and he's gone down, like, half plus of his health and needed way more items to be tankier to sustain through that. I just felt like it was really hard for Slug to ever play these like 5-on-5 like pokey Roche contesting type fights. It needed to be like pick off or like fight where you take like a numbers advantage and then you can keep going.
I'm with you. Ted, somber times.
Especially seeing Axe not do well. He's one of my favorite heroes. It's very hard against Enchantress. Celery Enchantress as well.
Will they respect Bandit in the next game, or is Aster just going to continue spiraling? We're going to have to find out after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I mean, that's a pretty good drum performance out of the Poetic Pandas, and especially Jans, who's back. But Jans, did you see the performances that my panelists were putting on your instrument yesterday?
Are you sure?
He was very impressed.
Are you sure? Were you blindfolded and deafened?
Oh, you used the little stringy thing.
Yeah, I did.
What's the name for that?
The brush.
It's a brush.
It's a brush, I say.
Ted knows, yeah. And oh, I didn't see you play that. Now, how did it feel?
Well, I
How
did
it
play,
feel?
baby.
You
These
did.
lads remember. Oh, yeah. We got down and dirty with some rock. Yeah.
Regardless, though, Jans, it's a pleasure to have you back. As much as I love these guys for their musical capabilities, it's their Dota knowledge that I admire more as we get into game number 2, draft number 2. Aster, they first pick the Undying, and Gaiman, relentless. His first phase of Brood Mother.
Oh, they're
Grab-alla.
They're
gonna push how much they can test and learn here.
Brood mother. Fiendish creature dwells in the woods. Her webs. Yes, hello, Neil. I'll lean into your shot.
Please, I welcome it.
Oh, it's morphing again, guys. How exciting. What?
Lean into a shot. You just said you were gonna do it.
Lazy.
Oh.
You have a 2-second memory or what?
Yeah,
oh my god.
It's too far.
Decrepit old man.
I was thinking later, it would come to me later.
Suffer for your art. Waterboy gets picked up by Aster yet again, and there we go.
Just an egg.
Just an egg. Just a lone little egg. And your boy Techies, Ted, first phase by Game Gladiators.
Love this lad. Does it all. Yeah, fantastic. What do you want me to say?
That's it.
What do you
Exactly
No more breakdowns? All right, fair enough. Oh!
That.
I love techies. Now, I'm sorry, Slacks, I know that you are still bitterly disappointed. Even now, I spoke to you about fairly recently. I think this is the most fun the hero's been. And I say that as someone who used to like playing the old techies. This is the best iteration of the hero.
If you really want to twist the knife, what's your take on Wind Ranger right now?
Hero can go to hell.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Universal. You know, whatever. Easy mode. It's all right. My friends play Wind Ranger occasionally. She's all right to have on your team. Mirana, I've been enjoying.
Okay.
I think Mirana's good. I think she's low-key really good. Still obviously dependent on arrow hitting if you got some setup or something like that, but I think she's really strong. Does a lot of damage, useful hero. Yeah, I like Mirana. We've seen her occasionally, but I'd like to see her more.
Group Stage 1, Ember Spirit plus Mirana, a classic combination, was showing up quite a bit, but not so much these days.
Oh, it's our turn to speak Winter, I think.
We don't do
Anyway, so Ted, I was there.
Conversation.
I was at the grocery store the other night.
Oh yeah, what'd you get?
It only took 4 picks and 6 bans.
Yeah, boring heroes.
True, not wrong. Gaming have not played Brood that much though. They played it twice this tournament. Once was 5 days ago, once was yesterday. To varying degrees of success. I think even when they lost on the hero, it was a factor of like them losing their lanes pretty hard and then having to recover. And even then, I think the Brood looked like it recovered well enough.
Yeah, but what do you think about 6-7 Brood?
I think
like we know it's really strong on 8, but do you think it's the same at 6-7? Like we saw one game just now, and one of the teams picked a Naga as a response to it, but it didn't work.
But these guys didn't pick Naga; they picked Morphling.
So Morphling's better.
Maybe in their eyes. That was a really great Naga game because it counted both the heroes really nicely.
Yeah.
I think the Morph is so like, I want to say generic because everyone's playing it so much, you kind of just know. Like if you're a pro player at this point, you know his timings, you know when he's strong, you know how to play against him, you have ideas, and like your estimation of him as a hero is very on point. So I don't think they're unhappy playing this at all. I don't think it's going to cause a problem.
I think we have seen some Snapfires against the Undyings, and it seems to work pretty well. Is there a chance they ban it out here, or do you think they just go, we don't care if you pick Snapfire? But it seems like a lot of the teams are saying that grab ally and essentially bunkering people in the Tombstone is, apart from his laning, one of the big things about this hero. So it would make sense to ban Snap, right?
I don't think you should ban Snap. I don't think Snap is strong enough to be banned over other heroes. You agree? Yeah. She's nice. Also, I think like Spirit played her off lane. She can't be played off lane this game, so you don't have to worry about that scaling aspect. It could go mid, but I don't think Quinn plays that hero, so I don't think it's something to worry about there. Then it's on a support, and at that point, there's probably other supports that are more annoying if you're going to ban one.
I actually like Snapfire more if you build the magic build rather than the Rod of Atos Manta style build. I feel like even if you go mid, if you go for that greedy Rod of Atos build, it means that you're not utilizing your early game strength where you rotate and you do all the magic damage and you kill heroes. With the axe, you gobble up, you throw someone in, you initiate. I just feel like if you don't do that build, you're just not as strong early. Sure, you're really strong later.
But you have to wait a long time.
Yeah, and sometimes your carry is like, oh, hey mate, you're taking my creeps, you know?
Right.
I have travels and I'm buying all these universal stat items, so I'm gonna be farming, you know? So then it becomes a problem in certain games.
What is the magic build to you? Like, is there anything past Ags, or you just wish they would go Ags?
No, just go Axe first.
Okay.
And then after that, it depends on entirely how the game is progressing.
Yeah.
But you always go Axe first.
I would agree, because I also really like it when we see people pick up the Axe first. My only issue with it is that if you like miss your Axe shot or something, or I don't know, it feels like it's hard for you to do more damage other than like your just spells.
So you then think that build is way too risky as a mid, but as an offlaner, you feel like it's more acceptable as an offlane?
I think it's kind of... I think I've just seen that build enough times where I've seen it when it does badly and it looks really awkward, but I do like it more overall. I also think you can kind of fail-safe it. Like if you have someone else with a stun, you can follow up and it's fine.
Well, if it's gonna get picked, it'll likely be showing up in the last phase. Meanwhile, Game & Gladiators get the Rubik and Aster followed up with a Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo.
Scary.
game and close it out with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, Rupture is so good here. But on the other hand, Aster has they have Undying, Morphling, Spirit Breaker, Darkseer in the team fights. And we've been talking a lot about drafting Spirit Breaker against Brood because you can't really stop the hero from farming. She's just way too strong. She farms as quick as your carry or even faster. So you need to have tools to kill the Brood Mother. And SB is a very, very good hero to do that.
He's a good foundation, but he needs the +1. And so far, I don't see a +1 on Aster's lineup.
They'll pick one. It's okay. And you're also buffing the Spirit Breaker with Darkseer, so it's like there's a lot of strength there. Those two will go and do things together. I think I'm surprised they took Bloodseeker actually, just because of Spirit Breaker. If you get this planar rocket thing that redirects spells, you can, and then as well on top of that, if you're able to get the Lotus Orb, then in these fights you can just use the planar thing, add the Lotus on top, and then Bloodseeker is just gonna rupture himself.
The prison pocket. I think it's called.
I don't know.
I believe that's the phrase.
Either way, I actually think he has really good tools here. So I think it's a great Spirit Breaker game. Lots you can do for your team.
What would be the dream final hero to allow the Spirit Breaker to shine for you?
Any playmaking thing, like some Puck, some Void Spirit, some Ember Spirits.
Lina?
Lina? She's the... I don't know if... Maybe. I guess it enables a lot of kill threat on mid, potentially.
Yeah, because whenever I play Spirit Breaker pause forward, if I click my mid hero and I can't kill the other guy, I can't charge in, I feel like I'm so useless.
I feel that.
Yeah. Lina is definitely something I like to see.
Some SF as well, bro.
SF, Lina, Leshrac.
Yeah. I'm down for that. You do get a counter pick. Maybe they need to ban like a Puck then if you want to like make sure you get the kills on mid. Because they're banning heroes that are like hard to gank right now. The Ember, for example, can just slight the Spirit Breaker as he comes in and it cancels it, right? Or he just hits him while invulnerable.
It hits him while he's invulnerable.
Yeah.
If you time it right.
Bango.
Yeah, that's why you want a mid hero that's already pressuring the opponent that they need to use their spells to last hit. Then it makes it easy for your SB to charge it.
Yeah.
That's the end goal, you want to have. I mean, Wind Ranger could have been a reasonable hero for them as well, to allow the SB to have a lot of kill threat in the mid lane.
There's still Void Spirit.
I think Aster could also pick this Snapfire up if they want to play it mid. I think it's a really nice game. Puck! Alright, we get Puck on that side, okay. That works for me.
All right, Queen of Pan again, let's go.
Yeah, boy.
Pick it into a bad matchup. Well, it's got to be one of his 5 heroes, right?
I mean, he would probably be fine to play Void Spirit into it. The matchup goes either way. I favor Puck, I think, but...
As the game goes on, it feels like Puck is really strong. Like the Dream Coil always seems to be good. The Silence as well.
Yeah.
But it's not as good as before right now, because before you don't really build HP items on Void Spirit. Nowadays you're really tanky, so you can still survive the coil, and Void Spirit is also really hard for the SB to charge in the lane, so it could be a reasonable solution for them. And their draft kind of needs somebody to go in first. Like Rubik, Takis, they're not the best initiating heroes. Wow, they're actually just going.
New hero for Quinn.
Destroy him on mid.
Yeah, it's just all about the lane.
Oh my god.
TA.
Like all 3 cores that Gaming have are all about sitting in the lane and hitting creeps and farming and making sure that they take that part of the map but enemy can't farm there.
Perion, your tone when you saw this hero seemed a bit skeptical.
Don't see it that much. I don't think I've seen Quinn play TA. Maybe I haven't.
He's a very good TA player.
I haven't seen it personally. I've almost exclusively seen him play Puck.
He's playing against Iron Shell Spirit Breaker though. It's not gonna be easy.
That's true. I do think though that the big benefit here is Gaimin have insane amounts of vision play between the spiders and the traps, and you get the shot and the trap silence. I think it makes Puck's game incredibly difficult, and they do have that instant lift on Rubik, so their catch is not even bad here.
And the vision from Bloodseeker if they get low as well for the chasing and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah, but for starting fights and knowing where Aster are, it's a little rough. I think Aster can still fight though. You do still have this like Tombstone Vac, like all these team fight abilities, ways to anchor the fight, keep them in place.
And yet, there is a problem with that, Sheep. We've seen issues with their coordination in these team fights, when to go in, when to do things. So that might be an issue in itself. So playing around
Coil,
team
lead
fight,
the way.
just literally say to him, you go in and cause something, and we'll just follow you regardless back.
Yeah.
How are they going to state that? How are they going to tell him to do that?
They already said it in the interview, when Sumail goes, we all go.
That's it. Pick a hero that he goes in and then you just follow Sumail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Puck is going to be that hero to maybe push it to a 3-game series, or if Astra is going to continue their losing streak as we pass it on, the Poetic Pandas.
Gaiman Gladiators versus Aster game number 2. And Gaiman Gladiators playing a bit on hard mode, Cinderin. They're going up against the Morphling, which is picked every game that we cast. Yep. The only time it loses is to AM, which they do not have because it was banned.
Yep.
It's instead a Bloodseeker TA, and TA has not done very well, at least when we've cast.
We've seen it lose pretty badly, and we've had a game where Pakaz did very well on it.
They've almost always lost.
But that was Pakaz playing it as a carry. In this game, it's mid, and the dynamic is definitely very different. So
they have a lot of refraction. Well, anybody that plays against TA will have refraction breakers now because of the Blood Grenade, but they also have Ion Shell.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that ends up going. Of course, it's really tough to beat a team that has a grab ally.
All right, gotta meet the quota. Getting in there early this game, talking about it minute 0. That's a record. Usually wait a few minutes, but really jumping the gun in this one.
I mean,
Pichu hasn't been prioritizing buying it.
Can I just say something, Cinderin?
No.
There were some rumblings on the panel yesterday. There was an interview had about how strong grab ally is.
Mm-hmm.
And some people, and first, I'm fine with it. If it needs to be nerfed, it needs to be nerfed.
Yeah.
Do not change it, though, inherently. It needs to remain, first of all, the name needs to remain grab ally, and it needs to continue to grab allies.
Okay.
But there's ways to balance it in a way that is fine for the game. But it's the coolest shard.
Ace is being
Ace,
bodied
Blood
here.
Grenade. One more right click will do it, or a decay. Oh my goodness, he lives.
How did he live? Oh, he used stick at the exact same time as he got decayed. Interesting.
Professional player or something.
I guess so, yeah, we were brainstorming a little bit about possible ideas for nerfing this if it does come down to it. And suggestions that were made was lowering the amounts of health the tombstone has when someone's inside. There was a suggestion
that one's too weird. Next.
There was a suggestion that you couldn't exit whenever you wanted, but if you were grabbed, you had to stay inside for a fixed amount of time. Okay. So it was like Astral.
Yep, that's a little better.
OD.
Yep.
And then there was another suggestion, which was, what was it again? That it doesn't spawn zombies while there's an ally inside.
All right, I thought of a better one. As we're going to see the tombstone placed, Ace will be able to kill it off swiftly. And now Siamese Cat left with no mana. Okay, think about the idea. You're inside a tombstone.
Yeah.
Okay. There's two different things that can happen. This one suggestion is that zombies don't spawn anymore, which I forget who brought that up yesterday. That was a good suggestion, whoever that was. The second is, forget to hold that thought because this is a really good one. I want you to pay attention, Sinner. I want to make sure there's not first blood.
Yeah.
As Sumail versus Quinn in the mid lane, looking a bit Quinn favored at this point. Although actually, no, more denies on Sumail, so he's doing quite well. You take damage in the tombstone.
Oh. And then instead of grab ally, it's called Iron Maiden. How about that?
No, it needs to be called. I said that was one of the conditions. It has to be grab ally.
Grab allied maiden.
If it does like X% HP % damage to your ally,
yeah,
then you don't want to stay in there too long.
So it should be called choke ally.
Yeah, that's okay. That one's acceptable. It needs to be something ally.
Got it. We've effectively talked about this for 2 minutes now while every lane is unfolding.
I mean, come on.
Celery will be fine. All right, back to grab ally. No, so yeah, this mid lane is historically a TA favored matchup. I think so far so good for Sumail, as you mentioned, keeping it even. But it starts getting harder and harder as refraction levels come up. The harassment gets stronger. The raw CSing becomes even easier for TA. You reach a point where you, for the most part, only keep getting CS with spells, whereas she's just constantly going to be racking up denies and whatnot.
Is there a situation with grab ally, Cinderin? I'm just kidding. Well, mid lane, we can see the CS is kind of even. I mean, did you say this is favored one way or the other?
Historically, it's definitely TA favored, and I would imagine it still is.
Okay. Bloodright gonna hit. And Dyrachyo trying to get some chip shots in, but Baboka will eventually be fine. He's getting a lot of value out of these attacks here from Dyrachyo. And how's the counters to Morphling this game? I think you talked about it, but then I started thinking about grab ally, so I wasn't really listening.
They don't have the best counters. I do think this is a potentially very good Morphling game. The bad news is Brood might become a big issue for them in general. They've picked the Spirit Breaker as a potential solution here to catch Brood out around on the map, but they don't have the best hero.
Early vacuum.
Nice vacuum.
Siamese Cat making an appearance. The Tombstone is killed by Celery. Gets off one final Fade Bolt, but yeah, the Dyrachyo kill pretty big for Aster.
That's definitely a nice one for them. The Darkseer was falling behind massively, which is very normal against Bloodseeker. It's not a good matchup for Darkseer in lane. Despite playing with Spirit Breaker, you can't really put enough pressure against the Rubik plus BS, but with the third hero, you can cross that threshold and get it done. So, yep, that's definitely very nice for them. As far as countering Morph, Brood is obviously one of those heroes that can buy almost anything. We'll see if Ace goes right-clicker or if he wants to buy utility. There's merit to buying Hex this game on Brood against the Puck and Morph. It's a very valuable item. Orchid is also a possibility. I consider Hex a lot better against Morph in general, though, because Morphs inherently want to buy Manta anyway. So the Orchid definitely drops in value. But we might just see Ace go for the right-clicker build that we've seen a lot of from offlane Broods. You just get the Harpoon. And at that point, you can still go Harpoon Hex, or you can go Harpoon Bloodthorn. But again, then you're back to square one with the whole Manta situation. So.
Yeah. All right, so time will tell.
TA can also... It's not the worst mid-hero against Morph, because you have very explosive damage, right? That's the one thing Morph struggles with the most, is getting burst before you get to shift. So the TA Brood combination in particular, if there is a utility item on either of them, is very interesting for killing off.
Yeah, but Morphling will have a Gossamer Cape at that point.
Oh yeah, that's true. Forgot about that one.
Charge coming from very long away as Monet wants to get Ace a little bit lower. And we see the Blood Grenade Tombstone combo. Baboka will make the connection. Sticky Bomb into the blast up on the two, but a dodge from Monet technically. They are going to be able to kill off Ace. It cost them Baboka. But Aster obviously happy with this.
That's pretty good. It was a 3v2, of course. Oh, vacuum. Dyrachyo's fast as fuck right now.
XXS
is dead as fuck right now.
All right. That's two F words in the same game from Cinderin.
Yeah, this is not a PG-13 cast.
Well, the PG-13 F word's fine, actually. I think.
Only once, right?
No, you get... I think you get two.
Oh.
In America.
Two specifically. You get it twice, okay.
And if it feels good, then maybe three.
Yeah.
Accelerate, run into Baboka as the 7-minute Wisdom Rune is upon us, and Game and Gladiators get both. That never feels good.
All right,
as the bash is
Baboka?
Yep, 17% or so they tell me. Celery very focused right now on not dying.
Nice try.
But he will
go down to Baboka and aggro the camp and try to die to it, but Baboka with the charge took care of that.
I'm sure he got more experience from that Wisdom Root.
Yeah.
As we have a coil mid, but not a ton of follow-up. And he's just going to snap it, actually. Yeah. Not sure what that was about from Aster. Sumail has to be careful. He's used most of his... Okay. Trap is going to be there. Blast off as well. Sumail gets bursted. Didn't have any spells left, but here's a charge from Baboka to try to get a cleanup onto Quinn, and they will do so. So at least they get the trade. Tofu will be going down as well.
It is still Quinn that gets the kill first in the core.
Sumail gets nothing out of that.
Sumail was already 1,000 behind the TA, and that's obviously not going to change since he was not the beneficiary of any of that. He was not the givee, as some would say.
Sounds like a smart person to say that.
Very, very. Definitely a one-of-a-kind person, I'll say that.
It makes speech much more intuitive and efficient.
Yes.
But yeah, that coil into nothing, I mean, that's kind of what we've been seeing with Aster in the fights, like in team fights. That's the first time we've seen like an isolated incident there. I'm not sure what happened.
I think Sumail might have felt a little bit pressured that he was going to get dove by the TA and he wanted to cover himself and set up the charge. But it just, again, it wasn't clean in its execution. It was a bit too slow. No D-ward here. Nicely done by Aster to cover that with their Spirit Breaker puck combo and get the kill on Celery. Don't think they're going to be able to do any meaningful damage to this bot tower for a while, though. Tofu, the Techies, is a very good hero at defending towers. You just keep throwing in sticky bombs and damaging the wave, and you can blast off if necessary, of course. Oh, he's kind of letting them, though. Duracho will gate to top. Not really sure what the plan is. He went through a ward, by the way, so Aster know exactly what's coming their way.
Yep.
Maybe he's just going there to farm because bottom is too dangerous.
Yeah, Celery's been running into a lot of enemies this game.
Yeah, he respawned. He was like, being dead was fun last time, so I want to go there again. And probably found the fastest possible way to die in the map there. I don't think he could have died any faster than that.
I think so too. Siamese Cat getting chased by Quinn now. Onto the high ground he goes. It won't be enough for a kill. But still, again, dying. Not a whole lot he can do there. And Ace is left all alone in this top lane, and as a Brood, that makes you very happy.
Yeah, this is the biggest issue of the draft for me right now for Aster, is solving Ace, because Spirit Breaker Darkseer, I like it as a possible solution, but I do think they're going to be depending on Sumail to really keep that Brood down in this game.
Oh my, Flesh Golem was placed, Tombstone as well, anticipating some sort of a fight here. You have the Rupture, Coil from Sumail, who is ruptured. Blast off does finish off Siamese Cat. And the Coil providing a lot of cover. Oh my god, he actually snaps it. Duracho just dies because of it. He's just too fast for his own good.
Did he snap it himself, or did he get Greater Bashed out? I think he snapped it.
I think he ran in himself. Yeah.
I think so too. Pretty sure that was an avoidable death there from Duracho. Just ran a little too fast, like you said. Sometimes... What's that called in English, the thing you have in the car where you can see how fast you're driving?
Speedometer?
Oh, it is called speedometer, actually. I was going to say, if you don't have that one, it's a bit hard to tell how fast you're going, and you're going to see it here.
Let's see here.
So, fighting back.
Yeah, he just runs. Wait, that was another strike too, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't sure if he got Greater Bashed out of it, but I don't think so, because it was the other way, so he would have been knocked back.
This is Quinn during the fight, of course. Hands off keyboard. Celery goes down in the bot lane. Duracho trying to get some sort of revenge, but ain't happening.
Dude, Celery is... more dead than alive, it feels like, in this game.
Yeah.
The last 3 minutes, he's probably been alive for 30% of the time.
That's, sounds about right.
He respawns, runs back to lane, and gets ganked. Over and over by the Spirit Breaker.
Is that considered a gank, if he's just there?
Well, I guess that's fair.
Celery was the one ganking, if anything. The ganky, some would say.
Yeah, some definitely would say that.
Tofu getting charged.
Very few select one person in the world would say that.
Will not be followed up. Celery has the illusory orb right now.
Still, despite these kills, and that's the one thing that they're getting out of this. I mean, sure, you keep killing Celery, but I don't think he minds the deaths that much because of the bigger picture.
Oh, another strike will be completed, and the bash on top of it. Celery gets off a telekinesis and dies again.
Seriously, just... he's just sponging up everything. This is 4th death in 3 minutes, it feels like, but Aster are not progressing their game. That's the thing. Like, these deaths are inconsequential. It doesn't really matter. Both Brood and TA are totally free farming. So he's honestly just drawing attention to himself. And this is something Celery is really good at on certain heroes. I wouldn't say Rubik is one of the better ones for it.
All right, can we get a Celery cam now that he's alive again? Let's see where he's going.
Yeah.
Okay, let's follow him around. Make sure you don't miss a kill, though, at the same time.
Okay, I just saw his comms there. I'm good at lip reading. He's like, where are they? I'm going there. Okay, they're bottom.
All right, here I come. Get ready, guys. I'm going to die.
He's really good at this on Ench, but on Rubik, you don't have the same leeway. And
it feels weird that it's on a Rubik, right?
Exactly. The hero for doing this is weird, because there's definitely better choices if you want to play Sacrificial 5, Scouting and Dying. You know, the really classic ones would be Ench and Bounty Hunter. Because it's like, with Bounty, at least the enemy team has to buy sentries, and you still get good information. You might get a track off before you die. And
charge up top. Ace is getting gone on. XXS has made his way over here along with Sumail, so this will be an easy cleanup for Aster. For once, they're not killing Celery.
Yep.
But Celery, I'm sure, is close to traversing his way towards them. Yeah, he notices that they're on the other side of the map and now is on his way.
They caught on to the strategy. Now Celery has to adapt. The map has been flipped. Celery, a faster way to go die top is to take the Twin Gate. You could have run straight through 2 wards up there and been discovered.
Gaiman do smoke, and it looks like they want to fight. And Celery's like, wait, let me die first, then you can start the fight. But they're just chilling in the mid lane, waiting for Sumail to potentially show up. Illusory Orb. He actually used Phase Shift as well.
Oh, Tofu's going to offer himself up here.
Yep, not as juicy as Celery, though. So Sumail will not take the bait.
That's a good question. I feel like I would way rather have Tofu than Celery, if you ask me. But Sumail with a different palette.
I mean, both sound terrible to me, but, you know, I am American after all.
You have a very limited palette, as Brian would say.
Yeah, maybe if Tofu was, you know, just smothered in barbecue sauce.
Deep fried tofu.
Oh, okay, maybe.
There we go. Now we're on to something.
With a side of Twinkies, of course. That's the American classic.
Okay, that makes no sense. A side of Twinkie.
Yep, that's my side.
Okay, have you ever been to a restaurant that offered that as a side?
In America, probably. Oh, we have the Flesh Golem and the Tombstone on the high ground.
It's a lot of zombies.
Not sure what spooked him exactly, but Celery, he's going to be able to take the Ion Shell. And the coil reserved for Mr. Ace. So a good kill from Aster. But at the very least for Gaiman, they don't lose more than one.
And you can definitely tell a difference in flow, right? Because they're playing TA mid. It is a different style of Dota that you end up playing because your mid hero is not active in the same way. It's way more dependent on other heroes setting it up for success. It's way more farm heavy. So Quinn needs some time here compared to when he's playing any of his Spirit heroes or the Queen of Pain from the last game. So Aster are taking some advantage of that by just running at people with numbers, and then Gaming Gladiators, until they get key items, can't really fight back. I don't think without BKB or without some serious damage item on the TA that Quinn has any business showing up. So I think it's a good call from him to not get involved.
Now, since we mentioned it, Celery hasn't died, and I think it's because he stole Ion Shell and realized he can now farm.
Yeah.
And now maybe he's worth the gold that it takes or the time that it takes Aster to actually group up and kill him.
Yeah, he's able to just split push effectively here.
Yeah, Baboka we can see on the other side of the tree line.
I think he's going past Pavis on the Rubik, right? So no, he's going
Yule. By the Watcher.
Interesting. Going Yules against the Spirit Breaker obviously makes a lot of sense here for Celery, but he has the Void Stone.
Oh, Baboka found at the gate, and yeah.
Yep, that's a...
Bulldoze won't be enough.
Straight up immediate Dezo payoff. Gets 2 stacks on that.
Yeah,
is this 2 stacks or 1 stack?
It's 2 per stack.
So it's 1 stack.
Well, but you can say 2 stacks. I'm fine with that. Either way, the Desto opens up Roche potential as well, so Aster going to have to be very careful of that.
It's hard to fight into Roche for both teams in a way, because Gaming Gladiators are really good at killing it with the TA as well as the Brood in the area. And Brood is also part of the reason that it's hard for Aster to access the fight and fight back, is that there's going to be Spiderlings, there's going to be mines that they have to sort out. But if they do get set up, Aster's lineup is incredible in a Roche fight. Vacuum Wall, Spirit Breaker Charge, Tombstone, Coil. Yep. So many good teamfight tools in Aster's arsenal, but they're all dependent on getting vision. And I think that's going to be their biggest challenge in this game, is finding a way of accessing a fight on their terms. It was something they struggled a lot with yesterday, or sorry, in the previous game and in the tournament in general in Phase 2 here.
I like this move.
has been their ability to get vision information and take good fights. But yeah, they won't have to if they're just the ones killing the Roche. This is huge.
This is very big.
And looks like Gaming don't know this is happening, and even if they do know, they're not interested in taking this fight. So TA really wants this one.
Yep, they scan out, so now they know. And
nice
regrets were had.
Now with the Manta style as well for Monet, he gets a much better counterplay against TA. He will be able to break out of the TA shard, and he'll be able to break refraction way more effectively with 2 illusions of himself. I wonder who he's going to turn into in this game on Monet, if he's going to prioritize becoming the TA or the Bloodseeker. His Blood Rage and Blood Right are 2 really good abilities, but you're not going to say no to refraction and meld either. He's buying up the Ags. And I guess the one good piece of news about that is both enemy targets are good, so you're not reliant on finding one specific guy. Stealing stats from either Bloodseeker or TA is great.
Who would you rather be, though?
I feel like the TA is probably mostly going to be better, especially because Gaming Gladiators actually don't deal very well with refraction. It's really good to have refraction against TA herself. It's really good against Bloodseeker.
Yeah, true.
And also against techies. Like, you might just block 2 full mines, right? Or blast off or whatever.
There's the first Gossamer Cape.
Alright, very good. Poboka will get that. I think this item is going to get removed. That's my,
you think so,
call.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it.
Or just redesigned.
Not just nerfed.
How would you nerf it? It's a very binary item, right? Like, what would it do?
That is the problem. There's not many variables with it.
It's like you can remove or reduce the movement speed, but it's the guaranteed dodge. You can make it 50% chance, and it's just... What's that called? Cheating death from artifact all over again.
Everybody loved that one.
Yeah, that was a great card.
Monet will secure the tier 2 top. And we're about to hit 20 minutes. And now that they have control of at least this segment of the map, they could theoretically try to steal the Tormentor, but I keep saying that every game, and it rarely happens. But they are pinging it.
Yeah. I have good heroes for it, so no reason not to. Ace rocking the BKB. Very, very interested to see his next item of choice. I think there's a lot of good options here. You could go for raw damage and just really be a teamfight threat in terms of damage output. You could get the control from Nullifier against Darkseer and against the Spirit Breaker, or you could get a Hex, as we talked about. You could get the Bloodthorn. There's a lot of different choices that each have their appeal.
Oh, we did it.
It's difficult to choose. He's going for the Harpoon first, so pretty standard.
Grab allies available, Cinder. Oh, I don't know if you're aware.
Oh, I'm sure if I wasn't aware that somebody would tell me immediately.
Charge onto Tofu. Poboka. They do have vision. Siamese Cat comes in with that Flesh Golem. XXS as well, but there's the Rupture onto Poboka. The grab ally is there again. Vac Wall onto 2. They will kill the Tombstone and Poboka shortly after. So the grab ally not really making much of a difference. Delays it a bit.
Brood is good against the Tomb. It's definitely something that's going to matter in these fights, is that you might save a hero, and usually that feels really good because the enemy team needs so long to break that Tombstone with their attacks, but Spiderlings can take it down relatively quickly and isolate that target, which is what happened there. This tower...
This is against Aegis. This does not feel like a team that's fighting against Aegis right now with the confidence that they have.
Yeah.
Normally you will play very passive, but if they in turn can fight here somehow...
They're going to back off now that there's a respawn on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, and that should open up Aster to take their Tormentor if they really want to get it, but first they're going to focus on Tofu. Gets off the mech, but will die. And once the Aegis was claimed, the lead has not really gone down for Game. It's been 3K, I feel like, for quite a while.
Yeah, they're still getting a lot out of the map. They're just... I mean, this is something this team just does very well, is farm. And it's a big part of the meta that's developing right now. The games are a little bit more slow, so it is important to have 3 cores that can all find those creeps on the map. Sumail.
Gossamer.
That was Quinn, not Sumail. I don't know why I keep calling Quinn Sumail and Sumail Quinn, but eventually we'll get there.
You're doing great.
And in 2 days, There will not be any more Sumail in the tournament, so then I won't get that wrong.
Unless somebody picks him up mid-tournament again.
Oh, that's true. Again.
Well, yeah, I guess, well, Berlin Major, I guess it wasn't in the middle of the tournament, but he was standing in theory.
Imagine you're just one of the really, like, you're an iconic Dota player, you go there for fun, for like holiday, you're just there in the crowd, and they're always like, oh, Sumail's here. Hey, you're kicked. We're getting Sumail.
I wouldn't blame him. Tofu getting charged. Tombstone on the cliff right now. Not sure how that interacts with Grab Ally. We'll get to that in just a moment, of course. Oh, the focus is on Sumail, who's silenced right now, but there's the vac wall. Sumail's going to live a little bit longer. The charge comes in, does connect onto Quinn. Gaming Gladiators lose their techies. They lose Ace, but Sumail finally dies after all that focus.
Quinn's
and
not
Quinn getting chased.
Too early.
Yeah, the waveform in from Monet. Double kill for him, so it's a 3-for-1.
And that was a really good tombstone placement, and Ace is committing his entire fight to it.
Very sad.
He has to walk up, pop BKB, use his spider army, and yes, he does take down the tomb, but it leaves the rest of his team vulnerable there. And that was a better outcome for Astro than I was expecting there, to be honest. Great vac wall from XXS. He set it up nicely.
I think
Monet turned into Brood, which I found interesting.
Yeah. Siamese Cat Grab Allied himself on the cliff and then was stuck on the cliff.
Yep.
I just wanted to mention that.
Yep.
In case you missed it.
Oh, well, I don't know why. Did he have to grab himself?
No. Brood goes up there with him, too.
Well, okay, so Ace was hitting the... Oh, that's what... Okay, I think...
Very awkward cliff fight, actually.
I think Ace didn't actually mean to be hitting the Undying to begin with. I think he hit him instead of the Tombstone, because it doesn't seem like a high-value play to start hitting the Undying there. I think you get rid of the Tomb and then you start fighting the course with your allies, but...
without the Aegis, Gaming Gladiators now looking to pounce on Aster. And we can see Monet, by far the top net worth in the game, but the next 3 on Gaming Gladiators. But I think the separation, I guess the Spirit Breaker's not a core. I was going to say he's quite far down there, but actually he's farming quite well for a support.
Yeah. And that hero is amazing with farm. There's many games where a Spirit Breaker position 4 can output insane damage, it's a lot of CC, and very reliable too. They've had to buy the Yules and Rubik as a potential solution, but ultimately when the Spirit Breaker gets big enough, that's not going to cut it. He's going to get a BKB, he's going to get the Shadow Blade that he already has, but he's not going for BKB. He's actually going for Halberd here. I thought it was going to be Ags or BKB, but obviously Halberd. Awesome against the TA, so I don't mind it. Opting to...
Smoke from Aster.
Smoke here.
Dyrachyo showing the blood right, so they know that he's probably in this area.
He's been very
might run right into them. He's going to get bashed up and immediately killed. Big one for Aster. Dyrachyo dead for a full minute. Quinn just very animated. Every time a teammate dies, just...
He's really, truly mastered that he can do it identically every time. That's incredible.
It's a skill. Sumail showing himself. He's actually completely alone.
He has Puck, though, with Yules. A very difficult hero to kill.
Yeah, Monet looking to at least pressure the top tower a bit.
Blood Raged Morph.
And he's going to get Fade Bolted, which is nice. Minus attack percent damage. Grab Ally will be used for some reason. I think he forgot that you could enter it.
What?
I think he was just trying to right-click away. He's just trying to run.
His own
Ace! He's going to get charged. That's going to cancel the TP despite being BKB'd. Will snap the coil, but now gets Nether struck onto the high ground. Kind of an awkward engagement for Aster. But the waveform, they have enough mobility to find him. And hey! Yep, Quinn, again, just masterful with those reactions. And now XXS is going to get the shard.
Yep.
And that is the Surge. Oh, that's the weird one. It's like almost like a dispersion, kind
of. It's
of.
extra good against TA, though, right? Because it deals damage instances.
Does it?
Yeah, it deals 35 damage per second.
Oh.
The trail. So if you have heroes running through TA now, there's even more refraction breaking, and that is going to become more and more relevant if TA hits level 25. Obviously, way ahead of ourselves on that, but this does seem like the kind of game that has the potential to go pretty late. Because Gaming Gladiators are absolutely not running over Aster this time around.
It is a bit concerning from Aster's side that they have 19 kills versus the 8, and they're up 1K, though.
Yeah.
I will say. But I mean, these fights have been going Aster's way time and time again for this game. But we haven't really had a good old-fashioned true team fight yet.
And we really haven't seen much of Bloodseeker. And I mean...
Well, Gaming Gladiators, they want to contest this. They smoke, and they are actually somewhat near. Tombstone inside. And you can see Sumail is going to pop the smoke. Will they get there in time? Roche is starting to get pretty low. They're actually going to exit the pit for the time being. Quinn jumps in. He wants to take it. He snatches the Aegis. They actually let him do that. Sumail does get the cheese. Dyrachyo continuing to chase Monet as Quinn just stuck in the pit perpetually, apparently. Has a Mjolnir applied to him. Now a big blast off on the 4 from Tofu. He pops the mech, but Dyrachyo will fall. That's the first big hero to die for either side. And Celery continuing to get chased, but Quinn in a pretty good spot can just right-click from afar. Now in a 1v1 battle with Monet, who turns into the Spider. Refraction still active for Quinn. And Monet just has to walk over a bunch of mines. As the reset is here, so only 2 supports dead for Aster. As Gaming Gladiators with the Aegis advantage now.
Yeah. Aster did recover the cheese, though, and they did get the Roche kill, so not all that bad, but as you said, maybe there was a way there to not get that Aegis snatched, which is the saving grace for Gaming, to not turn it into a full-blown loss. Quinn just goes for it here. It's that Aegis snatch.
That's without a BKB.
Yep.
Goes in there, doesn't even get stunned.
Yeah, that's true. It feels like they might have been able to do something about that, but yeah, nice blast off there from Tofu. But still, not too bad for Aster once again. Sumail, no coil.
Yeah, he's chasing the Aegis Quinn. Charge onto Ace, though, as he traverses to the high ground, the waveforming, killing a bunch of these spiders. And they're going to kill the big spider as well, as Quinn now melded up, but they see him. Aegis goes down. And you'd have to think with the surround that they're going to be able to take him down a second time. So nice job from Aster as the lead has ballooned to 6K. Surprised they stuck around so long.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know what the idea that was there for Gaming with staying there. Maybe they felt safe that Aster didn't have the vision, or they were trying to assassinate someone if they stepped up a little bit too far, but Aster just playing a bit tighter this game, staying together, taking the initiative, and I really think... So this is... Maybe I'm reading a bit too much into this, but if they're from a coaching perspective talking about the communication issues and being uncertain about what to do, you know what kind of hero says let's go? That's Spirit Breaker.
Yep.
That is literally the #1 hero in Dota to rally behind, just get in there.
Coil.
He has Yules.
Phase shift was stolen. Yules is going to delay things again, but Celery... Oh, phase shift again. He's really delaying this.
Phasing. Oh, he almost had another one.
Celery will eventually die, and now the buildings start to fall. Quinn not happy. His team is letting him down over and over again. And now this is going to be a set of racks for Aster. Quinn looking for the tombstone kill, but will have to back away as Aster will successfully get that and retreat. Still a tier 2 bottom and mid, so not going to stick around any further. And of course, they still have that cheese on Monet.
He's a tough nut to crack. Gaming don't seem to have the solutions for Morph.
Shocker.
They did not have the Anti-Mage. And the Anti-Mage is what they need.
Bloodseeker with the shard, so you have the percentage-based pure damage on the right clicks.
You need the lockdown. The problem here is that Bloodseeker in theory can do a lot of damage, but Puck is elusive, Darkseer is elusive, Morph is elusive, and what's your lockdown really, right?
Yeah.
You don't truly have a way of keeping them in place very long.
We're gonna have a fight here. A big vacuum wall onto 3 from Gaming Gladiators. Quinn is dead. My goodness, they're just stuck here perpetually slow. Finally, the Surge is stolen, which will get Celery out of here, but that's 2 kills for Aster. And Gaming Gladiators now on the back foot.
This is going to cost them quite a bit. 45 seconds of no Quinn, no buyback, so this will be the tier 2.
That insatiable hunger on Morph is actually insane when you think about it. And he doesn't even have the shard, right?
That's true. That's true.
Crazy damage Monet is getting out of this.
Baboka wants to go in, gets Yules. But while this is happening, the buildings are going down quite fast to Monet. Fortification activated. Quinn's back up in 15 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But this tower at the very least will be down, or will go down. Tombstone is placed, which indicates Aster probably want to continue to fight this. And I don't see why not, still with that cheese for Monet. He's gonna get ruptured. They have grab ally, of course. And there's the coil onto several heroes. Dyrachyo pops the BKB. Oh, another beautiful vacuum. But no wall to follow it up with this time. Monet has to pop the cheese this time. Lots of damage being applied to him. The Spirit Breaker does fall. Darkseer was inside the Tombstone. They finally got Monet. As the rest of Aster now on the run. So Mail, do they have the lockdown? They have the silence with the trap. Gets off the Yules. Now he's surrounded. Phase shift.
He doesn't have spells ready.
Mine placed underneath him. He's lifted and brought down. So a successful defense there from Gaming Gladiators.
Was it too good to be true? With that push from Aster, that is such a huge loss. Like, they were looking so good. They're really feeling themselves. They waveform in with Rupture on the Morph. So you see here from Monet, he has the cheese. He's going to waveform in and try to go to town on Dyrachyo, but he gets off the BKB. He gets to reset. Gets a lot of life back from the Spirit Breaker kill here. And Monet can't get out now. He just committed deep into the tier 4s next to all the enemy heroes, and that is just flat out a blunder from Aster that's going to cost them 6,000 to 7,000 gold, a mid tower. So they worked so hard to build this advantage, and now it feels like they just dropped, almost everything they've accomplished. I mean, sure, they still have a lane of barracks, but you got to keep in mind the flow of the game, right? These Radiant heroes now will reach certain breaking points that they were possibly not going to. That's a 10k gold swing right there.
The lead has been deleted.
Yep, the entire lead's gone. And this does mean some items are going to come out for Gaimin. And as we talked about, they don't have the best lockdown, but with this amount of influx in gold, they might be able to cover their weaknesses. They get the Hexnir and the Brood, and obviously more damage to come from the TA to offset this Morphling's initial... They should be able to actually just cut through him if they get a good Hex timing. He will die in very short time against the Bloodseeker as well as TA. Dyrachyo will be going for Scotty with his completed Ags. How many items did they just get from this? That's crazy.
Greaves now. Yeah, that was one of the biggest swings of the tournament. I think.
What a graph. That's rare. This looks crazy.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, can we see the graph, please? The graph?
Roche might be up in 15 seconds. These teams don't know.
All right, so I'll try to explain the graph for you guys.
Yeah, illustrate it for us.
It goes down.
There it is.
That is maybe the steepest.
Yeah, that's really.
That is extremely steep on the XP. Holy.
Nope, charge. They're going to catch Tofu right off the bat. He has his greaves. We'll be able to get it off. He does, but will die shortly after. Staying alive quite a while.
Decent damage done.
Yep. Rupture is applied, and they delete Siamese Cat. It's a 1-for-1. Dyrachyo focusing on the Tombstone. They'll get it, so no grab available anymore for Aster. BKB from Dyrachyo. He's just man-fighting Monet. 1v1. Now the illusions come out. He's trying to get away, but the blood mist is too much. Double kill for Dyrachyo, and the rest of Aster likely to try to run away. Exodus, did he just blink into that? I think he did, and he will pay the price. Baboka trying to save his teammate. It's like, what are you doing, good sir?
Maybe he was hoping to get a vac wall and then comboed with the puck, but was dealt with quickly. It's falling apart for Aster.
Well, the good news for them, Roche is a longer spawn, so a minute 40 seconds, so Gaimin are going to have to push the lanes and wait for that big old juicy Roche a little bit later. Yeah, man, thought Aster... They were looking good.
This kill on Tofu is actually taking so long. He does a ton of damage before dying. He gets off like 3 mines. He gets off a nice disarm as well. They find the Rupture on Monet. They break the Tombstone with Duracho. And while Sumail is off fighting in the side, this is very disconnected from Aster once again, right? Like, the Puck is doing his thing.
Yeah.
But Puck doesn't matter if Morphling and Darkseer aren't combining with this play. So Sumail uses all his cooldowns, but no follow-up from the teammates.
And this...
I don't know.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to do a vac wall. Just got silenced.
Yep.
But even if you get that off, I don't know.
That would not have worked. I just think that play doesn't exist, personally.
So maybe it's for the best that he didn't get it off, because they could use it now.
I suppose.
38 seconds for Roche.
They have to be, Aster have to be more wary of this Hex. It's really a big problem. Monet cannot get caught in a Hex and killed off like that by the TA again. Easier said than done, though. Especially with the vision inferiority you're going to have the entire time. Spiderlings, mines, TA traps. Gaiman will know what's up.
Yep, Spider scouting things out. Gaiman are now smoked up. There's the Harpoon initiation from Ace, and you can see the right click. Some big vac wall finally comes in, but BKB's galore. The coil was the follow-up as well. And this is a lot of damage being applied to Gaiman now. They're still stuck in this area. And that's going to be the death of Quinn. We'll have to buy back instantly and get back here to try to get Roche. 3 buybacks, in fact, from Gaming Gladiators. Duracho kind of left alone for the time being while his teammates try to reconnect. He pops the BKB, although wasn't actually getting chased. And now the Harpoon comes in from Ace. He's reconnected to this fight. He almost gets insta-given and just dies. Will buy back finally as the Blood Mist doing some damage, but it's not going to be nearly enough as Sumail finishes off the triple kill. And the big deal for Gaming Gladiators is that Duracho does not have buyback here.
What the hell is going on?
I mean, we'll see what the graph looks like in a couple minutes after this one, but...
Yeah, I'm genuinely very surprised that Gaming Gladiators went for the Undying to begin with. I think this team usually has a very good grasp of what fights are clever to take, but they literally just balled up, ran into the Undying, hexed him, and opened on him. That's the dream scenario for Aster. You're going to see the replay here. So, Hex Harpoon, you're just setting up the Spirit Breaker charge, you're setting up the vac wall. Beautifully done here from XXS as well, but yeah, they just got baited really hard, and Aster got to combine all of their spells beautifully. They kill off multiple heroes, and this is one thing. This is definitely not great for Gaiman, but now that you're buying back and you're still just gonna run in additional heroes and die more, like, you could cut your losses here and be like, okay, this sucks. Duracho could maybe BKB. He got TP'd out here, right? But he's still sticking around with Ace. They're trying for this kill on the Morph, not even remotely close to getting it, and they end up both dying from trying this play. Just some really questionable shot calling all around here.
Yeah, very sloppy.
Not be happy with that. Wow, it looks like we've got another 6 flags graph on our hands, Shannon. I think this one is outside of category. I think this one wouldn't pass. I'm not sure what the regulations authority for something like this is, but yeah, that looks lethal.
Yeah, Aster back with a 7K lead, just where they left off a few minutes ago. Nothing's really changed since then. Another strike from Baboka. Celery has a lot of HP because he stole an attribute shift earlier. 3,200 HP Rubik.
That's the Trickster Cloak. Never used it. Do they have Gem there? He was dusted. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Quinn. Every death. Every death. Another little
That's a 90-second no Rubik. That's really big. Celery died outside the base. No buyback. No buybacks at all, as a matter of fact, for Gaming Gladiators. They burnt everything on that roast
Yeah,
fight.
they sure did. Rupture's there. Duracho pops the BKB, wants to fight, walks right into the wall, but a big charge comes out to control Quinn. Duracho kind of left alone to try to get a kill here. Grab ally used onto the Morphling. He's going to walk off the Rupture.
Duracho's mega fast.
And Ace, he's getting pursued in the trees, and the last right click's enough for Monet. Basically a dieback from Ace. And the charge in. Quinn, he's going to get solo coiled by Sumail. We'll pop the BKB in response, but now the buildings are in peril as Gaiman left with just 3 members right now. Sumail, he's still silenced. We have the charge in. Monet, he's going in deep. Nice vacuum again onto 3. Not able to get any follow-up this time. But either way, it creates enough space for Aster to likely get these buildings uncontested, although Gaiman trying to make it hard on him.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under.
Charge onto Quinn. Oh my god, that's a lot of mines on Baboka, but he will live through the day. And now the
Making
focus
Dyrachyo
is onto
strong, though.
Quinn. Dyrachyo, he gets 1 kill. That's the Aegis. And the silence is just decimating Sumail over and over again. Tombstone's placed. Wall was placed. And now they're going for the mid set of racks, and this will be mega creeps for Aster.
Not the cleanest from either team here. Gotta say, this has been one of the scrappier games we've had all tournament. I think a lot of mistakes all around, but Aster are pulling significantly ahead now. Finally able to get the megas first of all, but also don't end up having to expending any buybacks here, and that's the really big deal here. Is Gaming Gladiators, if they want to go for a Hail Mary play down mid, they're not only fighting 5 heroes, there's 2 buybacks currently available, the Darks here as well as the Spirit Breaker, and more to come. Puck almost has the gold.
Aster really prioritizing these shards today. Sumail will get his, which it's not the Waning Rift one anymore, right? Or is it?
Phase Shift Attack.
Oh yeah, the old talent, of course.
Not particularly great.
And Gaiman finally will take their Tormentor. It is aces this time. And for this build, it's not pure right click, it's just Harpoon. Since he went sheep, more utility.
This shard is particularly crazy when you have crit, but nowhere near that currently on Spider Mama.
So how much chances do you give Game in this game? 3 buybacks in the game right now.
I feel like it's so hard to say because I have like my theoretical point of view, and then I have I feel like I need to divide it by something because Aster just has moments, right? Like, I don't know how safe they feel, but I guess it's fair to say that with how they've lost some of their fights and some of their games in the past, there is a real possibility that Aster mess up, overextend, get too bloodthirsty, and get punished really hard. So they need to keep playing controlled, maybe wait for the next Roche so they really mount their advantages and get it done, but like, just strictly, if there were no team names on this and you gave me this game state, it's like, I don't know, it's like 95-5 probably for the Dire or something like this.
That's pretty high still. 5.
Yeah, there's, we're late enough into the game that the Radiant lineup can snowball the fight crazily with the Bloodseeker.
Aster, they want to go in here. Charge onto Quinn. Follow up by Monet. He's going to pop the BKB. All the focus is on this TA, but Quinn able to get out. He's fine. And Dyrachyo, he's going to try to go for Monet instead with that Blood Mist activated. They're going to get the sheep off. Is this a dead Morphling? It's going to be close. He gets off the Manta. He's getting harpooned back in by Ace, and they do kill him. Will have the buyback available if he wants to reconnect in this fight. And now the focus is on the big fat cow, which they will eat up. Delicious burger for Dyrachyo and company. XSS, he's going to die as well. It's a 1-for-3 in favor of Gaming Gladiators. And Siamese Cat actually able to TP out, and Sumail, he's going to get focused, silenced again, and killed again. That was a double wall. Does he have, was that a stolen wall? I guess so, because he doesn't have Refresher. Wait, he had Refresher Shard, though. Okay, he did use it.
I didn't notice. I just started watering at the mouth out of the Spirit Breaker burger.
I'm really hungry.
Yeah, but that's case in point. This is what can happen. They push without their Aegis advantage. They go really hard commit here onto Quinn, but don't have enough in the tank to get him. And Dyrachyo just gets to absolutely go to town on Monet here. Pops BKB, Blood Mist, just bashing the crap out of him. And then right after Delicious Burger.
Yeah, it was a stolen wall, and he used Refresher.
Yeah.
So there's 3 walls there. I guess
a lot of walls.
Yeah.
And
I guess I should have known it was stolen because it's the one that doesn't have a cosmetic.
Now after this fight, Quinn...
That's a sign of Pi, those walls.
Huh. Quinn finds level 25. He's going to be a way harder to kill now. Refraction.
Yep.
7 charges.
One.
The silver lining for Aster is they have amazing ways of breaking those charges, as we've talked about. Morphling Manta, Ion Shell.
Where's the blood grenades at, Cinderin?
Wall.
Siamese Cat needs to have a blood grenade.
I mean, that's 10k down the drain. This game is dead even on gold. Obviously still very Aster favored from the mega creeps, but Uncle Gaben is starting to see a glimmer of hope here. He was down to 1%, now he's up to 7.
Yeah.
Oh, if they lose a 99-1 game, Shannon, that would be
Sumail might just leave the country.
Oh, he could take a flight together with Winter. They're going on a holiday together.
Yeah, what was the update on that? Did they rebook that flight?
I don't know. He might have gone on camera and lied. I don't know.
Oh boy. Dyrachyo has the Abyssal Blade now. Ooh. Okay. So we have Wind Waker on Sumail.
That's big, because they need a way to protect Monet. I think this is a very intelligent item purchase, because the way these fights are breaking out, Dyrachyo will pop literally everything and just go to town on the Morph. And if they can keep him nice and safe and healthy and make the BKB expire, they get to reset and handle the situation. The Abyssal will make it even better to have that Wind Waker for Sumail there to cover.
Roche up in 40 seconds.
Swift Blink completed as well for TA, so that massive burst of attack speed and movement speed when he jumps in. Stick on the target as well. I mean, honestly, this core duo of TA and Bloodseeker in super late game is stupidly strong at bursting heroes. Like, you gotta be... Aster have to be on their toes. They need to do a good Wind Waker. They need to grab ally like they've never grabbed each other before.
Consensual, of course.
Yes, absolutely. You get a when you use grab ally with the tombstone, you get a pop-up window. Would you like to be grabbed?
Yes, please. I will always say yes to grab ally.
Yes.
Until it's nerfed and you take damage, then maybe. All right, Roche is up. It'll be another refresher shard.
Look at that damage. My goodness. That's Bloodseeker in action.
This will be a free one for Aster. So they have Mega Creeps, they have Aegis, they have Cheese, they have Refresher Shard.
What do you put the shard on?
I think XXS is the best. You could have double grab ally though, so I don't know. That's pretty tough to pass up.
Oh yeah, you could just juggle the same ally between two tombstones.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if the cooldown you get, because you can't re-enter the tomb.
There's no way it's shared. No way.
So you think you can enter the other one?
Yes.
I think it's a debuff that gets placed on your hero.
I doubt it.
Huh? Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I doubt it.
You couldn't be wrong. It's a lot of traps. That's a lot of mines. We got anything else going on?
Yeah, we have a 60-minute game, I think.
Oh, it's 49, so...
Yeah, I actually think we're going to get there, though.
Okay.
Genuinely.
That's a prophecy here. I'm not disagreeing. I think it's entirely possible. But at the same time, win or lose here, Aster also are at risk of this going very fast, to be honest. Because if they fail a push, the lineup of Gaming Gladiators can wipe out the map in the blink of an eye if they get to their base. So, still not safe at all. And pushing into this, I mean, this is... Sure, you might have Mega Creeps, but this entire base is just plastered with shit everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just mines, traps, spiderlings. You know, you're going to run into Bloodright. You're going to run into Fade Bolt. You're going to run into Sticky Bomb.
I'm a little surprised that Sumail hasn't bought a second Dispel, even like a BKB. He's been getting silenced. Every death is a silence from a trap.
Yeah.
It feels like.
That's fair.
I
think Aeon Disc might also be a possible pickup.
Yeah.
Do they have a single nullifier on the side of Gaimin? I don't think so, which is actually very rare. But they have 3 right-clicker cores and no nullifier. Quite unusual. And that will obviously come very much in handy against that Wind Waker, so we might see them buy one.
Well,
if they can
Ace
get the
is queuing it up, actually.
Yep.
But he's
very
far away.
Opting to prioritize the Lincolns against the Spirit Breaker.
All right, Aster smoking up. Have the Aegis.
My God. How are they ever going to come in unannounced, though? Like, do they find it? They might actually find an angle here with no mines.
Okay, they do find Celery to start things out. He's pretty tanky, as we've talked about.
ideal.
Instant sheep onto Morph. Monet will back away for the time being, but triple coil right now. Gaming Gladiators seem to be fine. They just fight right here, though, as Baboka getting pounded. Will pop the cheese. Apparently, they gave it to him, and he's going to die. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo on the other side, on top of Monet, the double BKB activated, but the bash is there, and Monet will lose the Aegis. Siamese Cat going down the right clicks of Quinn. That's going to be an easy one for Gaming, as they have lost 0 members of their team so far. And there's the Hex onto Sumail, the Harpoon back, but he does get the Yules off. Gets the Blink as well. Can they actually find him? It doesn't look like it. Charge now onto Dyrachyo. Do they actually want to turn this around, or is this just to try to save Sumail?
Yeah, will Baboka get out from this? Looks like it. Maybe. Maybe
Baboka,
not.
silenced up.
It's a dieback if they get him here.
Yeah, Harpoon back into the right clicks, down for 2 minutes.
And Tofu is defending the base alone. They could definitely get something out of this now in this 5v2 situation. You do have the buyback on Undying and Darkseer, but...
Oh, Sumail
okay, well,
taking out the wave. Yeah, that's one way to definitely delay this.
It feels like Gaimin could honestly take Rax through backdoor, though.
Potentially. They know that Sumail's in this area. They're pinging it out. They really want to kill him. If he's able to waste this much time and survive, that's pretty huge for Aster.
He will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even the way Aster engaged that fight, right? It almost looked like Gaimin wanted this to happen. They're kind of like offering up Celery as a bait. He's stupidly tanky for a Rubik. Like, look at his items. He has 4K health. Halberd, Yules, Solar Crest, Lincolns, and the Trickster Cloak. So, like, this...
Yeah, it's insane.
It's not enough. You actually can't go on this guy if the coverage is behind. They get... I mean, this is a pretty decent coil, but... Dyrachyo getting in the backline and getting that double rupture just really seals the deal for me. I feel like at this point you can't recover the fight anymore. You have 2 heroes immobile as your Spirit Breaker's getting killed off, and now that you finally get to move, it's too late.
Yeah, Monet actually can. That was a pretty nice vac wall, but it came too late.
It's too late. The fight is already lost here. It has.
I mean, it's interesting that I would have to watch that fight again at some point, but they had the coil on 3 heroes. They were all standing. I feel like that's a vac wall for.
Yeah, there might have been
an amazing back wall.
I think that's where Dyrachyo really came in clutch, though, with the Bloodseeker flanking in there and finding those ruptures. Stopped Aster from accessing and getting more out of that.
All right, well, Aegis is gone. Refresher, was that used? It's not on the Darkseer right now. I don't see it on anybody. And we know that one of the cheeses was used by the cow. They still have 1 remaining on Sumail, of course.
Does the refresher chart not show like the cheese in the UI up there?
I don't remember.
I feel like it should if it doesn't.
Yeah, Buka, get on that shit.
Yeah, get it done.
Noob.
Get it done. 10K lead for Gaimin. Don't really care about the gold though.
No.
This is all about buybacks. It's all about initiation. It's about Aegis. And it's about
Quinn's reaction as well.
Who fares better in the chaos. And I just have to say, this Bloodseeker is becoming a massive, massive problem for Aster. I feel like they don't have solutions for Dyrachyo right now.
Yep.
He runs into them with this huge barrier. He is stupidly tanky. 4.3k health, 27 armor, the barrier from Blood Mist. Bashes the crap out of everyone he wants. Double rupture on heroes that are very mobility based. I don't know. Am I crazy for thinking Gaimin are probably winning this game at this point? Like, they're mega and they've taken no barracks.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
But it just, for me, the writing on the wall here is Radiant win. And I know the graph isn't saying it, but everything for me, this feels like one of, it's just, you know, sometimes you just have that feeling this is just one of those games, right?
Yeah.
It is so hard to push for Aster. Even with every advantage in the book, they can have 2 cheeses, Aegis, Refresher Shard. The conditions they have to find to fight are almost impossible to deal with. There's just so much random garbage on the ground. So many heroes that are proving to be a problem. And they themselves, we haven't really talked about this, they're actually running into damage issues. Sumail is not scaling that much anymore. He's not hitting that hard. The Morphling is getting controlled every fight. So what do you really have in the tank to kill people with? It's a vacuum wall. And that's just not good enough. The wall illusions are not lethal anymore to any of these heroes. They're way too tanky. So that is
true.
An issue.
Oh, they got the AoE Surge, which will now synergize with the Shard.
Yeah, so they can surge out both of their ruptured heroes as fast as possible.
Yep, that's good synergy.
Yeah.
Quinn, his next talent's actually going to be pretty important, I think. The Refraction can be cast while disabled.
Yep.
That's pretty damn good. As finally, I was waiting for this Ags to be picked up. The charge is going to be a mega low cooldown now.
Yep. Barrier 500 all damage. Okay, I've never seen this talent before.
Bulldoze 500 all damage barrier. Huh.
Interesting.
That's kind of random.
I guess one silver lining here for Aster is there's not that much pressure on them in a way, right? Like, you're in this very high pressure inherent situation, but winning this game is not important for your future in the tournament, so you might be willing to take risks that you wouldn't otherwise do, and that can be both good and bad. But looking at Baboka's camera, he doesn't seem very stressed out. I think he's kind of just vibing, you know?
Yeah.
I was having a laugh before, smiling. They're setting up for Roche. They're vibing with it. They're chilling.
Your job is to spot planar pocket being used to take rupture.
Yeah.
Or he just gets ruptured himself. Then.
Yeah, I feel like he just wants to rupture him anyway a lot of the time, so I don't know. Dude, there's so many mods. Oh, there are ways of nerfing techies. This could be one of them.
Yeah, he's pretty
Oh
strong.
my god.
I mean, look at the mini-map, dude. It's absurd.
They're missing eyes in the forest. Then
True.
we'll have the whole package. My god, man.
He's not interested in putting them in the middle, though, of his base, by the towers.
That's right. That's where they have the TA traps.
Yeah, this is really difficult to get into.
It's kind of funny how many he's placed toward their own fountain. It's like
as if there's a Magnus.
In anticipation that Aster are going to dive them to the ends of the earth.
Well,
to win.
we have another Roche for Aster that is uncontested.
Yep.
Another Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard. They don't want to wait for daytime.
If there was any game for a block, this is the one.
Well, who? Okay.
You have full map control. You have 2 cheeses.
Greater Healing Lotus on Baboka. For now, okay, charging onto Duraccio.
In the middle of nowhere alone.
He's getting the blood right off. Gonna pop the BKB and try to right-click his way through this, but he's not gonna be able to get off the BKB at all, and he's just dead.
Wait, what?
Interesting decisions.
Out farming in the jungle, no teammates even remotely close.
He does have buyback.
Sure, but what?
I don't know, Cinder.
What was the cost benefit there?
I don't. Killing creeps.
I mean, I guess, but...
And we're approaching 60 minutes, so the Tier 5 items might have a big impact on this game if Aster are not able to finish the game here, but...
All right, it's time to play Minesweeper.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't just go really fast in.
It's fucking New Year's Eve, boys! Let's go! Woo! Everything is blowing off. We took 1 million damage from mines. There's traps going off. We just need some...
Back to base.
More mines.
One of the few alt chats from Celery that you'll ever see. Okay, the coil actually going to be popped right away. The mines are just continuing to explode. And the grab ally used for the time being. They're not going to buy back yet on Duraccio. They really want to force this back into the wall. There's the buyback from Duraccio. Can they get something out of this? The AoE surge coming out, but there's the rupture. They're going to kill the tombstone first and potentially re-aggress. But Aster happy with the buyback.
Oh my god, that's hysterical.
And back to laying mines.
This is like a concert.
60-minute items are upon us. What are the good ones this game? Okay, I'm going to say not Meteor Hammer. What's it called? Skyfall? Fallen Sky? Got there eventually.
Skyfall, isn't that a James Bond movie?
Fallen Sky on Sumail, I think, would be the best item because you can just kill the buildings slowly. In a game like this, I actually think that's the best item. I wish we could see what their choices were. Let's see what he chooses. I mean, somebody like Ace will probably want the refresher one, whatever that's called, Ex Machina. Yeah. So Arcanist armor, interesting. On Puck, huh. Okay. Typically you'd see that on the Darkseer or Undying.
Yeah.
It does give, I believe, crazy magic resist as well, right?
20%. It's
okay. It's not crazy then. 5 armor, 20% magic resist, which is okay. He's actually going to swap it back for Timeless Relic, and of those two, I agree that you would want the Timeless Relic.
What were his options?
Yeah, his options must have been terrible. So Duraccio with the Ex Machina.
XXS weighing his options.
Of course, Duraccio needs to actually cast BKB this time to get full value out of the Ex Machina. Book of Shadows. Okay. Mirror Shield.
The Book of Shadows.
This one is hard to gauge. Like, in theory, it's really strong.
Yeah.
But it's just completely dependent on how well you cast it. Oh, wow. We're actually going to see a new item, Cinderin. Revenant's Brooch on Sumail.
Another Mirror Shield. Aster. All right. This is about as big of an advantage as you can get. They have Aegis cheese.
Yeah, Quinn showing himself. There's the Waning Rift initiation. I'm going to back off. It's all about poking and prodding. How many tier 5s do Gaimin have? Just the one?
Just the one for now, I think. They haven't had access. Which is why this is a good power play from Aster. Like, take advantage before the tier 5s come out for the enemy team. 2 mirror shields. Book of the Dead.
Yeah, you can see they're just wandering around randomly.
Rupture.
Rupture comes out onto Monet. Not going to be used anywhere. Okay. Vac wall, double BKB now. The Hex onto Quinn, but he's going to be able to walk this off. They're not really doing much damage right here, as Gaimin are just able to stand their ground. But there's the charge onto Dyrachyo. That's the big kill. Remember, he pops his BKB, has the Ex Machina still. But that will be a dieback if they're able to grab him. So that should be their main target. Building's not really taking any damage at all, as many traps still remain. Extra tombstone attacks to die, very important for grab ally.
Yep.
Protect your ally that's grabbed. MKB now on Quinn, as Aster just too afraid to really do anything. I can't blame them. Aegis is about to expire as well, so they don't really get much.
It's gone.
Double cheese, though. Are they going to wait for their 6th Roche?
This is a bit of a heads up. This is how it started.
There's a double damage in the top river as well, but they're not going to see it. Oh, the sheep onto Dyrachyo, the charge to follow, but the counter initiation's coming. Dyrachyo gets saved. That's his 2nd BKB, by the way. Wind Waker's going to save Sumail, and it looks like Ace is going to be the first to fall in this engagement. Sumail, though, he's disarmed, able to get out just barely. No, he dies and buys back in the game. He'll be back shortly, but Dyrachyo is the big kill. Die back for him. Techies dies as well. Will buy back, and they're next to their fountain with all these mines that they have to sweep. Quinn dies, buys back as well. So now it's a 4 versus 5 in favor of Aster, still with the double cheese. They get both tier 4s. And the fortification's a little bit too early. Ace now focusing on the Undying. He's going to get surged. And Aster with a major advantage now. Halberd applied to Monet. Okay, he's actually able to dodge that thanks to the Eulers, but Monet's taking the massive amount of damage. Attribute shifting away, but the stolen charge looks like it was canceled. Big waveform comes in. And Monet able to get out in time as well, as Quinn is going to be CC'd for the time being. Still right next to his fountains. Now they can focus the Ancient without having to worry about anything else. And this looks to be the end of game number 2. Finally, as Aster should take it, and they do in 64 minutes. Goodness gracious. So, man, okay, that's the most emotion he showed.
There's an actual smile there. Oh my. They really made them work for it, Gaimin, but it wasn't enough in the end. The odds, they became insurmountable. The tier 5 neutrals were the final nail in the coffin. They found the angle, and Dyrachyo ending up dying in the jungle there toward the end and having to buy back. If he has to buy back in that fight, we're talking a defense again, I think. But without that, Aster could overpower them and end this absolute roller coaster of a game.
The tier 5 neutral advantage, then we'll just say that's what it was.
It was a lot of different advantages, and in the end they do. I guess at some point you run out of mines. If you can just keep poking and prodding and taking a little bit of damage here and there, and then out-heal it with Undying and with your Greaves. And
very entertaining game, though, I have to say. Lots of back and forth. Aster were winning, then Gaimin were winning, and then it flopped again and flipped again, and there we are. The end result is a 1-1 tie with Game 3 coming up next. Panel, what was your favorite part about that game?
Easily the grab ally, or also seeing how new techies, well, he doesn't stand as much of an intimidating base defense as old techies does. Old techies would never let this happen. Letting the game end at 63 minutes after just like a 14-minute long stalemate, not in my day.
Team wanting to go and have dinner or go to bed? No!
Absolutely not.
I think XXS was a big difference for Aster in this game. Really good Darkseer performances, some great vac walls. And I think as the game goes on, it always feels like the value of wall, its stocks are only going up, baby. Because the harder you click, the harder he clicks.
Compounding interest?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yes. Aster finally get a win. They finally turn it around. And I kind of hope that they win the series now because I would love to talk to Sumail about the communication in a late game situation like that, post 60 minutes. Like, how do you communicate Arcanist armor to your teammates?
You ping it. I've got a solution for you.
Wait, can you ping your potential neutrals?
Oh.
Can you say like, these are my 5 choices? Which one should I take?
Yes.
Because I think you need like, you need one Arcanist armor, you need one Book of Shadows, but do you want the Arcanist armor on Puck? I don't entirely know.
I think the solution here was to have multiple heroes that go in.
Yep.
And then whichever one does, the rest of the team follows. That's what I think the solution was.
Even
and it
in
worked.
a late game, post 60-minute situation.
Get in there. One of us is going in, the rest of us will follow. Doesn't matter who.
Post 60 minutes, there's no need to communicate for anything. The game just happens, whatever happens. There's no coordination. Like, you don't see anything in the team fights. You vacuum and then just hope for the best. You put down the tombstone and you hope they die.
Yeah.
It's chaos.
Does Mirror Shield reflect items or just spells?
I think it does items also.
Okay.
It's anything that Lincoln's would do.
Right. I was at the very, like, in the last fight when Doracho didn't have buyback, I saw him, like, he always managed to get his ruptures off cleanly, which was nice. But I think I saw him run up to Morphling and, like, Abyssal him, and then he just got, like, Abyssal stun and then just died.
Yep.
I was like, no! Dude, Mirror Shield just seems so more OP than every other friggin' item at tier 5.
It's ridiculous.
It's so stupid, because it casts it back, which is so hard to deal with.
And it's low cooldown, isn't it?
It's
like,
pretty low.
It's like 8 seconds or something.
And now that you can have like multiple of the same item, it's so annoying when there's like multiple mirror shields and you're like, we don't have enough targeted stuff that doesn't like destroy our own fight when you use it.
Don't let the game get there.
I agree with that one.
Yeah, him abyssaling himself and then being dead for 2 minutes was also a product of him randomly being in the jungle at like 58 minutes after Aster
Was he getting bounty runes or killing some creeps or neutral items there?
Nothing could have been worth it. The only thing that would have been worth it is if it was after 60 minutes and they were frantically trying to get tier 5 neutral tokens, but it was like 58 minutes and Aster had just taken Roche and he was completely alone in the jungle, which...
Yeah, okay. No excuses then.
Yeah. It was a shame because I was really enjoying the last like 20 minutes of Bloodseeker gameplay before that because he'd gone the Mjolnir and he has his Q, so like the attack speed reduction that Morphling could could potentially bring out wasn't really relevant. So between like the Blood Mist, his attack speed, the Mjolnir procs, and all this stuff, he was just doing so much damage, and he had the Basher. So it was like he would just stick on Morphling, and Morphling was just like, "There's nothing I can do. This is my life now." And then he dies.
I mean, do you like their idea against the Morphling where they just pick the TA, you have another core, so the Morphling cannot just counter your single core? You have 3 cores, so he can only copy 1.
It was interesting.
I mean, you much rather he play like some spirit hero, right?
Kinda. I think that he should have won mid harder. I think Sumail did really well mid on Puck. I thought he would just like get absolutely... I thought that was why they picked it, so they could just destroy mid and play the game, but Sumail did fine.
And
this was an hour ago, you know.
Yeah, it was an eternity ago. I don't remember a laning phase. There were last hits and denies that were happening. But props to Aster. They managed to finally coordinate themselves a win after a tough journey. That's me. That's who I am. Who are you, Ted?
I don't know. Let's see if they can find out. Can we get a single and a strap? What's it going to say? That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
They updated
thank you.
it. I thought for sure you were going to be Brian.
Yeah, put me down as Brian. I have to sign in as him on the hotel Wi-Fi. They don't know it's me yet.
Oh my god, you're putting in Canavan as your surname?
Canavan. I typed it Caravan. That was what it auto-corrected to. But it's not. It's Canavan. Carnarvon.
Grabali.
Carnarvon.
What are the bans going to be in the next game, Winter? Do we take out Morphling?
Do you think I care?
You should. You love the water boy.
At this point, you can have a better draft, but it doesn't mean you'll win the game. Like, the game just feels so difficult. Like, I'm sure the Morphling will make certain things easier. I'm definitely an advocate for that. But at the end of the day, if you can't coordinate the team fights properly, it doesn't matter how good your draft is, you're just going to lose,
Well, then how do you grade their team fights in this one? Because obviously we're considering Game In 2 have mounted a comeback. They didn't finish the comeback, but they were doing a comeback. Is that a product of the same thing that we're always critical of Aster for, which is poor team fight coordination? Or was this just a draft from Game In that was better at late game than we expected?
I mean, this game, I feel like they definitely showed better team fight initiations. Definitely the middle portion of the game towards the end. Maybe because Sumail is like on the puck. I don't know. Like I feel like puck, maybe you don't have to say so many things on the final details like go and then you call somebody.
I'm with Ted on this one. I think XXS Darkseer, because whenever we last saw Aster do really good in team fights, it was XXS Darkseer, and then they had a Techies on top of that, and then Sumail was Void Spirit or something. But I think Darkseer.
Everyone did well.
Oh.
I think everyone did well.
Then why are they eliminated, Sheepsticks?
I don't know. This one game they all played well. It's like you can bring up all these heroes. Like Sumail played out of his friggin' mind. He's done like 70k damage.
But he
on
always
that
plays
whole
out
game.
of his mind.
Of course he does. He's Sumail. He's the GOAT. He's the king. But like he was playing amazing on puck. I think Spirit Breaker's early rotations were really important. Like he was going and like shutting down Ace's game, for example. Right? They're all just playing very, very clean. It was a really good game. Their team fights went well for them. They handled Roche's fine. Like the stuff we've been seeing from them where they look really uncoordinated, it wasn't very apparent this game. And I think maybe it is just the fact that everything is straightforward. You have a carry who's just going to go farm and do his thing. You have a puck who can just coil, and that lays the foundation of your fight. Spirit Breaker's Unga Bunga mode, like, you just have so many easy ways to play together and execute your moves. And they did it really well.
All right, let's see them go in again. I want Spirit Breaker to go in. I want Darkseer to go in. I want Puck to go in. And I want us to go out to a break.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. It's fine with me, promise that it's fine.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Yeehaw! We're getting into game number 3 of Gaming Gladiators versus Team Aster.
Don't ever do that again. Also, I'm hosting until I finish.
Nice.
That was so hot.
That was a Southern twang.
That was pretty good.
Need a bit of slide guitar sometime. That if we got the slide, he's got it right there. Here we go.
He's
Here's a
loading
bit of
it up.
slide guitar.
Oh.
That was so cool.
Right about that time they drafted Darkseer.
Around these parts, we don't take too kindly to Undyings.
You don't like grabbing allies around these parts.
It's unnatural, let me tell you.
Brother. Not this month.
Yeah, you can hit the rainbow button if you want.
Thank you.
There we go.
Where is it? Donde Rainbow.
It's
it's
behind
just a
you.
continual cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, gamers.
There we go.
We got a good old morph band, thank goodness.
Get that water boy out of here.
But I genuinely think Spirit Breaker was the bigger issue. What do you think, Winter?
I can't talk like that.
A for effort. I'll give you props for trying.
The old Winter wouldn't have even attempted that.
He wouldn't have.
So respect.
He's matured.
He's
or
matured
he's
into a
immature,
fine man.
rather.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Of course.
I made Jenkins his badge now, so we're good.
What rank we putting on A Jizzle on then?
Hey, what now?
A Jizzle. That's the rap name he selected.
It's A Jizzle.
I mean, he ain't earned it yet. I'm just, if the day ever comes that he climbs MMR.
He is immortal, surely.
No.
Jenkins.
No, he's legend.
All right, very good.
He's the legendary immortal player.
Oh, okay. This is a good one. This sounds like a Disney voice almost.
Out of
good to be
voice
here.
lines.
Don't get used to it.
Where's your camera? Huh?
Well, you got to.
This
That's
one.
part of being
There
a
it
host.
is.
You got to keep alive to it. You got to say stuff as well. You don't just make faces.
I don't want to speak.
I just make faces.
Lead the panel. Ask us questions.
All right, guys. So obviously, new bans means new heroes being let in. We see a Timbersaw picked up, very OP hero, very high first base ban.
You're not allowed to have an opinion.
I'm asking a question based off my statement. Thank you. What do we think is a good response to Timbersaw?
Undying.
You would have had time to answer that before Undying came out if you had interrupted me. Minus points. Remove his badge.
No, you can't. No! No! You are not allowed to do that.
She's in the seat.
Don't do
Ted.
it.
She's in the seat.
Oh, she can't even tear a piece of paper off.
It's sticky and I don't want to break it.
Don't break
I drew
it.
this.
Don't break it. All right, that's not cool.
I'll make a new one for you, Ted.
Thank
Don't worry. I got it
You know
covered.
Okay. Okay, dude. All right. No, that's cool.
You want to try again?
No.
That's what I thought. Queen of Pain, first phase. A very powerful response, I would say. Very confident. What do you think of this, Winter?
Queen of Pain. Definitely not going to be queen.
We don't need to do
this
the voices anymore. You made your point. I'm satisfied with the effort. You can give legitimate
Thank you.
mid lane to mid lane insight in your normal voice. Storm Spirit versus Queen.
Obviously, Queen of Pain favorite matchup.
Yep.
10 seconds.
I mean, they were doing like the Ember openings a lot and pretty successfully. I wonder why they are changing it to the Queen of Pain right now. Because Queen of Pain is like a more, I would say, like a one-dimensional hero. You pick the hero, it's all about like winning the lane. And if you don't get to do that, then the hero just loses a lot of its value in the draft. And you're picking it blind. And Quap is not a hero you pick blind.
Quinn specifically seems to be seeing something in Queen that I don't think the rest of mid players are either seeing or interested in seeing. Because, like you said, he's picking it blind, he's picking it into theoretically unfavorable matchups. He seems satisfied experimenting with this.
I think I know probably why they did it this time instead of Ember. Because of the Timber. They don't want the Ember against the Timber lane in the middle. That might actually be the reason.
Sure, but then why first phase a mid at all? Why not wait? No one's forcing you. There's still Dusa in the pool that they could have gone for as an 8th pick.
Didn't we have this discussion a couple of days ago?
Vaguely sounds familiar.
Yeah, because there's like denying seems like it doesn't really affect the game so much. You pick a hero, you pick a mid hero early in the draft, they counter pick you, you get a rune, you go to the side, then you kill a hero, and then your net worth is the same with the guy that denies 20 creeps in the early game.
Yep.
And so you're saying that it doesn't really matter for Queen of Pain going into unfavorable matchups because it's not about lane domination anymore.
Yes.
It's about
getting
lane
kills.
ganking.
Lane ganking.
Yeah. And getting an advantage in the draft by showing heroes that doesn't matter first and getting away with it.
So if we're looking at lane ganking, if we're ganking Queen's lane, do you think they need to pick something more aggressive on their second support than an Undying?
Lion.
Is that your go-to now? You a fan? Why do you think it looks stronger than it did before, other than the stun width?
It's basically the stun wave.
It's just the stun width? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Pog. That's higher. But I would assume his ability to rotate was just as effective before.
Oh, you want the Lion to be rotating?
Yeah.
In my mind, it's just Queen is finding lanes that can get kills whenever she shows up.
Yeah, but you need to help her get the runes, you know?
Okay.
It's all about securing the runes.
So then would you take Lion over Techies?
Don't ever ask a question again, Neil.
Oh yeah, my bad. Anyway, I think Techies would be far superior to Lion. You're all dumbasses.
Thanks.
Now you're getting the flavor.
We have two very mobile heroes on Team Aster, so more lockdown would make sense. And I think Winter's
think
right.
what?
The Lion has more stuns.
You were about to think there for a second.
I don't think. I've never thought in my life.
+1.
I take inspiration from Ted.
What do you think about your favorite Snapfire?
For which team? For Aster?
For Aster, killing the Tombstone.
Do you think there's space for it on support? Do they play it often?
Sumail has primarily been the
Yeah,
snap player.
Probably no slot for the hero.
I don't think so.
There's also the idea of if you have a snap, you know, does she pressure the Queen of Pain? Are they going to pick supports that can pressure the quad?
5 seconds remaining.
How are you going to enable this Storm Spirit in this draft, guys?
Skyraf.
Well, they banned the Pugna themselves. The Kotl's gone, so there's not going to be a battery there for him. It's going to be difficult.
I mean, you just need supports that can be very strong early, so they can secure the rune for you. I mean, having the battery is nice for sure. But I would say in this matchup in particular against Quap, you definitely want to prefer to have supports that are really strong to get runes for you. That's going to play a very big role.
Bigger part, you think?
Yeah, in the early game.
How about Silencer? Not a battery, but
he's banned.
He is banned. Yeah.
Oh.
Bad analysis there, Neil. It's poor.
Lots of gas stations got banned. Wow.
This is throwing us for a loop.
That's hilarious. Okay, Winter. Very nice call. Why do you think it's good?
Tombstone
Just
killer.
Tombstone?
Yeah, and
I
you...
said this last game and I was shouted
Hey,
down.
please stop talking.
We discussed the Snapfire for like 3 minutes, even though it wasn't even in the game.
I asked Winter a question. He's only said one word. I want an explanation. I want more depth.
The only reason as a support I would want to play Snapfire is if I'm looking to get a support that can do a lot of damage in the team fights where I feel like the draft later on would need that. So that would be my reasoning. And she's pretty decent in the laning phase. Not as strong as Undying though, or Enchantress.
Okay. Ted, what's your opinion on this draft so far?
I don't care about that. Here's what I care about. I was talking about this earlier. The cameras that the players have, the webcams they've had set up. Aces, look at the angle on this. It could not be further away if he tried. I'm amazed it's connected. He must have a very long USB cable. Sumail's perfectly good camera placement.
Mid
Quinn
lane.
also.
Mid lane player.
I think it might be mids, but it also might be just people who don't mind the little webcam there. His is obviously just above his monitor. Quinn the same. Quinn streams. Does Sumail stream? Has he ever streamed?
Not recently, and by that I mean like in years.
But if you've ever done it, I think you know. You just put the camera above your monitor and then it's right there at the right level. But all these other players, it's down here, it's up here, it's over here. Or it's just the top of their head popping up. I'm just saying. I look out for that.
From a photography standpoint, I would say that Aces is more flattering. You get like a quarter profile shot, shows his chiseled jawline.
Right, but that's not what we're after here. We want a webcam of sweaty players screaming directly at the monitor. Leads to a connection between the audience and the player.
See, like, you see me straight on, horrific. You see me from an angle, slightly less horrific. Makes all the difference.
Maybe. I'm undecided.
I need to see you head on so I get the moment where you're yelling at your teammates.
I never yell.
You never yell.
I'm always cool under pressure.
Don't
Would
lie.
you describe yourself as cool, calm, and collected under pressure?
I would. But I'm no Quinn.
Guys, can you accurately predict? Never mind, the hero got picked.
Faceless voice.
Unlucky. Can you accurately predict the next two bans?
Aster, I'm assuming, need to be targeting out ace heroes. So ban out Beastmaster, Doom's already gone, Broodmother.
Could Aster pick something like Wraith King? I see people pick that a lot as their answer to Void. Is he particularly worried? I mean, obviously, Undying with the Decay is annoying for a strength hero, but I don't think it would be terrible.
The hero's not very popular right now.
His early game is way too weak. I feel like the laning phase, and that's why you don't see the hero. He's just like, he gets bullied a lot in the lane.
What about Juggernaut? We see him quite a lot.
Yeah, Juggernaut's nice. Not so good against the Faceless Void as a carry-to-carry matchup.
My good analysts, tell me, I'm looking at Team Aster's lineup. How do they have to play these team fights? Now that you're playing into Static Storm, you're playing into Chronosphere, how is Aster going to have to start or play these fights, especially when we start to contest Roshan later on?
Well, like you said, these are highly mobile heroes, so I'm envisioning a lot of hit and run. So Snapfire kisses from afar, Storm zips in, and you just pick off the Disruptor, run away. Try to get Undying to pop Tombstone, run away. And then, what do they really have on game to keep you in place other than Glimpse?
Ted?
You have a question, Ted?
I'm putting my hand up because that way I can ask permission from the host to speak.
You may speak.
I think their plan personally is that they want to send this Timber in to soak up as much shit as possible, panic the enemy team and spread them out and disrupt things. Then your Storm can go in for a pick off. You've got Goz coming in from the Snapfire. Although if you just play into their hands, they've got too much set up with Chrono, they get the Tombstone down, they get the Static Storm down. They've got too much stuff that if you group up and you play into their hands, they're going to suck you in like a spider into a web. You've got to disrupt, and that's what I think Astra are going to do with the Timber and the Storm. But I defer to Winter in all things, of course.
Well, let's ask Winter then. So we look at this Timber Store. If he wants to play that way, how does he have to itemize this game, especially playing into like time dilation?
Lotus Orb.
Lotus Orb. But that doesn't protect him from Disruptor roll. Do you think he'll struggle with that potentially?
No, just tank everything. Just get your usual Timber items. Run in, be the sponge, and let the last pick carry the game.
Okay. I'm vibing with it. And what are they missing from their lineup that they need in their carry?
Ideally something that can follow the Storm and get the back line. Most of the conventional carry heroes are banned. I mean, if you're talking carry to carry matchup, like Ursa has a traditionally good carry to carry matchup against the Faceless Void. But they go for the TA.
They do go for TA.
I was going to ask if something like PA, like Phantom Assassin, might not be a decent shout for getting on the back lines.
I can't believe you even remembered her name, considering how we haven't seen her in years.
Yeah, I'm just like, it's just bizarre that she's just like a dead hero. It's bizarre.
Yeah, very similar to the Wraith King. Very weak in the early game. That's why you don't get to see the hero a lot. Like, she just gets bullied a lot. And surprising to see the TA, the side lane TA, against the Blood Grenade. It's not fun to play against Blood Grenade on the side lane.
And Ace Lycan comes out there at the end. So, alright, Faceless Void, best late game carry. Do we think it's sufficiently awesome, or do you think Aster are going to have to try and out-tempo him and his timings with this TA pick?
They have to out-tempo, outpace, play around the Timbersaw and the TA. The Death Saw timing is going to be crucial. If you get the first Aegis, the Storm gets the Aegis, then you run in. But if you don't end the game within the second Aegis, I feel like you're just going to lose.
I'm not a fan of Templar Assassin right now. Even beyond the Blood Grenade, Gossamer Cape, these things. She is too unreliable. And as a 23rd or 24th pick, I never find that it takes the enemy team off guard where they're like, oh no, we don't have any TA solutions. So you pick it, you're going to be able to get farm on it because you're going to stack for her, but she will not guaranteed win you the game.
Unrelated question, what are the pandas called today?
They're the Poetic Pandas.
Awesome. Ted, who's winning this game?
I think if Gaming Gladiators can get ahead, they've got a Disruptor who's one of the best heroes when you're ahead. If they end up behind, it turns into one of the worst heroes. So for me, it's on them winning the early game.
All right. Very good analysis from my wonderful analyst. Thank you for answering all my questions. Ted?
Yes?
We'll consider moving you up from Guardian at a later time. For now, we're going to take you guys to the game with some beautiful music from the Poetic Pandas.
Number 3 is upon us. Suns fan here. I just ate an entire large pizza and I'm struggling. Cinderen's next to me.
I'm sure it's all good.
My God.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Geez. It's going to be a rough one, I think. These lineups, Cinderen, we have... I agree with Tsunami. We've kind of talked about this before, but the TA in general, I felt extremely underwhelmed by in this patch. But there actually is no but. That's all I had to say about TA.
Okay.
What do you think of these lineups? This game, of course, for those that are just joining us, very important for Gaming Gladiators in particular because they want to try to get to this top 4 seeding for the final portion of this tournament, whereas Aster has already been eliminated and are just using this as practice for the Bali Major.
I think the TA matchup against Lycan is going to be interesting to watch because, oh my God, 4 runes.
Okay.
For Gaming Gladiators, this is a true rarity. Wow. And they're Radiant. Oh boy. Looks like the Dire team will have some catching up to do. I'm sure they'll be ahead in 6 minutes. But anyway. Yeah, so the TA against Lycan matchup, I think TA does very, very well in this lane. And then later down the line, Lycan has a ton of random damage instances from Wolves, from a Helm of the Overlord, from himself. That could prove to be tricky. TA can definitely get overrun by this hero, and you're willing to take the trade-off of not really pressuring her very much in lane in order to accomplish that. However, Lycan doesn't pair particularly well with Void. You can't help Void at all in the Chronosphere. So you're kind of going to need to play this like two-pronged attack where Lycan runs in the backline and kills the supports. And then you want to Chrono together with the Queen of Pain to find the kills. But yeah, maybe curious to see how this laning, or rather how this draft forms for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, it's almost like having a Brood, right? I mean, all the other heroes do synergize with Chrono on some level.
Yeah.
Static Storm on top, Sonic Wave, grab Ally, of course, to save your Void from his own Chronosphere. But yeah, if it was a Brood, it's similar playstyle, I feel like, right?
To an extent, yeah. I would still say Brood is definitely the more fearsome hero for a reason. Lycan is slower. He doesn't exert the same amount of pressure in the lane, and he doesn't exert it constantly either. That's something that's so strong about Brood is, in comparison to Lycan, when Shapeshift is down, you have downtime.
Yep.
Brood is just always annoying. The whole game, you have to sort it out. Mid lane, Quinn got this Quap versus Storm match.
Yeah.
Sumail is really giving it to him here in the start.
Yeah, this is a pretty sizable lead already.
On the Storm, very nice start. This is supposed to be a Quap favorite matchup as far as I'm concerned, and it might get better, of course, now that Queen has 2 points in Shadow Strike.
Yeah, you would think so.
But Sumail played 2 very good first waves, and the third one not too shabby either. Now the real challenge begins. The harassment from Quap will be constant. And that whenever you want to try to get CS with your Remnant, you are exposing yourself to that Shadow Strike.
Oh, Ace getting really low in the top lane.
We'll be okay.
But the Kinetic Field actually holding in Siamese Cat, and Tofu might be able to finish him off, and he does so. Very nicely done. That's first blood for Tofu, despite Ace almost going down. They end up netting themselves some nice gold together. And with that, I mean, with those bounties, it was already almost a 1K lead, but Aster, you can see, it's actually very even now because of the CS discrepancy in the mid lane.
And that is with the first blood going Gaiman's way as well. So I'm actually surprised to see this graph being dead even with those things in mind.
Yeah, it is odd.
That first blood and 4 bounty runes can just be offset from some early laning here, but I guess the amount of gold being spent on consumables is the big difference maker. Of course, that is one of the things about a hero like Undying. He will...
Oh, Ace, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you talked about, Quinn is back in the mid lane, and it's effectively even now. But this is where Sumail does have to be a bit careful. Before he hits level 6, this is the time where he could theoretically die, I think. But still, very respectable amount of HP for him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And, I mean, did you give your take on TA?
Not quite. Yeah, I mean, I said in the last game, I'm not the hugest fan of the hero in general right now. There's a couple of things. Tofu's dead. He's making a good case for it for now, though. But Ace is level 2 against level 4 TA right now. Yeah, that hero is insane. Celery.
Oh, gets distracted.
Next level. Yeah, so TA definitely has some pitfalls, right? Its laning stage is very bad against certain heroes, but that is not an issue in this game. Obviously, they picked it into very good matchups, so feeling good about that. It's mainly about whether the enemy team has a lineup that can truly just overwhelm your refraction and just take you down in fights, because TA is deceptively fragile, actually, despite having refraction. There are some lineups that just run her over. And compared to other carries, also a little less on the mobile side. You have to buy dagger, whereas a hero like Void just has a jump. We've seen plenty of popular carries with some sort of gap close or inherent mobility, like Bloodseeker is just going to be fast, Morphling has waveform, a lot of these other carries that are higher up the list, but definitely have seen some good performances, especially the carry TA. I think the carry TA has looked better than the mid TA, so we saw Pakaz the other day doing great as a carry. Monet.
Oh, we have some TPs. Glimpse onto Monet. He pops the refraction. Blood Grenade is there to instantly get rid of it. Baboka providing a good amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough to save Monet. So nice kill from Gaming Gladiators. They do eventually find Tofu.
They know there's a ward there now, that low ground Fate Bolt.
And Sumail walked all the way from mid lane here, by the way, because he was getting so harassed out by Quinn.
Is under attack.
And he's still halfway to 6 here as Celery And if they can give this to Sumail, that would be a nice pickup for him. And they will do so. So that makes up for him having to walk all the way. I mean, not quite. I think Quinn's still going to be out-leveling him here. But yeah, I think this is a smart play. Sumail jungling until he hits level 6. And then Quinn's going to have a hard time actually getting that kill.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, and Storm does have some solid matchups in this game. The hero is one of the better mids against Faceless Void, despite that Game Gliders did pick Void into the Storm. Because obviously he has a very long-range zip and can catch the Void even when he repositions with Time Walk. You have single target burst damage that is rivaled by almost no hero if you're very farmed, and Void can struggle with even getting his Time Walk off to begin with if you get that burst off. You naturally want to buy items that Void doesn't want to face, such as Orchid and Hex. And yeah, I don't think Storm has been counterpicked particularly well by Game Gliders, despite it being a first phase pick, right? They don't have the best tools. They have Static Storm. That's kind of it, right? So, really curious to see if this Lycan is going to pay off or if it's going to be something they regret if Storm gets off to a truly snowbally game.
Well, we have seen it before from Sumail.
Yep. It's been banned a lot against Aster this tournament as well, by the way, the Storm. Even first phase banned by some teams to prevent him from popping off on this hero. He will not have the gas station this game. Aster themselves banned the Pugna in the first phase.
Yeah.
Which might have been part of the reason Game Gliders let it through. The Storm, that is. I feel like it's not worthy of a ban without the Pugna.
Yeah, they've definitely been abusing that. I mean, what are the other mana batteries in the game other than Coddle?
IO, to an extent.
Yeah, we haven't seen IO at all lately, actually.
It's
I
very
don't remember what
refreshing.
was well, TI's coming around. So.
Don't worry. We're going to have IO is going to come back, and Shaker, and Enigma. I guess maybe not Shaker. Shaker's actually not been a constant. IO just... Don't worry. It'll be...
I feel like Morphling, Naga have been constants at TI as well.
I'm trying to think of what the heroes that feel like are always there.
Sumail, he's going to get the jump onto Quinn, but you can see some members of Gaiman are on their way to try to assist. Sumail still has the zip. He's going in really deep. He's just going to die. Goodness gracious, me oh my. Sumail dies to Tofu. Quinn gets out as Tofu getting gone on now, but has the kinetic field.
And Quinn TP'd bottom with the invis.
Yeah, Dyrachyo getting a bit low, but...
Not the most impactful TP. They couldn't kill the Timber, and I don't think Dyrachyo actually truly needed saving there against XXS, who has taken a very early tower and is obviously off to a great start on the Timber. This is... Funnily enough, this would have in the past obviously been a lot harder for Timber, but since he's become universal, he fares a lot better against Undying, because despite getting decayed a lot, you still CS pretty well. And he will use that to get a fast Vanguard, and that Vanguard will be used to get the fast tower. So, pretty standard stuff.
Midas up for Dyrachyo, by the way, so it was about an 8.5-minute one. Not too shabby. I think Gaiman are, I would assume, pretty happy with the state of the game, despite the TA being top net worth at the moment.
I don't think they mind going for a little bit of a slower game here with their Midas Void. Although you could argue it doesn't necessarily overlap the best with Lycan.
No, they're not going to be able to catch him. Smoke ends up being popped by two different members of Aster, and Siamese Cat looks to be the one that will end up dropping as a result.
But yeah, maybe the mindset from Gaming Gladiators is we're going to play aggressively as 4, and Void is going to farm a lot. He's going to show up and help a little bit with a Chrono whenever it makes sense, but aside from that, we are making space for him. So that's why we're going to last pick an offlane Lycan who can play very aggressively and put a lot of pressure in the mid game. And then Void is going to be the payoff later. Do we have level 6 on Tofu here?
Yep, Static Storm is there though, so Sumail inside the kinetic field. Do they have enough damage with the Sonic Wave? The glimpse back, but he zips.
How the hell did he not die? Oh, Occult Bracelet.
Celery's dead, though. He doesn't have an Occult Bracelet. Very unfortunate for him. He doesn't even have a neutral item, for God's sake. Oh. Yeah, this was super close, though. I thought for sure they had him. This was a very nice Static Storm setup.
This looked like a just straight-up kill here, but not quite enough.
And he did kind of push him out of the Static Storm, But I can't blame him because that looked like that was going to be the kill. As Dyrachyo is getting initiated on, but they're going to use the Chronos for the first time in the game just to get away. So that is a big spell down, although they don't really have the crazy combos.
Lots of pressure from XXS's Timber as well. Now top tower. Have to be denied here for Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, as you talked about, a lot at stake in this game for Gaming. And this might be one where, you know, the community at large was just feeling this was going to be a walkover and you would be 4-2. But Aster are definitely challenging them today. And a potential loss here for Gaming Gladiators could be the difference between advancing to the top 4 or not in the end.
Yep, Glimpse really back on the Simon's Cat.
You will probably die to a Blink Scream, not even needed with the decay.
Yeah, and that's the other side. I mean, I don't think this is the case at all because Gaming takes everybody seriously. But a lot of cases we've seen historically, at least, when you're up against a team that you quote-unquote should be beating, you end up letting up a bit. But I think the difference with this is Aster, they made it to top 8, so they're obviously very good. They've just been hitting like a slump all of a sudden. So I don't think that's really coming into play this game, or this series even.
And the thing about this kind of situation is that you would be surprised how much it matters to just get the ball rolling a little bit. Like, when you're losing and losing and losing and losing, when you get that relief of finally finding a win, and maybe a series win, all of a sudden that can start the snowball.
Stolen Tombstone.
I'll get out.
They do get the kill on Baboka, though, as XXS wants to go in very deep. They don't have Glimpse for quite a while, so no way to send them back to Sender. Return to Sender is what I meant to say. That would have been very witty, but instead, 2 supports die, and I look like a moron.
Return to Sender becomes the Sendee. There goes the tower. 3rd tower of the game for Aster.
Yep.
And again, not to get ahead of ourselves, because obviously this game is not even remotely close to done, but it's refreshing to see Aster definitely improving here. Like, a couple of their...
They're being more active, too.
Yeah, so it's almost like... It's really fascinating about just player mentality in general when just this one win that they just got, it feels like they got a little bit more hungry for it, you know?
He wants this kill. Is he going to get it? Dyrachyo able to time walk away. Now Sumail will left with very little mana. He does have the Lotus Flower, trying to bait Dyrachyo in, but is it the other way around? It looks like that is the case, as Sumail will eventually be brought down. Can he get something out of it? No.
All right, Sumail is a little bit too hungry.
I've been there before, about 20 minutes ago, before I scarfed down that pizza.
Yeah. And would you say it is affecting your performance right now?
Definitely, yeah.
So relatable for Sumail as well then. Tofu.
Yeah, Mortimer's. A lot of them will miss.
Here, probably.
Dyrachyo does have a chrono. He is going to use it for the solo kill.
Solo kill with 3 of his allies.
Well, the enemy was solo.
Yeah, fair.
Just cut me some slack. I just ate a lot of pizza. Okay?
I understand. I definitely did not eat a lot myself, so.
I saw you eating on camera.
It was good.
You just really wanted to show off your eating
nothing.
skills.
Yeah. I have a lot of experience really putting it to good use in front of the camera.
Ace almost fell in the helm of the Overlord.
Yeah. The Overlord will be completed, and I mean, so just to finish off my trail of thought from before for Aster, win or lose this game, they're at least showing more signs of life that I feel like we've seen for the last day or two. I think you can sense there's a bit more killer instinct, there's a bit more joy in their playstyle after that previous game win and finally getting a little bit of wind under their sails. And it's really great news for them, despite, like, no matter how well it goes here on out, you are not continuing to the top 4. But it's a very good sign for Bali if you can get out of the slump now. So a lot of the times this kind of thing can happen at very inopportune moments, obviously, and this is one of them. But if they recover from it and come in with in better shape for the future tournament, that's obviously something that's going to be very rewarding for them. You could have just completely downward spiraled here and just
Need a replay of that if you guys catch the or if you get the chance. That was amazing. He didn't Midas the creep. He did a melee time walk. Oh, God, I love Dyrachyo.
Well, the camp spawned right after, so they Midas that one.
Let's see. Here we go. The best part is he just stood still.
No, wasn't this on purpose? That was on purpose.
Okay.
He wanted to Midas the next one.
Just let me laugh. I had a lot of pizza today. Three smoke
showing off your
by
lack of
Gaming
game
Gladiators.
on Sven TV.
It looked like a shorter time walk.
I think he just time walked for a little bit of heal after fighting that Wild Wing, and he wanted to save the Midas for the next creep.
I know what he did. Oh, the zip on in. Ace. He's going to be able to get his ult off. Static Storm Kinetic Field is there.
From his own teammate, though.
XXS. Yeah, nobody's actually walking into that as a result, and XXS is going to get dropped. So first death here for Aster.
I really thought Aster were going to pile on that. I think that was promising. They know there's no chrono. I think you could have definitely turned that into a fight with more resources. Could have run in with all your heroes, used your mech, but maybe they were hoping that Timber could bait the enemy team to chase him and then turn it around, but he wasn't tanky enough.
Look at Monet's farm, though. My God.
Yeah, he
so
is
far
very,
ahead of everybody.
very rich.
Right, really putting the TA to the test with a very low win rate.
No shapeshift now. Gaimin need to be careful not to overextend here. And I think they might honestly just fully back off here.
Well, it's not often you see this many members of both teams on the tier 1 top. Dyrachyo, he wants to go in, has the Chronosphere. He gets it off onto 3, but what's the follow-up? Quinn does have Sonic Wave, reserving it for the very end. Still not that much damage done, and Dyrachyo is just going to get killed by the casual attacks from Monet. Quinn gets sent back. We'll get 1 kill. And we'll be able to blink.
Here comes Sumail.
Away. Big zip in from Sumail. Focusing on Tofu first, then Quinn next. 3 dead for Gaming Gladiators, and all they get is a Snapfire.
And this shitty t-shirt. This Roche is dead, by the way.
He is.
This is a little side note. Yeah,
Aster looking very good all of a sudden.
I really question Gaimin's choice here. You don't have Shapeshift, so one of your absolute strongest heroes in the Lycan will only offer a fraction of what he's capable of. And you still brute force that dive with the Chrono. And yeah, it is a nice 3-man Chrono, but like, as we've talked about, what's your follow-up in this Chrono? You don't have Static Storm, you have this one beautifully placed Sonic Wave. Could not have been any better, hit 3 heroes, but Dyrachyo dies here right before time walking. If they have any more follow-up in that Chrono, it's better. Or if Lycan is Shapeshift, he's going to be running at the backline, so Dyrachyo is safe. But Aster know what the conditions are, and they, I would say, get the maximum reward out of this. Killing 2 cores.
Yep, definite miscalculations from Gaming Gladiators.
God, it's nice to see some smiles from Aster. The camera shots the last couple of days have been pure despair. So
that's also production making sure that we only show that too, though. Right?
Yeah, it might just be media manipulation.
Sumail's been laughing a lot these last few days.
Aster has actually been really, really happy with their 0 and 5 scoreline, but we're only showing their sadness. They've been having a blast.
XXS wants to invade the triangle. He's gonna catch.
Oh, they're just gonna
a big stack here.
Oh boy, they're killing his. Oh,
yeah, that feels bad.
They killed his Overlord creep. They forced the mech. They steal the stack. Aster's back.
Tornado. He gets glimpsed back into the kinetic field. Still has the Aegis, though, as Sumail now zips on in, trying to take out Tofu, but the Glimmer Cape is going to keep him alive for now. Shapeshift from Ace, which is stolen.
Shapeshift from Pichu.
Yep, he looks like a very scary sorcerer named Rubik. Quinn, not able to really do that much damage, as I feel like Aster are just going to be able to walk away. Glimpse, though, onto XXS, able to Timber Chain out.
Yep.
And Baboka even will get out, so
Shapeshift down.
Scatter Blast, Bash with... Okay, they will find 1 kill. As Blink taken. That's a good steal.
Yeah. So that's another Shapeshift on cooldown. Don't know if Aster are going to put this to much use. They didn't end up expending their Aegis in that fight, but I don't think it would have been particularly useful to sacrifice the TA. I don't think she could have really fought much on her second life into that Lycan ult, but we'll see if Aster try to take any more initiative here or just chill with farming. I'm not really too concerned of them just necessarily playing it slowly, despite being against the Faceless Void with Midas. I think you can definitely handle this hero with your lineup. You have some good tools against the Void with the Storm, with the TA Burst.
Yeah, they find Tofu again.
Yeah,
this time they have vision. And Celery, ooh!
Close call.
Will TP out. But still Aegis, another 2.5 minutes. No rush for Aster, as they have... I don't know. The weird thing I will say is the way that this game's been played, I feel like it should be a bigger than 4K lead.
For Aster?
Yeah. I don't know, just the feeling I'm getting. after eating that pizza is down. So far, the pizza has been incorrect in everything that it's told me, but...
Yeah.
Monet, he's getting stalked by Quinn.
Is this some sort of your version of hearing voices? Like this, the pizza speaks to me. Should I be concerned? Are you also smelling burnt toast right now?
No.
Okay.
Smelling diabetes in my future, though, so...
Oh, that's quite the psychic prediction. Which card did you draw?
The fat man.
The King of Spades.
All right, Tormentor for Aster.
Baboka will get Cookie upgrade.
Yep, that's a solid one.
Speaking of the King of Spades, here's the Ace of Spades. When did he add that to his name? I wonder. I feel like he didn't always have the spades symbol, but he's had it for quite a while. Might be a Gaming Gladiators thing. Did he have it in secret?
Couldn't tell you, Cinderin.
Oh, ask the pizza.
The pizza only existed for a few hours and is now dead. So they don't know either.
You're going to say something like the pizza only answers specific questions and yours was not deemed valid.
Yeah, that too. Aster sitting on a 5K lead as it is continuing to trickle in their direction.
Oh, are they going to C-cell? No, well. No. Now they might. Uh-oh.
They see him.
Spaghetti-O. Well, he's going to know there's a ward now because there's no other way they would find him there.
For Monet.
Oh, nice little snack. More damage on the Desolator. Up to 6.
Yep, Tier 2 tower should be next for them. Still 2 more Tier 2s existing, though.
Dude, I can't get over TA hitting from this. Just looks wrong. She has more range than a Tier 2 tower on TA.
That's right.
What is this?
Well, she needs all the buff she can get based on her win rate in this tournament. As Dyrachio dies.
Sumail with the double damage.
Wow.
And a long jump.
That is very bad.
Little known fact about Sumail, very good at long jump. Actually, an Olympic contestant from Pakistan.
I don't know where to go with that one. So, Tier 2 tower, lots of minus armor between the little Shredder and Deso. Fortification is activated as they wait for their carry to respawn in 20 seconds. And I don't feel like they're at a level that they can even fight anyway.
All right, let me just, this is not okay, what I'm watching. This is not okay. And I don't care if TA, I don't care if the hero is not particularly strong right now or whatever, but that just looks wrong to me. Wouldn't you agree? She's not ranging a Tier 2 tower. It's bizarre.
The pizza doesn't seem to care, so I guess I had to follow suit.
I think that's very understandable, to be honest.
Oh, God, this is really spiraling.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Much like the pizza in my intestines.
So, yeah, Aster with a 7K lead. Wonder what they're going to get us their next item. Maybe they're going to buy pizza with their lead so they can throw it away as fast as possible.
Aster playing the role of spoiler, trying to ruin Gaming Gladiator's chance to get top 4.
Yeah,
I don't know
remember,
what the... Yeah?
Who is it that always says this on panels, that the greatest joy for Dota players is other people's misery. So even when they're knocked out, they try their absolute hardest because they just want to see other people suffer more so than succeed themselves.
I think that's you.
No, it's not me.
Jenkins?
That might be Jenkins. Seems like a Jenkins kind of thing.
I feel like everybody has said that.
Maybe Tsunami.
Yeah, you could just name everybody.
Yeah, it was the pizza. 7K.
Yep, Dyrachio.
When's Roche? Can't be long.
Working on the Mjolnir.
50 seconds.
Do you think they have to fight over this Roche? I don't know. I'm having a hard time believing they can fight right now.
My biggest problem with Gaming Gladiators lineup right now is damage issues. Like, how do you kill in Chrono? You have one Sonic Wave. There's a little bit of Static Storm damage drizzling in, and then your Lycan can try to flank, but you really want it to be ahead in this moment in time. The enemy supports are getting too tanky. One has Glimmer, the other has Greaves. We're looking at about a 2K baseline health for both heroes, and I don't know. It's
so many wards, so many little things on this little, I said little a lot, on that cliff by the gate.
Yeah.
It's just a constant battle that we've been seeing over and over and over again. It does force fights, and Dyrachyo doing the smart thing of farming while this stalemate continues. There's nobody else from Aster's doing that at all. Because right now it's technically a 4v5. And Roche, it's going to be 2 full minutes. So Dyrachyo, I mean, he can just farm the full Mjolnir. And AC's getting pretty close for Ace.
Yeah, definitely a couple of good items coming up for Gaming Gladiators, but I still think the biggest challenge is getting access to the fight correctly. You want your Lycan to go and kill Rubik. You want your Lycan to go and kill Snapfire. So I think Ace needs to make slot for a Dust.
Oh, the zip on in. Sumail wants to go for Tofu. The Disruptor, definitely a problem. He gets off the Glimmer Cape, and he's too far away from any vision to be able to pursue any further. Celery, though, easily taken out.
Yeah.
But again, Roche not up anytime soon. So Aster, they get a kill on a support.
They can just put a trap in the pit as they have and then just keep farming. Like, they have control of the area, so they don't actually need to be this stressed about it. As long as they're somewhat in the vicinity. I like this a lot from Monet. Just gate to bottom, you know? Like, you have control. If Roche spawns, you can get up there fast. Just keep maximizing, build your lead, and take your time. His teammates will stick around there for quite a while. He's actually going to gate back here. I thought he was going to kill another wave, but he's left 2 traps behind. Maybe they're just going to clean up that wave. Looks like it. 1 and a 2.
Yep, there's the second right there.
All right, he only used the 1.
But the Howl also being put to good use. Be able to push these waves. He has his shard as well. Is that still the extra wolf that comes out on the creep wave?
Yeah. And wolves can cripple towers.
Yeah, true.
So only the ones spawned from that one, though.
Which is not these.
Oh. Wait, aren't they?
Is that a tier 2? Well, it spawns 1, doesn't it?
Are these both random lane wolves?
Oh.
They might be.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they were definitely crippling the tower. It is only his shard wolves that can do that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they get the tier 2 tower just by chilling. So Gaming Gladiators, I mean, when this stalemate started, Aster were up 7K. Now Gaming Gladiators able to farm a little bit more. Cut the lead a bit. Dyrachyo has Mjolnir now.
It's a big item for him to get because they need that little bit of extra damage to actually find kills in Chrono. He's in this game, Void is way more reliant on himself than we usually see in Void draft games, where he can rely a little bit more on teammates to finish the job. Like, maybe you would let's imagine Celery was playing Ench instead of Undying, right? I think the context of these Chronos would be so different because he would be able to...
They are really overthinking this. Aster could have killed Roche many times over.
Yeah, the mental game.
It really is. Look at these
face.
wolves, man. This is insane. Now they're finally committing to Roche. AC is online for Ace.
Half a tower, half a tier 4.
That is insane. They stayed in that same area for legitimately like 4 minutes.
They got Roche, though.
They did.
Doesn't matter, got Roche. Sumail. Oh, a Wisdom Rune.
Oh, Ancients.
Did he see it? He did.
Well, Dyrachyo gets his shard, so he can have a little bit easier time initiating with the extra range and has the option to backtrack where he came from.
Sumail's close to level 18. That is pretty important here. Ramping up a little bit of extra damage for the initial jump. I say a little. It's actually quite a lot. Goes from 12 to 16 damage.
Yeah, he has the cheese as well. They opted to give the Aegis to Monet since he will be the ones hitting the buildings, and his life is way more valuable than Sumail's.
Okay, that's just straight toxic.
He has a 5K lead on the second person, which is Ace.
Yeah.
That's an entire item. As Quinn and company able to take out their Tormentor. And that's Tofu's shard now. Nope. Daedalus online for Monet is he's going to go for the Hurricane Pike.
It's a really scary time to be a Gaming Gladiator support here because you can just get jumped by Storm plus T and you die instantly. There's just nothing you can do. The TA might even almost literally one-shot you with a melt crit. Gotta be on your toes. I'm assuming we're gonna see a nullifier sometime in the near future for Monet. currently eyeing up the Pike. But, yeah, with the Nullifier, he would be able to guarantee killing off Disruptor, for example, to start the fight, which would be very good, or Undying. And, of course, I mean, not ruling out the possibility of just assassinating a core. Like, the damage is definitely there if they combine all their spells from the side of Aster. And Gaming Gladiators, do they have any good saves? They don't have Grab Ally.
Baboka showing himself. Daracha does not want to go for him all alone. Instead, he's going to be the one to initiate. Amma gets off his BKB. Still has the Chrono available, but he's taking so much damage from Monet. Finally, a Sonic Wave comes out, just barely clips Baboka. That's the only kill so far for Gaiman. Sumail completely out of mana, but still holding on to that cheese. And the Chronosphere still being held on to as well. There's the glimpse back into the Static Storm. Chrono onto 3 heroes. The Timbersaw is definitely dead. What more can they get? Monet, again, still with the Aegis. They're going to focus on Sumail first.
Oh, Dyrachyo died!
But Dyrachyo somehow dies there. Ace will have to try to TP out, but he's going to get Yules in the midst of the TP. Blast off connecting. That's not a blast off center. There's no techies in this game. The Cookie connects onto 2. And now Quinn silenced up, forced to try to right-click his way out of it. But it ain't happening.
Holy shit, that was such an that was a godly Chrono, and it still wasn't enough there. He gets all 3 heroes, and on top of that, Ace is on the edge of it, able to attack the people on the outside. He could not have placed that any better, and still, they only get the 1 kill in it, and he gets assassinated by the TA right after. Time Walk not available. You're going to see the replay of this here. This is a truly beautiful Chrono coming up in a second here, so slowly but steadily developing the fight. This glimpse into Static Storm is going to make Aster respond. This is just godly.
You can't have a better Chrono.
Ace is hitting the TA down to half health here before the Chrono ends. But now, Monet just turns it on with Sumail. They literally just kill him in a... They killed him in a Vortex.
Yeah, 1 Vortex, he was at full HP.
Yep. And this Cookie is nice. Great blast off here by Baboka.
Yep, that was really good. Blast off.
Well, he blasted off all right. And they just keep...
These fights are so weird. It's just like the game from game number 2. You think one team is ahead and the other one just brings it right back. That fight looks so good for Gaiman, but just not quite enough damage to get more than 1 kill in the Chrono. If they get just one of those cores, I think this turns heavily in their favor.
Oh yeah. Even if it's just the TA Aegis, at the very least, Dyrachyo will live. He'll have time to reset out and reconsider the fight, but damn. It's a scary TA. As you mentioned, the hero has not been doing too well, and we're seeing why.
Yep, terrible.
Only 25,000 net worth, not good enough.
I mean, they didn't buy blood grenades, obviously. That's the problem. Where are those Gossamer capes at, son?
Oh yeah, true. Do they actually? I mean, Gaming Gladiators are actually missing a bit of stuff here. So they have no Gossamer cape, and they don't have Undying Shard. And it's your I know it's your favorite thing to talk about. It's a bit of a meme at this point, but honestly, it's really important in this game. It's your guaranteed save that you have against the Storm jumping one of your cores. It can protect you from TA. TA sucks at killing Tombstone. So it's a really, really good save against this hero.
They thought they would get it from Tormentor.
Maybe. Quinn.
Oh, Sumail. Focusing Tofu. That's the hero they want to kill first. Disruptor, always annoying.
Quinn needs to get the hell out.
Gaiman, get out of dodge. Blast off there from Baboka on the creeps.
Yes.
Just gonna roll with it.
And now that Dyrachyo is going Skadi on his Void, he's gonna be tankier against these jumps, but again, leaves a bit to be desired in terms of damage. You're gonna find these Chronos, but it's not always gonna be as good as the last one you just had. I mean, look at these numbers. Just honestly a little bit pitiful across the board, right? How is Quinn almost the same as his next 3 teammates combined in this game on Queen? They've definitely been struggling to deliver.
It's not that surprising, though.
You don't think so?
No, I mean, Void doesn't really do that much hero damage early, and Lycan is...
Last pick Lycan. You would like to see higher numbers than that, I'm sure. This was the overall 10th pick of the draft. I feel like Ace plays a mean Lycan. He is really good at this hero.
Let's look at the building damage, then. Ace is probably way up there.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Okay, come on. That's definitely... His Wolves almost soloed a tier 3 tower. 506, that's incorrect.
That's not Lycan, though. That's
Come on, man.
That's Lycan's friend. It's like taking credit for your...
All right, put up building damage of summons.
Yeah, that's right. He's lost 32 wolves.
But look at, oh my god, look at that picture of the wolves. That's so sad. One is howling in despair as his brother's corpse is just rotting right next to him. Layerth, what is this? Oh my god. Poor thing.
Yeah, well, if you don't like it, don't buy Shard.
Don't use your skill then, I guess. Don't level summon wolves.
That's right. It's like the good old Lone Druid right-clicker build with no bear.
I actually like that.
Yeah, it's very bad.
It was cool.
It is probably the single worst thing you can do in Dota now where you're still leveling up
Well,
your
yeah,
hero.
but it was good before.
No.
For a very short time.
Everyone was just bad.
Yeah, maybe.
If you could play Lone Druid without the bear and win games, it was not.
No, there was a patch where it was okay though.
There was a
very
patch-
short period.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you were playing your hero as the main part, of course, but you still leveled your bear.
Eventually.
There has not been a time in Pro Dota 2 where people didn't level.
No, not level. Yeah, yeah. But you don't put items on them. There was a
Oh,
time.
yeah. That was definitely.
Wolves continue.
I think Lone Druid had some stupidly good talents. I think that's why. I'm trying to remember what they were.
It was before talents.
Was it actually?
I think so.
When would
This
he
feels
ever have
quite
been,
old school.
When would he ever have been good enough to put stuff on his hero without talents?
They changed something with his stats. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, smoke up by Gaming Gladiators.
Yep.
10K deficit for
Prepare
them.
for the Roche standoff.
It's a long spawn again.
Yep.
So we're going to have a long standoff again.
Got 2 fun minutes ahead of us. People will stare, and then they will stare some more.
Duraccio
looking for info here.
He is. Shivas is going to spot him. Gets off his time dilation. We'll take a right click from Monet.
Okay.
Next success. Okay, getting blocked in by the creeps. Will kill both wolves.
Very inconsequential hex from Quinn here.
You can hear the death howl. Oh, nice telekinesis onto the Void. Do they have enough damage? The Sonic Wave is going to buy him a little bit of time. Pasta BKB. Time Walk gets all his HP back. And there's the Chronosphere. They're being able to take out the Timber Saw on the outskirts of it. But now the focus is on Monet. But the stolen Chronosphere with the actual follow-up from Baboka. But it's not nearly enough. 2 dead already for Aster. They have the buyback now. As Sumail finally can try to focus on the Disruptor. He's really had a hard-on for Tofu all game long. He's going to buy back in the game. There's 3 buybacks now from Aster's side. Duraccio gonna kite a bit with that shard of his. Time Walk, there's the sheep. This will be a dieback if they're able to get it. Half HP on Monet, but Duraccio, he gains a lot of his HP back. He's just bouncing all over the place. And Quinn, he's the one in trouble now, but Sumail is out of mana, and finally the Timber Chain comes in and chops Quinn's head off. And I think with that, Gaming Gladiators might try to back. But knowing Duraccio, you never know if that's actually true. He time walks in, gets controlled, silent, stunned, destroyed. Right on cue. Now they're going to turn their sights to Ace. Triple kill for XXS. Gaming Gladiators just went in. I mean, if they knew the timers, oh man, what a difference it would make.
That was such an insanely good fight from Duraccio until the last 10 seconds of it. Like, this is, I was talking about this last game about him as a player not being afraid of going in first as the carry and really leading the charge there. He tanked insane amounts of damage in this fight without dying. So he tanks the first volley, he gets a low HP BKB off and resets. You're going to see it here. So this is the start of the fight. He's tanking like 90% of his health.
Jeez.
Time walks off the 40, comes back in, good chrono on 2. It gets stolen, but...
Sumail walks into it.
Yeah, Sumail walks into it, and the return chrono here is actually touching Monet as well, I think. So he's literally just sitting in chrono here, so doesn't really get to play. That's unfortunate. But Duraccio, this isn't the only time in this fight he's going to tank a crap ton of damage. So now he's healed up to full, and he's going to go in again, and he's going to be focused again a little bit later in this one. And time walk it off again, and everything here... Gaming Gladiators effectively pulled the game back to 0 with this one fight, but... stick around, made the wrong judgment call toward the end here and stuck around, and this one they get punished for. Sumail finds Duraccio here, and this time they can kill him off. Wait, never mind, this is the next one. This was the good one, again.
Yeah.
Sorry, got ahead of myself. It's Quinn that runs out of blinks.
And Duraccio.
And now he stands and farms the wave a little bit. Gets away.
But
they should be out here.
They should be out here.
They actually should be out, but they do make the play call to go in again.
Guys, I have chrono. Number 2.
Yeah, well.
That would have been
and this
very
one,
good.
this is just That was not the play.
Very long, drawn-out fight, which eventually leads to Aster, who had to wait around a bit, but they do go for Roche. They get the Aegis. They get the cheese.
Damn, XXS is big.
Oh, that's a Lotus Pool. Quinn?
Ooh, flowers.
Delicious flowers for you.
6 of them.
Take it. My God, these pros don't give a crap about
We
that.
love the I mean, surely it's better than your bottle.
Well, it does, like, if somebody's looking in the area, they can hear it, right? So that's
Maybe that's the change we need. Maybe just make it silent when people pick up
Radiant
bonuses.
structures are fortified.
That's true.
And he's just, instead of risking it, he just leaves it there. That's a greater healing Lotus available. Oh, Sumail, yeah, the best hero in the game to get this on. Like, wow. I guess an enemy hero hasn't been here all game. Little does he know.
Yoink.
That is, I mean, is there a better hero in the game with this?
Medusa.
Is that better? I guess.
I think so. But yeah, Storm is definitely up there.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. All right.
Well, what do you think about
it's
Aegis
gating
and
time.
Cheese being separated from Sumail completely? Oh, there's a refresher shard. That was the third Roche.
Yeah, I would like to. I mean, I guess they have the cheese on Timber because they want him to frontline, just go in and gather information and then be able to.
They really want grab ally. Celery's like, please, I need to grab my ally.
Like, please don't kill me.
Celery grab ally activated.
All right.
It's such a weird thing that's in the game now that some teams just gamble.
Yeah.
For that shard.
Actually true.
Because, like, the other one, I'm not saying it's completely useless, but the Disruptor one you would never buy, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much ever.
Pretty much.
And it's a 50-50 between something that's extremely strong and not. And if you don't get it, sometimes you... Some of these players have been buying it, but Celery not opting to do that this game, but he gets the 50-50 this time.
That's very true. Maybe it wasn't a 50-50. Do they just... Yeah, they have every shard, so it had to be him. That's a good way of circumventing it. Just buy the other 4. Then
Yeah,
you know Undying gets
I guess
his.
so.
You know?
Shards are good.
This is a hard team to high ground into for Aster.
I feel like every lineup is hard to go high ground against these days. Which is why we have been... I mean, at first we were seeing second Roche is when you try to go high ground. Now it's third Roche, it feels like. Games have been going deeper and deeper. Although we haven't had that many... What's that?
It's difficult to high ground because if you fail anything, there's going to be Glimpse. You can get Chronoed. There's Dilate. Lycan can really punish overextensions as well. So you... Understandably so, Aster are being very careful about this, and I think it's going to be tough for them to actually go and even hit anything. It's a pretty slow Satanic here from Duracho in this game.
Yeah, and he's opting for... I mean, these are obviously great items, but I feel like they're still kind of lacking damage in the Chrono.
Yep.
I think, like, just one DPS item on top of Mjolnir, that could make the difference in the Chrono. It's like a Daedalus.
I mean, Refresher is also a lot of damage in the Chrono, technically.
True.
Oh
boy. Quinn regretting not having that Lotus Flower now. Pops the Shivas, gets the sheep off, but the Mortimers burns Quinn to the ground.
He went to smell the roses, but they had already been plucked. And now they get Quinn. Oh, look at that.
Happy boy.
Let's go. I don't know about you. I like seeing happy players. I'm sure you love seeing Misery.
Misery was a great player for Digital Chaos, actually.
That's true. You loved seeing him. Technically correct?
Technically correct. 60 seconds with no Quinn. No way to get back in this game.
Yeah, they don't know he doesn't have buyback. If that was obvious to them, I think they would be forcing this, and they might do it anyway. They might just try to poke and see.
Yeah, they have to poke with the Age. Oh, 5 seconds on the Aegis. Never mind. Wow, they really did not do much with this, did they? What the hell?
But they can put XXS in front. He has cheese. If they can just keep him alive, they can't kill him without Quap. So this is a nice play call, obviously.
Time dilation to be annoying.
Lotus it off. And TA...
Tower's dead.
This really makes a really big difference for TA's prowess, actually, that she's able to hit from here. Because this used to be the hero's biggest weakness, is limitations in situations like this.
Oh my god! What? Aether Lens with Time
He's
Walk?
just laughing.
What? That looked... There's... that looked wrong. What the hell?
Can we get a replay of that? It looked like the jump 1500 range.
What the hell?
I mean, his time walk range is 1025 as far as I can tell here. Plus 250, actually. Oh, he did it and...
Oh, he did
it and blinked.
Okay.
And then, okay. I was like, what the hell's happening? Limit testing here. Pichu having
I guess
fun.
you don't really see Blink Dagger too often on Faceless Void.
Yeah, so his time walk range is 800 plus 250, so that's 1050 plus Aetherlin, so 1275, and then he can dagger for another 1200. So he has an initiation range that's about as long as a max range arrow.
That's pretty sick. That's really cool. Sumail's going to get the shard, so
yep.
He's going to have the overload.
More damage burst with the TA, never going to hurt. I mean, if Aster find a pick on anyone, they just evaporate.
Yep.
I feel like even Dyrachyo could technically die.
Fast trying to initiate in. Sumail goes in really deep. He's going to zip onto the other side as the focus is on Ace, but he turns into the wolf. As Baboka going to use the Yules as Dyrachyo trying to find a good chrono here, but can only get a right click onto one hero as Sumail looking for an opening still, but not really finding anything. And now XXS is all alone and surrounded. Sonic Wave is there, but the cheese keeps him alive despite him being inside this Static Storm Kinetic Field combo. Pops the Shivas for the second time this fight. Sumail goes in really deep, but there is the chrono. Sumail is dead, the stolen chrono, but there's not going to be any follow-up. They've lost two very valuable heroes who both buy back in the game. Sumail now with full HP, full mana. Dyrachyo triple kill. Very disgusting. I mean, he was really patient with that Chronosphere.
Yeah, took full advantage of the Lycan Wolf Bite there as well, just running around the fight so he has Time Walk ready at any given moment, and that means it's way harder for Aster to find a moment of opportunity, of weakness, to really strike him. And again, Dyrachyo just really... The amount of space he's creating in these fights as carry is remarkable. At heroes, soaking up damage. And I think Aster, as much as I said that might be able to kill the Void with a burst, I think it's going to come from all three cores combining, and they just can't manage to find the opportunity. So maybe you have to let Void be a little bit and focus the other heroes and tank that chrono. Instead of being scared of it all the time and then ultimately getting 3-man chrono, maybe it's better to just get the fight started, you know? Like, jump on someone else, try to take them out, and play the fight from there. Because ultimately what ended up happening was that Dyrachyo just forced cooldown after cooldown, bullied away one hero after the next, and then eventually found the moment that he was looking for.
Yep.
And that is the entirety of Aster's lead gone with those buybacks out of the picture. And he could buy a full refresher now on Dyrachyo. Has the mana pool for it easily with that Scotty. He can swap out the Midas.
Yeah. Tofu has Ags now.
Oh boy.
Now, he has been the one getting initiated on in most fights from Sumail. He's been targeting him hardcore.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a positional battle for him.
Yeah.
Slightly surprised he didn't. I mean, you can only have so much money, but I was thinking, because you can see the zip coming from a decent margin to get like a Blink Dagger or something.
It does feel like an oversight that Monet doesn't have Nullifier, doesn't it? Like, I'm not sure how exactly you organize that with your inventory. I think at this point you just swap out your treads for it. Sumail? That's not Sumail, that's Quinn. Unlucky.
Baboka!
Yeah. Because if you swap out your treads for Nullifier now, you can jump and burst the Disruptor, right? Like, the problem they're having is that they... Okay.
Oh, Quinn! That's the real Quinn, Cinder, and he's going to have to buy back instantly, along with the Snapfire.
All right.
Sumail pretty low on mana, though, and Tofu on the outskirts. Zorda used his Static Storm, though. Glimpse onto XXS, stuck inside the kinetic field, but the Timber Chain to safety. There's a Chronosphere onto 2, but Monet's still doing a lot of damage from the outskirts. They're able to take out the Rubik. XXS is next. He's extremely low, will finally go down. And now Baboka, who just bought back in the game, is also going to get killed. So a dieback for him.
That's 2.
2 diebacks.
Timber is out for a long time. This could just be the finishing push. There's no BKB on TA. And it's a nice snipe. They get there on the Queen of Pain, but again, Dyrachyo, nice chrono, catching the Rubik, immediately identifying that he got him as a secondary target and goes and kills him right away. Look at that damage done. we're talking about issues with damage. Maybe just not the case at all.
Yeah, maybe not.
He seems to be killing people left, right, and center at this point. And this will be a Roche for the Gaming Gladiators.
And that's Aghanim Scepter.
I think they could have possibly just won the game here, but maybe not fully aware of the buyback status. Rapier on Monet.
Okay, I mean, they don't have anything on the line, so why not?
Yeah.
Divine is fun.
It might be the best purchase at this point. It was that or Nullifier. You need to be able to kill people in the stuns. It's just not good enough
Aegis
that they
on
get to
Quinn
reset.
because he bought back. So,
yeah.
Oh, the zip. Actually, Dyrachyo does not have buyback. He does have chi. Okay, he just got buyback. Thank you. That was the pizza talking again.
Here we go. Good luck,
the high
Aster.
ground they attempt.
3v5.
Time dilation on Monet. Yeah, they still got plenty of time to do massive damage to these buildings. I don't think they'll have enough time to do like a throne play. And the zip in from Sumail. The A, okay, has the Aghanim Scepter. The Chronosphere completely misses. That's not what you want to see if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan. But the Rubik, well, gets off the Glimmer. Actually, time walks back into the fountain and then back again. And he's going to die as a result. And there's the Static Storm on top of Sumail. And he's going to get attacked into the grave. 120 seconds of no Storm Spirit. And that means the buildings will fall in Gaming Gladiators' favor. And Monet, stuck in the fountain with his Divine Rapier, is walking out now. Dyrachyo, I mean, you still do have to be careful. And Quinn's gonna jump in with the Shiva, still has that Aegis to work with. They're all stuck in the kinetic field, essentially. Now they're targeting onto Monet, but he's able to blink into the fountain. XXS, who just spawned, now getting targeted. Monet back with the glimpse into the kinetic field. Rapier will fall. And Dyrachyo is the one to claim that one. And that is it. GG's called. Gaming Gladiators win a very close series.
Yeah, they get there in the end. I don't think Gaming Gladiators are going to be fully satisfied with how things went today, but still a very important win for them to get that 4-2 scoreline. I believe this might mathematically guarantee them tiebreakers at minimum, even if they lose their last series. I think that should still be good enough for a top 4, at least playing for it. But yeah, it's a bit hard to say after a series like this how much Aster leveled up, or if Gaming Gladiators just didn't really bring it today compared to like the overall power levels we've seen from these two teams. But this was a pretty damn good series. Definitely way closer than I was expecting. I thought this was going to be an absolute 2-0 blowout, but yeah, Aster woke up on the right side of bed today, put up a really good fight. In the end, get outclassed in some of the teamfight execution for me. Loved Dyrachyo in this game on the Void. I think he did so much work for his team in these fights. Man of the match if I had to pick one, but overall,
I really like that
play.
fight you broke down where he, because from a layman's standpoint, he went in and died.
Yeah.
But the 5 times he went in and lived before that, kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah.
His playstyle is so fascinating to watch. And yeah, with that, Gaming Gladiators wrap up this series 2-1.
To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Dyrachyo plays. But he gets the win in this game number 3. Nail-biter of a series. But more than Gaiman not being able to match the expectations, I think this is Aster exceeding expectations. This is a team that has not picked up any series at all in the second stage of DreamLeague Season 20. And that trend will continue, but this is easily the most competitive series that they've had out of this entire tournament so far. And it's a shame that they don't get the win, but at least it's a step in the right direction, Winter, because Bali's the next journey. You're starting to see they're patching things up.
Yeah, they have to try to end on a high note, try to fix some of the problems, and definitely I feel like even though it's difficult to solve the language problem, but you can definitely mitigate some of the problems by having the right kind of heroes in the lineup, which allows the other 4 to play more as a unit and Sumail to kind of do his own thing and jump in whenever he feels is comfortable and not just rely on Sumail alone to do it.
In this game, it was glimpses. What's the phrase that you hate? Glimpses of greatness. What do you hate?
Yeah, there were glimpses of greatness.
No, what's the phrase?
There were glimpses of greatness.
No, that's not what you...
From Team Aster, and I really thought they would take this. Honestly, I thought their itemization was wicked cool. It was that very fast Wind Waker that came out on Sumail, which I was particularly tickled by because I love that item. I think it's so cool, especially when you're playing against Faceless Void. There were a lot of mid-game fights where I felt like, okay, Dyrachyo just needs like 5k, like 7k more net worth or something, and then I think he's like set because he would be like maybe a little bit too squishy or a little less damage, right? And when he's kind of getting towards those items, throwing a Wind Waker into the mix where you kind of need like a nullifier is like, oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out that way. And Sumail ended up in the Chronos a lot of the time, so we couldn't save from it.
He was still being able to survive them, though, at least in like the 30-minute to 45-minute range where we were thinking like, oh, Aster, it's kind of the opposite of Game 2, where it seemed that Aster were completely in control and Gaiman were coming back. This one, Gaiman had control and Aster were outsmarting Chronospheres, making surprisingly clean retreats. These are things that have me encouraged moving forward. Ding dong. It's the Dyrachyo. Oh, I'm glad to see a smile on your face, man.
Hello.
That had to be a stressful match, man. How are you feeling right now?
I feel a bit tired and sweaty. I just want to go eat, but I have to do the interview, so it's okay. I can eat a bit later.
That's my bad. I requested you.
Then put this man out of his misery, sheep. Ask him a question.
Oh my god, Dyrachyo. Whenever you make a fuck up in your games, it goes to your player cam, and you always do the same thing where you go like, with your hand on your head. I need some variety. Can you get some new moves on the cam?
I don't know, it just happens naturally. Sometimes, for example, top, when we kill them for the Roche fight and they buy back. Oh, no, it's before. When we trying to kill this tier 1 tower and I see Stormborn, I'm jumping in. And like, I'm trying to jump out after when I'm like 200 HP or something like this, and I'm dying because my jump is not present for some reason. And I'm just dead and like, I'm angry a little bit. What else can I do? I just can take my head and that's all.
No, I appreciate it. How are you enjoying the carry pool this patch? Because obviously you're like first phasing a lot of Morphlings. We're seeing some funny plays on that.
I hate Morphling, to be honest. I don't like it. For example, first game we play versus Primal Beast first game, right? I played Morphling and I turned into Primal Beast. I pressed Trample and he just grabbed me and pressed the Blade Mail, and I just dead because Trample is going. It's not stopped because he's just grabbing me and doing like this, and I'm just dying from Blade Mail. And yeah, I don't like Morphling. I hope they're gonna nerf something with his Scepter. This hero is broken. I don't like to play this hero.
But you're gonna keep playing it, right?
Probably, but this hero is not really my type of style. You have to like farm 20 minutes straight for your Manta, maybe link in an Aghanim Scepter, and like, it's boring. Dude, I don't like to play it. That's why you see this fucking fresh plays from me when I'm dying like retard.
It's okay. You're a showman, Dyrachyo. You're entertaining us.
Yeah, goddamn you are. It's so fun, bro. It's actually so fun to watch you play.
Winter, what's on your mind for Dyrachyo?
Yeah, hey, I'm a pretty big fan of like how you play carry. I feel like you tend to help your team a lot, like tank damage, and you always come to defend the towers. And what do you think is like the important things to see in the game to decide what you should be doing in a game as a carry, not just hitting creeps?
I mean, me, I'm usually calling some moves where like when I'm using my hero. Like for example, if I'm playing Bloodseeker, I remember we played versus Talon yesterday, or like versus someone. And I saying like, I'm gonna TP mid on Bloodseeker and I'm gonna Rapture and we kill this guy. And for some reason he just starts rolling, and I'm looking at mid because I want to TP, and I'm TPing and he's dying. When Queen played Dash and I played Bloodseeker and we just stomp them. Like, I don't know, you have to look at your team, to use your hero, use your timing sometimes. Like, if you can fight, you have to go fight. Or like if you cannot, you have to say that, like, guys, just chill, don't feed, and like this type of stuff. I'm trying to push my limits every time, like sometimes it's really bad, but whatever.
Yeah, you're trying to push them, they're trying to pull you back.
People are too scared. This guy, this noob is gonna be there. We cannot expect anything from him. Like, and I'm bounced and I'm putting Rona and just dying after.
Yeah, but at least every time you're going in, your team seems to just go in with you, you know, they trust you.
I mean, Yeah, because I'm screaming in Discord, we're gonna kill them all, even if we are 3 versus 5, like, and we are dying after. Sometimes it's bad call. Sometimes it's like, okay, we wipe them or something like this, or we get some good kills from like my call. So, I mean, it's also, I'm thinking if I can really kill them, I know what my hero can do, or it's some like, I'm trying to do less more bad calls, to be honest.
Okay.
That's why you can see like we're going high ground on 20 minutes, because I know we're gonna end the game right now, and people are not get used to it. They like, what? These people like five men pushing our 30th minute 20. What the fuck? We're gonna TP one by one. We're gonna feed, and they throw in the game, and game just ends in like 5 seconds.
No. All right.
Hey, Duraccio, congrats on the win. I just want to say, you were saying you hate playing Morphling, but you guys still pick it. Do you pick it because you feel like, oh, everyone's picking Morph, he's strong, we have to pick it? Would you rather just say, do you know what, I don't want to play Morph, I hate this hero, give me something else, and they make you play it?
I mean, I don't think it works like this. You have to ban this hero or like counter pick it or do something with it, because this hero axe is broken. He also like, he can survive kind of always. He can be low HP and turn to strength, come back to Agi, and like he's full HP right now and he can keep farming. This hero is like stupid real. So it's also kind of practice before the major. I'm gonna play some pops, so I can play some officials on Morphling, and maybe I'm gonna load this hero at one day. You never know.
Thank you.
It's gonna be like,
I don't know, play style of this hero, you just have to farm a lot, and like you became strong when you have this scepter.
I'm gonna remember this, Duraccio. Then in Bali, it's gonna be like your Lima Major Lina, where everyone has to be afraid of your Morphling. Maybe. Fingers crossed.
Don't speak Morphling? You never know. Maybe.
My last question, a very important one. What's for dinner, Duraccio, before we let you go?
I have no idea. I have to order something.
What are you in the mood
didn't even
for?
Think about. Just anything. McDonald's, whatever. Give me some food.
All right, man. I'll let you do that then. Enjoy and congratulations on this win.
Thank you.
We'll catch you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I love Duraccio.
It was a good request, even though the poor guy had to stall on dinner for a little bit longer.
Well, he's really honest about the Morphling.
He is. I appreciate that. Unabashed. He recognizes it's not his thing. I mean, for comparison, Winter, when we interviewed him, I think like a couple of series ago, he very emphatically claimed that his favorite hero is Lifestealer, which I would say is like a pretty marked difference from Morphling.
Yeah, that's his kind of hero. Morphling seems like a total opposite of Lifestealer.
Which carry player encapsulates Morphling? When you think Morphling, what carry player pops into your head?
23 Savage.
Yeah, that was my option.
I just thought of Ame.
Ame's a good one.
Yeah.
Different mindsets required to be the water boy.
And then I thought of Yuragi.
For different reasons.
Sorry.
I would say my friend Ashwin. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, classic Piran, bringing up his friends again.
He doesn't have a nickname? He's just Ashwin?
Enthused, 105, my boy.
How much does he carry you, Ted, with Morphling?
Every game we play.
Wait, is this your Posy 5 Morphling boy?
He sometimes plays that just for a laugh, yeah. But this is in Goon games, like when we're all terrible and he's the high rank player, sometimes he'll do it for a laugh, but yeah.
But he likes the hero.
Yeah, he's a big fan. He's worried that because it's succeeding. I'm sure this is something that a lot of people worry about.
Yes.
Players doing well, it's in the meta. He's like, I really want to learn more. I want to get better at this hero. I love this hero. You know he's going to get hit with the hammer. Like this hero is getting dumpstered. So it's like, great. Just as I was getting into him, he gets binned. That's the way it goes.
Both ways, though. If your hero's not picked in pro, you're like, oh, I just want to see my favorite hero in pro game.
True.
Yeah.
That's me for the last 5 years.
Because Meepo's not getting picked.
No.